Previously on. I am Xiao Xingyu. Ever since awakening the demon god's eye, my life has been on a winning streak. Currently, I have two identities. On the surface, I am a freshman at Azure Dragon Academy. Not only have I contracted the Hellfire Specter Wolf, the Holy Light Angel Beast, the Electric-Eared Rabbit and the Sky Soul Vine, but I also led Azure Dragon Academy to first place in the Dragon Kingdom Supernova Tournament. In secret, I am the Black Robe. I have contracted the world's only nine-tailed dragon fox and rescued Medusa from the Dragon Kingdom Navy headquarters, successfully contracting her as well. At the same time, I am a key training target of the Dragon Kingdom's Empress and a member of the Dragon Kingdom's mysterious organization, the Empire Soul Organization. Currently, while traveling to Huangyan City for an examination, I encountered Princess Shangguanqian of the Dragon Kingdom. After uncovering the demon clan infiltrators in Huangyan City, the demon clan launched a large-scale attack. Huangyan City is now a sea of flames. To prevent innocent little girls from falling victim to the bone flame lizard, I ordered the Hellfire Specter Wolf to release the Hellfire Lotus. The Hellfire Lotus exploded instantly, like a fireworks display blooming in the night. As the smoke cleared, the white bone flame lizard lay motionless on the ground, its body severely damaged, with broken bones and hellfire still burning in the bone fractures. I activated the demon god's eye. In my vision, the top of the white bone flame lizard's head displayed a health bar, just like in a game. The health bar showed that only 1/3 of its health remained. Just one strike, had reduced the white bone flame lizard's health by 2/3. This is the power of Hellfire when facing undead-type magical beasts, enough to bridge the level gap. Before the white bone flame lizard could get back up, it was hit by a lightning ball. With a flash of lightning, an explosion sounded again. After the explosion, the white bone flame lizard's body was completely turned into dust, and with a gust of wind, it vanished without a trace. Xingyu, are you okay? Qin Yanran arrived, accompanied by a three-tailed thunder fox. The three-tailed thunder fox had smoke curling from its mouth. It was the one that had launched the lightning ball. I'm fine, Yanran. That's right. After all, the Hell Phantom Wolf's Hellfire can effectively counter undead-type magical beasts. I helped the fallen little girl to her feet. It's chaotic here. Find a place to hide. Thank you, big brother. What's your name? My name is Lei Feng. Qin Yanran, standing by. Brother Lei Feng, you looked so cool fighting the magical beast just now. The little girl gazed at me with admiration, and my mere presence inspired her with a dream. A dream of growing up to become a beast tamer. I turned to Qin Yanran. The white bone flame lizard's clan usually inhabits the white bone abyss, right? Xingyu, I understand what you mean. It's likely not just the white bone abyss, even the magical beasts from Kunmi Mountain. Just from the tremors of the earth, Qin Yanran and I could tell that giant-type magical beasts were preparing to attack the city. Kunmi Mountain is the territory of the giant-type magical beasts. I recalled everything carefully, and it all made sense now. Previously, while riding on train No. 13, passing through the White Bone Abyss and Kunmi Mountain, we hadn't encountered a single magical beast, nor had we even seen any magical beast droppings. It now appears that the magical beasts from the White Bone Abyss and Kunmi Mountain have responded to the call of the beast god Uldi's. They have begun a major migration ahead of time, quietly converging outside Huangyan City to form a massive magical beast army. In addition, the bloodthirsty Yiksha, a pseudo-human magical beast, has been secretly digging tunnels inside the city, preparing for a coordinated attack when the battle begins. I am currently at the No. 3 guard outpost. From the city's defense map, there are a total of 13 guard outposts throughout the city, all of which are now under attack by magical beasts. Large numbers of magical beasts are entering the city through tunnels. The wails of the city's inhabitants act like stimulants, inciting the most primal greed and bloodlust in these beasts. Xingyu, be careful behind you. A golden-backed cheetah leapt out from the ruins, soaring high and extending its claws towards the back of my head. This type of magical beast loves to devour human brain matter, and it must be consumed alive. A cold gleam flashed, turning the world into ice and snow. The shattered ground instantly formed a layer of ice crystals, and a giant ice spear over 5 meters long shot up from the crack in the ground. Thud! In the blink of an eye, the golden-backed cheetah's body was impaled on the ice spear, turning into a frozen sculpture of death. A princess! Qin Yanran looked back as Shangguanqian hurried over, followed by an ice spirit Kirin. I will stay with your Sky Horizon Guild to guard the city and clear out the magical beasts inside. Qin Yanran paused for a second, then ordered, "All units, protect the princess." Before Shangguanqian could react, members of the Sky Horizon Guild rushed in, surrounding her and forming a tight protective circle. "I'm a 6-star beast tamer, do you really need to do this?" I couldn't help but laugh. The beast tamers protecting Shangguanqian were only at the 4-star or 5-star level, which was lower than Shangguanqian's own level. What's that sound? A toad croaking? It seems like a big creature is about to come out of the tunnel. Not good, move quickly. Boom. The tunnel entrance exploded, turning the entire No. 3 guard outpost into ruins. Gah! A help? In the thick fog, screams echoed. These screams abruptly stopped with a loud swallowing sound. As the fog began to clear, people saw a gigantic monster. The beast tamers closest to the monster were terrified. This is the Sand Demon Toad King. I raised my gaze and saw a massive golden toad towering over 6 stories high. The toad's skin was patterned with faces representing various emotions, its eyes glowing with a seductive blue light. Its cheeks puffed up and it had a human lower leg hanging from its mouth. The Sand Demon Toad King, a Beast King body, Tier 1, magical beast with epic bloodline quality, possesses the power to control quicksand, and its saliva is highly toxic. With my demon god's eye, I could instantly see these details. The appearance of the Beast King body magical beast caused a huge commotion at the No. 3 outpost. Qin Yanran's face was grim, her palms sweating. It's known that only an experienced 6-star beast tamer can match a Beast King body magical beast in battle. Among everyone present, only Shangguanqian had reached the 6-star level. Shangguanqian had only passed the 6-star assessment yesterday, so her strength was only slightly higher than a 5-star. Dealing with a Beast King body magical beast was indeed challenging. Facing the Sand Demon Toad King, everyone appeared somewhat intimidated, and there were sounds of people swallowing nervously. However, my eyes gleamed with excitement and a cruel smile curled at my lips. Xiaoyin, come out! My pants shifted a couple of times, but the ancient-blooded Silver Vine was too shy to come out and fight. What are you so shy about? Come out and fight. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I bent down and shook my pants. Qin Yanran's face turned red. Xingyu, this is not the time for such things. Please endure it. Yanran, you Misunderstand. I don't have that kind of preference. I just want to get the beast tamer out of my pants. Qin Yanran's face reddened even more, and she said shyly, "You actually used a beast tamer to describe that. I've never heard such a unique description before." I felt that any explanation I made was futile. Shangguanqian sneered. Indeed, a pervert. Even in the face of a magical beast invasion, you're having a physiological reaction. I was nearly in tears. Xiaoyin, come out and help your master explain. Shyness is a major characteristic of the celestial soul vine. In an instant, a howling wind and flowing sand filled the sky. The Beast King body magical beast began to rage. The Sand Demon Toad King raised its massive head, its toad croak resonating like a bell throughout the city. With its gigantic body as the center, the once hard ground began to ripple like flowing water, gradually turning to sand. Beast King body magical beasts usually possess environmental influence abilities. The Sand Demon Toad King's superpower is to control quicksand, allowing it to transform the ground into a desert and create quicksand vortices. The center of the quicksand vortex was right beneath the Sand Demon Toad King's feet. It was like a massive black hole, continuously absorbing everything around it. Civilians who couldn't escape had their legs trapped in the sea of sand and were pulled into the vortex by the quicksand. The Sand Demon Toad King opened its large mouth, each time spitting out long, foul-smelling tongues to suck frightened humans inside. The destruction caused by the Beast King body magical beast is too severe. We must kill it as soon as possible. Princess, let's join forces and attack together. All right. The scene of beautiful women teaming up was indeed a sight to behold. Qin Yanran channeled her spiritual power. The three-tailed thunder fox swung its tail, sending out chain lightning bolts like long whips drenched in pepper water, viciously striking the Sand Demon Toad King's back. The Sand Demon Toad King, feeling the numbing pain from the lightning, turned and expelled a quicksand tornado, sending the three-tailed thunder fox high into the air. Qin Yanran shouted, "Princess, now's the time." Shangguanqian gathered her spiritual power and used her mind to control the ice spirit Kirin. The Kirin's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the terrifying ice spirit power enveloped everything. The icy cold waves hit in bursts, and thick ice crystals wrapped around the earth, stopping the quicksand vortex and turning it into a patch of frozen land. From the perspective of elemental restraint, ice-type beast tamers can effectively counter sand-type magical beasts. The greatest strength of sand-type magical beasts is their ability to control quicksand. When sand particles are frozen by ice, they lose their original destructive power. Shangguanqian once again mobilized her spiritual power. The ice spirit Kirin leaped high into the air like a soaring swallow, shooting out a long, sharp ice spear from its mouth. The ice spear soared through the night sky, continuously absorbing the surrounding raindrops and expanding. By the time the ice spear approached the Sand Demon Toad King, it had grown to the size of an iceberg. This was one of the ice spirit Kirin's ultimate techniques, the Ice Mountain Descends. The massive iceberg, shaped like an inverted triangle, struck the Sand Demon Toad King's back with its sharpest edge. The ice spirit power flowed through the wound into the Sand Demon Toad King's blood, spreading wildly within its body. With a thunderous crash, the Sand Demon Toad King's body went limp, crushed to the ground by the enormous iceberg. The cold wind howled, and ice crystals danced in the air. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the shattered streets gleamed as if made of silver. Long ice pillars hung like crystal short swords from the eaves, and the beast tamer's breaths turned into wisps of white smoke. Qin Yanran looked astonished and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Princess Shangguan. She doesn't seem like a newbie who just passed the 6-star assessment, she's practically a seasoned 6-star peak beast tamer. Every beast tamer has their own area of expertise. Some are born with an affinity for water, excelling at controlling water-type beast tamers. Some come from fiery backgrounds, forming a profound connection with fire-type beast tamers. Shangguan Qian, being the daughter of Shangguan Lan, comes from a family that has always excelled at controlling Kirin-type beast tamers. Moreover, Shangguan Qian's innate cold body makes her the perfect beast tamer for the ice spirit Kirin. Thus, in battle, Shangguan Qian only needs to use a small amount of spiritual power to unleash the ice spirit Kirin's astonishing strength. The iceberg shattered, and the Sand Demon Toad King crawled out from the pile of ice. Its skin was covered in frost, and its back had a huge blood wound, exposing its weakly beating organs to the onlookers. Without a doubt, the ice spirit Kirin's ultimate technique, Ice Mountain Descends, had inflicted nearly mortal wounds on the Sand Demon Toad King. However, the situation was not optimistic. Shangguan Qian anxiously shouted, "Ice Spirit!" With a clanging sound, the ice spirit Kirin collapsed in the snow, its limbs twitching and blood mixed with quicksand oozing from its mouth. Its exhausted eyes revealed its weakness. Qin Yanran rushed over, puzzled. "Princess, the ice spirit Kirin clearly struck the Sand Demon Toad King. Why is the ice spirit Kirin also injured?" At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Qin Yanran. The Sand Demon Toad King is no ordinary sand-type magical beast. In addition to controlling quicksand, it has a special passive talent. Qin Yanran turned around to see me walking slowly, her attention subconsciously drawn to my right hand. "Xingyu, your hand." I walked closer, my handsome face bearing a malevolent smile. On my right wrist coiled a slender, flexible silver vine. The vine resembled a small, sentient snake, wrapping tightly around me, and silver light particles with a pleasant fragrance emanated from it. As a princess, Shangguan Qian was well-traveled and widely knowledgeable, and her expression revealed shock. "This aura." The bloodline is undoubtedly of the illusion god quality, an ancient plant-type beast tamer, the celestial soul vine. Shangguan Qian recognized the celestial soul vine at a glance, her mind stirred by great waves. In all of the Dragon Kingdom, only General Baiyu of the army could control ancient plant-type beast tamers, earning him the title of King of Plant-type Beast Tamers. And now, an ancient plant-type beast tamer was attached to my wrist. The Sand Demon Toad King's special passive talent is damage reflection. When facing opponents of the same level, it can reflect 50% of the damage it receives back to the attacker. If facing opponents lower than itself, it can reflect 80% of the damage. After explaining, I walked over to Shangguan Qian. "Princess, both the Ice Spirit Kirin and the Sand Demon Toad King are Beast King level. That Ice Mountain Descends attack did indeed inflict tons of damage on the Sand Demon Toad King, but 50% of that damage was reflected onto the Ice Spirit Kirin." Shangguan Qian bit her lip and looked at me. "You seem to know a lot." "Rest assured, Princess. Please don't hold back and use your strongest attack to finish off the Sand Demon Toad King." You just said that the magical beast can reflect 50% of the damage. Are you suggesting my beast tamer will end up perishing with a toad?" I gently stroked the silver vine on my wrist. With the celestial soul vine in my hand, what is there to fear? Shang Guanqian's eyes widened in realization. At this moment, the Sand Demon Toad King, shivering from the cold, desperately needed to replenish food to recover its strength and temperature. Dust and sand swirled as the quicksand vortex reappeared. Nearby fleeing civilians were all dragged into the quicksand. The terrified expressions of these unfortunate humans became the perfect seasoning for the Sand Demon Toad King's feast. The Sand Demon Toad King extended its long tongue, with barbs on the tip capable of easily slicing open human scalps and absorbing fresh brain matter. Members of the Sky Horizon Guild simultaneously mobilized their spiritual power, using their respective beast tamers to unleash their strongest attacks. Various attribute skills radiated colorful brilliance, illuminating the dark rainy night. With a combined attack from more than a dozen 4-star and 5-star beast tamers, the power was considerable, enough to seriously hurt the Sand Demon Toad King. The immense pain tore at its wounds, and the Sand Demon Toad King let out a mournful cry. At the same time, the 80% damage reflection effect was triggered instantly. My beast tamer is vomiting blood. What's happening? My beast tamer has fainted and is in shock. The Sand Demon Toad King is a Beast King level magical beast, and the beast tamers of 4-star and 5-star levels are between Complete Form, Tier 3, and Extraordinary Form, Tier 3. When the beast tamers levels are lower than the Sand Demon Toad King, they suffer up to 80% damage reflection. Amid the raging battle, each beast tamer's beast was grievously injured, with 80% of the reflected damage nearly costing their lives, let alone getting up to continue fighting. I gently caressed the celestial soul vine wrapped around my right wrist, and spiritual power surged forth. A sun and moon essence fireflies. The celestial soul vine, responding to its master's will, grew wildly in the rainy night. Its vitality was like a burning flame, intense and enduring. Even in drought, barren land, or other adversities, it could radiate unique vitality through its tenacious life force. This is the characteristic of plant-type beast tamers. In just 10 seconds, the celestial soul vine grew into a massive vine resembling an ancient towering tree. The vine spread its branches and leaves, emitting silver light particles like scattered stars. Under the Tyndall effect, the silver light mist resembled a group of fireflies clad in silver armor, dancing around the injured beast tamers and sneaking into their skin pores. Shang Guanqian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her pupils revealing shock as she watched the originally weak and severely injured ice spirit Kirin stand up again. The silver light particles covered the ice spirit Kirin completely, and its shed scales rapidly regenerated, with the wounds fully healed. Other beast tamers also began to rise, with their injuries gradually fading. It's incredible, this silver vine actually has such a powerful healing effect. Qin Yanran was amazed and felt she had gained new knowledge. The celestial soul vine's sun and moon essence could restore 60% of the total life value of injured beast tamers within its range. The ice spirit Kirin was fully healed. Other lower-level beast tamers also recovered significantly. At the same time, a holy light descended, cleansing the filth of the world and purifying the earthly gloom. The four-winged holy angel opened its eyes, shining like stars, and held its hands protectively over its heaving chest. It sang a hymn uttering unknown magical symbols from its mouth. A spherical golden aura enveloped all the beast tamers. This was the four-winged holy angel's innate power, the holy light shield. The shield faintly displayed the constellation of the Big Dipper, a symbol of stellar power. The holy light shield could purify all negative effects and immunize against the Sand Demon Toad King's toxins. A howl split the night, the infernal nether wolf's roar echoing through every corner of the city. Purple wolf claw marks appeared above the ice spirit Kirin and other beast tamers. Qin Yanran smiled knowingly and murmured, I almost forgot, the infernal nether wolf's demonic power can increase friendly units' attack and defense by 25%, greatly boosting combat will and morale. What is a fully stacked buff? The celestial soul vine's extraordinary healing. The holy light shield's purification and defense. The demonic power's morale boost. I, a 2-star beast tamer, had the lowest rank on the field, but the 3 beasts I summoned provided immense benefits to the stationed troops in Huangyan City. Shang Guanqian glanced at me again and sighed, you really are a complete anomaly, no wonder my mother values you so highly. A princess, I'm just a 2-star beast tamer. I may not be good at fighting, but I excel at support. I was clear about my role. In a battle of this scale, my role was support. Providing significant buffs to teammates was the key to achieving victory with fewer numbers. Qin Yanran, her forehead veins bulging, shouted, with Xingyu here, we don't need to worry about damage reflection. Focus all our attacks on the Sand Demon Toad King. The members of the Sky Horizon Guild, with absolute trust in me, channeled vast amounts of spiritual power, commanding their respective beasts to unleash their strongest attacks. After a round of assaults, the massive body of the Sand Demon Toad King was on the brink of collapse. One of its eyes was already blinded, and its already hideous face now bore a ghastly blood hole. At this point, it didn't even have the strength to conjure sandstorms and could only emit a powerless, furious croak. In contrast, the beast tamer's beasts had damaged holy light shields, but the silver fireflies continually mended their injuries, and the wolf claw marks on their heads remained brilliant. The combination of the celestial soul vine, four-winged holy angel, and infernal nether wolf provided ample healing, shielding, and defense for the team. Princess, the task of finishing off this toad is up to you. I stepped aside from Shangguanqian. Shangguanqian's long black hair flew with the wind, and her exquisitely beautiful face showed anger. Ice Spirit Trident. Spiritual power surged violently through the air, stimulating every nerve of the Ice Spirit Kirin, making its blood boil. With a roar that shattered the mist, the Kirin's howl struck the Sand Demon Toad King's greedy and filthy soul. The Ice Spirit Kirin let out a long, mournful cry. The rain in the sky gathered like river branches, forming a vast ocean above the clouds. The Ice Spirit power merged with the rain, crystallizing into a massive trident. Against the backdrop of lightning, the trident's sharp edges gleamed with a cold light, resembling the divine weapon in the hands of the sea god Poseidon. I looked up at the sky, the trident clearly visible. The Ice Spirit Kirin has mastered the ice form. The princess's talent is indeed extraordinary, I thought. Shangguanqian took a deep breath, her rosy face flushed with anger as she shouted loudly. Gafal! The trident descended from the sky like the blade of a guillotine, delivering a bloody yet beautiful execution. With a crisp snap, the Sand Demon Toad King was severed into pieces. Its grotesque head rolled on the ground and came to a stop right in front of me. The Sand Demon Toad King was dead. Shangguanqian was breathing heavily, a layer of fine, fragrant sweat covering her forehead. Perfect kill, Shangguanqian. Best assist, Xiao Xingyu. Both were people of the Imperial Soul and the youngest geniuses of the Imperial Soul organization, destined to become new stars in the coming era of beast tamers. The Beast King-level Sand Demon Toad King was violently slain by Shangguanqian. The corpse of the Sand Demon Toad King gradually turned into sand, like a handful of shifting sands in the desert, blowing away with the wind. Its head rolled to my feet, looking like a giant ice block. After melting, it left behind a green beast core. This was a Beast King-level beast core, worth at least 20 million on the market. I picked up the beast core and handed it to Shangguanqian. I don't need this sort of thing. You keep it. Shangguanqian only glanced at the beast core, showing no interest. Thank you, princess. I'll take it then. Shangguanqian, as the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, had no shortage of rare evolution materials. She chose to give the beast core to me. Moreover, Shangguanqian knew well that, although she had slain the Sand Demon Toad King, the real contribution during the battle was made by me. Sometimes, being a support is the true key to victory on the battlefield. And I was the strongest support king on the field. The Beast King-level beast core was just the surface reward. The celestial soul vine returned to its small snake-like form, rewrapping around my right wrist. The silver vine gently wriggled, absorbing the soul within the beast core. This was the celestial soul vine's special talent. After a beast's death, it could absorb the beast's soul. After 10 seconds, the glow of the beast core dimmed slightly. The Sand Demon Toad King's soul was completely absorbed by the celestial soul vine. Furthermore, in the recent battle, over 100 beasts had been slain by the members of the Sky Horizon Guild, and their souls were also absorbed by the Celestial Soul Vine. I gently stroked the Celestial Soul Vine, thinking to myself, Xiaoyan's ability is truly exceptional, it's like a mobile soul collector. Once I contract a necromantic beast in the future, delightful. Necromantic beasts need to consume more souls to enhance their power. The Celestial Soul Vine can absorb and store the souls of dead beasts, making it the unlimited buffet for necromantic beasts. From this perspective, the combination of the Celestial Soul Vine and necromantic beasts will also become one of my trump cards. However, at the moment, I didn't have the opportunity to contract a necromantic beast. Qin Yanran walked over to me, her eyes filled with admiration and approval. Xingyu, you've assisted the princess in defeating a Beast King-level monster. This is a great achievement. I hereby announce, in my capacity as evaluator, that your midterm exam score has been upgraded to SSS. So far, I was the first new student in Azure Dragon Academy's history to achieve an SSS rating in the midterm exams. As they say, timing, destiny, and luck, it was just my good fortune that the disaster and nightmare facing Huangyan City became the springboard for my overnight fame. Shang Guanqian remarked, "It's hard to imagine that as a 2-star beast tamer, you can be so impactful on a battlefield of this scale. Facing a Beast King level monster, even many 3-star and 4-star beast tamers would feel insignificant and unhelpful. But as a 2-star beast tamer, I had shown an irreplaceable role on the battlefield, which was beyond people's expectations. A princess, you flatter me." I appeared modest and humble, but inside I was overjoyed. The system notification chimed. Oding tilde. A special task completed. Achieve an SSS rating in this midterm exam. A task reward issued. Random SSS level beast energy crystal plus 20,000 vouchers. Rewards have been issued, please check your account. I focused my mind and opened the system account. The account balance showed that I had over 30,000 vouchers. At 30,000 vouchers, the feeling of having money is great. My back is straightened, this must be the confidence of a paying player. 30,000 vouchers were enough to buy 3 or 4 rare and valuable evolution materials from the system store. However, I didn't have any urgent need for evolution materials at the moment, so I decided to save these vouchers for future needs. Next, I opened the system warehouse and found a colorful crystal labeled as SSS level beast energy crystal. I mentally clicked on the crystal to trigger the detailed information. This beast energy crystal carries SSS level beast energy, Hell Path. A Hell's Path? One of the 6 paths. Realizing this, I suppressed my inner excitement and took a deep breath. All beings in the world undergo reincarnation through the 6 paths. The 6 paths are Heaven Path, Human Path, Azure Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Hell Path. The first 3 are the 3 good paths, while the latter 3 are the 3 evil paths. The power of these 6 paths manifests in beasts and monsters as SSS level beast energy. The crystal I held carried the power of the Hell Path. Darkfang, you're in for a treat. I patted the Hell Abyss Wolf's head with an increasingly wicked smile. The power of the Hell Path is not something just any beast can handle. Only demon-type beasts who carry demonic power can perfectly integrate it. It was clear that this SSS-level beast energy crystal was best suited for the Hell Abyss Wolf. A team leader Qin, large numbers of necromantic beasts are emerging from the underground tunnel at Guard Post 5. A report. At Guard Post 9, a mutated supernatural beast has appeared. A situation is dire, Guard Post 12 is also. Waves of beasts surged into the city through the underground tunnels, targeting various strongholds. The main forces were out with City Lord Zhou Xiong to confront the beast army, leaving the beast tamers within the city severely outnumbered and struggling in the battle against the beasts. A team leader Qin, don't we have any reinforcements? Huangyan City is too far from other cities. Reinforcements won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. When will General Lu Mingxiao arrive? To win this war, only the arrival of Air Force General Lu Mingxiao could potentially turn the situation around. Shang Guanqian attempted to use the satellite phone amidst the chaos, but the terrifying demonic energy from the beast army had already disrupted the magnetic field, causing the satellite phone to lose signal. Damn it! No signal. Shang Guanqian put down the satellite phone, her cold face becoming even more grim. Without a signal, Huangyan City was effectively cut off from all external contact, turning it into an isolated island in the desert. A princess, we must hold out until dawn to wait for Lu Mingxiao. Shang Guanqian nodded. Yes, we must hold out until dawn no matter what. In a phone call before the battle began, Shang Guanlan had clearly stated that Air Force General Lu Mingxiao would arrive in Huangyan City by dawn. At this moment, there were still 5 hours until dawn. These 5 hours would determine the life and death of the entire city's populace. If the city fell, the people would perish. Only by holding the city gates could we hope to see the light of dawn. A berserk bear launched a sneak attack from behind Shang Guanqian, its heavy and sharp paws tearing through the storm and lightning. Shang Guanqian rolled sideways, avoiding the bear's claws, but her hairpin was shattered by the bear's claws. Her long hair spread out like a starry river. With anger and murderous intent in her eyes, Shang Guanqian tore a strip of cloth from her sleeve, using it as a hair tie to create a high ponytail, resembling a female general. All troops obey orders and defend the city to the death. The princess's voice was like a war drum song,
raising the morale of the troops. The defense within the city became increasingly fierce, with every beast tamer following Shangguanqian, fighting with all their might. However, the battlefield outside the city presented a different scene. At this moment, I was providing strong support to the beast tamers inside the city using my own advantages. But there were still 5 hours until the arrival of the 9-star beast tamer. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiong on the main battlefield was facing a severe crisis. A giant over 100 meters tall appeared before Zhou Xiong. It had no muscles or skin, just a skeleton frame. The skeleton also lacked internal organs, and its hollow eye sockets burned with green flames. This was a beast emperor-level monster combining giant and undead attributes, the Bone Armor Giant. The Bone Armor Giant raised its long arms, its bones shifting shape to form a gigantic bone hammer that covered the sky. The wind roared as the massive bone hammer came crashing down. The War Rhinoceros Emperor rose from the ground, its sharp horn meeting the giant bone hammer. Both were beast emperor level, and it was only a single round of combat. The Bone Armor Giant staggered back 3 steps, its feet sinking into the mud and sand, and the massive bone hammer it had transformed into shattered instantly. The War Rhinoceros Emperor panted heavily, with burn marks from the undead flames still searing its thick skin. Zhou Xiong knelt on one knee, his breath disordered. "City Lord, the beast army is coming in full force, and we've lost many of our brothers. I propose a strategic retreat, falling back 1 kilometer. No. Absolutely not. Zhou Xiong's hoarse and weak voice carried determination and decisiveness. He stood up and glanced back. The ancient city gate of Huangyan City looked even more dilapidated and forlorn under the heavy rain. If we retreat another kilometer, the war will spill over to the civilians inside the city. Zhou Xiong's bottom line was the city's people. He had upheld this line for 30 years without ever crossing it. City Lord, even if we hold out, it will only be a matter of time before the entire army is annihilated.
Yes, City Lord, let's fall back a step. A report. 3rd Squad, all members have been killed. The 3rd Squad was one of the elite forces stationed in Huangyan City. Zhou Xiong's face grew grimmer. In the harsh environment, fighting a war with a smaller force against a larger enemy was filled with despair. A flash of lightning illuminated the previously pitch-black battlefield. Zhou Xiong looked carefully and saw that within 100 meters around him, the number of fallen comrades was far greater than he had imagined or anticipated. Retreat and the civilians in the city will suffer. Don't retreat and the entire army will be wiped out. Whether to retreat or not was a deadlock. The battlefield was filled with the aura of the beast army, which brought despair to the people. When the beast tamers' morale wavered, so did the combat desire of their beasts. Zhou Xiong looked at the War Rhinoceros Emperor, who had accompanied him for many years, his expression becoming absent-minded. At this moment, in the eyes of the War Rhinoceros Emperor, Zhou Xiong saw the panic and anxiety he hadn't seen in years. This battle, it's simply impossible to win. Zhou Xiong clenched his fists and struck them into the muddy pit. Human morale comes from confidence. When around 5,000 beast tamers face an army of 20,000 beasts, how can there be confidence? In the midst of defeat, a transcendent voice rang out. In my capacity as the Dragon Kingdom's princess, I command all troops. Before dawn, not a single beast footstep shall tread upon the city gate. Everyone on the battlefield looked up at the city gate. On the city wall stood a beautiful woman, the Dragon Kingdom's Princess Shangguanqian. The rain soaked her elegant hair, making her already stunning face even more vivid. Beside Shangguanqian was a young man. I looked into the distance, a sea of corpses and blood. This was my first time on such a brutal battlefield, and there was no trace of fear or dread on my face, only a sickly excitement. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a second, then roared to the sky, "The princess is here in the battlefield, attack." With the princess here, we can't surrender. To the death, we won't retreat. I'll risk my life to defend the city gate. Shangguanqian's special status as the only daughter of Empress Shangguanlan, the noble princess of the Dragon Kingdom, provided the greatest encouragement to the soldiers when she personally arrived on the battlefield. The beast tamer troops regrouped and held their defensive lines. You are just a 2-star beast tamer. Do you dare to step onto a battlefield of this level? Princess, I swear to stay by your side until death. I raised my right hand and made a special gesture, bowing in respect. Shangguanqian was deeply moved, as the gesture I made was a ceremonial action unique to the Empire Soul Organization. In the next moment, Shangguanqian mounted the Ice Soul Kirin and leapt from the city wall, like a shimmering meteor cutting through the silence of the rainy night. I followed closely behind, riding the hellish phantom wolf as I jumped down from the city wall. Both of us, commanding our respective beasts, charged into the blood-soaked battlefield. The Kirin roared, shaking the entire army, while the wolf howled, leaving no path untraveled. A kill! Shangguanqian led the charge, directing the troops to confront the fiercely advancing beast army. In the chaos of the battle, I brushed past Zhou Xiong. Hey Xiao, why are you here? Why, brother Zhou, do you look down on me as a two-star beast tamer? Zhou Xiong forced a bitter smile and asked anxiously, you and the princess came to support. What about the situation inside the city? I grinned with satisfaction. The problem inside the city has already been completely resolved. Completely resolved? Zhou Xiong looked puzzled. 20 minutes ago. Inside the city. Team leader Qin, the number of beasts pouring into the city through the tunnels is increasing. Yan, I have a plan to resolve the issue inside the city by tackling the root cause. The root cause is the tunnels. You mean if we block the tunnels, we can stop the beast invasion? Shangguanqian, who had just killed a mutated supernatural beast, had a few drops of blood on her cheek. Hearing my analysis, she couldn't help but come closer. Hey, you, it sounds easy when you say it. Do you think blocking the tunnels is a simple task? Coincidentally, for me, it's actually simpler than eating. I had just come up with a brilliant idea and wanted to show off a bit in front of the princess. The princess, I need a few medicinal herbs. Name them. Imperial tomb grass, bamboo spirit mushroom, yin god flower, fire sun jade bone ginseng. I rattled off the names like a menu. Shangguanqian frowned when she heard this. You really are asking for a lot. These herbs aren't cheap. It's urgent. I need these herbs right away. Shangguanqian instructed, get someone to gather all these herbs as quickly as possible according to the list. Yes, princess. With Zhou Xiong out fighting the enemy, the most authoritative person inside the city was Princess Shangguanqian. With her command, the staff worked with full efficiency, and within 5 minutes, the herbs were gathered. Princess, we've gathered all the herbs on the list. Especially this fire sun jade bone ginseng, which was originally a personal collection of our city lord. Shangguanqian glanced at me. I smiled and joked, as long as I can resolve the tunnel issue, Brother Zhou won't blame me for using his personal collection for refining, right? Given the urgency of the situation inside the city, Shangguanqian hurriedly urged, stop talking. Whatever tricks you have, use them quickly. I opened my spatial ring and took out a black alchemy furnace. As a specially appointed pharmacist of the Sky Vault Guild, I also had my own alchemy furnace. This black alchemy furnace looked small and exquisite, but its texture was very ancient. It felt slightly cool to the touch. Darkfang, come hier. Avu tilde. The hellish phantom wolf spewed hellfire to preheat the furnace. I placed various herbs inside the furnace and added my special silver potion as the final ingredient. Watching the mysterious potion bubbling inside the furnace, Shangguanqian furrowed her brows into a deep frown. Ugh, it smells terrible. What exactly is this supposed to do? Is it reliable? Boil it down over high heat and the job will be done. The hellish phantom wolf closed its mouth, extinguishing the flames. Inside the furnace remained a pearlescent substance that, as it cooled, solidified into something resembling soap from a supermarket. What is this soap? Princess, this is a special medicinal fumigation paste I developed. As for its effects, you'll see shortly. Xingyu, we're about to hold on no longer. Qin Yanyan, accompanied by several members of the Sky Vault Guild, was defending the No. 2 guard post. Beasts pouring from the tunnels were endless, and there seemed to be no end to them. I pulled a small knife from my sleeve and cut off a small piece of the fumigation paste. Yanyan, throw this into the tunnel. Okay. Qin Yanyan took the small piece of paste from me and accurately threw it into the entrance of the No. 2 guard posts tunnel. I called out, you all, take a small piece of the fumigation paste and throw it into the tunnels of each major guard post. With the princess beside me, my words were as good as her orders. No one dared to question or disobey. In no time, all 13 guard post tunnels in the city had been filled with the fumigation paste I developed. 10 minutes later, an inexplicable scene unfolded. No new beasts emerged from the tunnels. Where are the beasts? Just a moment ago, beasts were pouring out of the tunnels. How come now there's not a single trace of them? Is the fumigation paste you developed poisonous? Could it be that it has poisoned all the beasts? Everyone gathered around me, their faces full of curiosity. Shangguanqian rolled her eyes and punched my shoulder. Stop pretending. Explain what's going on. I smiled slightly. These tunnels connecting inside and outside the city were dug by the demon-obsessed Nightshade using a large number of shaman vines. The layout of the tunnels is as complex as a labyrinth. The beast army must follow the shaman vines' guidance to find the exits and invade the various guard posts inside the city. The special scent emitted by my fumigation paste can confuse the shaman vine's sensory perception, causing them to lose their sense of direction and fall into mental disarray. Qin Yanyan's eyes lit up with understanding and she clapped her hands. I see. The shaman vines losing their sense of direction and being unable to properly guide the beast army is why the situation underground. At this moment, in the labyrinthine tunnels below, the shaman vines, being mentally disoriented and unable to direct properly, led to a traffic jam. A large number of beasts were congested in the narrow tunnels, unable to advance or retreat, much like a group of stranded tourists. Highway traffic jams during holidays can last several hours or even an entire day. Not to mention these irritable beasts, they are even more violent than road rage drivers. The underground was filled with the roars of the beasts and the sounds of them tearing each other apart. Shangguanqian looked at the young man beside her again. Xiao Xingyu, you really are something. A princess, you're overpraising me. I'm just an ordinary 2-star beast master. Shongwan Qian bit her lip. You really are good at showing off. Young and brash, what's wrong with showing off a bit? Alricht, you make a good point. My fumigation paste had completely resolved the crisis inside the city. The beasts congested in the tunnels would be blocked until dawn, unable to enter the city in the short term. A report. The situation outside the city is dire. The city lord is holding on but is about to collapse. Shangguanqian made a swift decision. Everyone follow me. We'll go out of the city to fight and support the front lines. In the desert outside the city, the soldiers, inspired by the princess's presence, fought bravely and began to turn the tide, holding the last line of defense. Zhou Xiong patted my shoulder, his gaze filled with approval and relief. Xiao Laodi, you really are something as a special pharmacist. You solved the crisis inside the city so easily. Brother Zhou, it's not the time for accolades. We need to hold the city and survive first, then we can ask Her Majesty for rewards. You're right. Let's survive together and hold Yellow Smoke City. With the crisis inside the city resolved, the entire army focused on fighting the beasts. Under the leadership of Princess Shangguanqian and City Lord Zhou Xiong, more and more beasts fell in the blood-soaked battlefield. I wasn't idle either. I released the celestial soul vine to continuously absorb the souls of the dead beasts. Xiaoyin, there's a beast corpse here. Absorb it. Here's another one. Absorb it. Oh wow, struck gold. There's a group of beast corpses here, and their souls are still intact. Absorb them. I was ecstatic. In less than a cup of tea's time, the celestial soul vine absorbed the souls of over 100 dead beasts. Among them were even the souls of a beast king and 3 mutated extraordinary beasts. This trip was worth it. We've made a huge profit. The souls absorbed by the celestial soul vine were stored deep within the vine. When I contract a necromantic beast, the celestial soul vine can release these beast souls to provide growth nourishment for the necromantic beast. As I continued to absorb the souls of the beasts with the celestial soul vine, a dark shadow quietly appeared behind me. Picked up another opportunity. In the cruel and merciless battlefield, where corpses lay scattered and blood flowed, the air was filled with a stench of decay and endless despair. I was an anomaly on the battlefield, and right now, I was excited because every fallen beast was having its soul absorbed by the celestial soul vine. Xiaoyin, there are beast corpses over there.
Let's go.
Awoo. The hellish phantom wolf's growl was a danger signal. At the same time, Qin Yanyan shouted, Xingyu, be careful behind you. Sensing the imminent danger, I felt the hairs on my body stand on end. I immediately dropped to the ground and rolled towards a nearby slope. The place where I had been standing moments ago was now impaled by a sharp sickle. I rolled clumsily down the slope and ended up in a muddy pit at the bottom. The torrential rain washed the blood-red night. I crawled out of the pit, my shoulder showing a long, narrow wound, the flesh a mess. The rain hitting the wound intensified the pain, making me more alert. Holy light flickered as the four-winged holy angel flew to my side, using holy light to purify the toxins from the wound while providing me with a thick holy light shield. The hellish phantom wolf rushed over, using its massive body to shield me, its gaze filled with protective intent. I looked up and saw a strange beast appear at the top of the slope. This beast was bizarre, resembling a gigantic lizard mixed with a fierce crocodile. Its body was covered with sharp, needle-like bristles that made it look eerie. It had a pair of cruel eyes, constantly glowing with a blood-red light. I swallowed and wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. A mutated extraordinary beast, demon-scythe lizard croc. The demon-scythe lizard croc moved on all fours, approaching me. Rumble. In the lightning's illumination, the scales of the demon-scythe lizard croc appeared deep blue, emitting a ghostly glow, and its ferocious eyes carried a bloodthirsty hunger. "Billy Kai, cover me. I'm going to rescue Xingyu." A team leader Qin, we're surrounded by a group of beasts. "We need to break through first." Damn it! The situation on the battlefield was already changing rapidly. With the enemy vastly outnumbering us, the morale of the human forces weakened significantly. Qin Yanyan and the members of the Sky Guild were surrounded by a group of necromantic beasts, unable to protect themselves, let alone come to my aid. I was the only two-star beast master in the entire human camp. To the enemy, other people were tough nuts to crack, but I was the free, tender meat. The demon-scythe lizard croc locked onto me as I was isolated, and its crawling speed increased. Odakfang Infernal Rohr. Awu! The hellish phantom wolf opened its mouth and spewed hellfire continuously. Despite its seemingly cumbersome size, the demon-scythe lizard croc was highly agile. It twisted its body lightly, skillfully dodging every blast of hellfire that came its way. Before I knew it, the demon-scythe lizard croc was only 5 meters away from me. "Xingyu, quickly dodge!" Qin Yanyan was entangled with a blaze saber-toothed tiger and couldn't come to my aid. She could only watch my situation with peripheral vision and shout a powerless reminder. The demon-scythe lizard croc bared its foul-smelling mouth, laughing maniacally. This kind of smile was unique to beasts. The day they descended to Earth, they saw themselves as masters and regarded humans as mere prey at the bottom of the food chain. The demon-scythe lizard croc swung its tail. The enormous black scythe spun through the air, its sharp blade creating a soul-shaking sound as it cut through the air. Whoosh! The scythe missed its mark and landed in the mud, its cold light slowly fading. Qin Yanyan looked up at the sky. At the critical moment, the four-winged holy angel grabbed my hand and soared into the air, avoiding the scythe. The demon-scythe lizard croc showed a grin of dissatisfaction, roaring loudly and wildly swinging its tail. One black scythe after another shot into the sky, the cold light flashing incessantly. The four-winged holy angel struggled to dodge, and one of its light wings was sliced by a scythe, golden blood splattering everywhere. The demon-scythe lizard croc is an extraordinary level mutated beast. It would take at least a 5-star beast master to handle it. Xingyu is simply no match for it. Qin Yanyan's urgency was in vain. Her situation wasn't looking good either, with more and more beasts gathering around her. With its wing injured, the four-winged holy angel was forced to land back on the ground. Uft. Afraya, are you allricht? The four-winged holy angel spat out a mouthful of golden blood, but it still maintained a facade of calm, with no trace of fear or retreat on its stunning face. Although it wielded the power of the stars, the four-winged holy angel was only at the mature stage, Tier 3, not even reaching the complete stage. Given the vast difference in levels, it was difficult for me to defeat the demon-scythe lizard croc with divine maneuvers alone. "A master, do you need our help?" Medusa's voice echoed in my mind. The nine-tailed dragon fox added, "With your current rank, it's impossible to defeat a mutated extraordinary beast alone. You two are the trump cards among my hidden abilities and should not be used lightly. Moreover, right now, I am a student of Azure Dragon Academy, not a black-robed man from the naval headquarters." Although the battlefield was chaotic, people had eyes. If the catastrophe demon python Medusa and the nine-tailed dragon fox Ilu appeared, my identity as a black-robed man would be exposed. "Trust me, I can take it down alone." I smiled in my eyes. Facing a formidable enemy, every cell in me was thrilled, and my mouth curved into a fervent smile. Medusa and Ilu were in my consciousness, experiencing the battlefield filled with death from my perspective. "A fox, with these beasts, how long would it take you to deal with them if you stepped in?" "A one strike is enough." "Then I only need half a strike." "A little snake, don't forget, I now possess a dragon bone and have pure dragon blood. You're no match for me." Medusa snorted softly. The dragon bone was given to you by the master. Your breakthrough to the beast god form and reaching my level were also thanks to the master's help. You. Ailu hesitated, realizing that Medusa was right. Her transformation from a fox to a dragon fox was indeed my doing. Alright, let's stop arguing and see how the master deals with this demon-side lizard croc. At the huge level difference, it's hard to win. I opened the system warehouse and extracted a beast energy crystal. A dark fang eat it. Awoo. The hellish phantom wolf swallowed the beast energy crystal. Sizzles. Black-red lightning appeared on the hellish phantom wolf's body. The lightning stretched out like a serpent, spreading along the ground and savagely tearing apart everything around it. In the night sky, thunder exploded, and a ball of black-red lightning suddenly fell, striking the hellish phantom wolf. Awoo! The hellish phantom wolf howled to the sky, and black forbidden runes emerged on its fur. From the ground around, skeletal hands soaked in hellish magma burst forth. Ailu, black-red lightning? Forbidden rune tattoos? This special power. Medusa, ESSS level beast energy, hell path power. In my consciousness, both the fox and the snake displayed shock. In the human understanding, lightning comes from the sky. But have you ever seen lightning emerging from the cracks in the ground? Centered on the hellish phantom wolf, the ground within 100 meters tore apart. Black-red lightning streaked across the surface like giant dragons emerging from the fissures, moving wildly and fleetingly like the dance of sprites, full of power. A black-red lightning bolt traced a dragon-like path and suddenly climbed up the body of the demon-scythe lizard croc. Intense pain mixed with a paralyzing sensation pierced every nerve, causing the demon-scythe lizard croc to emit a wailing cry and convulse uncontrollably. In an instant, the demon-scythe lizard croc was enveloped by hundreds of black-red lightning bolts, its impenetrable scales cracking and blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In the deep rain of the night, my smile grew increasingly ghastly, and the mockery in my eyes seemed less like that of a normal human and more like the eternal Night Lord from hell. A Hellfire Lotus! Sensing the master's change in mood, the hellish phantom wolf slowly opened its eyes. After acquiring the Hell Path power, its eyes glowed like two fiery meteors, radiating a light that seemed capable of destroying everything. Roar! The hellish phantom wolf opened its mouth wide and spewed out a fire lotus. The lotus's core continuously absorbed the black-red lightning from the depths of the fissures. I directed my spiritual power and issued commands. The hellish phantom wolf's pupils trembled, and it roared in anger. The hellfire lotus fell from the sky and heavily struck the demon-scythe lizard croc's forehead. Flames surged and lightning danced wildly. The explosion's roar nearly shattered the eardrums of everyone nearby, and the entire world seemed to be on mute. A starry sky brother. Qin Yanyan watched everything with her peripheral vision. Even though she was well aware of my extraordinary talent, she couldn't imagine that a two-star beast master could actually suppress a mutated extraordinary beast. The ground was hollowed out, and in the pit lay the charred demon-scythe lizard croc. Every muscle of the demon-scythe lizard croc twitched, illustrating the terror of the Hell Path power. Hell Path power, SSS level beast energy, manifested as black-red lightning, causing full-body paralysis to the enemy. Each electrical attack weakens the enemy's attack power by 40% to 70%. Dark Fang, well done. You've made a breakthrough. I was overjoyed and gently patted the hellish phantom wolf's head. After perfectly absorbing the beast energy crystal, the hellish phantom wolf not only gained the Hell Path power but also successfully broke through to the complete stage, Tier 1. Though it was still a tier below the extraordinary stage in terms of level, the Hell Path power gave the hellish phantom wolf the strength to still fight against the demon-scythe lizard croc. With the pain lessening, the demon-scythe lizard croc regained its senses and let out a roar that shattered the sand and stone, swinging its tail once more. A sharp black scythe sliced through the rain, aiming straight for my neck. The demon-scythe lizard croc was enraged, wanting only to sever the head of this human to vent its fury. Clang! The sound of metal scraping was sharp and piercing. The hellish phantom wolf raised its claws and forcefully swatted the incoming black scythe away. This scene caused the demon-scythe lizard croc to show a look of astonishment. It couldn't understand how a beast master of a lower rank could so easily block its swift strike. The hellish phantom wolf stood in front of me, its claws covered with black-red lightning, and the black runes on its body flowed like moving streams, mysterious and profound. This was the power of the Hell Path, capable of reducing the enemy's attack power by 40% to 70%. Adding to that, the Hellish Phantom Wolf's high defense made the disparity even more pronounced, nearly nullifying the demon-scythe lizard croc's so-called advantage of level. Whoosh! Holy light illuminated the sky, and the angel's wings tore through the void. A beam of light shot out from the depths of darkness and instantly struck the demon-scythe lizard croc's skull. Bang! The massive body of the demon-scythe lizard croc arced through the air like a rainbow, crashing heavily into the mire and rolling uncontrollably for 8 turns before coming to a halt. Beside me, the four-winged holy angel maintained its stance, having just delivered a beautiful kick, one of its signature moves, the flash of light. The demon-scythe lizard croc struggled to rise from the mire, its skull cracked, which only made it more enraged, emitting wails of anger and frustration. I didn't rely on just one beast. With the hellish phantom wolf on the left and the four-winged holy angel on the right, and the sky soul vine wrapping around my shoulder to heal my gory wounds, I had plenty of support. The electric-eared rabbit perched on my head, making a cute yet fierce face at the demon-scythe lizard croc. Unable to endure further, the demon-scythe lizard croc's strong sense of pride as a beast was wounded. It refused to be defeated by a beast master of a lower rank. Hey everyone, this demon-scythe lizard croc is about to unleash its ultimate move. I've taken good care of you all, so it's time to showcase your talents. All 4 of my beasts sensed my will and gathered their strength, their combat spirit surging and their morale high. The demon-scythe lizard croc, in its fury, summoned a vast wave of black demonic energy around it. Its body began to swell and its bones expanded. 5 seconds later, the demon-scythe lizard croc's size had grown tenfold, appearing larger than a sand dune. The demon-scythe lizard croc swung its massive tail again, sending a giant scythe through the air, as if to sweep the entire battlefield. Facing the demon-scythe lizard croc's full-force attack, I remained unfazed, skillfully manipulating my spiritual energy while murmuring, "A 5 Lotus Supreme." The hellish phantom wolf raised its head and unleashed 5 hellfire lotuses in succession. The electric-eared rabbit fell into a weakened state and fell asleep on my head. This seemingly insignificant little rabbit had refreshed the hellish phantom wolf's ultimate move 5 times in just 1 second. The four-winged holy angel infused the 5 fire lotuses with the power of the stars. The sky soul vine emerged from the ground, wrapping around the demon-scythe lizard croc's limbs and pinning it in the center of the mire, rendering it immobile. "Li Kai, Captain Qin, look over there." "Qin Yan Yan, what is that?" The chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. All beastmasters, and even all the magical beasts, were drawn to the scene atop the sand dune. 5 massive black fire lotuses descended from the sky. These 5 fire lotuses were connected by golden light, symbolizing the power of the stars. Boom tilde. The 5 fire lotuses simultaneously struck the demon-scythe lizard croc, crushing it to pieces. The giant scythe turned to powder, followed by a series of explosions. The explosions reverberated for miles, creating a celestial pit with a diameter of over 100 meters on the battlefield. The air was filled with firefly-like particles of light, and the mire burned with hellfire that rainwater couldn't extinguish. At the bottom of the celestial pit, the demon-scythe lizard croc's corpse was reduced to charcoal, still entwined with black-red lightning. These lightning bolts, like demons from hell, devoured the corpse of the demon-scythe lizard croc before dragging it underground. On the ground, only a sparkling purple magical beast core remained. Single-handedly? Am I seeing things? Xingyu actually took down a mutated extraordinary class magical beast by himself. Incredible, this boy is nothing short of inhuman. All eyes were on me. On my chest hung 2-star badges, solid proof of my status as a 2-star beast master. Shangguanqian stood at the base of the sand dune, staring at my back. This guy is not just a prodigy, he's a devil more dangerous than any magical beast. 5 Lotus Supreme, a single move to seal the gods. The term is single-handedly might seem cold, but its impact on the battlefield can greatly boost the morale of the human side. What does it mean to take down a mutated extraordinary class magical beast? Qin Yan Yan, an experienced 5-star beast master, could indeed take down the demon-scythe lizard croc. But who am I? I'm from the Azure Dragon Academy, a first-year student currently at the 2-star beast master rank. Why am I on this battlefield? In a war of this scale, beast masters with at least a 3-star rank are eligible to participate. I came here for a midterm exam, ended up with an SSS rating, then stumbled into the battlefield and somehow managed to take down the demon-scythe lizard croc. After the initial shock, Zhou Xiong shouted, "The soldiers, if a 2-star beast master can take down a demon-scythe lizard croc, you must show your fighting spirit and not let the younger generation look down on us." The rise of the human race is not a process but an instant. The moment I single-handedly defeated the demon scythe lizard croc ignited the ambitions of the entire army, giving everyone goosebumps.
Yes, we can't let the young ones outshine us.
Although our talent may not match this monster, we must make our final stand. I, Chun Tianming, will not embarrass myself in front of the younger generation.
A fight.
The next round of fierce combat began, with the rain growing increasingly violent, turning the battlefield into a river of blood. Even as the corpses of comrades floated by beneath their feet, no beast master was willing to retreat. After absorbing the soul of the demon scythe lizard croc, the sky soul vine, I collected the magical beast core and stored it in my space ring. Heavy footsteps approached. Dozens of skeletal undead rose from the ground, wielding long swords and giant axes, charging toward me. Taking down the demon scythe lizard croc earlier was mainly due to surprise. Luck played a significant role. If I continue to engage in solo combat, these high-level magical beasts, now on high alert, will surround and hunt me. I kept a calm mind, not letting the fact that I had defeated the demon scythe lizard croc go to my head. On this battlefield, my most suitable role is to assist. I leaped onto the back of the hellish phantom wolf. Dark Fang, let's not stay in combat, head to an area with more allies. Awoo! The hellish phantom wolf bolted away, covering hundreds of meters in a single bound. In just 3 seconds, the location where I had been was now swarming with hundreds of skeletal undead. If I had chosen to stay and fight, I would have been surrounded by the enemy by now. On the battlefield, innate talent is the first layer of defense, while tactical intelligence is the life-saving vest. My mind remained clear, undistracted by the roars of the magical beasts as I rode the hellish phantom wolf at full speed.
Yanrenzie, I'm here to assist you.
Xingyu, you came at just the right time. My beast is poisoned. Qin Yanyan's beast, the three-tailed thunder fox, had been bitten by a rusty gold armor beast. The rusty gold armor beast's fangs secrete a potent toxin. Once the beast's skin is pierced, it becomes poisoned and rust-like lesions appear. The three-tailed thunder fox's fur had lost its luster, with rust stains covering its shoulders and back, and its eyes had become much cloudier.
I shouted at Freya.
The four-winged holy angel released its holy light power, purifying the three-tailed thunder fox's wounds, removing the toxin and rust, and restoring its skin. Next, I threw out the sky soul vine, its silver light particles covering the three-tailed thunder fox's body, rapidly restoring its health. In no time, the once injured and exhausted three-tailed thunder fox was back to full health.
Xingyu, it's great to have you around.
Qin Yanyan was overjoyed. This war would have been impossible without me. Beast masters around us saw this and also signaled for help.
Third Squad, Lindsay, requesting assistance.
A Vanguard Squad, Ludahai, requesting assistance. My beast is critically injured and unconscious, requesting assistance. In the vast battlefield, every corner echoed with the same call for help. In a situation where enemies outnumbered us, support was the true game-changer. Riding the hellish phantom wolf, I traversed the battlefield, desperately assisting each teammate. The four-winged holy angel's holy light shield purified the toxins from the beasts. The hellish phantom wolf's hell path power reduced enemy attack power by 40% to 70%. The electric ear rabbit, rested and ready, continued to refresh other beasts' ultimate skills. With these skills, even critically injured beasts could turn the tide against fully healthy magical beasts. These three beasts held the line, providing high shields, purification, and ultimate skill refreshes, effectively doubling the army's combat power. Of course, the true support deity was the sky soul vine wrapped around my right wrist. Boom! A deafening explosion, blood splattered everywhere. The Beast King-class Fire Spirit Lion King shot a massive fireball into the center of the battlefield. Hundreds of Beast Masters' beasts were caught in the explosion, sent flying, their health in critical condition.
A little silver.
The Sky Soul Vine detached from my wrist, extending into a giant silver vine, releasing a shower of silver starlight. This was the Sky Soul Vine's signature technique, Sun and Moon Essence, Fireflies. When the silver light particles enveloped the injured beasts, their wounds healed rapidly, and their health increased by 60%. Our support is truly amazing. As Xiao Xingyu, if you weren't here, my beast would have died in that explosion.
Having a small gem at home is like having a treasure.
Damn it, more incoming. Just as everyone caught a brief respite, the Fire Spirit Lion King shot another giant fireball towards the crowd. At that moment, everyone felt as if their ancestors were waving at them. A chirp chirp, refresh little silver's ultimate skill. I gave the command calmly. The electric ear rabbit's ears emitted a current that pierced into the sky soul vine. Boom! An explosion sounded, flames surged, and in the heavy rain, a pitch-black mushroom cloud formed. The fire spirit Lion King grinned, showing a smug smile. However, as the smoke cleared, its smile gradually faded. In the center of the battlefield, the sky soul vine stood tall, emitting a vast amount of silver light particles, wildly healing our allies. The fire spirit Lion King hit me with 2 explosions and I'm still alive? Oh, what's up with this vine? The healing effect is so powerful. It's practically a mobile blood spring. Although the sky soul vine was a plant-based beast, it had some sense of awareness. Having received so much praise for the first time, it felt a bit shy, immediately reverting to its small snake form and wriggling into my pants. A little silver, don't be shy, stop it, everyone's watching, it tickles, it's so itchy. In a bizarre scene, I was the first beast master to tear at my own pants on the battlefield. The battle continued and a voice called out. Requesting assistance. A princess, wait for me. Even Princess Xiangguanqian from the Dragon Kingdom needed my help. On this battlefield of formidable opponents, a mere 2-star beast master was kept incredibly busy. Little did I know that this scene was being observed by the enemy's reconnaissance personnel, who reported my detailed situation to the beast god Erdis. My presence was preventing the magical beast army from capturing the gate of Yellow Smoke City for hours. Erdis was furious, his arms flailing as sand dunes floated into the air. The mere 2-star beast master, a new student from a beast master academy, has delayed my army of 20,000 for a whole 4 hours in capturing the city gate. Rommel dared not speak. Her beast king-class beast was like an ant in front of Erdis. If Erdis truly wanted to vent his frustration, her end would only be death. As Father of the Heavens, I'll lead the reinforcements and speed up the siege, ensuring the capture of Yellow Smoke City in half an hour. No, ensure it within 10 minutes. Rommel's words were cut off by Erdis's ruthless rebuttal. No need, I've lost patience. Erdis picked up a rusty axe from the dunes, his eyes blazing with intensity. On the battlefield, the heavy rain began to subside. Zhou Xiong shouted, brothers, hang in there a bit longer, dawn is almost here. Yes, once the sun rises, the Air Force General will arrive. Everyone, don't give up. Xiao Xingyu, my beast is severely injured, requesting support. Xiao Xingyu, my beast is poisoned. I was the only support deity on the field, constantly playing the role of a battlefield medic. At this moment, I was by Princess Xiangguanqian's side, helping to heal the Ice Soul Kirin. The Sky Soul Vine wrapped around the Ice Soul Kirin, gradually healing the deep wounds until all scars disappeared. Princess Xiangguanqian looked at me, drenched in sweat and pale, and said seriously, in this battle, we owe it all to you. As a princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiangguanqian had been surrounded by the elite since childhood. She rarely acknowledged others, but my performance on the battlefield had earned her genuine respect. Your Highness, the Ice Soul Kirin's injuries have been healed. Before General Lu Mingxiao arrives, please be careful and avoid going too deep into the enemy camp. Thank you for the reminder. Princess Xiangguanqian looked at me again, her gaze focusing on my neck. The clothes, pants, and shoes I wore were all from ordinary brands, totaling no more than 300. The only exception was the scarf around my neck, which was an expensive luxury brand and a women's style. That scarf of yours is quite pricey. I instinctively touched the scarf, giving a simple smile. It was a gift from a good friend. A girlfriend, then? I was taken aback, and the image of Murong Xinxin's pretty face flashed in my mind. Not really a girlfriend yet. Murong Xinxin and I haven't crossed that line yet, but we've planned to go on a date and watch a movie after the midterm exams. Princess Xiangguanqian didn't seem to care much about the distinction between friend and a girlfriend and instead asked curiously. Is she very pretty? Yes, very pretty, and also very cute. In this world, no one who knows Murong Xinxin would describe her as a cute. I was the only exception. Perhaps it was because Murong Xinxin only shows her cute and endearing side when she's around me. Princess, there are still people who need my assistance over there. Please stay safe and call me if you need anything. As I hurriedly moved towards another battlefield to provide support, Princess Xiangguanqian's gaze was hazy. How remarkable is this demon-like youth? After all, he is still human and cannot escape the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Princess Xiangguanqian's expression was quite different from her usual demeanor, showing a touch of the mature and serious side of Empress Xiangguanlan. Brothers, hold on, fight. Zhou Xiong, riding his War Rhino King, charged into the fray. After killing a blood-bone three-headed leopard, Zhou Xiong looked up at the sky. The rain had lightened, the sky was starting to brighten, and a hint of dawn peeked through the clouds.
It's almost dawn, General Lu should be arriving soon.
Zhou Xiong's rugged face showed a long-lost smile, but the next moment, the smile vanished into the cold ground. The rain, which had nearly ceased, came pouring down again, covering the land with a deluge. Every drop of rain was as red as blood, seeming to express dissatisfaction with the human world. A thick layer of dust and sand covered the sky, making it hard to breathe.
It's changing again.
A dangerous aura.
A lord, this is the aura of a beast god-class magical beast.
Zhou Xiong, with years of battlefield experience and keen senses, shouted, "Everyone fall back." The warning came too late.
Boom!
A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, with the force to crush and annihilate, striking the center of the battlefield in an instant. More than 300 beast masters didn't have time to dodge and were struck by the dragon-like purple lightning, instantly turning into a pile of charred sand. Zhou Xiong reacted quickly, but was still thrown by the lightning's residual force, crashing heavily into a mud puddle.
A father of the heavens. It's a beast god-class magical beast, the father of the heavens Erdus. Oh no, General Lu hasn't arrived yet.
Human fear is innate. Even the strongest and most resilient humans cannot help but feel intimidated when facing a god. At this moment, the beast masters of Huangyan City wore expressions of deep, bone-chilling fear. Every pale face bore the mark of terror that had penetrated to their very core. The purple lightning crackled and faded, revealing a massive, imposing figure emerging from the shadows. It maintained the form of a beast-headed human, with a head that resembled a fusion of various creatures and eyes glowing with a mesmerizing purple light. On either side of its head were spiraled bull horns, with purple electric snakes coiling around them, hissing and writhing in the wind. The Father of the Heavens, Erdus, was the name of this beast, recorded on page 78 of the Beast God Compendium. In the beast faction, there are over 100 beasts at the beast god level. Only the top 100 in strength are recorded in this book. I clearly remember that Erdus was ranked 78th among the hundreds of beast god level beasts, which is why he was included on page 78. Erdus lifted his head, adjusting the arc of his tie with his left hand, his red suit contrasting starkly with the blood on the ground.
Lord Zhou, we meet again.
Erdus took giant strides, shaking the entire desert with each step, until he stood before Zhou Xiong. The War Rhino King activated its protective mode and charged wildly.
Boom!
Zhou Xiong's eyes welled up with tears. Erdus snapped his fingers, summoning a terrifying force that sent the War Rhino King, weighing over 500 tons, flying through the air. The airborne War Rhino King fell into a daze, its body like a cannonball, crashing into the gates of Huangyan City with a resounding bang.
The gates shattered and thick smoke billowed.
In that moment, the entire army fell into a deathly silence. Despite their utmost efforts, risking their lives, and defending the gates through the night, they had finally been breached. The War Rhino King's body was buried under the debris of the gates, its fate uncertain. Zhou Xiong, overwhelmed with anger, spat a mouthful of blood, splattering Erdus' face. Erdus extended his dark tongue, licking the blood from his lips, his expression dark and grim. An old man's blood, truly awful. This was the absolute crushing power of a level difference, a dimensional strike that attacked the very soul of humanity. Zhou Xiong, the city lord of Huangyan City, a seasoned 8-star beast master. At this level, a beast master like Zhou Xiong was as fragile as a paper toy in front of Erdus. On the other side of the battlefield, Qin Yanran, drenched in sweat after fighting all night, was nearly exhausted of her spiritual energy. A brother Xingyu, Erdus is a beast god-level beast. With General Lu not here, the city might not hold out. Qin Yanran swallowed, her tone incredibly serious. You need to run now, get as far away from Huangyan City as you can. Find any opportunity to survive. Qin Yanran had only one thought. She was not afraid to sacrifice herself for the country, she only wanted her beloved brother to escape and live on with her thoughts and hopes. Brother Xingyu? Brother Xingyu. Qin Yanran suddenly realized that she was alone with no one around. I appeared in the center of the battlefield without knowing when. Erdus swung a massive axe, his ugly face twisted into a cruel grin. Lord Zhou, you are a hero of the human race, having guarded Huangyan City for 30 years. For that, I'll make your death a bit more comfortable. Just as the axe was about to fall, a silver vine wrapped around Zhou Xiong's broken body. Whoosh! The axe struck the ground, shattering the desert. Erdis's gaze flickered, his eyes locking onto a sand dune 100 meters ahead. Brother Zhou, are you okay?
Xiao, don't worry about me, run. Let's leave together.
I used the celestial vine as a rope, carrying the incapacitated Zhou Xiong on my back and desperately fleeing. A butterfly landed on Erdis's shoulder.
A father of the heavens, we've investigated, it's him.
A 2-star beast master, a first-year student from Azure Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu. To escape the battlefield, I needed to carry Zhou Xiong through the sand dune. The rain-soaked dune was like a death vortex of the Bermuda Triangle. Once someone's legs sank in, they couldn't escape. A 2-star beast master managed to hold the city gates until now. This person is a future threat, must not be left alive. Erdis's eyes were like lightning, distorting the surrounding space. In the next moment, he teleported right in front of me.
Oh no!
With Zhou Xiong on my back, my legs sank in the mud, making it impossible to dodge Erdis's axe. An explosion sounded as Erdis's axe shattered the dune, sand and rain mixing in the air, exuding a thick smell of blood. Zhou Xiong fell at the feet of a group of undead-type beasts, blood flowing from his head, unconscious. The beasts emitted sinister laughter, ready to devour the human with their sharp fangs.
Xingyu, my brother.
Qin Yanran's voice broke, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, Erdis held my body high with his broad left hand. Young human, you seem special. Erdis squinted. He had slaughtered countless humans in his life, but he had never seen such an odd look in someone's eyes. Pinned down by a beast god-level beast, my blood surged. The demon I activated automatically, and the heartbeat deep in my chest faintly pulsed like a drumbeat. I was going to kill you directly, but I've suddenly changed my mind. I want to taste your blood. Today, Erdis made an exception. He was intrigued by the blood of this mysterious young man in his hand.
Damn it, I'm about to lose consciousness.
The pressure from the beast god-level beast is indeed terrifying. Is it time to use my trump card? Usually, I'm not an impulsive person, but in a moment of recklessness, I had rushed out to save Zhou Xiong's life. This led to me being throttled by Erdis, and to survive, I had no choice but to use my trump card, summoning the 9-tailed dragon fox and Medusa. It was a wrong decision, and if I hadn't saved Zhou Xiong, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. But I am, after all, a person with flesh and blood. The system granted me divine-level talent, but that warm heart is the foundation that drives the divine talent.
A human, facing death, what are you laughing at?
Erdis suddenly noticed that I was laughing, and the laughter was clear and cheerful, which made him feel uncomfortable. Before death, there's no need to hold back, even if it means revealing the identity of the Black Robe. I summoned my spiritual power, preparing to call forth my 2 trump cards. At the brink of danger, a fireball illuminated the sky, and the phoenix's cry resonated through the heavens. Shangguan Qianmei's eyes trembled. Reinforcements have arrived. The dense clouds were torn apart, and the earth welcomed the dawn. The flames were a vibrant mix of red and orange. The phoenix's cry broke through the firmament, the divine bird descending to the mortal realm. Erdis was momentarily stunned, struck by a brilliant burst of flames. In the blink of an eye, Erdis's body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several sand dunes before finally landing in the deep pit of the sand burial valley. Everyone looked up at the sky. Above, the vermilion bird spread its wings, radiant as a rainbow, soaring through the clouds and leading the admiration and longing of all bird souls. Beast god-level beast master, the immortal divine bird, vermilion bird. A good news, General Lu has arrived.
Thank heavens, Huangyan City is saved.
I retracted my spiritual power, ceasing the summoning of the 9-tailed dragon fox, Ailu, and the cataclysmic demon serpent, Medusa. At this moment, I was bewildered, being held in the arms of a tall man. A kid still alive? I pulled away from the man's embrace and looked up. It was a familiar face, not because I had met him before, but because this face often appeared in newspapers, magazines, and TV news. This man was none other than one of the 3 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom, the Air Force General Lu Mingxiao. I was momentarily stunned but quickly came to my senses and saluted. Report, General Lu. The troops stationed in Huangyan City successfully held out until dawn. You did well. General Lu Mingxiao had some stubble around his lips that twitched with his smile.
By the way, what's your name?
General Lu Mingxiao's attention returned to the young man before him. This young man seemed vaguely familiar to him. Xiao Xingyu, a first-year student from Azure Dragon Academy. General Lu Mingxiao adjusted the 2-star badge on my chest. A 2-star Beast Master, impressive for your age. When I was a 2-star, I wouldn't dare to step onto such a large-scale battlefield. Receiving praise from a high-ranking general made me secretly delighted, but suddenly, my head spun and everything went black. I collapsed into General Lu Mingxiao's arms, falling unconscious.
Xingyu, my brother. Xiao Xingyu.
Qin Yanran and Shangguan Qianmei rushed over, their faces marked by battle grime and blood, filled only with endless worry. General Lu Mingxiao shook his head with a wry smile. You're quite the charmer, your appeal rivals that of the man from my time. For a moment, General Lu Mingxiao wasn't sure whom to entrust the unconscious me to. After a moment's thought, he handed me over to Qin Yanran and then bowed to Shangguan Qianmei. A princess, please forgive Lu for arriving late. Uncle Lu, you arrived just in time. Shangguan Qianmei sighed in relief, grateful that such a heavyweight reinforcement had arrived at the break of dawn. Every border of the Dragon Kingdom was being eyed by beast armies from all sides. It was no easy task to summon a general to Huangyan City for support at short notice. The station troops and the citizens of Huangyan City were deeply thankful to this Air Force general. Lu Mingxiao raised his hand and his spiritual power surged. In the sky above, the vermilion bird, burning with undying fire, spread its wings and let out a sharp cry. The sky was engulfed in flames. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire, with countless fireballs raining down like meteors, accurately striking each beast. In an instant, the wails of the beasts echoed through the flames, exposing their white bones on the sand dunes, creating mound after mound of skeletal remains. This was the power of a 9-star beast master, capable of turning the tide of battle in an instant.
Xingyu, wake up, wake up.
A team leader Qin Xingyu must have fainted due to the dark energy entering his body. It hasn't injured his heart meridians. Take him back to the city for recovery.
I got it.
Qin Yanran carried me back into the city and settled me in the Wounded Soldiers Recovery Center, where nurses took care of me. In the adjacent bed lay Zhou Xiong, deeply unconscious. Both of them had played a crucial role in the all-night city defense battle. Without them, Lu Mingxiao would have arrived to find a dead city. On the battlefield, the sea of flames extended like mountains, and the phoenix's cry shattered the clouds and rocks. The vermilion bird landed behind Lu Mingxiao, like a massive totem, appearing almost unreal. The Dragon Kingdom's 4 major beast master academies were named after the 4 divine beasts. Lu Mingxiao's beast, the immortal divine bird, Vermilion Bird, was one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 divine beasts. Whenever the vermilion bird appeared, it would bring good fortune, dispel the dark fog, and clear the sky for miles. In the sand pit, Erdis got up, shaking his head, and his gaze turned fierce again. A general-level reinforcement, interesting. Erdis showed a sinister smile, his face flushed with veins exposed, filled with fervor and excitement. Lu Mingxiao clenched his fists, and his fists ignited with dazzling undying fire. When a beast master reaches the 9-star rank, they can share their power with their beast. With me here, you can forget about breaching the city behind me. Lu Mingxiao's voice was calm but carried immense penetrating force, intimidating every beast's soul in the area. The Huangyan city troops were encouraged, and their previously extinguished fighting spirit was rekindled. With General Lu here, we're not afraid. And with the princess here to support, we won't lose this battle. Fight. The battle resumed. Each beast master charged into the fray, and Shangguan Qianmei was among them. At this moment, she was not a princess but a Dragon Kingdom warrior determined to drive out the invaders and defend the nation's borders with her blood. At the center of the battlefield, it was naturally a clash between the strongest. Air Force General Lu Mingxiao versus Father of Beasts Erdis. Above the vast desert, orange-red flames and purple lightning intertwined in a symphony. Lu Mingxiao summoned his spiritual power and roared in a low voice, "Crimson Lotus Phoenix Sword." The burning flames danced in the night like a gigantic red spirit, leaping and twirling in the wind, wild and passionate. The flames, pulsing in rhythm with the phoenix's cry, transformed in the sky to form a gigantic fire sword. The blade was adorned with mysterious, ancient runes, resembling the claws of a phoenix. The fire sword suddenly descended, embedding itself in the center of the battlefield. The fire waves were scorching hot, and the sword's aura surged violently, like a ferocious beast roaring and charging forward, consuming everything in its intense flames. After a long while, the aftermath subsided. Erdis's red suit was completely burned away by the flames, revealing his muscular physique covered in heavy black scales, reflecting a piercing cold light. His abdomen bore the marks of the flames searing, emitting a strange smell of roasted meat. The Air Force General, truly impressive. Erdis acknowledged Lu Mingxiao's strength. In a one-on-one fight, he had little chance of winning. After all, none of the Dragon Kingdom's 3 great generals were pushovers. Those who held these positions were all trusted strongmen of Shangguanlan. Lu Mingxiao stood atop the vermilion bird, bathed in flames, his expression cold. With your strength, I'll crush your beast core within half an hour. Lu Mingxiao wasn't boasting, he had the power to back it up. The vermilion bird, one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 divine beasts, was known as the Undying Bird of the East, and its bloodline was enough to suppress Erdis. Erdis suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. Foolish human, who said I'm going to fight you alone? Do you think I have no reinforcements? Lu Mingxiao tensed, his heart sinking. Not good, this is the presence of a second beast god-type monster. Reinforcements had arrived for the beast army as well. The dawn was once again swallowed by endless darkness. Lu Mingxiao raised his head and looked toward the sky. At this moment, the sky had lost its original appearance. The clouds had become like waves raging with the wind. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the water, crashing down onto the battlefield in a free fall. Floating in the vast sea was a strangely monstrous creature. It had the upper body of a female human with 2 large, enticing mounds on her chest. Her deep blue fish scales only covered the essential areas, and her exposed skin was as pure and white as snowflakes. Her lower body was a serpent's tail, with a pattern of eerie snake scales engraved with ancient black runes, glowing with a seductive light in the darkness. Lu Mingxiao's face grew serious, and he murmured, Naga Goddess. The Naga Goddess opened her eyes, exuding a fierce and greedy killing intent. She lifted her noble and elegant head, with every strand of hair writhing as small snakes, their heads flicking out crimson tongues. The Naga Goddess swam close to the sea and approached Erdis. Erdis, dawn has arrived, and you still haven't taken the city. How will you bear Lord Nidhogg's wrath when this news reaches the headquarters? Hearing the name Nidhogg, a trace of fear and panic flickered in Erdis's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. A Lord Nidhogg is always results-oriented. As long as you assist me in taking the city, I believe Lord Nidhogg will reward us. In the Beast Army's hierarchy, Nidhogg was much higher in rank than Erdis and the Naga Goddess, serving as the commander responsible for executing the destruction of the Dragon Kingdom plan. Over the years, only a 10-star Beast Master was qualified to contend with Nidhogg, and to avoid falling behind, only the Dragon Kingdom's Empress Shangguanlan could compete. The Naga Goddess flicked her snake-headed hair, glancing at Lu Mingxiao, who was guarding the city gates, and then at the divine beast vermilion bird circling above the city. So it's the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force General. Erdis, you can't win against him in a one-on-one fight. Naga, stop with the cold remarks. You wouldn't be able to handle him alone either. The Naga Goddess did not deny it. Although she was also a beast god-tier monster, her bloodline, like Erdis's, was a tier below that of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 divine beasts, possessing the illusion god bloodline and the extraordinary talent of immortality. Both Erdis and the Naga Goddess would find it difficult to gain an advantage against a fully powered Lu Mingxiao in a one-on-one fight. But the situation had changed. With 2 beast god-tier monsters working together, the combination was greater than the sum of its parts. Lu Mingxiao faced both Erdis and the Naga Goddess simultaneously. It was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage before the battle even began. All troops, retreat to the city. Lu Mingxiao issued the cold command. The appearance of the Naga Goddess had pushed the troops' fear to the extreme. On the battlefield, every beast master pushed their limits and prepared for sacrifice. Lu Mingxiao's words were unfeeling. Warriors, with your current ranks, you will only be cannon fodder in the ensuing battle. But this is an order. Retreat to the city and do not leave under any circumstances. On the battlefield, military orders were absolute. The soldiers looked at each other, ultimately unable to resist the Air Force General's command. Sun Lang, the deputy general of the city Lord Zhou Xiong, shouted, "Obey General Lu's orders. Retreat to the city." Immediately, the entire army withdrew behind the city gates, leaving only one human on the battlefield, Lu Mingxiao himself. Shangguanshan was also forcibly pulled back into the city. As a princess, she couldn't afford any mistakes. "A princess, you're injured too. I'll arrange for the best doctor to treat you." Shangguanshan's left arm was bleeding profusely. After a simple bandaging, she was supposed to rest, but she remained concerned about someone else. "How is Xiao Xingyu?" "A princess, Xiao Xingyu is still unconscious, severely affected by the demonic energy." "Which ward?"
Ovat dritter. Don't help me, I can walk on my own. With her arm in a cast and her legs unsteady, Shangguanshan limped toward Ward 3. Inside the ward was a single bed. I lay on the bed with my upper body bare, covered in tubes intended to draw out the demonic energy from my body. Qin Yanran had gone out to consult with doctors about my condition, leaving only Shangguanshan and me in the ward. Shangguanshan sat by the bed, gazing at my pale face. My heavy eyelids felt as if they were glued shut and wouldn't open. Shangguanshan leaned against the head of the bed, her gaze distant. I'm still used to the chattering Xiao Xingyu at my ear. You being so silent now is a bit unsettling. Shangguanshan adjusted the blanket over me, tucking in the corners. You'd better be okay. If something happens to you, Mother will definitely feel regret. No one knew better than Shangguanshan how much Shangguanlan valued the young man lying in the bed. The 3 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom, the 4 regional beast kings, the 10-star beast master Xie Zhong. These big names represented the present of the Dragon Kingdom. And I was the future of the Dragon Kingdom. The future is for the future. At this very moment, Air Force General Lu Mingxiao is still the only salvation for Huangyan City. Outside Huangyan City, Lu Mingxiao stands alone at the city gate, preventing the beasts from trampling the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. The desert has turned into a black sea, with towering waves surging forth, bringing a dense swarm of Naga beasts. Uldi's and the Naga goddess exchanged sinister smiles and then looked towards Lu Mingxiao simultaneously. Damn Air Force General, damn Air Force General. The Naga goddess's appearance was as fierce as a hellish ghost, with a face twisted in rage. It was you who caused my defeat in the Sky Island battle. Today, I will take my revenge by severing your head and making it into a drink. From the Naga goddess's words and emotions, it was clear that Lu Mingxiao was a long-standing adversary. In the Sky Island battle, you dirty Naga were nothing more than my defeated opponents. And today will be no different. The Naga goddess smirked coldly, her eyes revealing no concealment of anger and killing intent. Is that so? Then let's see if you alone can withstand both me and Uldi's. Uldi's hefted his massive axe onto his shoulder, his grin growing more deranged. Naga, since you've already claimed Lu Mingxiao's head, I won't compete with you. I've set my sights on the Dragon Kingdom Princess's heart. I'm very curious to taste if the Dragon Princess's blood is truly the purest brew. Lu Mingxiao's face darkened, and he spat out bitterly, after all these years, you still can't change your ways, coveting the blood of young girls. The Dragon Princess is no ordinary girl, I intend to savor her slowly. Uldi's gaze shifted from Lu Mingxiao to the precariously standing Huangyan City. The Dragon Kingdom Princess, Shangguanqian, is hiding inside the city. With surging spiritual power and the phoenix's cry echoing through the heavens, the ensuing flames engulfed the entire battlefield. As the eternal flames burned, waves of intense heat surged upwards, like a group of fire dragons writhing in the night sky. Countless beasts perished in the sea of flames, many not even having the chance to scream before being swept away by the raging wind. Uldi's appeared disheveled. He had done his best to evade the phoenix's attacks, but his cheek was still cut by the phoenix's feathers, bleeding a purple blood. Watch your words, the Dragon Princess is not someone you can insult. Lu Mingxiao's voice carried evident anger. The princess's special status meant she was not just a title, but the very face of the nation, not to be violated by beasts. Uldi's wiped the blood from his cheek, his mouth tearing into a chilling smile. Do you remember that red-haired girl from the Sky Island battle? With just one sentence, Uldi stirred a tempest in Lu Mingxiao's previously calm heart. Painful memories surged back. Lu Mingxiao, tall and imposing on the battlefield, seemed like drifting seaweed in the vast ocean. Uldi's observed Lu Mingxiao's changing expressions closely, his cunning, sinister eyes missing not a single detail of Lu Mingxiao's muscle twitches. You couldn't protect that red-haired girl back then. And today, you won't be able to protect the Dragon Princess either. Uldi's words struck hard at Lu Mingxiao's already unstable state of mind. The Sky Island battle 10 years ago was a great victory for the human forces against the Beast Army and a highlight for the entire Air Force. At that time, Lu Mingxiao was not yet an Air Force general. The Air Force general was an old red-haired man, and Lu Mingxiao was his most trusted deputy, groomed by the red-haired man as his successor. That battle was won by the Air Force, but the victory was bitter and full of regrets. The greatest regret was that the red-haired old man died in battle. The second greatest regret was that the red-haired old man's granddaughter, only 13 years old, was killed by a sneaky beast pretending to be dead. The girl, named Nono, died in Lu Mingxiao's arms. Sadness enveloped Lu Mingxiao's figure, and the painful memories lodged in his heart like a thorn, taking root and growing deep within. Oldies laughed maniacally. You humans have a saying that is quite accurate. Among all the weapons in the world, only past wounds cause the deepest pain. Lu Mingxiao bowed his head, letting the rain wash over him, his few white hairs on his forehead telling of the relentless passage of time. Do not use my master's granddaughter as a laughing matter, it is not amusing. The Naga goddess seized the opportunity to provoke further. 10 years ago, the red-haired man died, and you succeeded him as the Air Force General. So, you owe your promotion to us, ha ha ha.
Adi.
Lu Mingxiao's anger erupted, his spiritual power surging. The phoenix spewed out a vast, fiery torrent that swept across the heavens and earth, covering the heads of Oldies and the Naga goddess. The power of the divine beast was world-destroying. Oldies swung his axe towards the sky. Purple lightning pierced the firmament, and an invisible gravitational wave descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. A buzzing sound filled the sky, and a pinpoint of light appeared, growing larger until it blotted out the sun. It was a meteor wrapped in purple lightning, carrying a terrifying power capable of annihilating an entire city. As the meteor streaked across the sky, the dazzling purple lightning and the frictional flames combined, descending with unstoppable force towards Huangyan City. Purple lightning and gravity manipulation were Oldies' abilities. He could not only control the power of lightning but also alter gravitational laws. With just a thought, Oldies could change the Earth's gravitational field, drawing the meteor from outer space to the location he wished to destroy. This was an extremely perverse ability, and Oldies had used this technique to flatten countless human cities. Lu Mingxiao channeled his spiritual power, and the phoenix soared high, its wings enveloping the searing meteor, spinning it furiously and then flinging it away. Boom! The meteor changed its falling trajectory, crashing into the desolate sand burial valley, causing seismic waves that spread for hundreds of miles. General Lu, you've neglected something. Lu Mingxiao failed to react in time, and the Naga goddess had somehow appeared behind him. The Naga goddess chanted an unknown Naga incantation, her palm lightly touching Lu Mingxiao's back. A circular mirror appeared in midair. The Naga goddess gently pushed, and Lu Mingxiao's body tilted, falling into the mirror. The phoenix, anxious to protect its master, dived into the mirror world. The Naga goddess and Oldies exchanged wicked smiles and stepped into the mirror world as well. In the next moment, the mirror vanished and the battlefield fell into silence. The Naga goddess's power was to manipulate the laws of the mirror world. She could conjure a mirror out of thin air, creating a passage between the real world and the mirror world, pulling human beast masters into it for her amusement. Lu Mingxiao was trapped in the mirror world, isolated and facing the rapid combined attack of two divine beast-level monsters. Inside the city. Beastmaster Recovery Center. I had a disorienting dream where I seemed to see a pair of ferocious dragon eyes. As consciousness returned, I opened my heavy eyelids. My body was covered in tubes extracting demonic energy, and the heart rate monitor's numbers were gradually stabilizing. How long was I unconscious? A half an hour, not too bad. I glanced at my watch to confirm the time of unconsciousness. According to the doctors, with the demonic energy in my system, I should have been out for at least 3 days and 2 nights. However, my demon eye could absorb any negative energy and emotions, quickly eliminating the demonic energy, something the doctors hadn't anticipated. The room was empty of doctors, they had likely just finished their rounds. I turned my gaze and saw a beautiful woman asleep beside the bed. A princess. Shang Guanqian was dozing off by the bed, her arm in a thick plaster cast, looking somewhat comical. I listened carefully and heard Qin Yanran and the doctor talking in the corridor outside. A team leader Qin, your brother's condition is fairly optimistic, he's not in danger of life, but he will need to be unconscious for at least 3 days. I understand. I'll take good care of him. And the princess? The princess is asleep as well, let's not disturb her for now. Then came a series of hurried footsteps approaching and I caught an important piece of information. A report. Team leader Qin, General Lu Mingxiao is fighting fiercely against the Father of the Sky, Oldies, and the Naga goddess. He is severely injured and has fallen into a disadvantage. The situation is critical. My mind, just clearing from sleep, was suddenly stormed with thoughts. The Naga goddess? That name sounds familiar. I got it. Page 79 of the Bestiary of Demons, Sea God Lineage, Beast God Level Monster, Leader of the Naga Clan, the Naga Goddess. Before I lost consciousness, the toughest enemy was Oldies. And now I wake up to find another troublesome Naga goddess? I sat up abruptly, fortunately not waking the sleeping Shangguan. Lu Mingxiao is a 9-star beastmaster. With the Phoenix's divine bloodline, he should be able to handle the Father of the Sky, Oldies, in a one-on-one fight. But if you add a Naga goddess with mirror manipulation powers, I imagined the worst possible scenario, my face turning even paler. Looking at the sleeping Shangguan, I came up with a bold idea. I opened my spatial ring and took out a long black cloak and a ghostly mask. I said, Lulu, Sha, time for a big mission. Medusa, Master, I'm here. Lu, just woke up and already heading into action? At this moment, Lu Mingxiao, with the strength of a 9-star beastmaster, was severely injured. Even the immortal divine beast, the Phoenix, was battered and bruised. Oldies was eager to drink the blood of the Dragon Kingdom's princess. Despite the pain, Lu Mingxiao summoned his vast spiritual power once more. The Phoenix soared into the sky, spreading its wings and unleashing its scorching immortal flames. Accompanied by a piercing phoenix cry that cut through the heavens, the blazing fire seemed to erupt from hell, suffocating all living creatures in its path. Every monster's grotesque face was flushed red by the intense flames, as if the world were burning. On the desert, the sand dunes erupted like volcanoes, magma quickly engulfing the demon army, devouring and disintegrating them until they were reduced to ashes. After completing this act, Lu Mingxiao's breathing became increasingly rapid, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his pale face looked as if it had been struck by autumn frost. General Lu, your spiritual power is almost depleted, ahahaha. The Naga goddess's sharp and sinister laughter vividly illustrated the phrase "a small person's triumph." Before arriving at Huangyan City, Lu Mingxiao had been leading the air force against a demonic air force, exhausting 1/3 of his spiritual power. Following the order from Empress Shangguan, Lu Mingxiao had not rested but rushed to Huangyan City, only to face the combined assault of 2 beast god-level monsters. In the past hour, Lu Mingxiao had been pulled into the mirror world, engaging in a bloody battle with Oldies and the Naga goddess. This hour had drained his spiritual power significantly. If it were anyone else, they would have died in the mirror world by now. Among the 9-star ranks, only this Air Force general could persist for an hour under the siege of 2 beast god-level monsters with sheer force of will. A butterfly landed near Oldies' ear. A Father of the Sky, Lord Nidhogg, has sent a message ordering us to capture Huangyan City immediately without failure. Oldies' proud and arrogant smile vanished instantly. He had a deep-seated fear of the Lord Nidhogg. Naga, it seems we don't have time to play with this Air Force general anymore. Lord Nidhogg has given the order, we must breach the city now. Since Lord Nidhogg has spoken, let's begin. These 2 monsters, both at the beast god level with the power to destroy the world, were extremely wary of the so-called Nidhogg. Oldies raised his axe and let out a terrifying roar. Gravity within a 100-mile radius went out of control. My body is floating. How is this possible? Help, I have a fear of heights. Oldies' power could alter the direction and magnitude of gravity. The ensuing scene would challenge the very essence of physics. Above Huangyan City, numerous small black dots suddenly appeared. Each black dot represented the city's inhabitants. Under the influence of reverse gravity, one after another, the citizens flew into the sky, their faces showing terror and tears, further fueling Oldies' bloodthirsty nature. Lu Mingxiao looked at the sky, his face growing even paler. Over 100 unarmed ordinary humans, caught in the reverse gravity, were fused together into a large mass of flesh. These ordinary humans, mostly parents and children of beastmasters, had no spiritual power or the qualification to summon beasts. At this moment, they were like fish on a blood-soaked chopping board. No! Lu Mingxiao shouted with a hoarse and grating voice. Oldies clenched his left fist, releasing a strange gravity wave. Pop! With a crisp explosion, the large mass of flesh in the sky burst apart instantly, like a blooming blood-red rose. A blood rain fell, dyeing Lu Mingxiao's hair red. Oldies paused slightly as if recalling something. Your red hair reminds me of your Dragon Kingdom's previous Air Force general. He was a tough old redhead. It was only through Lord Nidhogg's personal intervention that we were able to kill him. Lu Mingxiao gathered his spiritual power, his red hair transforming into a blazing flame, his phoenix eyes burning fiercely, and the true soul of the phoenix appearing behind him. After reaching the 9-star rank, a beastmaster can share their beast's power and, with a mortal body, rival the gods. Uldis, D4ME. The general's wrath caused corpses to float across 1,000 miles. Lu Mingxiao's rage erupted as he shouted loudly, and the phoenix soul behind him soared into the sky, crashing into Uldi's. Flames covered the sky, and the phoenix's cry shattered the clouds. Uldi's fell diagonally like a meteor, creating a massive crater in the desert. His chest scales shed in large amounts, and he spat out blood. Damn, this human still retained such immense power with so little spiritual energy left. As Uldi's struggled to rise, Lu Mingxiao arrived on the phoenix. Boom tilde. Flames clashed with tidal waves, and steam enveloped the world. Xing tilde. A cold gleam flashed. A blood mark appeared on Lu Mingxiao's profile. The Naga goddess wielded a sword made of mirrored material, with a drop of scalding blood still on its tip. Uldi's, I'll hold him off. You go and attack the city. Understood. With Nidhogg's order, attacking the city was the top priority. Uldi's and the Naga goddess couldn't afford to delay and had to divide their tasks. This is bad. Lu Mingxiao's first reaction was to defend the city, but his body was instantly submerged in the sea. General Lu, your opponent is me. The Naga goddess raised her hand and thousands of mirror-like portals appeared in the air. From each mirror, the Naga goddess emerged, stepping on the waves. Mirror clones were one of the Naga goddess's most frequently used combat techniques, often to confuse and trap human beast masters. Surrounded by thousands of clones, Lu Mingxiao was unable to prevent Uldi's from attacking the city. Despicable humans, I will use your blood to offer a splendid fireworks display for Lord Nidhogg. In the center of the desert, on Skull Island. Above the endless wasteland floated a gigantic island shaped like a skull. The island floated because 8 frostbone dragons with dark, thick chains connected to the island, pulling it into the sky. On the island, a tall and slender man sat on the skull throne, playing with black flames in his palm. He had long silver hair, an alluring yet sinister appearance, and a delicate demeanor. From his silver hair grew 2 black dragon horns, and his chest was covered with strange runic symbols. Countless demons surrounded him, bowing in reverence. Nidhogg, the supreme commander from the demon's stronghold, was tasked with the annihilation of the Dragon Kingdom. He also had another title. The Dragon of Despair. Every breath Nidhogg took caused earthquakes in the desert and reversed rainstorms. Every blink of his eyes summoned black lightning from the sky, annihilating any life forms within 100 miles. This was a god-slaying level demon, possessing dragon blood with a creation-level quality. On Nidhogg's left cheek was a narrow scar about 10 centimeters long, adding a touch of ferocity to his otherwise delicate face. Whenever it rained, the scar would ache faintly, and the face of the Dragon Kingdom's empress would appear in his mind. The Lord Nidhogg, the Father of the Sky, has promised you a grand fireworks display with the lives of all the humans in Huangyan City.
Is that so?
Please enjoy the fireworks show. Nidhogg looked up to see blood-red roses blooming in the distant sky, dreamlike like fireworks. These so-called fireworks were products of human blood. It seems that the Father of the Sky is about to take Huangyan City. Send the order down. Once Huangyan City falls, our army will drive straight in and invade the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Nidhogg revealed a cold and proud smile. As the supreme commander of the demon forces, he had waited 10 years for this day. 10 years ago, Nidhogg had attempted to destroy the Dragon Kingdom but was defeated in the Biscay Island War. Now, after 10 years, Nidhogg had found a perfect opportunity again. Huangyan City was the biggest breakthrough. Besides the Air Force General Lu Mingxiao, no other 9-star beast master could come to aid. Once Huangyan City fell, the demon army could flood into the heart of the Dragon Kingdom and destroy this ancient civilization within 3 days. Meanwhile, above Huangyan City, more and more humans, under the control of anti-gravity, flew uncontrollably into the sky, their fear spreading wildly. Uldi's frequently clenched his fists, injecting waves of gravity into the suspended humans. At the moment gravity twisted, their bodies were crushed by relentless atmospheric pressure, exploding instantly. Every human explosion became a magnificent burst of blood mist, like a brilliant firework. Uldi's was exhilarated, his body crackling with purple lightning. This fireworks show, Lord Nidhogg will definitely see it. Lu Mingxiao roared in anger, unforgivable. The phoenix soared, spewing a gigantic, searing fireball. The fireball, burning with a blood-red hue, contained the phoenix's vital essence, doubling its power. The Naga goddess raised her hand, and a giant mirror appeared in front of the fireball. The fireball hit the mirror and was sucked into the mirror world by a force. The Naga goddess's lips bled, showing that while the mirror world could absorb damage, it also had limits. Beyond that limit, the Naga goddess's real body would be injured. The Naga goddess wiped the blood from her lips and laughed madly. General Lu, we may not be able to defeat you in a one-on-one fight, but as long as we can hold you off, Huangyan City will definitely fall. Uldi's leaped high, distorting the gravity laws so he could hover above Huangyan City. His crimson eyes scanned, searching for the Dragon Kingdom's princess, Shangguanqian.
Oh, what a delightful scent, I found you!
Uldi's gaze locked onto the Beastmaster's rehabilitation hospital in Huangyan City. At this moment, Shangguanqian, exhausted, was sleeping soundly by the bedside.
Uldi's had a keen sense of smell.
The faint scent of blood from Shangguanqian's injured arm reached Uldi's nostrils.
Such pure young blood, I can hardly wait.
Uldi's extended his tongue, licked his lips, and raised his left hand slightly. The entire rehabilitation hospital was enveloped in a gravity-distorted spatial shield. Uldi's lightly activated his magic power, and the walls of the hospital began to be uprooted. In a daze, Uldi's smile vanished, and his expression changed drastically.
Oh, what a terrifying aura!
Uldi's instinctively raised his hands to protect his chest. A purple streak of light, like a falling star, traced a graceful arc through the chaotic sky.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, Uldi's was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the depths of the desert. His massive body tumbled along the ground, leaving a chasm over 10 kilometers long.
Bang!
Another huge impact as Uldi's hit a sand dune, finally dissipating all the force. The Naga goddess, who was engaged in combat with Lu Mingxiao, showed an expression of disbelief.
Who is it?
Lu Mingxiao looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful fox demoness stood on the wall of Huangyan City, her back adorned with 9 fluffy fox tails, her long legs poised in a kicking motion. The anti-gravity effect disappeared, and the floating humans rapidly fell to the ground. The earth trembled as a massive black serpent rose from the ground. The serpent used its long, flexible body to catch all the humans. They slid down the smooth snake skin like riding a slide, safely returning to the ground.
Oh my, is this a beast master or a demon beast?
It should be a beast master. This giant serpent saved us.
Who is its master? Look over there, the benefactor is that way.
All the survivors turned their gazes to the wall of Huangyan City. On the wall, the fox demoness was accompanied by a mysterious figure. The person was clad in a loose black robe and wore a ghostly mask, exuding an aura of mystery. The wind whipped, making the robe's edges flutter, completely obscuring the figure's body. With the face hidden, the people could not discern the person's gender or any other specific information. Lu Mingxiao's shock was replaced by confusion as he focused on the figure.
The black-robed person?
The black-robed figure had appeared at the naval headquarters during the execution rescue and then vanished without a trace. This was a top-secret SSS-level matter, known only to high-ranking officials. Lu Mingxiao only heard about it from Murong Jin and Bai Yu, with little knowledge about the black-robed figure. Beneath the ghostly mask, my face was pale. Ailu beside me reminded, given your current condition, how long can you hold out?
Lulu, I can hold out for at most 10 minutes.
After 10 minutes, I will fall into a deep coma, just like during the naval headquarters rescue. Before I entered the scene, I took 2 dragon spirit pills to gain a concentration of 9-star Beastmaster level energy for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the side effects would kick in and I would fall into a deep coma and lose consciousness. The black serpent opened its mouth, and Medusa's voice reached my ears.
Master, I've saved everyone.
Next, we need to deal with Uldi's and the Naga goddess.
Sasha, you guard the city.
The fighting will be handled by Lulu and me. On the battlefield, there were 2 beast god-level demon beasts. Even the residual effects of the battle could easily destroy the entire city in a sea of fire. I made the accurate judgment to have Medusa guard the city while Ailu and I handled the combat. In the distant sand pit, Uldi's crawled out of the mire, his chest bloodied, with golden flames wrapped around his wounds.
A hiss, it hurts so much.
This
dragon flame?
Uldi's was greatly shocked, his mind plunged into chaos.
This is impossible.
The profession of Dragon Beastmaster disappeared 100 years ago.
What exactly is this dragon flame burning on my wounds?
Uldi's lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the city wall.
This is no ordinary 9-tailed fox.
Uldi's saw clearly that behind Ailu not only were there 9 tails, but also a pair of irregular dragon horns growing from her head.
A 9-tailed dragon fox?
Uldi's understanding was completely overturned by the scene before him. The suppression power of the dragon bloodline made him instinctively take a half step back.
A dragon? This is truly the aura of purebred dragons. On the other side of the battlefield, the Naga goddess also displayed fear and disbelief. In an instant, the Naga goddess felt her body immobilized, a chill spreading from the depths of her bones. Her heartbeat felt as though gripped tightly by dragon claws, a deep-seated terror of the bloodline suppression. Boom! A deafening roar pierced the clouds, golden light illuminating the earth. The air thrummed with the ceaseless power of the dragon. This force seemed to belong to a dimension beyond this planet, domineering and deadly, obliterating everything in its path. The Naga goddess followed in Uldis's footsteps, her delicate body tumbling and flying through the air, her chest caved in, spewing bright blood flowers. Clang! The Naga goddess crashed onto a sand dune, the immense force flattening the entire dune. Damn it! Indeed, it is dragon power. The Naga goddess clutched her concave chest, the dragon power invading her internal organs, bringing excruciating pain. In the next moment, an indescribable sense of terror surged from all directions, leaving the Naga goddess's body immobilized. Boom! A second punch. This was Ailu's second punch. Without even assuming her true form, she managed to pin a beast god-level demon beast to the ground and rub it in the weakest orc form. Who is this person? Lu Mingxiao caught his breath, staring at the back of the black-robed figure, very curious about the true face behind the ghostly mask. Naga, what are you dazed about?
Get up!
Uldis shouted loudly. The Naga goddess used her mirror image power to heal her wounds and barely managed to rise, looking like an old man struggling to stand. Even after standing straight, she still trembled, her expression pained from the inability to process the dragon power fluctuations within her body. Uldis, let's withdraw. The Naga goddess made the most rational judgment in the shortest time. Uldis pulled his axe from the desert, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing venom and cruelty. A withdraw? The mission isn't complete. Can you bear the wrath of Lord Nidhogg? The Naga goddess's face stiffened, caught in a dilemma. The appearance of the black-robed figure had completely disrupted Uldis and the Naga goddess's meticulous plan. If they don't withdraw, they would have to fight the black-robed figure in a bloody battle. If they do withdraw, they would have to face the fury of the despair dragon, Nidhogg. Naga, we have no choice. I understand. The demon clan had never been about false pretenses or emotions, it was all about interests. Uldis and the Naga goddess's mission was to breach Huangyan City and create an opportunity for the demon army to advance deep into the Dragon Kingdom. The black-robed figure before them, despite exuding an unknown terror, might offer a chance for survival if they fought to the death. If they chose to retreat and become deserters, they would face the most brutal death at the hands of Nidhogg. With the rapidly changing situation on the battlefield, Uldis and the Naga goddess had no time to deliberate further and quickly reached a consensus. Kill him! Uldis roared, his feet crushing the desert as he leaped into the air. High above, Uldis's face was contorted in a snarl. His powerful hands gripped an axe, raising it over his head. From within the clouds, a stream of agile and cunning purple lightning arced, converging upon the axe. At the same time, Uldis applied a gravitational wave to the axe. Uldis swung his arms, bringing the axe down, enveloped in purple lightning and immense gravity, aiming for the black-robed figure's head. The power of a beast god-level demon beast was undeniable. Uldis's strike was something that a beast master below 9 stars could not counter, only awaiting death. Crackle! Electric currents sizzled and different colors of light covered the sky. Uldis's hands trembled, shocked as though his heart had stopped beating, unable to believe his eyes.
How is this possible?
On the city wall, the beastmasters watching were dumbfounded, their bodies covered in goosebumps. That dragon fox actually caught the blade barehanded? It makes Lord Nidhogg look like a fool. The black-robed figure, is he a 9-star beastmaster or a 10-star? In the center of the battlefield, Ailu caught the sharpest edge of the axe with one hand. Ailu's hand was covered in a layer of purple gold dragon scales. I channeled my energy. Ailu's gaze was cold, her fingers exerting force, and the dragon power surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the axe was covered in cracks and then shattered into pieces. This axe, forged from space meteors, was harder than any metal on Earth. But to Ailu, who had fused with a dragon bone, this axe was like a toy made of paper. Boom! Ailu threw her third punch. This punch, like the previous two, was delivered with such ease, looking soft and powerless, as if she were joking with a familiar person. The dragon power erupted instantly.
Aldis fell to the ground, the desert beneath him also bearing the brunt of the terrifying force, creating a massive depression and forming a desert rift. Ailu stood at the edge of the rift, turning to look back, her eyes reflecting a cruel killing intent. Just moments ago, the Naga goddess had ambushed me and pulled me into the mirror world. Above the desert, a massive round mirror floated, surrounded by swirling black magic and eerie runes. Without hesitation, Ailu leaped and entered the mirror world. Aldis released an anti-gravity wave, emerging from the desert rift and kneeling at the edge, gasping for breath. Half of his face was grotesquely twisted, bearing clear punch marks, one eye unable to open, the other severely bloodshot. The pain was soul-deep. Beast power is typically categorized into levels A, S, SS, and SSS. Dragon power is the strongest beast power in the world, exceeding SSS level, and thus is treated separately. The most terrifying aspect of dragon power is the pain it inflicts. When a demon beast's level surpasses the beast god body, its own armor is extremely high and its skin resistance to pain is greatly reduced. Even if such a beast suffers severe injuries like broken limbs or internal damage, the pain it feels is not very intense and it recovers relatively quickly. Dragon power, however, disregards the beast's armor and resistance, delivering the purest form of pain. This pain transcends the body and reaches the soul. It hurts so much. Since its birth, Aldis, with its steel-like body, had far surpassed other demon beasts. In the demon gladiator arena, Aldis earned Nidhogg's recognition through its undefeated record. This beast had never said pain before and didn't even know what it was. But after enduring 3 dragon punches infused with dragon power, its previously fierce eyes had softened considerably. Aldis looked at the shattered axe on the ground and then up at the suspended mirror of space. Unfortunately, the Naga took advantage of the chaos and pulled that damned Black Robe person into the mirror world otherwise. Aldis assessed itself and was unsure if it could withstand Ailu's 4th dragon punch.
Naga, wait for me, I'm coming to support.
Regaining confidence, Aldis prepared to spring forward into the mirror of space. In the mirror world, the Naga goddess controlled all laws and could suppress Ailu's abilities to a certain extent. Aldis believed that by teaming up with the Naga goddess in the mirror world, there was a chance to kill the black-robed figure. Just as Aldis charged towards the mirror of space, a blazing undying fire forced it back. Your opponent is me. Lu Mingxiao, standing on the divine beast vermilion bird, blocked Aldis's path. I opened my eyes to find myself in a mysterious space. In this space, the water and sky seemed to merge. I stood on the water's surface, which also seemed to be the sky. Ripples spread beneath my feet, with each wave resembling soft clouds. Suddenly, the sea surged violently and everything around darkened. Red skull faces appeared around me, displaying various emotions and emitting hellish laughter. In the darkness, a door-shaped mirror appeared. Whoosh! An arrow of crystal-clear brilliance shot out from the mirror, aimed at my back. Crack! The tip of the arrow struck Ailu's forehead, instantly shattering into mirror fragments that dissolved into the black seawater.
Are you all right?
Ailu asked with concern, standing in front of me. You arrived just in time. I'm fine. I was certain that this was not the real world but a mirror world created by the Naga goddess using mirror power. From the door-shaped mirror stepped out a woman with a long bow. The woman had a serpentine body with fish-like fins for ears, and her hair was writhing, smooth and repulsive like an eel. The Naga goddess glanced at Ailu, her gaze lingering on the irregular dragon horns for a long time. You are the only fox I have seen who can wield dragon power. Your skull is truly tough. The arrow that the Naga goddess had used to ambush me was her signature technique, mirror arrow. In the mirror world, the Naga goddess could manipulate all laws and her magical aura could condense into mirror arrows, possessing immense penetrating power. If the ambush was accurate, it could even pierce through the skulls of enemies of the same level. Ailu is also at the beast god level, but the mirror arrow shot by the Naga goddess not only failed to leave a scratch on Ailu's forehead, it shattered on impact. The Naga goddess, holding the mirror bow, was sweating coldly and looked more serious than ever before. It's been quite a while. Why hasn't Aldis arrived yet?
If we team up, we should have a chance.
But if it's just me alone, I'm afraid. The Naga goddess's body trembled slightly, wary of the dragon might of the nine-tailed dragon fox. In the real world, Aldis was entangled by Lu Mingxiao, with the vermilion bird's undying flames scorching its rear, leaving it no time to enter the mirror world and join forces with the Naga goddess. A human, what exactly is your identity? I've never heard of such a mysterious beast master from the Dragon Kingdom.
Unknown rank, growing stronger with each battle. The primal fear of humans comes from the unknown. The same applies to demon beasts. For the Naga goddess, the black-robed figure before her was shrouded in unknown mysteries. I paused for a moment, my voice hoarse and weary. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is, I'm interested in your demon beast crystal core. The Naga goddess's expression instantly froze, as if all the blood had been drained from her face, leaving only disbelief and terror. The demon beast crystal core is equivalent to the heart of a demon beast. I raised my hand and made a fist. The Naga goddess, dazed, had just had a hallucination in which she saw a giant dragon of pure platinum clenching its dragon claws. Who are you? At this moment, the Naga's fear of me, a human, had surpassed her fear of the nine-tailed dragon fox, Ailu. The Naga goddess rubbed her eyes. The hallucination was so vivid that the overwhelming dragon power had severely impacted her mind. And that was a platinum dragon. Its reverse scale was on its forehead, and one of its horns was broken. This was the image the Naga goddess had seen, but she had no chance to tell her allies. When fear reaches its peak, survival instincts kick in. The terror in the Naga goddess's eyes turned into viciousness as she unleashed a torrent of dark magic. Under the influence of the dark magic, the mirror world underwent drastic changes. I blinked, and everything around me shifted. Space laws distorted. Gravity laws became chaotic. Time laws stagnated. I looked around and found myself in a bizarre city. Buildings were inverted, bridges reached the sky, cars floated in the air, and roads and tracks twisted around the entire city like tangled roots. I recognized this transformed city as my hometown, Xiangnan City. In the mirror world, Xiangnan City had become a ruined city, with the bodies of the city's people fluttering like fireflies. On the central tower's clock face, the hour and minute hands ticked irregularly, halted at the origin and unable to move. This was the scene in the mirror world, where everything I saw was modified by the Naga goddess using mirror power, altering various laws. That's why I saw such a bizarre city in my vision.
Xiaoyu, come home with me.
From a corner's abandoned convenience store, a silver-haired beauty in a white dress stepped out. Xiaoruoxue. In the next moment, a woman in a blood-red dress appeared in the sky.
Xiaoyu, come with your sister. I'll take you to the amusement park.
The woman in the blood-red dress laughed sharply. Her fingers elongated like monstrous claws, reaching out to grab my arm.
Xiaoyu, come into my arms. Xiaoyu, your sister is here.
Your sister just got paid.
Let's go for a big meal.
Xiao Xingyu, you've left your underwear lying around again. Don't you know how to wash them?
You're such an unreliable brother.
The corpses scattered throughout the city had all transformed into Xiaoruoxue's likenesses, grinning with sharp fangs and smiling at me. I remained unmoved, my voice cold and stern. Have you had enough of probing my memories?
Crackling sounds echoed.
The entire city shattered like a dropped mirror, breaking into fragments. I returned to the space where the water met the sky. Ailu held his punching stance, his fist covered in purple-gold dragon scales, radiating immense dragon power from between his fingers. The Naga goddess lay fallen in the black water, her pupils contracting and dilating.
You're that two-star beast master, Xiao Xingyu.
In the mirror world, the Naga goddess could read the prisoners' memories and use them to create similar worlds. This was a unique ability of the Naga goddess, a power that was unparalleled in the world. Even the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg, could not directly read a human beast master's memories unless they first killed the human and then used necromantic power to read the soul after death. By reading the black-robed man's memories, the Naga goddess understood everything. This mysterious black-robed figure who controlled the nine-tailed dragon fox was indeed Xiao Xingyu, a two-star beast master from Azure Dragon Academy. Since you know my identity, I'll have to bury both you and my secret. I didn't remove the ghostly mask, but the Naga goddess had seen that youthful, handsome face. She couldn't imagine how many secrets were hidden within this human. A Lulu kill. I parted my lips slightly, my voice as thin as a sharp blade, targeting the Naga goddess's throat from afar. A nine-tailed dragon fox rose from the ground, its 9 tails covering the entire mirror space. Its dragon horns glowed brightly, and its dragon eyes fixed intently on the Naga goddess's heart. Run! This was the Naga goddess's only thought. With a single thought, the Naga goddess could open a mirror leading to another mirror space. As Ailu transformed into his true form, the dragon might he emitted instantly shattered the space where the water met the sky. The Naga goddess was forced to escape into a mirror. Before I could pursue, more and more mirrors appeared around me. These mirrors spun counterclockwise, each one reflecting the Naga goddess's snarling, terrifying face. What can the dragon bloodline do? As long as I stay hidden here, I'll remain invincible. The Naga goddess was immensely confident in her mirror power. Just moments ago, the Naga goddess had summoned a vast amount of dark magic to create 10 million mirrors. Each mirror contained a labyrinth-like world, with the Naga goddess hiding in one of these 10 million mazes. This was the Naga goddess's ultimate survival skill, used 10 years ago in the Sky Island War, which had indeed allowed her to escape under the eyes of many powerful human beings. In the mirror world, I am the law, ha ha ha. The Naga goddess crouched in a dark corner. After a long time without sensing any fluctuations in dragon power, she became arrogant. Suddenly, the Naga goddess's smile froze. First her fingers, then her arms, shoulders. The Naga goddess's entire body, every muscle and joint, seemed to fall into an icy abyss, numbness washing over her as panic surged from deep within like a tidal wave. Dragon power! The Naga goddess once again sensed the terrifying aura of bloodline suppression. In the darkness, a dragon claw emerged. Panicked, the Naga goddess hastily summoned her spiritual energy, opening a mirror portal beneath her and escaping into another world. However, in the other space, the Naga goddess faced the same crisis. A pair of dragon claws, ignoring spatial laws, reached down from the sky, covering the Naga goddess's head. Damn dragon fox, you're relentless! The Naga goddess, expending her own blood, frantically created dark passages between mirror worlds, fleeing like a rat in the street. Yet, no matter which world she escaped to, the purple-gold dragon claws would always cover her head, leaving her nowhere to hide. Damn it, here again? As the dragon claws descended like a mountain, the Naga goddess opened another mirror passage.
This time, she wasn't so lucky. The moment the mirror passage opened, a man's hand reached out from within.
Suffocation.
In that instant, the Naga goddess felt a suffocating grip on her life vein. I, in my black robe, gripped the Naga goddess's throat with my right hand, lifting her up. My hand was covered in dragon scales, and under the ghostly mask, eerie dragon patterns crawled across. Dragon power is the most unique force in the world. Beast masters can share this power without needing specific ranks. At this moment, with Ailu's dragon power infused into me, I could easily crush the Naga goddess as if she were an ant. The Naga goddess's vision blurred, with noticeable bloodstains appearing on her neck.
Pain. Pain that cuts to the core.
The agony inflicted by dragon power is unbearable even for the toughest of beasts. It felt as if a force was penetrating her skin, bones, and flesh, striking every nerve ending. The Naga goddess grimaced in pain, her face becoming even more grotesque. In her blurred vision, all she could see was a ghostly mask. My features were barely visible, only my eyes exposed.
Dragon eyes.
My pupils were slitted, surrounded by ancient symbols recorded on the dragon totem. What species is this human? Those dragon eyes. I feel like I've seen them before. I tightened my grip, injecting dragon power into the Naga goddess. The intense pain was like being consumed by 1,000 fires, and her survival instinct flared up again. Whoosh! A shadow attacked my back. I discarded the Naga goddess like trash and turned to punch. Bang! The mirror shattered. The attacker was a mirror clone summoned by the Naga goddess, but it couldn't withstand my dragon-powered fist. The Naga goddess seized the opportunity to catch her breath, with no choice but to burn her blood and release all her remaining dark magic. Damn human, even if I die here today, I'll drag you down with me. The Naga goddess, determined to achieve her goal, sacrificed her own life to unleash her most powerful battle technique. Mirror heaven of 10,000 laws. The Naga goddess's body shattered in an instant, with countless mirror fragments flying through the air. This beast god-level monster, paying with its life, was determined to perish with me. Black demonic energy shrouded the heavens and earth, staining the transparent mirror fragments black.
Countless mirror shards converged like droplets of water, eventually coalescing into a monstrous entity with countless tentacles. This was the Naga goddess's ultimate skill, using her life as a medium for the curse, gathering all the power from countless mirrors to form this powerful mirror demon. The black tentacles danced through the sky, intertwining and spiraling. As these tentacles squirmed, they made the sound of mirror fragments scraping against each other. Standing in front of the mirror demon, my face beneath the mask was eerily calm. Snap tilde. I snapped my fingers, and the nine-tailed dragon fox soared into the air. Standing atop the nine-tailed dragon fox, I clenched my fist with one hand, spiritual energy surging. A bloodthirsty eye crossbow. The cold and merciless words escaped my lips.
This was Ailu's most frequently used ultimate skill. A giant eye appeared in the dark sky, as dazzling as the sun. This was a dragon's eye, like a black hole vortex absorbing all surrounding energy. Within the depths of the dragon's eye, a blood-red arrow formed. The arrow locked onto the mirror demon's head. Kreckling tilde. The mirror demon struck first, flinging countless tentacles, the sound of mirror shards rubbing against each other like a hymn of hell. In an instant, the dragon's eye in the sky was wrapped in numerous black tentacles, forming a massive cocoon. The cocoon's surface was enveloped in dense demonic energy, with water ripple-shaped demonic runes drifting around.
Alulu!
I shouted, and the nine-tailed dragon fox roared skyward. Dragon power erupted instantly. The black cocoon rapidly expanded, surface cracks appearing, and red beams of light shooting out from the gaps. As the light grew stronger, the black cocoon exploded in an instant. The dragon's eye in the sky was dazzling. This was the aura of the dragon race, the power of bloodline suppression over all creatures in the world. The mirror demon emitted a pained whisper, its tentacles all breaking and burning. I raised my right hand, making a shooting gesture. Swish! A blood-red crossbow bolt shot out from the dragon's eye, with enough force to pierce through galaxies, shattering the darkness with unstoppable momentum. Splat! The blood-red crossbow bolt pierced the mirror demon's head, the vast and boundless dragon power blazing fiercely, transforming into a sea of dragon flames. In the depths of the flames, the Naga goddess's soul let out its final mournful cry. I summoned the Sky Soul Vine. A little silver, absorb its soul. My greatest strength is that I waste nothing. Outside Huangyan City, the battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. The cries of the vermilion bird grew sharper, and the undying flames transformed into fiery vines, mercilessly whipping and beating Ulthus's body. In a one-on-one battle, Ulthus had to use his full strength to face the 9-star beast master Lu Mingxiao. At this moment, Ulthus abandoned his weakest beast form and fully transformed into his beastly state. In the sky, a monster as large as a mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes. This creature seemed to be a fusion of lion, tiger, and leopard, its entire body covered in rough gray skin that appeared to be a mixture of obsidian and metal. Its eyes burned like blazing fire, emitting an evil light that instilled fear. It also had a pair of bull horns on its head, wrapped in purple lightning. This was Ulthus's ultimate form, the celestial father form. He roared, and a pair of purple lightning wings sprouted from his raised back. As the wings fluttered gently, a whirlwind of purple lightning rose from the earth, instantly trapping the diminutive Lu Mingxiao in the eye of the storm. Ulthus, as a mutated beast god monster, had his power highly regarded by Nidhogg. With gravity manipulation and the descent of purple lightning, these two abilities combined to mercilessly ravage Lu Mingxiao's human body. In the center of the storm, Lu Mingxiao's clothes were torn apart, and his body showed more and more charred wounds, his blurred flesh rolling out like a sliced blade. However, this pain was nothing to Lu Mingxiao, as a 9-star beast master could share their innate power with their beast. The vermilion bird's innate power was unique in the world, and its undying flames granted him an immortal body. After the explosion, Lu Mingxiao emerged from the thick smoke, his wounds gradually healing, the undying flames burning in his palm.
Asanrua.
Lu Mingxiao unleashed his spiritual energy, his gaze resembling the scorching sun. The vermilion bird's wings flapped, spiraling upward. With a commanding phoenix cry, the vermilion bird's body seemed to transform into a sun. Boom! This massive, fiery sphere fell suddenly and struck Ulthus's back with force. The sound of flames and air friction completely drowned out Ulthus's pained howls. In an instant, the scorching fireball struck deep into the desert, creating a dust ripple that spread for miles. Above the mushroom cloud, the totem mark of the vermilion bird's primordial spirit appeared. The vermilion bird flew out of the dust and landed beside Lu Mingxiao. It stood proudly, wings spread, declaring the majesty of the 4 divine beasts of the Dragon Kingdom to the world, sacred and inviolable. As the phoenix soared, the scorched earth stretched for miles, every beast master's eyes filled with admiration. Who wouldn't want such a powerful divine beast? Kreckeltilde. In the center of the desert, Ulthus broke one of his purple lightning wings and shattered one of his bull horns, half of his face drenched in blackened blood. Each of his wounds was still burning with orange-red undying flames. Damn humans, I will make the city pay! Ulthus released a gravitational wave, tearing space, distorting the heavens and earth, and summoned an alien meteor to strike Huangyan City once again. Lu Mingxiao's breathing became strained. This battle had drained too much of his spiritual energy and physical strength, and he struggled to muster his energy to prevent this tragedy. At the critical moment, the Calamity Ghost Python, hovering above Huangyan City, opened its eyes. The giant python opened its mouth wide and shot out a black light wave. This was Medusa's signature move, the ghost-crying flame. A dense and overwhelming ghostly energy condensed into a beam of black light, soaring into the sky, accurately hitting the falling meteor. The meteor's flames were extinguished instantly and consumed by the black light, vanishing into nothing. Seeing this, Lu Mingxiao let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for that guy, I might have really met my end today, let alone defending the city. Lu Mingxiao looked up at the floating circular mirror in the sky. If he had to take on 2 opponents alone, his chances of survival would be slim. But the appearance of the black-robed figure had helped Lu Mingxiao deal with one of the beast god monsters. The Naga goddess's strength was comparable to Ulthus, and once a beast master was pulled into the mirror world, they would naturally be at a disadvantage.
I wonder how the guy is doing.
It was Lu Mingxiao's first time seeing the black-robed figure. He had only heard Murong Jin and Baiyu mention him before. Times had changed. When I raided the naval headquarters, I had almost no battle experience. But after that battle, the black-robed figure had reached a new level of power. Today, I could better harness the dragon power and further develop the potential of the nine-tailed dragon fox Ailu.
Crack!
In an instant, the floating circular mirror shattered into pieces. A dark shadow fell.
A naga!
Ulthus's eyes widened in terror. The falling shadow was none other than the corpse of the Naga goddess. Boom! The nine-tailed dragon fox descended from the sky, its 9 tails blazing with purple-golden dragon flames, illuminating the entire world. The mysterious black-robed figure reappeared in the public view, standing in the desert, looking somewhat unreal. The Naga goddess's corpse was scattered by the wind, leaving behind only a transparent crystal core of the beast. I picked up the beast crystal core, and the corner of my mouth curled slightly beneath the mask. This was a beast crystal core containing SSS-level beast energy mirror power, with the rank of beast god. I had already decided how to handle this treasure.
Ashasha!
The Calamity Ghost Python lowered its massive head and came close to me. I tossed the Naga goddess's beast crystal core into the Calamity Ghost Python's mouth. Next, I opened the system warehouse and extracted the attribute fusion crystals. The Calamity Ghost Python accepted the crystals without hesitation. A burning sensation spread through every vein of the Calamity Ghost Python as it perfectly integrated the SSS-level beast energy of mirror power. To conserve spiritual energy, I focused my thoughts, and both the nine-tailed dragon fox and the Calamity Ghost Python returned to their beast-man forms. A refined fox girl with an aura of a goddess and a proud, cold-hearted snake beauty stood beside the black-robed figure. This combination would one day be known as the wings of the king. And the Ikinga was the guy in the black robe. I noticed Lu Mingxiao was staring at me, so I teased him. General Lu, seeing you in such a sorry state, you're not having trouble with them, are you? Lu Mingxiao smiled. It's true that I can't handle 2 at once, but since you've dealt with the Naga goddess, only Ulthus remains. Naturally, I can handle him. I am a staunch opportunist who doesn't miss any benefit. In line with my nature, I would kill Ulthus and take his beast crystal core. After all, Ulthus was also a beast god monster, and his beast crystal core was highly valuable, with the abilities gravity manipulation and purple lightning. However, my essence is a 2-star beast master, and the power of the black-robed figure relies entirely on the chemical cheat provided by the system. It took 7 minutes to kill the Naga goddess. In 3 minutes, the effect of the dragon spirit pill would completely wear off. My body was already showing some side effects, my eyelids were oozing blood, and the symptoms of tinnitus and dizziness were becoming more severe. In 3 minutes I would collapse. In this situation, I didn't want to risk overextending myself and worsening the aftereffects by going after Ulthus. Leaving the opportunity to kill Ulthus to Lu Mingxiao was the wisest choice, ensuring that I would have the strength to retreat safely. This is what makes me so terrifying. I calculated everything, my mind operating like a precise machine. Every step I took was cautious, I knew when to gamble and when to be prudent, so no mistakes would occur. A roar sounded. The beast masters on the city walls all looked up at the sky. At this point, Ulthus was at the end of its strength. The beast army it had brought was entirely buried in the firestorm breathed out by the vermilion bird. The Naga goddess had originally been Ulthus's best ally against the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force General, Lu Mingxiao. Without the black-robed figure's interference, Lu Mingxiao alone would not have been able to counter the coordinated assault of these 2 beast god monsters. Ulthus went into a frenzied state, burning its own soul and blood. On the battlefield, Lu Mingxiao and the black-robed figure stood together like two towering, immovable mountains, massive and imposing. Ulthus, being an elder of the Beast clan, knew it was doomed today. But before its death, its ambition remained undiminished. It would use its life as a sacrifice to destroy the entire Huangyan city, hoping to provide an opportunity for Nidhogg to invade the Dragon Kingdom's heartland. You in the Black Robe, I don't know who you are, but because you meddled, you've ruined Lord Nidhogg's plan. Even if I die here today, I'll make sure this city goes down with me. Ulthus's body continued to expand, its already mountain-sized form nearly obscuring half the sky. Thick black mist rose around Huangyan City, the magic power from the beast god monster. Ulthus's body began to self-ignite, its skin cracking, scales disintegrating, and flesh peeling away like layers of an old wall. Lu Mingxiao frowned slightly. It chose to sacrifice its life to trigger a magma eruption. The pungent magic energy wreaked havoc within the city, penetrating every corner and plunging the citizens into endless panic, fearing that the next day could be their doomsday. An invisible gravitational wave took root deep underground. Beneath this desert, magma fire had been stored for eons. Ulthus's most adept ability was gravity manipulation. It used all its magic energy to apply reverse gravity deep underground.
The ground suddenly feels so hot. It's cracking. It's magma.
The people inside the city screamed in terror, with nowhere to escape. The magma from deep underground surged upward, causing many streets to rise and large cracks to appear, with scorching magma flowing within. General Lu, if you don't act soon, this city will turn into a lake of magma and might become a famous tourist spot in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. I joked, urging Lu Mingxiao to act quickly. After all, my medicine's effect was about to wear off. I needed to end the battle quickly and make a perfect exit, leaving no trace behind. Lu Mingxiao stepped forward, his face grim and his eyes like a hunter spotting its prey. Anyone who trespasses on the Dragon Kingdom's territory will be punished, no matter how far they are.
Lu Mingxiao no longer held back. Veins bulged on his forehead as he released all of his remaining spiritual energy. The divine beast, the vermilion bird, let out a crisp cry, dispersing the purple lightning around Huangyan City. Whoosh! The vermilion bird dove down, the sound of the wind tearing through human eardrums. With its wings spread wide, the flames scorched the heavens. The vermilion bird struck Ulthus, its wings crossing in a forward X shape. In the sky, it seemed as if a giant pair of flaming scissors appeared, slicing Ulthus's body in half. This was the vermilion bird's ultimate technique, heavenly flame scissors. I had previously checked the information in the Azure Dragon library. This very move, heavenly flame scissors, had helped the Air Force headquarters win a breathing space during the Sky Island battle 10 years ago, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The agonized wails were drowned out in the sea of flames. Ulthus's eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. With a flash and a thunderous sound, the battlefield cleared of smoke, revealing the battered scene. Ulthus's bisected corpse lay quietly in the sand pit. A gentle breeze passed by, and the corpse turned to dust, leaving only a purple-black beast core. Under the mask, I swallowed nervously. This beast core contained two powerful abilities: gravity manipulation and purple lightning. Lu Mingxiao picked up the beast core and held it high. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted in cheers.
We won.
We actually defended the city. I can't believe we held the city. The joy culminated in tears of happiness. On the city wall, beast masters covered in dust embraced each other in celebration. Screams released their stress, and tears expressed their excitement. Air Force General Lu Mingxiao. Air Force General Lu Mingxiao. Air Force General Lu Mingxiao. Black-robed man is awesome. Amidst the cheers, the name Black-robed man was interspersed. Only the beast masters who experienced this war could truly understand. Lu Mingxiao was indeed the greatest hero of the defense, but without the mysterious black-robed figure, Lu Mingxiao alone would never have been able to hold the city. Lu Mingxiao did not immerse himself in the joy and relief of victory. He did not relax his vigilance for even a moment and stepped in front of the black-robed figure. I had intended to sneak away, but after being stopped by Lu Mingxiao, I seemed as calm as an old dog, but internally, I was panicked. There wasn't much time left before the drug's effect wore off.
General Lu, you should prepare for your victory banquet. The battle is over, and I must leave. Lu Mingxiao's gaze was sharp. You are a high-profile wanted criminal secretly pursued by the Empress. It's not that easy to leave. If I want to leave, can you stop me? I raised my aura, with Ailu and Medusa by my side, clearly not to be trifled with. Lu Mingxiao took another step forward. I was enraged.
A step aside.
Tut tilde. Lu Mingxiao fell to the ground, sprawling out in an awkward position. I was stunned. Are you trying to pull a fast one?
I didn't even touch you.
The onlookers on the city wall were too far from the center of the battlefield to see the details. To them, it looked like Lu Mingxiao had been knocked down by the black-robed figure. Lu Mingxiao lay on the ground, eyes closed. You're a wanted criminal, and I'm an Air Force general. This is the most reasonable way to let you go. Lu Mingxiao had orchestrated this little drama himself. After the battle, with his spiritual energy depleted, he was easily knocked down by the black-robed figure. It appeared as negligence but was actually understandable, providing a reasonable explanation to the Empress Shangguan Lan. I wanted to say something but stopped. I didn't have time to chat with Lu Mingxiao any longer.
Lulu, let's go.
Lu transformed back into her original form, and I jumped onto the back of the nine-tailed dragon fox.
Wait a moment.
I glanced back at Lu Mingxiao lying on the ground.
Who are you really?
I am the black-robed man in a black robe. Oh. Lu Mingxiao had last been this speechless some time ago. The black-robed man, the founding figure of absurdist literature, was also an essential literary figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Riding the nine-tailed dragon fox, I left the desert, and a ray of morning light illuminated the bloody battlefield. The victory of this war belonged to humanity and was a miracle of overcoming odds that would go down in history. The main contributors to this miracle were the black-robed man and Lu Mingxiao. Of course, the garrison of Huangyan City, led by Lord Zhou Xiong, also played a significant role in the war. Especially me, a first-year student from Azure Dragon Academy, without whose assistance the garrison would never have lasted until Lu Mingxiao's arrival. After the war, people were immersed in a mix of emotions. Clearing the bodies of comrades was an extremely difficult task. The hardest part was the emotional burden. Seeing former comrades fall in front of you was never easy to bear. That day, 3 names dominated the headlines of major news platforms in the Dragon Kingdom.
Shocking.
Dragon Kingdom discovers divine auxiliary genius Azure Dragon Academy's Xiao Xingyu. Air Force General Lu Mingxiao supports Huangyan City. Mysterious black-robed man appears, kills beast god beast naga goddess. Such headlines flooded the news, and the developed network made the entire nation aware of everything that happened in Huangyan City over that day and night. My name had appeared on the trending list many times, and this time, the significance was undoubtedly the highest ever. When reporters interviewed the garrison of Huangyan City, all the beast masters said that without my assistance, they would never have held out until Lu Mingxiao's support, and Huangyan City would have been reduced to ruins. However, the trending topic about the black-robed man was suppressed within an hour or two by some mysterious force, and related searches turned into taboo entries. It was clear that the Empress Shangguan Lan had secretly manipulated the suppression of the black-robed man's popularity. At night, Huangyan City was in ruins and the hospital was overcrowded. The hum of helicopters could be heard faintly in the sky. The constant airlift of supplies came from Lu Mingxiao's efforts.
Thank you, General Lu.
Thank you for saving our lives, General Lu. Our family of 8 owes our lives to you. We want to show our gratitude. The people of Huangyan City were unanimously grateful to Lu Mingxiao, their tears flowing freely, expressing their immense gratitude for saving them. A man, wrapped in bandages and limping, made his way to Lu Mingxiao. General Lu, I truly can't thank you enough. It's thanks to you that Huangyan City was able to hold its ground.
No need to be polite, Lord Zhou.
Huangyan City is the western frontier of our Dragon Kingdom. It's the duty of every beast master in the Dragon Kingdom, no matter their position, to protect our borders from the invasion of the Devil Clan. Zhou Xiong got to the point. General Lu, I saw the news reports. There was also chaos caused by magical beasts at the Air Force headquarters. If you're busy, you should head back, I'll handle the remaining matters here. During the past night, it wasn't just Huangyan City that faced an invasion by magical beasts. Major key regions across the country had experienced the horrors of war. The Air Force headquarters on Sky Island had also been attacked by magical beasts. It's no problem. Murongjin has already dispatched the naval fleet to support Sky Island. I plan to stay in Huangyan City for a little while longer.
You mean?
As an experienced professional, Zhou Xiong sensed that the general seemed to have another purpose. I'd like to visit that young man.
Which ward is he in?
A young man?
You mean Xiao Xingyu?
Lu Mingxiao nodded with a smile. In this battle, the black-robed figure left the deepest impression on him, and the second most impressive was me. A young man with only a 2-star rank, not only brave enough to be on the battlefield but also able to play the role of a divine auxiliary, was a unique presence in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Xingyu is in the VIP ward on the 2nd floor.
Thank you, Lord Zhou. I'll go see him now. Wait a moment.
Zhou Xiong stopped Lu Mingxiao and tentatively asked, General Lu, if I may, are you interested in Xiao Xingyu's potential? Lu Mingxiao didn't answer directly but smiled and nodded before turning to head to the Beast Master Rehabilitation Center. Zhou Xiong watched Lu Mingxiao's retreating figure, his face showing joy as he secretly felt happy for his good friend. A brother Xiao, who knows, maybe in the future you'll join the Air Force headquarters. Perhaps General Lu might even groom you as his successor. The Air Force is the most formidable royal military force among the 3 branches of the Dragon Kingdom's army, and there is a saying among people that a Sky Island doesn't keep idle personnel. To join the Air Force headquarters and be stationed on Sky Island, Beast Masters must be among the elite, having undergone numerous harsh selections and hellish trials to become a formal Air Force warrior. However, compared to the Navy and the Army, the Air Force is currently lacking in talent. Lu Mingxiao's command does not have exceptionally gifted young people and relies entirely on the older generation to maintain the top of the 3 armies' image. I was an unexpected gain for Lu Mingxiao in this support mission to Huangyan City. His attitude toward me was just like how the red-haired old man had regarded him when he was young. In the hospital room, I lay motionless on the bed, my face as pale as paper. Shang Guanqian had woken up and was keeping vigil with Qin Yanran at the bedside.
Doctor, how is he now? Why is his complexion getting worse?
Qin Yanran, seeing me lying in a deep coma, felt distressed, as she considered me like a younger brother. A few hours ago, the patient was no longer in immediate danger. But for some reason, the patient's condition suddenly worsened. Our medical equipment can't identify the specific cause. My worsening condition was due to the side effects of the dragon spirit pill. After the battle, I used my strong will to evade people's sight and eventually collapsed in the depths of the desert, bleeding from my 7 orifices. Before falling unconscious, I grasped Ailu and Medusa's hands. Take me back to the ward and make sure no one discovers anything unusual. A master, with your current condition, going back to that place is meaningless. Human medical methods couldn't eliminate the side effects of the dragon spirit pill. Ashasha, doesizai. But don't worry, I've got this under control. There won't be any accidents. That woman will definitely come to find me. Lu Mingxiao reached the door of the ward and was about to push it open when a familiar voice called from behind. General Lu. Lu Mingxiao turned around and saluted respectfully.
Your Majesty, what brings you here? What do you think?
The woman before Lu Mingxiao was as beautiful as a painting with an otherworldly presence. Time had left no mark on her, only adding layers of mystery. Her eyes were deep and dark, seeming to hide endless coldness and cruelty. Her nose was high and straight, giving off an air of superiority. Even Lu Mingxiao, a high-ranking Air Force general, lost his commanding aura in her presence, bowing submissively. This woman was the supreme ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, Shangguan Lan. You must have heard about the black-robed figure and came to Huangyan City to clarify things, right? And not entirely. We'll talk about the black-robed figure later. I came to visit this young man. Lu Mingxiao was momentarily stunned, then realized that Shangguan Lan, who had always avoided men, was specifically visiting a 2-star beast master boy. Your Majesty, do you know Xiao Xingyu? Lu Mingxiao, curb your unnecessary curiosity. Though Lu Mingxiao was curious, he had to keep his silence out of respect. What exactly was my relationship with Shangguan Lan? Perhaps even the 2 of us were in the dark. The 2 of them then entered the ward together. Your Majesty. Seeing Shangguan Lan, Shangguan Qian quickly corrected herself. In public, Shangguan Qian had to address her as a Your Majesty like everyone else. Shangguan Lan raised her delicate hand and gently stroked her daughter's hair. Are you injured? How severe is it? Setting aside Shangguan Lan's hidden identity as the Black Dragon, the worry and affection in her eyes were genuine. She truly cared for her daughter. I'm fine, it's just superficial injuries. Qin Yanran knelt on one knee. A Qin Yanran of the Sky Vault Guild, greetings to Your Majesty. Shangguan Lan smiled and nodded. Your Sky Vault Guild made a tremendous contribution in this city defense battle. There will be generous rewards. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although Qin Yanran was promised great rewards, she couldn't find any joy in it because her beloved younger brother was still lying in bed, not out of danger. Lu Mingxiao reminded, Your Majesty, judging by Xiao Xingyu's complexion, ordinary medical methods might not.
I know.
Shangguan Lan took out an exquisitely crafted vial from her sleeve and handed it to Qin Yanran.
Your Majesty, this is...
Shangguan Qian looked surprised.
This aura.
Is it 7-colored Qilin blood?
I give it to this young man. He will wake up soon.
Shangguan Lan spoke concisely.
Without hesitation, Qin Yanran opened the vial. The vial emitted a unique fragrance, and through the opening, 7-colored light flickered. This was the blood of the 7-colored sacred Qilin, possessing the miraculous power to repair the very essence of life. Regardless of how severe the injuries, as long as there was breath left, taking the 7-colored Qilin blood could bring someone back from the brink of death. Shangguan Qian was astonished because she knew well the rarity of 7-colored Qilin blood. Shangguan Lan's beast, the 7-colored sacred Qilin, did not have every drop of blood deemed a 7-colored Qilin blood. Only the blood spilled from the wound when a Qilin horn fell off could be called 7-colored Qilin blood. Qilin horns shed every 10 years, and the amount of 7-colored Qilin blood collected each time was extremely rare, thus earning the nickname Life Gold. Shangguan Qian vividly remembered that she had been gravely ill as a child, almost losing her life, and Shangguan Lan had only then reluctantly used the 7-colored Qilin blood to save her. And I, being an outsider to the Shangguan family, actually had the privilege to consume 7-colored Qilin blood. It seems that my mother's regard for Xiao Xingyu far exceeds my previous imagination. Shangguan Qian wasn't envious, she simply didn't understand. Even if I were a once-in-a-century prodigy, deserving of attention and cultivation, Shangguan Lan's favor seemed to be excessive. Qiener, you worked hard last night. You should rest now.
Yes.
Captain Qin, you should also take a rest.
Yes.
With Shangguan Qian and Qin Yanran dismissed, only 3 people remained in the ward. I had just taken the 7-colored Qilin blood, and my pale complexion soon regained its rosy color, with my weak breathing becoming stronger. Lu Mingxiao stood by the bed, his brow furrowed, deep in thought. Shangguan Lan sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at my profile with an inscrutable expression. As my blurred consciousness began to clear, I struggled to open my heavy eyelids. The moment my vision cleared, I saw a stunningly beautiful face. Your Majesty. I weakly attempted to sit up, my pupils slightly trembling. No need for formalities. Your body hasn't fully recovered, just lie down. I wiped my mouth, and my fingers were stained with the shimmering 7-colored liquid. Lu Mingxiao explained, the 7-colored Qilin blood is extremely precious. Hurry and express your gratitude. I put on an act, first appearing dazed, then suddenly realizing and quickly expressed my thanks. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift of blood.
Xiao Xingyu will never forget this.
A flash of wisdom passed through my eyes, and although my lips didn't curl into a smile, a hint of cunning appeared. I had predicted all of this before losing consciousness. I knew that the side effects and after effects of taking 2 dragon spirit pills were beyond what my body could endure, and the Dragon Kingdom's medical methods couldn't cure them. Logically, I should have followed Ailu and Medusa's advice and rested in a secluded place. But if I did that, the logic wouldn't hold, and I would be labeled as a missing after the battle. Given Shangguan Lan's paranoia, it's inevitable that she might suspect some connection between me and the black-robed figures. So I chose to take a gamble. I had Ailu and Medusa take him back to the ward, betting that the Empress would come and save him. It turned out that my gamble paid off the moment I opened my eyes and saw Shangguan Lan. She had indeed come to Huangyan City and brought the extremely precious 7-colored Qilin blood to repair the severely damaged meridians and destiny. I must admit, every move I made felt like walking on a knife's edge, playing for both thrill and tension. If any step had gone wrong, the whole plan would have been a disaster. All you need is boldness, and the Empress is on maternity leave. That's my motto. Even while developing cautiously, sometimes you have to take a risk and gamble. Winning means a gain, and losing just means a reset to factory settings. 18 years later, you can be a hero again. As Xiao Xingyu, the contributions you made in this battle have been truthfully reported to me by Zhou Xiong. When you recover and return to Azure Dragon Academy, I will grant you the rewards you deserve. At this point, Shangguan Lan looked at Lu Mingxiao. General Lu, since you came to visit this young man, is there anything you would like to say to him? Lu Mingxiao was slightly taken aback and immediately began to utter some meaningless formalities.
As student Xiao Xingyu, you are indeed a rising star highly valued by the Empress with exceptional talent. Your combat intelligence rivals that of some veteran beast tamers. You are clearly a pillar of Dragon Kingdom's future. Shangguan Lan coldly interrupted, with a sarcastic tone, General Lu, there's no need for such official talk in my presence.
Are you trying to recruit Xiao Xingyu?
Lu Mingxiao's thoughts were exposed, and he felt embarrassed, even scraping the floor with his toes.
Ahem, Your Majesty, I admit I want to recruit Xiao Xingyu. Once he graduates, I'd like him to report to the Air Force headquarters. It's worth noting that the Air Force headquarters is not so easy to enter. Each year, about 300 talents from the 4 major beast tamer academies, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, apply to the Air Force headquarters. The number who successfully joined the Air Force headquarters is no more than 30. I'm only a freshman, with 2.5 years until graduation, but Lu Mingxiao has taken notice of me and wants to exempt me from exams, allowing me to smoothly join the Air Force headquarters upon graduation. This is unprecedented in the history of the Air Force.
Shangguan Lan's gaze turned icy.
Do you know that this young man is my person? Lu Mingxiao's eyes wandered, scratching his head. But of course, I wouldn't dare to snatch him from you, Your Majesty. I was just speaking casually. At this moment, Lu Mingxiao vaguely guessed that Shangguan Lan wanted to keep me by her side and that I would likely become a silver priest, a lower-level official member of the Emperor Soul organization after graduation. There was even a possibility I could become the High Priest of the Black Abyss, the leader of the Emperor Soul organization, in the future.
Since you know this young man is mine, is there anything else?
Shangguan Lan's voice was calm and gentle, with no hint of emotion. In the presence of the Empress, every subject felt like walking on thin ice, and Lu Mingxiao was no exception.
There's nothing else.
I'll take my leave now. Lu Mingxiao bowed and exited the ward. Now, only Shangguan Lan and I remained in the room.
Are you a bit nervous?
No. Whenever I was alone with Shangguan Lan, I always felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. Shangguan Lan stared at my face, trying to see through the young man before her, but ultimately she failed. Remember, after graduation, you will naturally join the Emperor Soul organization. As for any other offers from others, Your Majesty, I understand. Shangguan Lan's red lips curved into a faint smile as she personally adjusted the blanket around me. You are a smart person. If one day you betray me, you should know the consequences. I broke out in a cold sweat, silently cursing in my heart. Shangguan Lan added, Don't forget, you have a sister who loves you. If something happens to you, she will be very distressed. My anger surged. The moment Shangguan Lan mentioned Xiao Ruoxue, I felt a surge of rage, but I quickly suppressed it with reason. Shangguan Lan didn't say it outright, but her intentions were clear. Xiao Ruoxue, an ordinary person without awakened spiritual power, is my only family. This is my greatest vulnerability, and Shangguan Lan had explicitly used Xiao Ruoxue to threaten and manipulate me. A dragon has its reverse scales, touching them leads to death. Xiao Ruoxue is my reverse scale. I cannot accept my sister's life being controlled by outsiders. This woman is unpredictable, she's using my sister as a hostage. Staying by her side is akin to serving a tiger. But with my current strength, I can only comply with her for now and avoid becoming her enemy. In matters of great importance, I am more clear-headed than anyone. To protect myself and my sister, there is no choice but to pledge allegiance to Shangguan Lan. Even if it means acting, I must act convincingly, to the point where Shangguan Lan fully drops her guard. Rest assured, since I have decided to cultivate you, I won't abandon you easily. As long as you follow me and be my person, both you and your sister will be safe and sound. I forced a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. I get some good rest. Shangguan Lan turned and left, leaving me alone in the hospital bed. As Shangguan Lan walked out of the ward, she saw Lu Mingxiao standing upright, leaning against the wall in the corridor.
What are you still doing here?
Your Majesty, you will undoubtedly ask me about the black-robed figures, so I am here waiting for you. Lu Mingxiao was also a smart person. Shangguan Lan's visit to Huangyan City was not merely to visit me. After all, the black-robed figures were a thorn in Shangguan Lan's side, and she couldn't rest easy until it was removed. The two of them walked out of the Beast Tamer Medical Center and arrived at a pavilion beside an artificial lake. I cannot predict the exact strength of the black-robed figures. They can easily defeat the Beast God-class Naga Goddess. The fox beside him has dragon blood.
Shang Guanlan interrupted to say something useful. What Lu Mingxiao had just said was common knowledge covered extensively in newspapers and known nationwide. Lu Mingxiao paused for a moment, raising his eyebrows. Your Majesty, when I was in contact with the black-robed figures, I had a strange feeling. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in Shang Guanlan's eyes. The black-robed figure felt familiar, like that man. Shang Guanlan's body trembled. Even though Lu Mingxiao didn't name names, she knew exactly who that man was. Could it be that the black-robed figure is Xiao Lian, the illegitimate child born of some unknown fox spirit?
Shang Guanlan lowered her gaze, pondering the identity of the black-robed figure. However, even if she thought until the end of time, she would never guess that the figure in question was me. After her contemplation, Shang Guanlan pointedly asked Lu Mingxiao, "Why did you let him go?" "Your Majesty, at that time, my energy reserves were nearly depleted. How could I stop the black-robed figure?" "You'd better not have let him go on purpose." Lu Mingxiao immediately pledged, "I swear by the Air Force that I had no intention of deliberately letting the black-robed figure escape." "You said the black-robed figure resembled that man, didn't you? Don't forget, before that man betrayed the country, you took him as your faith." Lu Mingxiao touched his nose and gave a dry laugh. "That's all old news. Now, I only swear allegiance to Dragon Country and to your Majesty."
Shang Gugan lay inside.
"Fine, I'll leave the matter of capturing the black-robed figures to the Emperor Soul Organization. As for you, Lu Mingxiao, return to the Air Force headquarters as soon as possible and guard Sky Island."
Understood. Time flew by, and half a month passed.
After recovering in Huangyan City for half a month, I was finally healed and set off on my journey home. Although half a month seemed long, without Shang Guanlan providing me with the 7-colored Kirin blood, it would have taken at least 6 months to heal. On the night before my departure, I had a drink with City Lord Zhou Xiong and discussed many things about the future. The next day, I boarded train No. 13 and turned around to wave goodbye to Zhou Xiong. Behind Zhou Xiong were the people of Huangyan City. My contribution was significant in the city's defense, and I was seen as a little hero by all the citizens. "Little brother Xiao, I look forward to your next visit. Brother Zhou, the mountains and rivers will meet again. Looking forward to seeing you next time." The train started moving, gradually pulling away from the platform. Through the train window, I looked back, feeling a warm glow in my heart. On the platform, everyone was bowing and giving me a send-off. "Let's have an interview. How does it feel to be a hero of the frontier?" Next to me sat a charming young woman, none other than Princess Shang Guanqian. For the past half-month, Shang Guanqian had been taking care of me, supposedly a task assigned by Shang Guanlan. "Your Highness, thank you so much for taking care of me these past 2 weeks. I recovered so quickly because of you. You are truly kind." Facing my radiant smile, Shang Guanqian's gaze momentarily lost focus.
"You say I'm kind?"
Yes, you are very kind.
Shang Guanqian shook her head and sighed, then lightly smiled. "I'm not actually that kind." I turned to look at Shang Guanqian's profile, her perfect nose contour seemingly veiled with a hint of melancholy. Everyone has their own untellable secrets, even the princess of Dragon Country has pasts she finds hard to speak of. Halfway through the journey, I suddenly became anxious.
This is bad.
I looked around frantically, rummaging through my bag. Where did I put it? I hope I didn't leave it on the battlefield. Are you looking for this? I looked up to see Shang Guanqian handing me a worn scarf. It was a lady's scarf. After the ravages of battle, the scarf had several holes and stains from magical beasts. This was the scarf that Murong Xinshin had given me, and I treasured it dearly. You scared me. I thought I had left it on the battlefield. I sighed in relief and took the scarf from Shang Guanqian's hands.
Thank you, Princess.
Shang Guanqian crossed her arms over her chest and pretended to be indifferent, saying, "It's clear that this scarf is very important to you." "No, it's the girl who gave you the scarf who is important to you." Yes, it is indeed very important to me." I pictured the cute, somewhat awkward girl with white hair in my mind. To others, Murong Xinshin might be seen as a stoic ice queen, but to me, she's a charming young lady. Shang Guanqian pursed her lips. "I have no interest in your romantic past. I'm going to take a nap, so don't disturb me." "Princess, you misunderstand.
We haven't."
"Don't bother explaining. I'm not interested." Drowsiness is contagious, and soon I fell asleep as well. The announcement woke me from my dream. Approaching the next station, Longyin City.
Passengers, please prepare to disembark. I looked out the window at the familiar scenery, feeling a surge of excitement.
Princess, I'm home.
After the battle in Huangyan City, my actions had caused a nationwide sensation. The dean specifically awarded me one of the top 3 luxury villas in Longyin City as a reward. It's worth noting that Admiral Murongjing's mansion is right next door. Xiaoyu, I've already filled the bathtub for you.
You've had a dusty journey, go take a hot bath.
Sis, let's bathe together. You can help me scrub my back and I'll help you with yours. You little rascal, how old are you now? Aren't you embarrassed? I've always enjoyed teasing my sister, and after all these years, I still find it entertaining. The quiet of the night was like a black gem swallowing the clamor of the day. In the bathtub, surrounded by bubbles, my abs were faintly visible. It seems like I've recovered pretty well, thanks to Shangguan Lan's 7-colored Kirin blood. I clenched my fists, feeling powerful, with both my spiritual energy and physical strength back to their peak state. Taking 2 dragon spirit pills had left severe side effects. Normally, this would have cost me half my life. It was Shangguan Lan's 7-colored Kirin blood that allowed me to fully recover in just half a month, otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken.
Alulu, why did you come out by yourself?
I glanced up and saw Ailu sitting on the windowsill of the bathroom, quickly covering my chest to avoid exposure.
Ailu sneered, what are you covering up for?
I'm not interested in your 2 pounds of flesh. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before.
True.
I relaxed my guard. Back in the small forest, Ailu and I had an intimate relationship. Looking at history, the love story between humans and beastmen had gained another chapter. Lulu, did you come out because you need something from me? Beastmasters use beast symbols to summon their beasts, requiring spiritual energy to call them forth. If a beastmaster doesn't actively summon their beast, the beast will only appear in times of extreme danger. Ailu is different from other beasts because of our intimate past. She doesn't need me to summon her or wait for a crisis, she can come out from the beast symbol at any time, embodying the spirit of the unrestrained and free. I came to remind you of something. I listened attentively. Based on what I know about the Demon Clan's Grand Marshal Nidhogg, he's likely to initiate the Star Erasure Plan. A Star Erasure Plan?
What is that?
Ailu answered patiently. The beastmen aren't all reckless. Especially the Demon Clan Grand Marshal Nidhogg, he's even more intelligent and cunning than humans. He believes that cutting off humanity's future is the best way to completely conquer the Earth. And someone like you, a prodigy among prodigies in humanity, represents humanity's future. Ailu raised her hand and made a slashing motion across her throat. Nidhogg, being the Grand Marshal of the Demon Clan, would specifically target me? Not just you, Ailu said, her gaze deep and her expression serious. All remaining human civilizations on Earth are part of the Star Erasure Plan. So, Nidhogg will target the young geniuses of all the countries? Exactly. Ailu's prediction was sharp and to the point. In the Nameless Sea. On Skull Island. A black giant dragon bathed in a pool of blood. The blood pool was a crimson red, occasionally revealing human skulls and teeth floating on its surface. Around the pool were iron cages. Each cage was filled with half-dead humans. These humans had different hair, eye colors, and skin tones, clearly from different countries. But they all had one thing in common, endless despair written on their faces. No crying, no noise, no shouting, and no struggling. There was no visible reaction of fear from these prisoners. Because the giant black dragon soaking in the blood pool was named the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg. In the presence of this dragon, human emotions would be infected, reducing all desires and feelings to despair. When the purity of the blood pool decreased, the iron cages would randomly open and batches of humans would be thrown into the pool to replenish its purity. Nidhogg's fearsome, ugly dragon head showed a look of enjoyment and the rough, sharp dragon scales continuously absorbed the blood from the pool. A voluptuous woman wearing a crown approached the blood pool, with bat-like wings folded behind her. The Nightbat Queen, a Beast Emperor-level beastman, was also the executor of each Star Erasure Plan. Lord Nidhogg, the list for the Star Erasure Plan has been prepared. The Nightbat Queen knelt by the blood pool, holding up a piece of beast hide parchment with both hands. After a dragon's roar, the black dragon in the blood pool vanished. A tall, pale-skinned man emerged from the pool, draped in a black cloak made of dragon scales. One of his dragon horns was broken, adding a touch of cruelty to his already sinister and bewitching face.
Nidhogg carefully reviewed the list for the Star Erasure plan. Sakura Nation, Mitsuimaru, Watanabe Taiu, Nanana Raku. Shama, Kira, Lena, Alisa. Lia Nation, Jin Tianen, Park Jinglai, Kwon Seo Gyong. Dragon Nation, Shongwan Qian, Ye Shuangning, Li Yanqin. These 4 human nations were the largest surviving powers on Earth. The rising stars of these nations, their talents were the greatest threat to the Beastmen. After reviewing the list, Nidhogg's dragon eyes glowed, and his slender fingers pointed to the Dragon Nation section. Why isn't Xiao Xingyu's name on the list? The Nightbat Queen was momentarily stunned, then whispered, our previous Star Erasure plans targeted only beast tamers of 5-star rank or above. Xiao Xingyu is only a 2-star beast tamer. Nidhogg's gaze suddenly turned furious. The Nightbat Queen, terrified, fell to her knees, her very soul trembling. Have you forgotten what that boy did in Huangyan City? If it weren't for him, could Huangyan City have held out until the Air Force General and the Black Robe man arrived? Add his name to the list. The Nightbat Queen quickly nodded.
Understood.
Xiao Xingyu's name was now prominently added to the Dragon Nation section. This was a death list, those on it were doomed to die. Lulu, thank you for warning me about the Star Erasure plan. Every powerful human nation spends vast amounts of manpower, resources, and precious assets to cultivate the next generation of young geniuses for the continuation of their civilizations. These young geniuses are collectively referred to as supernovas. The goal of the Star Erasure plan is clear, to assassinate the supernovas of each country and cut off their future. Ailu's expression was grave as she repeatedly cautioned. You must remain vigilant. The horror of the Star Erasure plan is far worse than you can imagine. I understand. Don't worry. Ailu still looked worried. She knew best about my physical condition. Although the side effects of the Dragon Spirit pills were healed by the 7-colored Kirin blood, I couldn't risk taking Dragon Spirit pills again in a short period, or the side effects would worsen beyond repair, even with the 7-colored Kirin blood. In other words, when danger arrives, I temporarily cannot use the black-robed man as an advantage. Without Ailu and Medusa's protection, I'm effectively missing 2 trump cards. Lulu, I understand your concern. I will be more cautious during this period and avoid causing trouble. I hope you mean it. Ailu turned into a streak of light and returned to my beast tamer emblem. I lay in the warm bathtub, gazing out at the night. Dragon Spirit pills are just external aids, true strength comes from within. I need to accelerate my advancement. I clenched my fists, making a significant decision. The next day, Azure Dragon Academy mentor's office. A what? Repeat what you just said. I want to take the 4-star assessment. It was class time and the office was occupied only by Chen Qinian and me. Chen Qinian scratched his messy hair, his glasses askew, his face full of disbelief. Xiao Xingyu, do you know what it means to attempt a cross-star examination? I maintained a smile, speaking slowly, I understand the assessment rules. The cross-star examination is a one-time opportunity, and any mistake is unacceptable. If you fail, you cannot participate in any beast tamer advancement assessments for 3 years. You know this rule and still dare to attempt a cross-star examination? Chen Qinian's skepticism wasn't about doubting my talent or ability but about trying to persuade me to choose a more reliable advancement method. The cross-star examination carries immense risk, and failure means enduring 3 years of suffering. Director Chen, I understand your concerns and that you want me to be more cautious and not be reckless. But I'm certain that with my current strength, passing the 4-star assessment is not a problem. Chen Qinian was about to refute but then sighed and gave in. Well, you managed to single-handedly defeat a beast of extraordinary physique in Huangyan City. Regardless of whether it was due to luck or opportunity, your strength is enough to pass the 4-star assessment. I put my arm around Chen Qinian's shoulders and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Director Chen, then help me sign up. All right, I'll help you sign up. Chen Qinian opened his computer and swiftly began the registration process for the 4-star assessment. Before long, the printer started working. Your admission ticket has been printed. The assessment is scheduled for next Wednesday. You can take a leave that day. Assessment difficulty, 4-star. Assessment location, see Spirit Clan Ruins. I took the admission ticket and carefully placed it in my backpack. Thank you, Director Chen. Chen Qinian took a sip of goji berry tea and shook his head. No need to be polite.
You're now a valuable asset to Azure Dragon Academy. It's my duty and responsibility to take good care of you. Ahihi, Director Chen, you flatter me. Seeing you so smug, I really want to give you a good beating. Chen Qinian only gestured with his fist, unable to bring himself to hit his own proud and talented disciple. By the way, the principal wants you to go to her office. It's probably about collecting your reward. Okay, I'll head over now. 5 minutes later, I arrived at the principal's office. Every time I entered the principal's office, I felt like I was stepping into a wine cellar. Other principals have desks piled with pending documents. But on Su Ruyan's desk, there were only empty bottles of various types of alcohol. Xiao Xingyu, you're here. Su Ruyan, slightly tipsy with a flushed face, looked at me with a seductive gaze, presenting the most alluring side of a mature woman.
Principal, what did you need from me?
Su Ruyan opened a drawer and took out a long, narrow wooden box that looked like a huge sword case. This is a reward prepared by the Academy for you. Please accept it. I couldn't contain my excitement as I eagerly reached out to open the wooden box. Inside the box were 2 items. A red magic beast crystal core and a black longsword. This is the magic beast crystal core of the Crimson Flame King Beast. I couldn't suppress the smile on my face. The Crimson Flame King Beast is a beast of the king-level physique, and its magic beast crystal core can help fire attribute beast tamers advance to the king-level physique. Moreover, the Crimson Flame King Beast's genes, like those of the Hellfire Phantom Wolf, carry a Hellfire. When the Hellfire Phantom Wolf reaches the extraordinary physique, Tier 3, it can use this magic beast crystal core to smoothly advance to the king-level physique. On the market, the magic beast crystal core of the Crimson Flame King Beast is priceless and virtually unattainable.
Thank you, Principal.
After receiving the magic beast crystal core, my gaze fell on the black longsword in the wooden box. The sword was 7 feet long, a length that was impractical for humans, as it was nearly as tall as a person. Clearly, this was a specially designed weapon for beastmen, also known as a magic tool. I often saw similar magic tools while browsing beast tamer shops. A magic tool is made from the bones or scales of magic beasts and is enchanted to enhance the combat ability of beastmen. After all, beastmen have a significant advantage over other types of beast tamers because they can use weapons, and magic tools were created for this purpose. This Xianyao sword is an S-class magic tool. The sword is crafted from the spine bones of the beast king-level Xianlin Guangjing beast and also includes the latest charging crystal device from Shenyuan technology. Su Ruyan explained the origins of the sword in detail, and I became increasingly excited. The Shenyuan technology mentioned by Su Ruyan comes from Shenyuan Group, the most advanced beast biology technology corporation in Dragon Kingdom. Shenyuan Group's chairman, Lin Beixian, is a 9-star beast tamer known for his expertise in developing mechanical beast tamers. Across the nation, 80% of the mechanical beast tamers on the market and the magic tools used by beastmen are products of Shenyuan technology.
It's so heavy.
I couldn't lift the sword from the wooden box. Call out your angelic beast. Su Ruyan reminded me. I activated the beast tamer emblem, filling the entire office with holy light. The 4-winged sacred angel Freya appeared beside me. Her holy and beautiful face was expressionless, but her gaze was full of tenderness and affection. Freya, this is a magic tool for you. Try it out and see if it feels right. I watched eagerly as Freya picked up the Xianyao sword. Boom tilde. The ceiling of the principal's office collapsed, the walls shattered, and even the steel bars inside the walls twisted and deformed. Su Ruyan remained seated in her office chair, covered in dust and dirt, her image as principal completely ruined. I looked apologetically. Principal, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I need to head back now.
Xiao Xingyu.
You dared to blow up my office too?
Are you looking for death?
Su Ruyan screamed in fury, grabbing my collar. Moments earlier, Freya picked up the Xianyao sword and briefly practiced with it. She was very pleased with the magic tool. Out of curiosity, I ordered Freya to test the power of the Xianyao sword. Then, the gust of wind from the sword's swing instantly filled every corner of the office. The walls couldn't withstand such immense sword intent and exploded.
Principal, I really am sorry.
If apologies were useful, why would we need police? I was on the verge of tears, unable to avoid a thorough scolding from this mature and authoritative principal. Evening. The school bell ringing at the end of the day is the sweetest music for students.
On campus, students were heading to the cafeteria, chatting about the same topic. Hey, did you hear about the explosion in the principal's office? Of course, that's big news for our Azure Dragon Academy. According to rumors, the culprit is Xiao Xingyu from Class 1, Year 3. Xiao Xingyu is a prominent figure and our academy's star. It seems the principal is too fond of him. Exactly, blowing up the principal's office should have led to expulsion, but there hasn't even been a reprimand. Now, I was the most talked about figure in the school and no one dared to provoke me. At the back gate of the campus, a pair of white-haired siblings stood under a tree. The older brother was handsome and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor. The younger sister, despite her aloof and icy demeanor, would still attract countless admirers with her looks and figure. A little sister, Xingyu, asked us to meet at the back gate of the school. It's been half an hour.
Where is he?
Murong Yangshua was growing impatient. As a playboy, he was used to women waiting for him, but this was the first time he had to wait for a man for half an hour.
Xingyu.
I ran over, with a cute and lively electric ear rabbit perched on top of my head. The electric ear rabbit leapt from my head and landed gracefully in Murong Xinshin's arms.
Xingyu, Qiuqiu is still so attached to you.
This electric ear rabbit was a mutant species with a quirky temperament. Besides me, only Murong Xinshin could make it so affectionate. Murong Yangshua extended a finger, trying to tease the electric ear rabbit. Qiuqiu, long time no see, next time in a team battle, help my beast refresh its ultimate skill.
Damn, you bit me?
Murong Yangshua yelped as the electric ear rabbit bit his finger, wincing and complaining.
You damn rabbit, you only like girls, huh?
No, wait, it's not that you like girls.
You've taken my sister as your mistress, haven't you?
Murong Yangshua deliberately spoke in a sarcastic tone, his gaze shifting between me and Murong Xinshin.
So, what did you want to talk to us about?
Murong Xinshin, holding the electric ear rabbit and gently stroking its ears, looked up at me. I was a bit distracted. It had been almost a month since I last saw Murong Xinshin. After a midterm exam that kept us apart for so long, my heart raced as we reunited.
A6 Jean, I'm moving in with you guys today.
I thought for a moment and corrected myself, no, not just today.
From now on every day, I'll be living with you.
Murong Yangshua's eyes widened in surprise.
No way, bro, are you planning to move into our Murong General's mansion?
I smiled innocently.
I've moved into a new house.
We'll be neighbors from now on.
A new house? Where?
Behind Fu. Murong Yangshua couldn't help but ask, where did you get the money to afford a villa at Behind Fu?
It was a reward from the principal.
Oh wow, the principal really is generous. You blow up her office and she still rewards you. I scratched my head and smiled wryly. The reward came first and the office explosion happened later. If it had been the other way around, I probably wouldn't have gotten the villa. Murong Yangshua put his arm around my shoulder and laughed heartily.
Anyway, it's great that you've moved into a new house. We'll be neighbors now.
A little sister, why are you dazing off? Murong Yangshua noticed his sister's blank expression as if she was lost in thought. I'm not daydreaming. Murong Xinshin stubbornly denied it, but she was actually very happy. My new home was very close to hers, so we'd have more opportunities to see each other. Perhaps this girl, who had suffered from autism since childhood, didn't yet understand what love was. But she understood habits. She was accustomed to every moment I spent by her side.
Let's go home together.
Yangshua, do you know about Shenyuan technology?
Shenyuan technology?
Of course I know. The chairman, Lin Beixian, is a close friend of my father, a brother through life and death. By the way, Xingyu, tomorrow is Saturday. Aren't you taking my sister to the movies? What film are you planning to watch? A romantic action movie.
Yangshua, don't get the wrong idea.
Late at night. In the living room of Behind Fu. Yi Shimeng was sitting on the sofa in pajamas, her twin tails swaying back and forth, looking extremely cute. I stood in front of the sofa with my hands on my hips, carefully observing this adorable girl. A little sister, you've been staring at me for a while now.
What do you want?
I asked. Meng, it's been 3 or 4 months since you came to live with me, right?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember why you ran away from home?
I wanted to become a beast master.
Yi Shimeng raised her small pink fist, her eyes filled with unwavering determination and cuteness. Good, you're an ambitious little girl, unlike those big-breasted but brainless women. At this moment, Xiao Ruoxue came out of the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of osmanthus soup. Who's big-breasted and brainless? Sis, I wasn't talking about you. Your chest is indeed big, but you're not brainless. Xiao Ruoxue looked down and couldn't even see her toes, a clear sign of a good figure. Brother, Ruoxue made osmanthus soup.
Let's eat it first.
A little glutton, let's handle the important matter first. I made a decision, raising my hand and placing it on Yi Shimeng's head.
Tonight, I'm going to cure your beast phobia.
Yi Shimeng fainted at the sight of beasts due to childhood trauma. It would be impossible for her to become a true beast master otherwise. I felt the time was right to help her overcome her mental block and step onto the path of becoming a beast master. Brother, cough, this is so pungent.
Are you cooking poop?
In the kitchen. I was using a black furnace to refine medicine. The smell of the medicine was strange. Yi Shimeng's description was quite apt, it did resemble cooking poop. Xiao Ruoxue stood at the kitchen door, pinching her nose.
Xiaoyu, what on earth are you doing?
The smell is overwhelming.
We just moved into a new house.
Not only in the kitchen but the smell of the medicine was wafting through the entire living room, making it stink.
A mission accomplished.
After half an hour, I sighed in relief, staring at the black, semi-solid medicinal liquid in the furnace with a satisfied smile. I ladled out a bowl and brought it to Yi Shimeng.
Brother, what's this about?
Meng, be good and drink it. Yi Shimeng, terrified, hid behind Xiao Ruoxue, her big eyes full of sadness. I thought of you as a dear brother, but you're making me drink poop. I rolled my eyes and scolded, you little brat, what nonsense are you talking? This is a special calming turtle essence soup I made just for you, which will help treat your beast phobia. Yi Shimeng's nose twitched as she sniffed the black, semi-solid medicinal liquid in the bowl.
Ew.
Yi Shimeng's tongue almost flipped out as she nearly vomited last night's meal. Brother, are you sure this is medicine and not poop?
It's making me feel sick just smelling it, let alone drinking it.
I gazed at Yi Shimeng with a tender and affectionate expression.
Meng, when have I ever lied to you?
Yi Shimeng shook her head.
And when have I ever harmed you?
Yi Shimeng shook her head again, like a bobblehead. Then trust me.
Drink it.
Seeing my firm attitude, Yi Shimeng mustered her courage, picked up the bowl, and displayed a face of determination as if to say, a hero's journey, no turning back. Fine. Brother definitely won't harm me. Yi Shimeng swallowed the entire bowl of medicinal liquid in one go, enduring the physical discomfort. Xiao Ruoxue, witnessing the whole process, couldn't help but remark, Meng is quite a tough kid. The future is promising.
How does it feel?
Yi Shimeng clicked her tongue, seemingly trying to recall the taste. This black stuff smells awful, but it's like jelly once it's in your mouth, so it's not that hard to swallow.
Any other feelings?
Brother, my heart feels so warm. Yi Shimeng clutched her chest, her breathing becoming rapid. That's right. The calming turtle essence soup protects the mind and stabilizes the soul. It's the best medicine for treating beast phobia in its early stages. Yi Shimeng put down the bowl, gazing at me eagerly. Brother, what's the next step? For the next step, you'll come outside with me. I didn't explain what we were going to do and started leading Yi Shimeng outside. Xiao Ruoxue wanted to follow but was stopped by me. Sis, stay at home and wait for us. Alright, don't stay out too late. I'll be waiting for you at home. Bai Haijin Fu was located on a scenic hillside. Under the moonlight, trees, flowers, and cascading waterfalls shone in harmony.
Brother, why did you bring me here?
It's so dark. Yi Shimeng was afraid not only of beasts but also of the dark. To ease her fear, she clung tightly to my waistband. Akof, Meng, let go.
No, I'm scared. Please let go. You're going to tear my waistband.
Yi Shimeng looked down and realized she was gripping my waistband. The waistband came loose, exposing a bit of my underwear. Wow, brother, you're wearing SpongeBob underwear.
So cute. Yeah, it's cute.
It's cotton, sweat-absorbent, and moisture-proof.
Yi Shimeng, that's not the point.
In this world, there are fewer than 3 people who can make me lose my composure with just a few words, and Yi Shimeng is one of them. A chilling wind rustled through the trees, and there seemed to be movement in the darkness. Brother, what's that sound? Yi Shimeng was terrified, her little voice trembling. I looked down, a sinister smile playing at the corners of my lips. The time has come. Whoosh! A shadow darted out from the bushes, dark magic enveloping the forest. Yi Shimeng fell to the ground, her face turning pale instantly, her pupils shrinking in fear. A beast! In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes locked onto me and Yi Shimeng. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire forest. Yi Shimeng saw clearly that it was a beastly red wolf with fur as sharp as needles and fangs dripping with greenish venom. An initial level Tier 2 beast, the red venom wolf. For me, an initial level beast is as insignificant as ants beneath a tree, easily crushed with a mere flick of my finger. But I stood there unmoving, not even channeling my spiritual energy or assuming a combat stance. Brother, it's a red venom wolf! Yi Shimeng screamed in terror. Red rashes began to appear on her skin, and her breathing became labored. These were all signs of her impending beast phobia attack. At Yi Shimeng's most terrified and helpless moment, I chose to step back, letting her face the red venom wolf on her own. Brother, are you serious about stepping back? Meng, to overcome your inner demons, you first need to conquer yourself. In reality, for someone with beast phobia, the true enemy is not the beast but oneself, one's own inner demons. I had no intention of helping, but I kept a close watch on Yi Shimeng's condition. Paleness, cold sweat, labored breathing. These are physiological responses of someone with beast phobia. If I hadn't given Yi Shimeng the calming turtle essence soup in advance, she would have fainted by now. But the calming turtle essence soup only provides supplementary aid. If Yi Shimeng cannot conquer her inner demons this time, she will still faint once the effects of the medicine wear off. The red venom wolf advanced with cunning steps, its howls exploding in Yi Shimeng's ears like bombs. Yi Shimeng stood frozen, her body out of control, her legs weak, unable even to retreat. Aren't you aiming to become a beast master? What should you do when facing a beast? I growled.
Euch schuld.
I should summon a beast. But I can't channel my spiritual energy. Yi Shimeng cried, her tears wetting her eyes. At this moment, besides the physical fear, she felt endless guilt and self-blame. I'm so useless. I don't even have the courage to channel my spiritual energy in the face of a beast. In extreme fear, a person cannot muster any fighting spirit to resist their fate. Yi Shimeng was like this, watching the fierce red venom wolf. All she could do was tremble and be paralyzed with fear, unable to control her internal spiritual energy. Awoo! The red venom wolf leapt into the air, revealing its sharp claws and slashing viciously towards Yi Shimeng's head. Yi Shimeng shut her eyes in fear, tears streaming down her face. I must be the most useless person in the world. As her consciousness blurred, Yi Shimeng's only thought was not of the beast but of disappointing me. Brother, I'm sorry. I let you down. Splat! The sound of claws tearing through flesh echoed. The smell of blood in the air brought Yi Shimeng back to her senses just as her consciousness was about to fade. A brother! Yi Shimeng cried out anxiously. At that moment, I stood in front of Yi Shimeng. The wolf's claws had torn through my clothes, leaving my chest a bloody mess. Drip, drip. Blood dripped to the ground, creating a melancholic melody. Brother! Yi Shimeng, what does it mean to be a beast master? Remember, to fight for those you love is to earn the title of beast master. The wound on my chest was merely a surface injury. To me, it was trivial. Summoning the four-winged holy angel or using the heavenly soul vine could easily heal it. The reason I did this was solely to ignite Yi Shimeng's fighting spirit, to push her towards overcoming her inner demons for the final time. Do you hate the beast for harming your family, your brother? Yes. I hate it. Yi Shimeng's youthful face was cloaked in anger, and the spiritual energy within her began to surge wildly. Yi Shimeng. A brother. Summon your beast. The red venom wolf, excited by the scent of blood from my wound, lunged at me with even greater speed, its maw wide open, aiming to bite through my neck. At the moment when her loved one was in danger, Yi Shimeng's inner fear was completely replaced by rage. Her spiritual energy burst forth, and the beast master's emblem, long dormant, was activated. This was Yi Shimeng's first time summoning her beast in the face of a monster. A flash of golden light pierced the night sky, the sharp cry of a phoenix ringing out. The red venom wolf was struck by the golden light, letting out a painful howl. Its body crashed heavily to the ground, sliding for several meters before finally coming to a stop. I glanced over, and above Yi Shimeng, a phoenix-type beast covered in golden feathers appeared. The eye of the demon god automatically activated, and the data panel was relayed to my mind. Name, Golden Feather Phoenix. Level, Initial Body Tier 3. Bloodline, Pure Phoenix Bloodline, Illusion God Quality. Talent 1, Phoenix Rebirth, can resurrect after death, but at the lowest level. Talent 2, Golden Lotus Fire, inflicts continuous burning damage on enemies and reduces their defense. Attributes, Phoenix Type, Fire Type, Flying Type. Loyalty, 93. Weakness, not good at sea combat, feathers weaken when soaked in seawater. Skills. Golden Lotus Fireball shoots a golden fireball from its mouth, causing burning and repelling effects. Golden Feather Burst Needle flaps its wings to release 360 golden feather needles to attack the enemy, with secondary explosions causing additional damage. Evolution Route, Golden Feather Phoenix Xianjin Red Feather Phoenix Golden Phoenix King Wujin Phoenix Emperor. Hidden Evolution Route, Golden Feather Phoenix Purgatory Blood Phoenix Soul Eating Blood Phoenix King Black Flame Celestial Phoenix Emperor. Habitual Preference, Sleeping in the Air. As the Golden Feather Phoenix appeared, its golden light illuminated every corner of the forest, leaving no place for darkness to hide. I noticed an anomaly. A golden mark appeared on Yi Shiming's forehead. The mark resembled a phoenix feather, glowing with a bright light. This is the ancestral bloodline mark of the Yi family, the Phoenix Seal. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. In the vast Dragon Kingdom, the only family capable of commanding a pure phoenix bloodline beast is the Yi family, one of the 4 great families. Yi Shiming, with her Yi family bloodline and her talented sister Yi Xuangning, had been raised among many phoenix cubs since birth, essentially growing up among the flock. The Yi family bloodline has a natural affinity for purebred phoenixes, making it easy for them to command and control phoenixes once contracted. The Golden Feather Phoenix is one such purebred phoenix. Although it is only at the initial body, Tier 3 stage, it displays an overwhelming bloodline suppression right from the start. The red venom wolf lay on the ground, its broken body covered in golden feather needles. Each golden needle was burning, and the power of the golden lotus fire made the beast suffer immensely, its cries of agony echoing continuously. Yi Shiming channeled her spiritual energy once more. Boom, boom, boom. The 360 golden feather needles exploded simultaneously, and the red venom wolf's screams reverberated through the forest. After the explosions, the golden light faded. The red venom wolf was covered in wounds, its skin burned and charred, looking on the verge of death, unable even to muster the strength to escape. Yi Shiming glared at the red venom wolf, her large, tearful eyes filled with anger and streaked with bloodshot veins. "You hurt my brother, you must die." With a fierce cry, Yi Shiming's small body unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. The golden feather phoenix sensed its master's intent and determination, soaring into the air and circling above the forest. As the phoenix's cry rang out, a golden fireball descended from the sky. Under the illumination of the golden light, the red venom wolf's eyes were filled with fear and despair. It struggled to rise, attempting to flee. Boom! The golden fireball crashed down heavily on the red venom wolf's back. The sound of its spine cracking was swallowed by the explosion, and the golden fire spread like a rolling tide, lingering for a long time. As the light dimmed and the forest returned to calm, the area around us had been scorched by the golden lotus fire into a barren wasteland. Looking around, I saw no sign of the red venom wolf's body, as it had been burned to ashes and scattered by the wind, leaving only a monster core behind. I didn't even glance at the initial body level monster core, my focus entirely on Yi Shiming, with a fatherly smile on my face. Thud. Yi Shiming fell to her knees, breathing heavily, her small voice trembling. I killed a monster? Yi Shiming couldn't believe her eyes, her hands shaking uncontrollably. For someone who had suffered from monster phobia since she was 6 years old, fainting at the sight of monsters, this was nothing short of a miracle. After 10 years, Yi Shiming had finally escaped the nightmare, overcome her inner demons, and achieved her first ever monster kill. This was a miracle, a medical miracle that I had created. The Yi family, powerful and prosperous, had not found a solution to Yi Shiming's monster phobia in the past decade. Yet, with a single effort, I had easily resolved this problem. Xiaoming. Brother. I walked over, supporting Yi Shiming with a warm smile. Oh, congratulations. You've conquered your inner demons. From this moment on, you've said a complete goodbye to that dreaded monster phobia. Yi Shiming seemed dazed, staring into space for a while, then suddenly burst into excitement, jumping and hopping. Brother, I'm cured. I'm no longer afraid of monsters, I didn't faint, and I even defeated that nasty wolf. Yi Shimeng chattered nonstop in front of me, full of boundless energy. I didn't interrupt, just looked at this younger sister with a tender gaze. Tonight was a night of transformation for Yi Shimeng. Brother, am I now? Be confident, you are now a true beastmaster. Yi Shimeng cried tears of joy, her innocent and lovely face drenched in them. I lifted my broad, warm hand to wipe away her tears. Today is a day of celebration. Why are you crying? Brother, I'm not shedding tears of frustration from these years. I'm relieved that I didn't disappoint you. My heartstrings quivered as I held Yi Shimeng tightly. My sister, Yi Shimeng, would never let the world down. Though our time together was short, Yi Shimeng and I were inseparable like true siblings. The reason was hard to explain, simply put, it was a matter of fate. The system notification chimed suddenly. Oh ding tilde. Oh congratulations, host. You have unlocked the honorary title Benevolent Healer. Honorary title reward, Divine Level Alchemy Furnace Azure Dragon Purple Eye Cauldron. A reward has been issued. Please check, host. I raised an eyebrow and chuckled to myself, I didn't expect an unexpected reward. I was concerned about how to face the Yi family and Yi Shuangning. To be specific, Yi Shimeng had left home because I had hidden her away for half a semester. When the Yi family and Yi Shuangning learned the details, they might not take it well and could potentially blame me. Oh wait a minute, why should I be afraid? I've cured Mingming's monster phobia. The Yi family should be grateful, not resentful. I set aside this concern for now and took Yi Shimeng's hand. The siblings walked under the stars heading home. The next day, 10 Uhr morgens. In the bustling district of Longyin City. In front of the Grand Light Cinema. A tall and handsome young man stood on the steps holding 2 cups of hot milk tea. It's 10 o'clock. Li Jin should be arriving soon. Hey, speak of the devil and he shall appear. The adjacent church bell rang at precisely 10 o'clock, startling a flock of white doves. Amid the crowd appeared a tall, white-haired girl, whose beauty became the focal point of the entire street, making the passing women look like mere blur in comparison. When Murong Xinshin approached me, I could no longer control my facial expression, showing signs of infatuation. Li Jin, you look... How do I look today? You look so beautiful today. My words were heartfelt. Actually, the first time I saw Murong Xinshin, I was captivated by her astonishing beauty. With her natural white hair inherited from her mother, her facial features more defined than Westerners, and the subtle grace and elegance unique to Easterners. Even if Murong Xinshin did nothing and just stood there, she would be considered a masterpiece of beauty. The reason for my exaggerated reaction was that today, Murong Xinshin looked somewhat different from usual. At this moment, I suddenly realized that, before this, half of Murong Xinshin's beauty had been masked by her clothing and makeup. Today, Murong Xinshin had applied light makeup, styled her hair, and wore a chic autumn-winter Chanel-like suit. Her long, slender legs looked even more defined under the black thigh-high stockings. In the past, Murong Xinshin was all about the ice princess look. Today she was dressed like a goddess. Li Jin, you look so beautiful today. I feel a bit underdressed compared to you. I felt a bit self-conscious. In my rush to get out, I hadn't had time to dress up and my hair was a bit messy. I relied solely on my handsome face and youthful energy. Why aren't you wearing a scarf? Murong Xinshin noticed that my neck was bare. I washed the scarf, it's still drying. Murong Xinshin thought for a moment and said, after the movie, let's go to the mall. I'll buy you a new one. Great. 6 Jin, it's cold today. Here's some hot milk tea to warm your hands. I don't drink milk tea, it makes me gain weight. Then your hands are so cold. How about this? I'll warm them up in another way. I took Murong Xinshin's hand, wrapped it in my palm, and breathed warm air into it. Murong Xinshin looked up at me, her heartbeat quickening. She enjoyed this feeling. The feeling of being cherished by me. In the shadows? That kid, before even starting the movie, is already making a move. Forget it, it looks like the brother is already set to be the brother-in-law. I won't disturb them. Disguised as someone else, Murong Yangshua observed from a distance with a satisfied smile before blending back into the crowd. I led Murong Xinshin's hand as we walked into the cinema lobby together. 6 Jin, I've got the tickets. The movie starts in 5 minutes. By the way, do you want some popcorn? Murong Xinshin looked in the direction of my finger, where a popcorn machine stood next to the counter. The freshly made popcorn was giving off a delicious scent of butter and corn, a must-have snack for couples at the movies. I'll follow your lead. Murong Xinshin seemed as cold as an iceberg, but next to me, she was like a well-behaved little wife, letting me take the lead.
Then let's get a bucket to share.
3 minutes later, Murong Xinshin, holding a bucket of popcorn, followed me into Theater 1. As the movie was about to start, the lights dimmed, and the big screen began showing various advertisements. Murong Xinshin glanced around and asked, "Why is there no one else in this theater?"
It's just us.
The large theater could accommodate at least 200 people. However, aside from Murong Xinshin and me, all the other seats were empty. I flashed a bright smile. Ahihi, I knew you don't like crowded places, so I spent a little extra to book the entire theater. This way, you can be more comfortable. Murong Xinshin was momentarily stunned, her inner tension easing. The cost of booking the whole theater wasn't the point, the key was that I always remembered her preferences. Murong Xinshin was, strictly speaking, someone with autism. She couldn't communicate well with strangers, and sometimes even her own father and brother couldn't understand what she was thinking. When I first met her, she also struggled with communication. Fortunately, I wasn't a normal person. My unique way of thinking was just right to establish a meaningful connection with Murong Xinshin, who was often seen as aloof and distant. A6 the movie's starting. You can eat popcorn while you watch. Isn't it bad to multitask like this?
It's okay.
I'll feed you, you just need to chew. The movie lasted exactly 2.5 hours. Maybe the director was a bit of a sadist. Murong Xinshin's attention was fixed on the big screen. She tried to empathize with the characters in the film, but it was difficult for her. Every now and then, I popped a piece of popcorn into Murong Xinshin's cherry-like mouth, and I ended up craving it myself. Such tempting lips. I wasn't craving the popcorn, it was Murong Xinshin's lips. They were as red as roses, parting slightly with each breath, revealing white, milk-like teeth. Why are you staring at me? Watch the movie. A cough, right? Watch the movie, watch the movie. I redirected my gaze back to the screen. The film was a sad romance with many tear-jerking moments. But in this apocalyptic era plagued by magical beasts, as a beast tamer, Murong Xinshin and I had hearts of steel and wouldn't shed tears easily over the love stories depicted in the film. An hour later, I noticed Murong Xinshin frowning. Have you been sitting too long and your body's gotten stiff? Yeah. Murong Xinshin nodded. Then, maybe you'd be more comfortable leaning on me. Since I wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, I took the initiative. Murong Xinshin, feeling awkward and unsure how to respond, remained stiff. I decided to be bolder, wrapping my right arm around her slender waist and gently pulling her close. Murong Xinshin leaned against me, her head resting perfectly on my shoulder. This was the correct way to enjoy a movie date. At first, Murong Xinshin was a bit tense, but she soon relaxed, getting used to the comforting feeling of resting in my arms. A6 you smell so nice. Murong Xinshin's scent made me a bit distracted. Plop. A wallet with a small bear pattern fell from Murong Xinshin's pocket, landing right at my feet. A6 let me pick it up for you. Wait. This is a... I picked up the wallet and noticed a detail right away. The wallet had a partially visible train ticket. I pulled out the full ticket and looked closely, my eyes trembling with realization. It was an expired ticket. Starting point, Longyin City. Destination, Huangyan City. The date and time corresponded to the night when Huangyan City was attacked by a horde of magical beasts. I recalled that battle where the beast gods, Erdis and the Naga goddess, almost breached the last line of defense on the western border of the Dragon Kingdom. A6 back then. I was worried about you. So you bought a ticket to Huangyan City to find me? Murong Xinshin nodded. A fool, do you know how dangerous Huangyan City was that night? Father Erdis and the Naga goddess possess world-destroying powers. And only Air Force General Lu Mingxiao and that Black Robe person can match them. As a 2-star beast tamer, if you had gone to such a place, it would have been. I was pouring out my concerns when Murong Xinshin interrupted with a single sentence. I was afraid I would never see you again, so I bought the ticket. But my dad locked me at home. I'm sorry. My eyes grew red and my throat became hoarse. The lighting in the theater was dim, but I could clearly see the expression on Murong Xinshin's face. At that moment, there was only one emotion on Murong Xinshin's face. Guilt. She was blaming herself. She wasn't blaming her father, Murongjin, she understood that Murongjin was just protecting her in his own way. So she could only blame herself for buying the ticket but not getting on the train, blame herself for not being able to accompany that bloodied youth on the battlefield during that terrifying night.
Xiao Xingyu, are you crying? No, something got in my eye. I'll blow it away.
Murongjin was so innocent. She leaned in close, using her delicate white hand to gently lift my eyelid, her lips pouting as she blew gently. Did the sand come out? Do you feel better?
Why are there still tears?
I lowered my gaze and looked at the slightly yellowed, wrinkled, and tear-streaked ticket. It was as if I could see a scene. In that scene, the white-haired girl was locked at home by her father, banging on the door in frustration, tightly clutching the expired ticket. Xingyu. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it anymore. In the next moment, I tightened my embrace around Murongjin's waist, leaned in, and kissed her cherry lips. Apologize first, then offend, a romantic rogue indeed. The first kiss was a mix of shyness and anticipation, a wonderful sensation dancing on the lips. This wasn't my first kiss, but it was Murongjin's first. The thrill, surprise, and joy at this moment were enough to be remembered by Murongjin for a lifetime. The kiss didn't last long, I'm quite the gentleman and knew when to stop. After all, it was Murongjin's first kiss, so I kissed her very gently. After the kiss, we continued watching the movie. The content of the movie no longer mattered. Holding hands and feeling each other's warmth was the most important thing. The movie ended, and the lights in the theater were turned back on. Our relationship had broken through the final barrier, and when we looked at each other, there was already deep affection in our eyes.
Xingyu, it's lunchtime. What do you want to eat?
It's on me.
I'm fine with anything.
Whatever you eat, I'll eat.
How did you find the movie? I saw that many people in the other theaters were crying as they left.
Oh well, I didn't cry.
Me neither. It was a melodramatic romantic tragedy, and couples watching together would usually be moved. But Murongjin and I were two oddities. Over the past 2.5 hours, we remembered none of the tear-jerking plot, only that sweet kiss. I know a great restaurant with good food, it's in Longshan district. It's quite a few blocks away from here.
Let's take a cab. No need, I'll ride you there.
I had arrived on a little electric scooter for our date, parked right outside the cinema. Xingyu, you haven't ridden an electric scooter before, have you?
No, I haven't. Then today's your chance to try it out.
I was excited, imagining how pleasant and wonderful it would be to ride around town with a beautiful girl on my little scooter.
This is my ride. Isn't it cool?
I proudly stood beside the scooter, which had been bought for me by Xiao Xingyu. Firstly, the bustling city streets weren't suitable for speeding around on a hellhound, as it was too flashy and could cause traffic jams. Secondly, I wasn't into luxury cars or sports cars. I had a special fondness for electric scooters, as they brought back childhood memories of Xiao Xingyu riding an old scooter to take me to school. Those days were poor but happy. Murongjin walked around the scooter. This electric scooter looks a bit odd.
What?
It does seem a bit unusual.
Wait a minute, where's the battery?
I clutched my head in despair, my gaze blank. The scooter's battery had vanished, leaving just the frame, which looked rather comical. Snow was falling over Longyin City. I didn't cry during the tear-jerking romantic tragedy movie. But learning that the battery had been stolen, this man revealed his vulnerable side and broke down in tears.
Who the hell stole my battery? Damn it, they even took the iced tea from the basket.
Xingyu, don't stop me. I'm calling the police.
I'm calling the police.
A man's breakdown often happens over seemingly insignificant things. At this moment, the hero who had fought bravely in Huangyan City was crying uncontrollably. Murongjin could only hug me to comfort me in this way. Alright, stop crying. I'll buy you another one. Or maybe I'll just buy an entire electric scooter company. In the cold weather with heavy snow, only the embrace of a wealthy woman had the warmth I needed.
Xingyu, you're so good to me.
You're warm and soft.
Xiao Xingyu, are you pretending?
I don't understand what you're saying. My head rested on Murongjin's ample and firm chest. Tears were wiped on her clothes, clearly taking advantage and being a bit improper. While enjoying her embrace, I secretly mumbled to myself. Xingyu's figure is really great. When we have kids, at least they won't go hungry. I had always been calculating and strategic, even considering the future needs of our children. Someone so meticulous shouldn't be a beast tamer, they should study accounting and become the top accountant in the country. After lunch, I planned to take Murong Xinshin to the arcade, but my phone rang suddenly. Seeing the caller ID, my smile froze. Hello, Your Majesty. On the other end of the line, Shangguan Lan's voice came through, with a lazy tone as if she had just woken from a winter afternoon nap. I come to the Nightland Palace.
When? Now. Go.
I glanced at the beautiful woman beside me, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shangguan Lan added, I'm not asking you, I'm informing you. Come to the Nightland Palace to see me immediately. When the Empress gives an order, it must be followed. After ending the call, I looked at Murong Xinshin with a guilty expression. I heard, the Empress wants to see you.
A6 Jean,
It's alright, we can reschedule. I'm available anytime. Although Murong Xinshin's personality is aloof and unpredictable, and she doesn't express her feelings precisely with words, she has a trait that no other girl has: she's never pretentious. On the snow-covered street corner, I held Murong Xinshin tightly. A6 Jean, you're really great. You too great. That's Murong Xinshin with a limited vocabulary. Of course, her feelings for me aren't something words can fully describe. Smack. I cupped Murong Xinshin's cold, red face and gave her a heartfelt kiss on the forehead.
A6 Jean, I'll ask you out again next time.
Watching me leave, Murong Xinshin touched her flushed forehead, the only bright spot in the snowy day. Murong Xinshin stood there for a long time, only turning to head home when she could no longer see my figure. Miss, are you alright? The roads are slippery in winter, be careful. After being kissed on the lips and forehead, Murong Xinshin was truly shy and stumbled as if she were a clumsy penguin in the snow. The Imperial City. Nightland Palace. Shangguan Lan sat on a cushion, brewing tea by the stove. The fragrance of tea mingled with her unique body scent. This exceptionally beautiful woman had just bathed, with droplets still on her neck and damp hair adding an extra touch of allure. Your Majesty, Xiao Xingyu has arrived and is waiting at the door.
Let him in.
Moments later, I stepped into the Nightland Palace. This was my second visit, and my mindset was very different from the first time. I took a deep breath, adjusted my attire, and approached Shangguan Lan. Your Majesty, you needed to see me urgently.
What's the matter?
Shangguan Lan didn't rush to discuss the main issue but carefully studied my face, her gaze lingering on my lips. I also observed this woman who seemed as formidable as a wolf or leopard. This woman's gaze is so strange. She wouldn't have figured out that I'm the Black Robe, would she?
Impossible.
But just in case, I'd better check if the system store sells revival coins. While I was imagining 100 possible ways I could die, Shangguan Lan spoke calmly.
Kissing a woman?
I staggered, almost falling to the ground. Your Majesty, how did you? I'm not interested in spying on your private life, it's just that there's lipstick from a woman on your lips. I instinctively touched my lips and found traces of Murong Xinshin's lipstick still there. Alright, let's get down to business. You've achieved great merit in Huangyan City, and I promised you a reward. I couldn't help but feel excited but remained cautious. This reward is related to the 4-star assessment you'll be participating in. Shangguan Lan suddenly changed her tone, her gaze becoming sharp. But whether you have the courage to accept this reward depends on your choice. I looked up, noticing that Shangguan Lan was brewing tea and there was an ancient wooden box on the table. This wooden box was the reward Shangguan Lan had prepared for me. I reached out and gently opened the box, and the contents made my eyes light up. It seems this reward is indeed related to the 4-star assessment. In just a few seconds, my expression changed from surprise to complexity. The contents of the wooden box were known only to Heaven, Earth, and Shangguan Lan. Do you like it? Shangguan Lan raised an eyebrow and smiled as she watched the slightly flustered young man. Your Majesty, this reward is too precious. It is indeed valuable, but I already told you, do you have the courage to accept it? I'm a smart person. Looking at Shangguan Lan, we understood each other without words. Your Majesty, do you mean? I know you're smart and understand my intention, so make your choice. The conversation between us moved into a confidential stage, known only to us. Shangguan Lan gave me two choices. The first choice was to accept the reward, along with the risks it entailed. The second choice was to refuse the reward, thereby avoiding the so-called risks. As for what the risks actually were, Shangguanlan never explicitly stated, but I was well aware. The atmosphere in the Nightlon Palace became tense. Every breath I took felt as if I were standing on a snowy mountain, my lungs nearly freezing. Shangguanlan didn't rush me, she was willing to give me enough time to think. There are still a few days until the 4-star assessment. As long as you decide before the assessment, it's fine. I've made my decision.
Ew.
Shangguanlan looked at the young man in front of her with some surprise and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so decisive on such a major issue. I thought it would take you a day or two to respond. Shangguanlan poured the freshly brewed tea into a cup, which she then pushed toward me. Tell me your choice. I choose to accept it. I picked up the wooden box with my left hand and sipped the tea with my right. Your Majesty, your tea-making skills are truly excellent.
Is that so?
Whenever you come, you'll be able to enjoy it. In the Dragon Kingdom, few people have the privilege of drinking tea brewed personally by the Empress Shangguanlan. Most of them are renowned figures, but I, being young, am an exception. A hint of admiration appeared in Shangguanlan's eyes, appreciating my courage. If it were someone else facing the same choice, they probably wouldn't have chosen the same option as I did. After all, the mystery reward in the wooden box needed to be fulfilled during the 4-star assessment, and the fulfillment method involved significant risks, even potentially costing one's life. Light footsteps were heard from outside the hall.
A mother.
A stunningly beautiful young woman entered the Nightlon Palace, dressed in a luxurious gown and adorned with various precious accessories. Princess of the Dragon Kingdom Shangguanqian.
Qianer, mind your manners.
Your Majesty. As long as there were outsiders present, Shangguanqian had to address Shangguanlan as Your Majesty. Shangguanlan poured another cup of tea.
What brings you here?
I heard you summon me, so I wanted to see what you're conspiring about. Shangguanqian was very curious, she had never seen her mother show such interest in a man. Shangguanlan looked at me and subtly shook her head. I understood Shangguanlan's hint and quickly hid the wooden box in my space ring, pretending that nothing had happened earlier. Shangguanqian glanced back and forth between Shangguanlan and me, her mind full of questions.
What were they discussing just now?
A mother's gaze toward Xiao Xingyu seemed so strange. Could it be, are they in a romantic relationship? Does mother have a thing for younger men? This is too crazy. Women have vivid imaginations. Once their thoughts go astray, they can become completely irrational. Shangguanqian stared at me for a while. The thought that someone younger than herself might become her stepfather made her shiver with fear.
Qianer, what are you thinking about?
Nothing. Shangguanqian shook her head, pulling her thoughts back and muttering to herself, I must be overthinking.
Xiao Xingyu.
I hear. We've discussed everything that needs to be discussed. This is your second visit to the Imperial City. Let Qianer show you around. I'm feeling a bit tired, so you may leave. Shangguanqian and I walked out of the Nightlon Palace side by side. As soon as I stepped out of the threshold of the Nightlon Palace, I sighed in relief, the tension in my brow relaxing. Shangguanqian teased, it seemed like you were under a lot of pressure being alone with my mother. You took such a deep breath as soon as you came out. We're right outside the door. Your Majesty can hear us.
What's there to be afraid of?
She is the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, but she's also my mother. Do you think she would hit me for some casual complaints? From inside the hall, Shangguanlan's voice was heard. Qianer, are you itching for a spanking?
Xiao Xingyu, let's hurry up.
Shangguanqian also had childhood trauma. When she was naughty as a child, she often had her bottom whipped with a rattan stick by Shangguanlan. So, Shangguanqian pulled my hand, and we ran through the Imperial City. When we got tired, we sat on a bench by the moat. Princess, from how you acted just now, it seems like you got beaten a lot when you were young? Hey, Xiao Xingyu, is that how you talk to a princess? Shangguanqian gave me a sidelong glance, her curiosity piqued again, and she couldn't help but ask, tell me, what did you and my mother discuss while you were alone? I couldn't disclose anything about the mystery reward in the wooden box because Shangguanlan had hinted that I should not mention it to anyone. The princess, let's change the subject. Let me see your phone's browser history. Let's pick another topic. A man's browser history on his phone is something that should never be shown to others, it's a matter of last dignity. Even in death, the phone should be cremated alongside him.
Meanwhile, on the 12 Lotus Bridge above the moat, a young couple walked by. The man had a distinguished bearing but with a somewhat feminine appearance, giving off a vibe of hidden malice. The woman was slender, a typical delicate princess, with a pretty face but eyes that revealed a hint of cunning. They were the Xie siblings, the older brother Xiao Weian and the younger sister Xiao Yan. Their father was the Dragon Kingdom's top strategist, the 10-star beast master Xie Zhong. Brother, you finally have a day off. Why don't you go on a date with the princess? I called Chinner and she said she was busy today. Xiao Yan suddenly froze, her mouth slightly open and her gaze vacant. Sister, why are you standing there dumbfounded? Father is waiting for us. Brother, you said the princess was busy today, right?
Yes.
I just figured out why she's busy. It's because she's with another man. Xiao Weian followed Xiao Yan's gaze and was struck by a wave of sour anger that filled his chest. Standing on the bridge, Xiao Weian could clearly see that on the bench by the river, a pair of laughing and chatting couple were indeed me and Shangguanqian. Brother, the man sitting next to the princess looks like Xiao Xingyu, whom we encountered at the Supernova Tournament. Xiao Weian gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. At the Supernova Tournament, he had been defeated by me. In matters of the heart, he was still no match for me. Xiao Weian had pursued Shangguanqian for years, but she had always been extremely indifferent toward him. Now, seeing the woman he loved sitting and chatting with his rival, jealousy made his face contorted with rage. A time flies. It's been a month since the Battle of Huangyan City. Indeed, I'll never forget the night we fought side by side with Princess. Her bravery in battle is something I'll remember forever. Shangguanqian gave me a sidelong glance. Xiao Xingyu, you're actually flattering me. Are you trying to ask for a promotion or something? At that moment, I suddenly leaned closer to Shangguanqian, my nose twitching as if catching a familiar scent. Excited, I sniffed Shangguanqian's face, then her neck, collarbone, and body. What are you doing sniffing around like a dog? Shangguanqian, usually composed, blushed. It was the first time in her life that a man had sniffed her so intimately. The princess, first of all, your body scent is very pleasant. I really like it. Secondly, your scent contains the fragrance of the magic firefly flower. Have you been in contact with magic firefly flowers? Shangguanqian was puzzled. Why are you so interested in the magic firefly flower? It's a highly poisonous plant. To be honest, my beast soul vine likes the nectar of the magic firefly flower. Xiaoyin, come out and meet the princess. Princess, please don't be offended. My Xiaoyin is a bit shy. To bring out the shy beast soul vine, I had to reach into my pants. Xiao Xingyu, your actions are so uncouth.
Princess, please don't be upset.
Shangguanqian's face turned red, and she was both embarrassed and astonished. It was the first time in her life that a man dared to reach into his pants in front of her. If it were anyone else, they would have been arrested by the royal guards and executed for insulting the princess. On the 12 Lotus Bridge, Xiao Yan was stunned, her voice stuttering with shock. Brother, did he really just reach into his pants in front of the princess? How dare that scoundrel disrespect Chinner? Xiao Weian, unable to tolerate it any longer, strode off the bridge. At that moment, I had just pulled the beast soul vine from my pants. It was a slender, silvery vine, smooth as a snake and extremely sensitive, but very shy. Because it had been pulled from my pants, it still carried a strong scent of male hormones. Shangguanqian, who already had a keen sense of smell, blushed even more, as she was an innocent girl. Move it away from me. The princess, my Xiaoyin really likes the nectar of the magic firefly flower. If we use it for bathing, it can speed up growth and evolution, so you want to know where you can find the magic firefly flower, right? I nodded vigorously, my face full of expectation. The Royal Science Institute. They have a whole plantation of magic firefly flowers there, used for developing biochemical weapons against magical beasts. The Royal Science Institute was a prestigious research academy in the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for producing various elixirs and medicinal weapons. For any alchemist, being employed at the Royal Science Institute would be the highest honor, enough to earn a place on the family's honor roll. Princess, you mentioned that the Royal Science Institute has a whole plantation of magic firefly flowers?
Yes.
I was thrilled, tightly gripping Shangguanqian's hand. Princess, can you take me to the Royal Science Institute?
Xiao Xingyu, can you please let go of me?
Shangguanqian's face was as red as a ripe Fuji apple, especially since I was holding her hand with the same hand that had just been in my pants. What made it even more uncomfortable for her was that she could feel the lingering warmth of my hand. It seemed there was nothing more awkward than this.
Get your dirty hands off me.
A menacing growl came from behind. Xiao Wen charged forward and shoved me aside. Xiao Yan followed closely behind.
Axi Vai An?
A defeated foe.
Long time no see.
I smiled calmly. Hearing the term defeated foe, Xiao Wen's anger flared, but he couldn't refute it. This was the first time they had met since the Supernova Tournament finals. Even though they hadn't exchanged many words yet, the air was thick with hostility, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation.
Guards! Arrest this person who has insulted the princess.
As the son of Xia Zhong, Xiao Wen had significant influence in the imperial city. A group of royal guards quickly surrounded us.
Shang Guanqian stepped forward, placing herself between me and the guards.
Xiao Wen, what nonsense are you spouting?
How is this disrespect?
Xiao Xingyu is my friend. You cannot make things difficult for him. Seeing Shang Guanqian's defense of me, Xiao Wen's heart bled, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets in anger.
A princess, even if he's a friend, what he did just now.
I explain what exactly he did?
Xiao Wen hesitated, unable to voice it.
The term reaching into his pants was indeed highly inappropriate, and he struggled to bring himself to say it. I glanced at Xiao Yan standing behind Xiao Wen.
Ge Yener, long time no see.
You've become more beautiful.
Thank you.
Xiao Yan, flattered by my compliment, couldn't hide her delight, her expression turning a bit bashful.
Axilian.
Brother, I. Xiao Yan, feeling guilty, quickly lowered her head. Xiao Wen, unable to address his sister at the moment, was more focused on one thing. The princess, when I contacted you earlier, you said you were busy today, and I assumed you were in seclusion for training. But now you're here with Xiao Xingyu. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Shang Guanqian's expression turned cold.
Explanation?
As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, why should I explain my actions to anyone? Besides, who are you to question me?
What right do you have?
Xiao Wen, losing his composure, retorted angrily, Princess, you know that I have been. I've already said that I don't like you. Her hurtful words were like a sharp knife. The blow to Xiao Wen's heart felt like 1,000 strikes. Shang Guanqian exhaled deeply, her expression displeased.
Xiao Xingyu, let's go.
Shang Guanqian turned and walked away, with me following behind. I glanced at the speechless Xiao Wen and patted his shoulder. A Joker, go back to Gotham. Batman's been looking for you. Xiao Wen lost his temper and shouted, You're the Joker. Your whole family is Jokers.
And, don't touch me with those pants-handling hands.
I withdrew my hand from Xiao Wen's shoulder and gave Xiao Yan a parting pat on the shoulder.
Ge Yener, see you. Xiao Xingyu, see you.
As I walked away, Xiao Yan placed her hands on her chin, seemingly entranced. This man is actually quite handsome. I didn't realize it during the Supernova Tournament. Suddenly, Xiao Wen tore Xiao Yan's coat.
Brother, what are you doing? It's freezing out here.
This coat is dirty now because he touched it. Xiao Yan, I have to warn you. Xiao Wen suddenly grabbed Xiao Yan by the neck.
Brother, I can't breathe.
Listen carefully. According to the latest news, Xiao Xingyu is now with Murong Xinxin. They are dating and going to movies together. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly dimmed, her gaze filled with anger and hatred.
Murong Xinxin, why have you always taken everything I wanted before I could have it?
The beast cubs you stole from me, and now the man I've set my sights on, you've taken him too. Xiao Wen released his grip, giving Xiao Yan a chance to catch her breath.
Ge Yener, we're family.
Only father and I will always love you. A brother, I understand. You've always wanted to take revenge on Murong Xinxin. If Murong Xinxin's most beloved man dies, wouldn't that be the greatest revenge against her? Xiao Yan looked up, her face filled with panic. Brother, are you planning to kill Xiao Xingyu?
Yes, I want him dead.
In the ancient streets of the imperial city at dusk. Shang Guanqian was walking ahead, and I was following behind her. Suddenly, Shang Guanqian stopped. I didn't react in time and ended up bumping into her, causing a collision.
Xiao Xingyu, you've hurt me.
Princess, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to stop so suddenly. I bumped into your backside, do you want me to help rub it?
Thank you, you're really kind, but I don't need it.
Fortunately, the setting sun at dusk concealed the redness on Shang Guanqian's face.
I had bumped into her from behind, right on her backside. Honestly, it was quite bouncy, not much different from my 6 golden. I reached this conclusion in my mind but dared not say it out loud. I only dared to think it, otherwise Shangguanqian might be furious. Since we had stopped, it was inevitable that we would talk about the recent conflict. A princess, is Xia Wen one of your suitors? Sort of, but there are so many people pursuing me from the imperial city to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom that he doesn't even rank. From Shangguanqian's words and demeanor, it was clear that she had no affection for Xia Wen. In the sunset, Shangguanqian's silhouette was reflected on the high wall of the palace, looking melancholic and desolate. As Xiao Xingyu, unlike you, I'm a princess of the Dragon Kingdom. There are so many people pursuing me, but how many are truly devoted to me? I'm very clear in my heart that Xia Wen is only interested in the title of Dragon Kingdom's prince consort. Yes, as a princess, those who pursue you are not just interested in you as a person but also in the power you represent. Being born into a royal family means one can hardly speak of love and affection. This is an unavoidable tragedy in the evolution of human dynasties throughout history. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, countless talented youths pursue Shangguanqian, but how many seek love without desiring power? Especially Xia Wen, as the son of Dragon Kingdom's top strategist Xie Zhong, once he obtains the title of Dragon Kingdom's prince consort, he could rise rapidly and even have the chance to turn the Dragon Kingdom into the Xie family's realm in the future. A princess, about Xia Wen. My mood suddenly dropped. Can we not talk about him? I nodded, showing my trademark smile that made people feel as if they were in the spring breeze. By the way, princess, back to the original topic. Could you take me to the Royal Science Academy? I need a large amount of magic firefly flowers. Is this how you ask for favors? Miss Shangguanqian, the most beautiful woman in the universe, will you take me to the Royal Science Academy? You really are a man driven by profit, willing to flatter like this for your own gain. Just tell me if you like it or not. I don't cough, let me hear you say it again. Confirmed, Princess Shangguanqian of the Dragon Kingdom is a woman who talks harshly but is actually quite straightforward. Allricht, Miss Shangguanqian, the most beautiful woman in the universe. I'll give you credit for your sweet talk. Follow me. In this era of beast tamers, where others tame beasts, I'm an exception, I tame princesses. The two of us walked one after the other, changing scenes as we went. Here we are. I was worried about causing another collision, so I kept my eyes fixed on Shangguanqian's heels. When I looked up again, in front of me was a magnificent hemispherical building. A sign hanging above the entrance read a Royal Science Academy. This is the Royal Science Academy. It's really impressive, worthy of being the Dragon Kingdom's top-level research institution. The Royal Science Academy was located to the southeast of the Night Mist Palace. The academic atmosphere here was intense, and every staff member was an exceptionally skilled pharmacist. If you want magic firefly flowers, follow me. I obediently followed Shangguanqian. The magic firefly flower planting base is located in the back courtyard of the Royal Science Academy. We need to pass through the mechanical beast research area first. I walked slowly, distracted by the surrounding sights. In the Academy's hall, there were many mechanical beasts on display. This is Mechanical Godzilla? That big guy in the water, is it a mechanical Azure Dragon beast? Whoa, it even has a radiant energy cannon on its abdomen. Oh my goodness, and a mechanized prototype of the sea god Leviathan. Oh wow, this is eye-opening. I took a deep breath, marveling at the greatness of modern technology. Mechanical beasts, as they are called, are new types of beasts created using beast-taming cells and mechanical technology. To some extent, mechanical beasts have an advantage far beyond conventional beasts, mass production. And because they lack real hearts and emotions, even if they are damaged or destroyed, they don't inflict any psychological harm or trauma on their tamers. I stared at the imposing mechanical Godzilla in the hall for a long time, noticing that the neck of the mechanical Godzilla bore the mark of Xuanji technology, which looked like a seal resembling the letter D. A Xuanji technology? Isn't that from Senior Lin Beixian? You're right, young man. Our Royal Science Academy has a close cooperative relationship with Xuanji technology. I turned around to see an old man with a graying beard approaching. The old man, over 70 years old, had to wear thick reading glasses and couldn't walk with a straight back, but he seemed very spirited. Hey old man, you are? Shangguanqian introduced, this is the head of the Royal Science Academy, Meng Chongguang. Just call him Elder Meng. Elder Meng, this is my friend Xiao Xingyu. You should have heard of his name. Meng Chongguang re-examined the young man in front of him, wiped his glasses with his sleeve, and a kindly smile appeared on his face. Oh, indeed, heroes have always emerged young. Xiao Xingyu, you are a renowned rising star in our Dragon Kingdom. The Battle of Huangyan City, you fought alongside the princess, and today I'm seeing you in person. Respect from others is not begged for, it's earned through strength. My performance in the Battle of Huangyan City won the admiration of the nation, including this head of the Royal Science Academy. Moreover, since the princess explicitly mentioned that I'm her friend, Meng Chongguang had to take me seriously. After a brief chat, Meng Chongguang asked, Xiao Xingyu, what brings you to our Royal Science Academy? Elder Meng, I'll be straightforward. I want the nectar of the magic firefly flower as much as possible. The nectar of the magic firefly flower? That stuff is highly poisonous. I couldn't be bothered to explain and just reached into my pants. This action left Meng Chongguang and the surrounding researchers dumbfounded. Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing? Elder Meng, don't worry, let me pull it out and then explain. No, don't pull it out. Please don't pull it out. Just put away your powers, you can't pull it out. Meng Chongguang was almost in tears, panicking at the thought of me doing something outrageous, especially in front of Shangguanqian. Shangguanqian looked speechless, lowering her head and rubbing her temples. Princess, what exactly is your friend trying to do? Elder Meng, I don't know Xiao Xingyu well. I don't recognize him. Shangguanqian decisively disowned me. As the Dragon Kingdom's princess, she couldn't afford to be associated with me. After a long time, I finally pulled out the heavenly soul vine. Seeing the vine emitting a silver glow, Meng Chongguang adjusted his glasses. This is an ancient bloodline plant-type beast, the heavenly soul vine. Meng Chongguang was greatly shocked and couldn't contain his excitement. The researchers in the Royal Science Academy's hall immediately gathered around, eager to see the heavenly soul vine. A quick look, it's really the heavenly soul vine. I thought this beast was only recorded in historical books, but it actually exists. The silver light it emits, floating like fireflies in the wind, it's definitely the heavenly soul vine. The appearance of the heavenly soul vine caused a sensation at the Royal Science Academy. All the researchers put down their work and rushed over to observe. Meng Chongguang had to step in to restore order. Stop working? Get back to your posts. The heavenly soul vine was naturally shy and hid in my collar, only a small portion exposed. I gently stroked the smooth surface of the heavenly soul vine, smiling with affection. Little Silver, you need to change your shy nature. It's not good to always be so bashful. Then I looked at Meng Chongguang and explained, Elder Meng, although the nectar of the magic firefly flower is highly toxic, the heavenly soul vine loves the nectar of the magic firefly flower. If it can bathe in the nectar, that would be ideal. There are records in books that the heavenly soul vine has a natural affinity for highly toxic substances, especially the nectar of the magic firefly flower. Meng Chongguang glanced at Shangguanqian beside me, hesitated for a moment, and made a decision. All right, Xiao Xingyu, since you are the princess's friend, I, on behalf of the Royal Science Academy, will give you 10 magic firefly flowers. I pursed my lips and tilted my head slightly. In fact, 10 magic firefly flowers is quite a lot. These flowers are precious and have extremely demanding growth conditions. Pure natural magic firefly flowers are only found near the Ligu Glacier close to Huangyan City. The Royal Science Academy's magic firefly flower planting base relies on advanced technology to mimic the climate of the Ligu Glacier to cultivate so many magic firefly flowers. Giving me 10 out of those is already a significant concession for Meng Chongguang, and it was done out of consideration for the princess. How about 12 flowers? Meng Chongguang had been in the position of head of the Royal Science Academy for 30 years and was quite experienced at reading the room. Seeing that I remained silent, he knew I thought it was too few, so he reluctantly added 2 more flowers. I still remained silent, which made Meng Chongguang feel awkward and his tone became hesitant. 13 flowers? Xiao Xingyu, you should also consider our Royal Science Academy. Cultivating magic firefly flowers is not easy. To be transparent, the most I can offer is 15 flowers. 15 flowers was the limit Meng Chongguang could offer with great reluctance. After all, not only is the cultivation cost of magic firefly flowers high, but they are also used in the development of biochemical weapons against high-level magical beasts and magical devices for beast tamers. I wasn't satisfied with the number of 15 flowers. Because he had his eye on the entire magic firefly flower planting base. I estimated that there are about 300 magic firefly flowers planted in the entire base. For the heavenly soul vine to bathe in the nectar, 15 flowers are not enough. Moreover, bathing is not a one-time thing, it needs to be done every day. So my plan is to have the Royal Science Academy provide a stable and sufficient amount of nectar daily. This guy keeps silent and still thinks 15 flowers are too few. And with the princess beside him, if he uses her influence to make me give more, what should I do? Besides, this guy pulls out his pants at the drop of a hat, he must be a ruthless person. I can't afford to offend him. Meng Chongguang was internally troubled but dared not show it.
A director.
A female researcher wearing glasses rushed over, holding some documents and looking anxious.
A team leader Fang, what's the rush?
Fang Ling, the leader of the Royal Science Academy's first research team, was responsible for many major projects. Director, our Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb project, after the 8th attempt, has failed. As soon as Fang Ling finished speaking, Meng Chongguang seemed to age by several years, his posture slumped further, and his vitality diminished.
Another failure.
It's all right. I'm used to it. After a moment of despondency, Meng Chongguang's eyes regained determination, and he instructed, Team Leader Fang, since this isn't our first failure, let's try again. Fang Ling's smile was tinged with bitterness. Director, for the past 3 years, the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb project has been the top priority at the Royal Science Academy. We've expended a vast amount of research funds and resources. To date, this is the 8th failure, and the team members have lost confidence. Fang Ling was only 30 this year, but she had aged considerably due to the stress of the research, her hair turning gray and her skin dull. Meng Chongguang paused and sighed, but this project is highly valued by the Empress, and it is of great significance to our Dragon Kingdom. I became interested.
Elder Meng, what exactly is the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb project?
Before Meng Chongguang could answer, Shangguanqin jumped in.
Xiao Xingyu, if I remember correctly, your hometown is Qingfeng City, right?
Yes, tilde.
Qingfeng City often suffers from magical beast air raids, you must be quite familiar with that.
I nodded emphatically.
The magical beast air raid alarm is one of the most dreaded and feared alarm sounds nationwide. The so-called magical beast air raid specifically refers to swarms of flying insect-type magical beasts descending on a city. Common flying insect-type magical beasts include serrated cockroaches, blood-refined locusts, and three-headed soul-feasting flies. My hometown, Qingfeng City, frequently suffers from blood-refined locust air raids. Although blood-refined locusts are not of high rank, usually ranging from the initial level, rank 1, to the complete form, rank 3, when tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of blood-refined locusts simultaneously descend on a city, it creates a hurricane-like devastation, turning it into a nightmare for the city's residents. Across the country, not just Qingfeng City, hundreds of cities suffer from magical beast air raids year-round.
Meng Chongguang held the documents tightly, his eyes moist.
If the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb is successfully developed, it could completely solve the problem of magical beast air raids. Unfortunately, in the past 3 years, our most outstanding technical team has attempted to develop it 8 times, and every attempt has ended in failure.
Shangguanqin comforted him. Elder Meng, don't be too stressed. Don't worry about the research funds. My mother, the Empress, is very understanding and will continue to provide funding for the Royal Science Academy. We won't abandon this project.
I suddenly spoke up.
Elder Meng, may I take a look at your research materials?
Well. The Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb project involves national secrets, so the research materials cannot be casually shown to others. Meng Chongguang hesitated for a moment but eventually handed the materials to me. After all, the princess was right there, and he had to give her face. I carefully reviewed the research materials, and the eye of the demon god immediately pinpointed a detail.
Elder Meng, I don't think your latest development can be considered a complete failure.
Meng Chongguang looked confused.
What do you mean by that?
The core raw materials used in the development are fine, the problem is with the ratio of the raw material mixture.
Fang Ling was incredulous.
A problem with the ratio?
That's impossible.
I opened the research materials and precisely pointed out the issue.
It's right here.
The ratio of earth core essence to ice bone liquid is incorrect. If you change it to a ratio of 1 minute and 2.35 seconds, the development will succeed.
Fangling walked up to me. Xiao Xingyu, may I ask if you understand pharmacology? I am somewhat knowledgeable as I serve as a special pharmacist for the Skyward Guild. Fangling said seriously, first of all, I don't mean to look down on you. Secondly, the team responsible for the Catastrophe 379 Airburst Bomb project is the most outstanding research team in the country, far beyond the capabilities of a special pharmacist from the Beast Tamer Guild. Fangling's tone was not unfriendly, but there was no malice either. Generally speaking, a special pharmacist from the Beast Tamer Guild, in terms of skill and technology, would naturally be at a disadvantage compared to the experts at the Royal Science Academy. I smiled slightly. Since your 8th attempt just failed, rather than scrapping the entire project and starting over, why not try what I suggested?
Elder Meng, what do you think?
Meng Chongguang was half believing, also skeptical that a young man could surpass the many senior experts at the Royal Science Academy.
A princess, what do you think?
Elder Meng, I suggest you try Xiao Xingyu's proposal.
A princess, this is no trivial matter.
Shang Guanqian glanced at me and then said to Meng Chongguang, despite his youth, it's worth trusting him this time. He is someone who can create miracles. Shang Guanqian knew me well in terms of creating miracles, having experienced it deeply during the time in Huangyan City. Meng Chongguang and Fangling exchanged looks. Since the princess had spoken, they had no choice but to give it a try. A team leader Fang, as Xiao Xingyu said, adjust the ratio of Earth Core Essence to Ice Bone Liquid to 1 minute and 2.35 seconds. Yes, Director. Fangling turned and left to return to the laboratory. For the next 2 hours, I continued to tour various areas of the Royal Science Academy, enjoying some desserts and coffee in the break area, accompanied by the beautiful princess. It was quite pleasant. 2 hours later, Fangling returned to the scene. Director, we have adjusted the raw material ratio as suggested by Xiao Xingyu and are preparing for the first test. Meng Chongguan smiled. Xiao Xingyu, since you proposed the modification, let's witness the test results together. All right. A princess, you should join us too. Okay, Elder Meng. Shang Guanqian and I followed Meng Chongguang into the laboratory. Inside, there was a large glass chamber. Through the glass, we could see a dense swarm of crimson-red flying insects. These insects had heads larger than their bodies, with a terrifying appearance, emitting a ghostly buzzing sound. Fangling spoke up, in this room, there are a total of 3,000 blood-laden locusts, ranging from mature, level 1, to fully mature, level 3. I couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. In my hometown of Qingfeng City, this was a common sight. The city often suffered from beast attacks, with swarms of blood-laden locusts descending every autumn. They swept through every corner of the city like a wind, leaving destruction in their wake. Beast tamers couldn't even gather in time to fight. The locusts would have already gorged themselves and moved on to the next city, leaving behind barren fields and countless human corpses. This was the terrifying aspect of beast attacks. Only the development of biochemical weapons could effectively counter them. Suddenly, a small hole opened in the ceiling of the glass chamber and a delicate, compact shell, the size of a handgun bullet, ejected. Fangling explained, this is the 9th test of the Catastrophe 379 Airburst Bomb. The countdown is starting. Outside the glass chamber, the project's researchers watched with a sense of spectacle. Do we even need to guess the outcome? It's bound to fail again. That kid is younger than my grandson. What does he know about raw material ratios? Director actually listens to this brat. I heard this Xiao Xingyu is a friend of the princess. The director doesn't dare offend him, so he lets him mess around. No one believed in Xiao Xingyu. These researchers considered themselves highly skilled and could not accept that a young person could point out errors in their development process. Shang Guanqian leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, how confident are you? If this fails, it'll be a major embarrassment." I am confident. The raw material ratio I calculated is correct, so I'm absolutely sure. The countdown ended. The Catastrophe 379 Airburst Bomb exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, it released a large amount of green mist that filled the entire glass chamber. The room shook violently as the blood-laden locusts slammed into the glass walls. Everyone's eyes were wide open, afraid to blink and miss any detail. 5 seconds later, the chamber calmed down. 10 seconds later, the green mist dissipated. When people saw the inside of the glass chamber, the entire laboratory fell into silence. The chamber was empty, there were no remains of the blood-laden locusts, not even their bodies. Everything had been neutralized and dissolved by the green mist. At that moment, the silence among the researchers was deafening. Did it succeed? Fang Ling was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and joy, cautiously speaking. Meng Chongguang's expression was moved. His stooped back, which had been bent for years, straightened suddenly, and his voice was hoarse yet resonant. I announced that the 9th test of the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb has succeeded. The laboratory erupted in cheers. Everyone was overwhelmed with joy, hugging and celebrating. Shang Guanqian had a faint smile on her lips, her eyes fixed on me. I remained calm, standing among the crowd and clapping silently, as if this had nothing to do with me. As the excitement and joy of the crowd gradually subsided, Meng Chongguang turned to me, holding my hand tightly, tears streaming down his face.
Xiao Xingyu, no, Mr. Xiao, thank you.
Elder Meng, no need to be so polite. I'm honored to be able to help. The creation of the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb is for the benefit of the people of the Dragon Kingdom and the world, and it's also a form of merit for me. Fang Ling deeply bowed to me, looking very apologetic. Mr. Xiao, I owe you an apology. I didn't recognize your talents earlier. All the researchers involved in the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb project at Huanca Institute showed me deep respect, bowing and expressing their sincere gratitude. Mr. Xiao, over 100 of us at Huanca Institute have worked day and night for 3 whole years on this project. Every test was filled with hope and confidence, but each ended in failure. Thanks to you, who pointed out the issue with the core raw material ratio, we finally achieved success. My actions were of great significance to Huanca Institute, and Meng Chongguang looked at me with a newfound admiration, like a fan admiring an idol. Fang Ling said, Director, since the test has been successful, what should we do next? Meng Chongguang smiled with the pure innocence of a child. As Fang Group leader, I officially approve that the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb enters the mass production stage. I felt it was the right moment and rubbed my nose. Elder Meng, about the magic fireflies. Meng Chongguang put his arm around my shoulder, looking kindly and friendly. Mr. Xiao, it's getting late. I'd like to invite you and Princess to dinner. We can discuss the magic fireflies later, no problem. If I were to ask for the entire magic firefly cultivation base? No problem. Meng Chongguang's eagerness now was in stark contrast to his attitude from 2 hours ago. I joked with a smile, Elder Meng, the magic firefly cultivation base is your most treasured possession. Are you really willing to give it all to me? Mr. Xiao, the magic fireflies are nothing compared to you.
You are my treasure.
My smile froze.
Director, let's be clear.
I'm not into that. You misunderstand. I mean, your talent in pharmaceutical research is exactly what Huanca Institute needs. Meng Chongguang's eyes showed a hint of greed driven by the urgent desire for talent. 10 minutes later. In the dining hall of Huanca Institute. In a corner by the window. Shang Guanqian shook her head and teased, Elder Meng, as a highly respected elder, is there another motive behind you serving soup to a junior? The princess is as perceptive as ever. Elder Meng's little schemes are no match for you. Meng Chongguang indeed had his own agenda. He waited for me to finish eating and drinking before getting straight to the point. Mr. Xiao, I have a humble request. Feel free to speak. I formally invite you to join Huanca Institute as a Black Overseer. I picked up a toothpick and looked puzzled. What is a Black Overseer? Before this, I had never been involved with Huanca Institute and thus didn't know about their internal positions. Shongwan Qian pointed at Meng Chongguang. Xiao Xingyu, did you notice that among all the researchers at Huanca Institute, only Elder Meng wears a white uniform? I recalled that Fang Ling and her colleagues were all wearing dark blue uniforms. Only Meng Chongguang was different, wearing a pure white uniform. I asked curiously, Princess, does the color of the uniforms have any specific meaning? Of course. Huanca Institute has 3 different uniform colors, blue, white, and black. The blue uniform is the most common, worn by almost all the staff at Huanca Institute. The white uniform is only worn by the director, so the position of director is also known as the White Overseer. The black uniform is reserved for the chief advisor of Huanca Institute, known as the Black Overseer. After listening to Shang Guanqian's explanation, I nodded slightly. So, the Black Overseer is the chief advisor of Huanca Institute. Meng Chongguang lowered his head, a smile mixed with many past memories. Mr. Xiao, the position of Black Overseer at Huanca Institute has been vacant for 15 years. I instinctively asked, who was the Black Overseer 15 years ago?
Olin Baixuan.
You've probably heard of this name.
Galin Beixian, the head of Xuanji Technology.
This was not the first time I had heard of this prominent figure. Lin Beixian was the first person in the Dragon Kingdom to create mechanical beasts, and thus, the first mechanical beast master. 15 years ago, Lin Beixian was still young and held the position of Black Overseer. With his extraordinary talent, he developed countless mechanical beasts, as well as various fantastical magical devices and biochemical weapons. It's no exaggeration to say that Huanca Institute's current status in the Dragon Kingdom owes 2/3 of its credit to that man. I muttered, no wonder there were so many mechanical beasts with Xuanji technology labels in the lobby of Huanca Institute. It turns out that Huanca Institute is the birthplace of Xuanji technology.
By the way, Elder Meng, why did Senior Lin leave Huanca Institute?
He is now one of the 4 sovereigns, responsible for guarding one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 dragon veins, the Winter Dragon Vein, Zero Snow Mountain. Naturally, he doesn't have the time or energy to serve as the Black Overseer of Huanca Institute. I had read extensively in the Azure Dragon Library and was familiar with the obscure terms Meng Chongguang mentioned. The Dragon Kingdom is a civilization that values geomancy and fortune. Since the apocalypse began and the monster invasion started, the Dragon Kingdom's climate has changed in parts, leading to the emergence of 4 dragon veins within its borders. Spring Dragon Vein, Yuhua Mountain, spring-like all year round with picturesque scenery. Summer Dragon Vein, Yanhan Mountain, constant magma eruptions covering the surface all year round. Autumn Dragon Vein, Xiefeng Mountain, always covered in blood-red maple leaves. Winter Dragon Vein, Lingxue Mountain, extremely cold with perpetual snow. These 4 Dragon Vein mountains protect the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. If any of these dragon veins were destroyed, the national fortune would deteriorate, magical energy would invade uncontrollably, and the royal city would face national catastrophe. This story sounds far-fetched, steeped in legend, and beyond scientific explanation, but it is an undeniable fact. I read a book that recorded a catastrophic crisis once faced by the Summer Dragon Vein, Yanhan Mountain. Even just one dragon vein being damaged led to rampant magical energy across the country, weakening all beast masters' spiritual power and causing a sudden surge in the strength of the invading monsters. Fortunately, Empress Shangguan Lan intervened in time, saving Yanhan Mountain and averting disaster, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since then, Shangguan Lan established the 4 sovereigns. Each sovereign is responsible for guarding one of the dragon veins. Lin Beixian was appointed to guard the Winter Dragon Vein, Zero Snow Mountain, and was respectfully known as the Zero King. The other 3 sovereigns are the Yu King, Flame King, and Blood King. All 4 sovereigns are at the pinnacle of 9-star Beastmasters. In contrast, the 3 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Mingxiao, Murong Jin, and Bai Yu, though also 9-star level, have not yet reached the pinnacle. In summary, within the Dragon Kingdom, the 4 sovereigns plus the 3 great generals constitute the entire list of 9-star level experts, totaling 7 individuals. These 7 figures are the idols admired by all beastmasters across the nation, and each new generation strives to follow in their footsteps. I silently reviewed the power rankings of the Dragon Kingdom in my mind. T0, Shangguan Lan, rank, Beast Emperor. Hidden identity, Mysterious Black Dragon. T1, Military Advisor Xie Zhong, rank, 10-star Beastmaster, not a likable character, loyalty and treachery are hard to discern. T2, the 4 sovereigns, rank, 9-star Pinnacle, known but not familiar. T3, the 3 great generals of sea, land, and air, rank, 9-star Beastmasters, fought with them, relatively familiar, including one prospective father-in-law. Even as a 2-star Beastmaster myself, I have had close contact and interaction with many figures on this list. Wait a minute, I seem to have missed one. I remember the leader of the Soul Empire, the High Priest He Ming, is also at the 9-star rank. Unfortunately, I haven't officially joined the Soul Empire, I only received the Soul Order in advance. I don't know much about the organization's leader or have met the High Priest He Ming. Of course, this list is based solely on publicly available information. It doesn't rule out the possibility of a Masters in the Shadows. After all, many top figures, whether righteous or evil, choose to hide their true abilities, pretending to be ordinary people and mingling in inconspicuous places. The path of a Beastmaster is long and arduous, and I still have a long way to go to reach that throne. A flame of ambition flickered in my eyes. I am not content to remain under Shangguan Land's shadow forever. I aspire to one day replace this empress and become the emperor myself. Xiao Xingyu, you've been daydreaming for a long time.
What are you thinking about?
Shangguanqian nudged me with her elbow, pulling my thoughts back.
Of course, I was thinking about how to replace your mother.
I smiled and self-deprecatingly said, just thinking about how small I am compared to someone like Lin Beixian. It's quite a humbling thought.
Meng Chongguang shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration.
No, Mr. Xiao, don't belittle yourself. You are a natural talent. I believe you have the potential to reach the 9-star Beast Master level in the future. And even if we set the future aside, just considering the present, your talent in the field of medicine is not inferior to Lin Beixuan's in his prime.
Meng Chongguang, who had lived a long life, was very perceptive. I was certain that I was the talent Huanca Institute needed the most, even a future director, becoming the first person in Huanca Institute's history to hold both a Black Overseer and a White Overseer positions. In any case, Meng Chongguang wouldn't let go of this prodigy and extended a strong invitation once again.
Mr. Xiao.
You're an elder, just call me Xingyu.
Xingyu, promise me that you will join Huanca Institute and become the Black Overseer.
Meng Chongguang added, since Lin Beixian left Huanca Institute, we have been in desperate need of a qualified Black Overseer.
And you, Xiao Xingyu, are the chosen Black Overseer.
Meng Chongguang's words were heartfelt. He admired this exceptionally talented young man before him so much that he could see the potential to surpass Lin Beixian in him.
Shangguanqian looked at me with a side glance, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I've never seen Elder Meng so appreciative of a young person. He's actually willing to invite you to be the Black Overseer of Huanca Institute.
Xiao Xingyu, you are indeed extraordinary.
Shangguanqian and I had not known each other for long, just a month at most, and half of that time I had been bedridden in a coma. Even so, in such a short time, I repeatedly refreshed Shangguanqian's understanding of the term prodigy. Shangguanqian, who had grown up beside the Empress Shangguanlan and seen countless talents, now saw the difference between a genius and a prodigy through my appearance.
Princess, should I accept or not? I was uncertain and looked to Shangguanqian beside me for advice.
Meng Chongguang couldn't help but wonder, Xingyu, you can make this decision yourself.
Why consult the princess?
Well. I scratched my head, unsure how to explain. In reality, my concerns were valid. After all, I was a member of the Soul Empire. Shangguanqian was well aware of this. In 2.5 years, after graduating from Azure Dragon Academy, I would officially become a member of the Soul Empire. According to the rules, Soul Empire members cannot casually take up positions in other organizations. Shangguanqian could see my concern and leaned in to whisper, my mother said that although you are a member of the Soul Empire, you shouldn't bear too heavy a burden. Having multiple identities can be convenient for future tasks. I immediately understood the Empress Shangguanlan's intention. The Soul Empire is, after all, a secret and trusted force under Shangguanlan's command. All tasks they perform are in the dark, out of sight. Privately, I belong to the Soul Empire. On the surface, I could hold multiple identities, such as an Azure Dragon student, a special pharmacist in the Skybound Guild, and now, the Black Overseer at Huanca Institute. Everything is possible. However, Shangguanlan never anticipated that I also had an identity as the Black Robe person.
Elder Meng. Xingyu, have you made your decision?
Wait.
Let me adjust my mindset.
Even if you reject me, I need to console myself. Meng Chongguang was somewhat nervous, his hands tightly clenched under the table, palms covered in sweat. At that moment, this venerable old man appeared like a child waiting for his final exam results. After adjusting his breathing, Meng Chongguang spoke, Xingyu, tell me your answer. I raised my gaze, my voice as calm as still water. I am willing to join Huanca Institute and take the position of Black Overseer. As soon as the words left my mouth, there was a loud crash. Meng Chongguang slapped the table heavily, causing the chopsticks on the table to shake. He suddenly stood up and firmly grasped my hands, his facial muscles twitching with emotion.
Xingyu, I'm so excited right now. I don't know what to say.
In short, thank you. I express my heartfelt welcome to you joining Huanca Institute in my capacity as the director. Meng Chongguang warmly embraced me and patted my back. I felt a warm glow inside. Being valued and appreciated so highly by the esteemed director of Huanca Institute was an honor.
Elder Meng, I'm not Lin Beixian and I don't have his stature right now.
But I can guarantee that with me here, Huanca Institute has a future.
Xingyu, I believe in you.
After dinner, everyone chatted and laughed as they left the cafeteria and returned to the magic fire flower planting base. Gelder Meng, does the promise you made to me still count? Of course it does. And now that you're the Black Overseer, your authority in Huanca Institute is second only to mine. The entire magic fire flower planting base is yours. Meng Chongguang's mouth was grinning so wide that it was crooked. To him, the most valuable asset in Huanca Institute wasn't the mechanical beasts or advanced equipment, but me. From then on, I earned a new nickname, the most valuable fixed asset of Huanca Institute. Meng Chongguang pondered for a moment. Xingyu, the magic fire flowers have extremely strict requirements for their cultivation environment. Given your current conditions, you might not be able to keep them alive if you take all 300 back. I nodded. The reason for his frown was that he was considering how to solve this problem. After all, the celestial soul vine is a teenage, plant-type magical beast and requires daily baths in the nectar of magic fire flowers, a process that must be continuous over the years. I knew that if I took the 300 magic fire flowers back to the Golden Sea Mansion and planted them in the backyard, they would not survive and thus could not continuously provide nectar for the celestial soul vine. I have a suggestion. Please go ahead, Elder Meng. You don't need to take these magic fire flowers back. Since you need the nectar, I will arrange for the staff to collect the freshest nectar every day at 6 a.m. and deliver it to your home by refrigerated air transport on time.
How does that sound?
I smiled. Elder Meng, you're so considerate. Meng Chongguang's solution showed his meticulous care. However, I'll cover the cost of refrigerated air transport myself.
Xingyu, why are you being so formal and polite just after joining? Listen to me, you don't need to pay a cent. As the Black Overseer, this is your benefit.
But Elder Meng. Behave and listen. At that moment, Meng Chongguang, despite being an old man, showed a side of himself that resembled a domineering CEO. Shang Guanqian turned sideways and leaned in close to my ear. It's clear that Elder Meng truly values you. How does it feel to have landed such a royal position?
Ahihi, it feels great.
Given my significant role in the development of the Cataclysm 379 airburst bomb, Meng Chongguang's offer of the best benefits was well-deserved. As night fell, after completing my onboarding procedures, I bid farewell to Meng Chongguang and walked out of Huanca Institute alongside Shang Guanqian. Since I was still a student at Azure Dragon Academy, I couldn't be at Huanca Institute every day. Fortunately, with today's advanced technology, I could work remotely from home or the school dormitory with just a computer, collaborating with Huanca Institute staff on the development and research of various biochemical weapons and magical devices.
Princess, this is where you should stop.
Stay here. Outside the Imperial City, a royal private plane was parked on an open field.
Just as I was about to board, Shang Guanqian called out, "Wait a moment. Princess, is there something else?"
Xiao Xingyu, you'll be taking the 4-star assessment soon, right?
Yes, Tilde.
Be careful.
Under the starry night sky, the Imperial City was quiet and serene. The young man and woman locked eyes.
Princess, are you concerned about me?
I gave a mischievous smile and pointed to my own nose.
Shang Guanqian laughed, "Don't get the wrong idea.
I've seen you lying in a hospital bed, looking more pitiful than a dead dog. I don't want to see that again." Her words reminded me of my time in Huangyan City. When I was unconscious for half a month, it was Shang Guanqian who put aside her princess demeanor to stay by my bedside and care for me.
A princess, thank you.
As I've said before, you're truly a wonderful person. Shang Guanqian's lips twitched, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. As I boarded the royal private plane and left, Shang Guanqian stood alone under the moonlight, her silhouette casting a lonely and melancholic figure. The breeze carried a sense of profound solitude and melancholy.
Xiao Xingyu, you've only known me for a short time.
You don't truly understand who I am. Shang Guanqian's beautiful eyes drooped, concealing boundless loneliness. As the princess of Dragon Kingdom, she had never been free and could never live for herself. The intense and pure sense of freedom that I exuded was what Shang Guanqian admired the most and yearned for deeply. Longyin City, Golden Sea Mansion.
Xiao, come downstairs for dinner.
I got it, sis. On the second floor of the villa, I was trying on clothes in my room. I had changed into a deep black uniform and stood in front of the full-length mirror. This black uniform was the attire for the Black Overseers at Huanca Institute. It looked simple, but it gave off an aura of high status and authority. I moved around in front of the mirror and couldn't help but reflect, the saying clothes make the man is indeed true. Putting on this Black Overseer uniform has made me look much less youthful. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, I would look like a composed and capable scholarly rogue, and one with a deep and unfathomable demeanor at that. On my chest was a badge. It bore the Huanca Institute emblem and the words Black Overseer. The minimum entry requirement for a junior researcher at Huanca Institute was to be at least 25 years old and a graduate from a prestigious school. Even Lin Beixian, a prodigy of his time, was already 23 when he made an exception to join Huanca Institute. I am 19 this year. Lin Beixian became a Black Overseer at the age of 27. Yet here I am, at 19, stepping into the position of Black Overseer. Meng Chongguang, the director of Huanca Institute, made various exceptions to retain a talent like me. This made me the youngest Black Overseer in the history of Huanca Institute. Although this position didn't offer significant financial benefits, it greatly enhanced my background and status. From now on, I would be someone with a royal iron rice bowl. Meanwhile, Huanca Institute . Director's office. Meng Chongguang was conducting an experiment, humming an old tune from the last century. He seemed to have rejuvenated by at least a decade. His assistant, smiling, asked, "Director, what's got you so happy? It's been a while since I've heard you hum a tune." A talent like Xingyu, who's rare and exceptional, joining our Huanca Institute as a Black Overseer, how could I not be happy? I might even laugh myself awake tonight, ha ha ha. The director is right. Our young Black Overseer truly has extraordinary talent, reminding me of Lin Beixian, who once shouldered the major responsibilities at Huanca Institute. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Fang Ling entered the office, holding a document. Director, the production plan for Cataclysm 379 airburst bomb is ready. Please sign it. All right. No, wait a moment. Meng Chongguang was about to sign but suddenly stopped. Fang Ling looked puzzled. Director, do you think there's still an issue? Fang, I just had a sudden thought. We should change the name of the Cataclysm 379 airburst bomb. What should it be changed to? Meng Chongguang pondered for a moment before making a significant decision. Change it to Tianyu 379 airburst bomb. Upon hearing this, Fang Ling immediately understood. The new name Meng Chongguang chose was a recognition of my contribution and a tribute to the new Black Overseer joining Huanca Institute. Had it not been for me pointing out the error in the material ratio, the development of this project might have faced numerous setbacks, possibly even extinguishing the enthusiasm of the research team before achieving success. Fang Ling revised the plan and returned to Meng Chongguang. Director, the name has been changed to Tianyu 379 airburst bomb. Meng Chongguang smiled with satisfaction and signed the document on the spot. By the way, Fang, please contact the publicity department to create promotional posters and online content overnight. The news of Xingyu joining Huanca Institute as a Black Overseer should be made public nationwide tomorrow. Yes, Director. The position of Black Overseer at Huanca Institute had been vacant for 15 years since Lin Beixian's departure. With a new person filling this role, it was only right to announce it with great fanfare, which was not only a responsibility to the people of Dragon Kingdom but also a mark of respect for the new Black Overseer.
Fang Ling.
Meng Chongguang thought for a moment, felt it wasn't appropriate, and called Fang Ling back. I heard Xingyu say that he needs to focus on preparing for the 4-star Beastmaster assessment. It might be better to wait until after his assessment to make the public announcement. Meng Chongguang had carefully considered this. He didn't want me to be distracted by the publicity before the assessment. Understood, Director. The news about Xiao Xingyu becoming a Black Overseer will be made public after his 4-star assessment. Fang Ling left the director's office, and the assistant couldn't help but gossip a little. Director, our Black Overseer is currently a first-year student at Azure Dragon Academy with a 2-star rank. Isn't it a bit overambitious for him to jump directly to the 4-star assessment?
Do you think he can pass?
Meng Chongguang smiled faintly. The princess once said that I am someone who excels at creating miracles.
Assist, stop hurrying, I'm coming.
I took off the Black Overseer uniform and changed into home clothes, rushing downstairs to the dining table.
It smells so good.
2 things I can't resist are the meals cooked by my sister and the soup she makes. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, all aromatic and appetizing. Yishimeng was drooling. Brother, these cola chicken wings smell amazing.
Have one.
Meng, seeing you drool like that, you should have the first one. I placed a chicken wing in Yishimeng's bowl. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sister Ruoxue.
Meng will dig in now.
Oh Meng, eat slowly. Girls should be more ladylike. Sister Ruoxue, you eat too.
I'll serve you.
Enough already. If I eat too much, I'll gain weight. Sis, I still like you even if you gain weight. It's nice to cuddle with a plump person.
You little rascal, just eat your meal.
The three of us sat together for dinner, enjoying a warm and happy family moment. Xiao Ruoxue took a bite of vegetables and suddenly remembered something. She asked, Xiaoyu, since you've cured Meng's fear of magical beasts, when are you going to send her to Azure Dragon Academy? I put down my chopsticks and wiped my mouth. I'll write a recommendation letter for her and give it to Director Chen. By the time my 4-star assessment is over, Director Chen should have all the paperwork ready, and Meng will be able to join the academy as my classmate. That's great, brother. I'll get to have classes with you and sneak some spicy strips during class.
Just thinking about it is thrilling.
Meng, you need to be a bit more disciplined. Follow your brother's example. It's okay to nap in class, but don't disturb the other students. And spicy strips aren't healthy. We can sneak some braised chicken rice or self-heating hot pot during class. Xiao Ruoxue turned green with anger.
Xiaoyu, how can you teach Meng such things? Is that really something to say?
Fortunately, I was born in an era where beast tamers were esteemed. In peaceful times, this 6th child would have been the principal's most troublesome student. In the quiet of the night, after taking a shower, I returned to my room. I picked up a pen and wrote a recommendation letter for Yishimeng to join Azure Dragon Academy. It took me 3 minutes. Then I opened my spatial ring and took out the wooden box given to me by Emperor's concubine Shangguan Lan. My expression turned serious and solemn. The 4-star assessment is coming up. Shangguan Lan, no matter the risk, I will fulfill my promise with this gift. 3 days later. At Longyin Port. Holding my examination permit, I was about to set sail. The 4-star assessment was held on Ling Snake Island in the East Sea, also known as the Sea Spirit Clan Ruins. Before boarding, Chen Qinian, my mentor, came to see me off in person.
Xiao Xingyu, I wish you success in your assessment and hope you bring me honor.
Don't worry, Director Chen. I've always been cautious and careful, and I won't make any mistakes. Chen Qinian patted my shoulder and earnestly reminded me of some important details related to the assessment. The cross-tier assessment was a significant event. Failure meant a 3-year ban from star-level assessments. My voyage this time allowed for success only, not failure. The passenger ship blew its horn, preparing to set sail. I boarded alone, stood on the deck, and faced the rising sun, gradually disappearing from Director Chen's view. At that moment, I ran into a situation related to Murong Jin, my girlfriend's father, whom I had fought alongside the Dragon Kingdom Navy for 2 days. I remembered that I could also handle the matter I had promised Murong Jin. At the base gate, a one-armed middle-aged man was pacing back and forth, smoking a cigar.
Uncle Murong.
Hearing the familiar voice, Murong Jin looked up, his rough and dark face showing a smile full of elderly concern.
Xingyu, it's been a while.
You've lost weight.
What brings you here?
Don't let it interfere with your 4-star assessment. The surrounding Navy personnel looked at each other in surprise, having never seen Murong Jin so amiable. Murong Jin's concern for me was due to a phone call the night before. During the call, Murong Yangshua secretly reported on my date and kiss with Murong Xinshin. Because of this call, Murong Jin now looked at me more favorably, like a future son-in-law. Uncle Murong, I promised you that after the midterm exams, I would speed up the development of the small blue vial. I've brought enough of the medicine this time. The small blue vial was a special potion I developed to treat magical beast skin disease, cracked skin. On the vast sea, almost every magical beast under the command of the Navy suffers from cracked skin disease. I opened my spatial ring and pulled out a large box. Inside, 5,000 small blue vials were neatly arranged. 5,000 vials should be enough for everyone at the naval headquarters. Each small blue vial can cure cracked skin disease in 4 to 5 magical beasts. With 5,000 vials, the supply can indeed cover the entire naval headquarters' needs, with some to spare. Murong Jin's eyes widened in surprise, barely containing his joy and excitement. Xingyu, you managed to produce 5,000 vials in such a short time?
This is incredible.
I just smiled and didn't explain. A few days ago, I cured Yi Sherming's fear of magical beasts and received the system reward, the Azure Dragon Purple Eye Cauldron. This cauldron has miraculous effects, significantly improving the efficiency and purity of alchemy. To be honest, with the Azure Dragon Purple Eye Cauldron, I am the top alchemist in the Dragon Kingdom. The phone rang. Murong Jin glanced at the caller ID, then looked at me with a sly smile, a rare sight for someone who usually had a stern face. Hello Tilde. Murong Jin turned to the side and answered the phone quietly.
Okay.
Dad understands.
Xinshin, don't worry.
I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as I'm here on this sea, your Xiao Xingyu won't be in any danger. Murong Jin confidently boasted. After hanging up, he patted my shoulder. What exactly did you feed my daughter? She just called to ask me to take care of you and ensure your safety during the assessment. And now, she's more concerned about you than I am as her father. I was momentarily stunned, and Murong Xinshin's face involuntarily appeared in my mind. I took out my phone and typed a message. Putz Tilde. At Azure Dragon Academy, in the classroom, Murong Xinshin opened her phone and received my message. Liujin, once my assessment is over, I'll make up for our last date. I'll take you to the arcade to play claw machines and to the night market for air gun shooting. Heart emoji. Young love is as pure as a summer breeze. Murong Xinshin's lips curled up in a slight, endearing smile. The homeroom teacher, Murong Xinshin, you're actually using your phone during class? As one of the best students who usually performed well in class, Murong Xinshin attracted surprised looks from the homeroom teacher and her classmates. As Murong Xinshin's desk mate, Murong Yangshua lowered his voice. All right, little sister, it's just a flirty message from Xingyu. Is it worth smiling like that for so long? Be a bit more reserved.
What do you know?
Hey, I'm your brother. Is this how you talk to your older brother? Besides, I'm a veteran in the field of romance. I understand love between men and women better than you. Murong Yangshua was astonished. Since Murong Xinshin started dating me, she seemed to have completely changed. For someone with a solitary personality, the world was once bleak and barren. My presence had given Murong Xinshin a colorful world. During this class, Murong Xinshin not only didn't pay attention but even secretly wrote 3 characters on her desk with her fingertip. For 3 years she hadn't used a pen. 3 years later, as the graduation approached, the scratches on this desk from the fingernails would bear his name. By then, to the juniors, the story of the senior would be more captivating than lectures by renowned professors. I chatted with Murong Jin for a while, suddenly feeling disoriented, and screamed, "Oh no, Uncle Murong, I was so caught up in our conversation that I almost forgot about the 4-star assessment." Murong Jin glanced at his watch. There's only half an hour left until the 4-star assessment starts. If you continue on this passenger ship, you might not make it in time. My face tightened. Missing such a crucial exam would mean losing the qualification to participate. Don't panic. I'll take you to the exam. Wait a minute. Uncle Murong, if you use the Poseidon ship to get me to the exam, won't other candidates think I'm trying to show off?
What is face?
Admiral Murong Jin, personally leading the Grand Naval Fleet to escort me to the exam site.
That's face.
Stern links Snake Island Stern. At the entrance to the Sea Spirit Clan ruins, there was a sign reading a 4-star assessment. Next to the sign was the preparation area. With only 5 minutes left before the assessment started, candidates were signing in and submitting their admission tickets. The supervising teachers, a man and a woman, were checking the candidates' information. Teacher Lu, are all the candidates here? Teacher Wang, let me see, we're still missing one. Luli scanned the candidate registration list and found one vacancy left.
Wang Han asked, who's missing?
Luli frowned. The candidate from Azure Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu, hasn't arrived yet. Wang Han scratched his chin and looked displeased. There are only 5 minutes left before the exam starts, and Xiao Xingyu still hasn't shown up. This shows a lack of respect for the assessment. As some students nowadays are so arrogant, they really don't understand humility. Yeah, Xiao Xingyu is quite popular online, the public has elevated him. While the 2 examiners were grumbling, the sound of a battleship's horn was heard from not far away. The candidates looked up in shock. On the vast sea, flags fluttered, and the ships stretched for miles. 18 naval battleships sailed side by side, with waves crashing and cutting through the wind, creating an awe-inspiring and visually stunning spectacle that left a profound impact. Oh wow, that big ship in the middle is the strongest active battleship of the naval headquarters, produced by Shenyuan Technology, the Poseidon ship. Shenyuan Technology's products are always top-notch. It's not just the Poseidon ship, the entire 303 fleet is here. This is amazing. I've only seen the Poseidon ship on TV before, and seeing it in person today gave me goosebumps. The 303 naval fleet is the oldest and most powerful fleet of the naval headquarters. At the center of this fleet is a living battleship larger than the deep-sea Azure Dragon. A living battleship refers to a ship made from the carcass of a magical beast, combined with Shenyuan technology, creating a maritime weapon with life. Such weapons are prominent in naval battles and are said to be equivalent to a 9-star Beastmaster. The living battleship in view is called the Poseidon ship. True to its name, its hull is derived from the sea god's magical beast, that is Scarlet Tiger Shark. Its interior incorporates Shenyuan Technology's Black Zero metal, creating functional cabins and powerful area effect launchers. This is the Poseidon ship, the strongest battleship of the naval headquarters and the #1 maritime weapon of Dragon Kingdom. Just last month, the Poseidon ship was commissioned and it is still trending online. The Poseidon ship, accompanied by the 303 fleet, approached Ling Snake Island, giving the candidates a grand view and making them marvel at the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's navy. Wang Han, as one of the examiners, seized the opportunity to educate the crowd. As students, you see how majestic and powerful our Dragon Kingdom Navy fleet is. You need to train hard to have a chance in the future to become a warrior standing on the deck of such a battleship and bring glory to the country. Another examiner, feeling puzzled, muttered quietly, "Strange. The Ling Snake Island area isn't part of the Navy's patrol range. Why?" The Poseidon ship anchored steadily on the side of Ling Snake Island, with a one-armed man standing on the deck. "The one-armed god, Murong Jin. It really is General Murong, my idol. Admiral, his presence is truly extraordinary. Murong Jin is a symbol and idol for countless young people. He is the man who defends the Dragon Kingdom's coastline with his life." Next to Murong Jin stood a tall and handsome young man. "Uncle Murong, thank you for bringing me to the exam. No need for formalities. We're all family." Murong Jin made a subtle gesture, and I understood that this future father-in-law had already accepted my relationship with Murong Xin. "Uncle Murong, once I pass the assessment, let's have a drink together." "Sure thing. I still have a few bottles of good wine. I'll splurge once to celebrate your passing the assessment." Murong Jin patted me on the back, both encouragement and trust. He believed that this young man would overcome all obstacles on Ling Snake Island and become the youngest 4-star Beastmaster in history. "By the way, make sure to stay safe. You need to understand one thing, if something happens to you, my daughter will be heartbroken." "Don't worry, I won't make 6 Jin worry." Good, go ahead." Murong Jin waved his hand, watching me disembark and head to the island. Under everyone's gaze, I went to the sign-in area of the preparation zone with my admission ticket. "Teacher, Xiao Xingyu from Azure Dragon Academy, I'm here to sign in." "Here is my admission ticket." Wang Han took the admission ticket, looked me up and down, and then glanced at Murong Jin on the Poseidon ship. The other candidates also cast unusual glances and the murmuring grew louder. "This guy is impressive." Admiral Murong Jin personally escorted him to the exam. It's just an assessment, but the 303 fleet and the Poseidon ship were deployed to escort him. This level of face is unmatched. To be honest, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a level of face. Wang Han cleared his throat, his attitude suddenly becoming warm and smiling. "Xiao Xingyu, it's cold. Here, have a cigarette to warm yourself." Wang Han offered a cigarette and a lighter. All the candidates could tell that this examiner was trying to curry favor with me. I politely declined. Wang Han, looking embarrassed, could only withdraw the cigarette hesitantly. With only 2 minutes left before the assessment began, Luli began to read out the list of candidates. A second-year student from White Tiger Academy, Lin Peiji. Third-year student from Phoenix South Academy, Chen Fugua. Here is the translation. A second-year student from Vermilion Bird Academy, Zhou Bei. A first-year student from Azure Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu. A roll call is complete, all candidates are present. After Luli finished reading the list of candidates, everyone's gaze shifted back to me. This assessment is for advancing to the 4-star rank. Most of the candidates are second or third-year students from major Beastmaster academies, all currently at the 3-star rank. I am the only anomaly, just a first-year student and a 2-star Beastmaster, who has to address the other candidates as a senior or sister. A first-year student participating in a 4-star assessment? Incredible. This guy is attempting a cross-rank assessment. I remember our White Tiger Academy's strongest genius, Fang Tianhe, failed when he attempted to jump from 2-star to 4-star. This Xiao Xingyu is quite bold to sign up. The sea's rough waves match the level of skepticism. No one believes I can complete a cross-rank assessment. Luli, a candidates, the assessment is about to begin. Next, we will distribute the torn paper maps. Wang Han, I will announce the assessment rules and standards. Assessment Standard 1, hunt 20 black crystal snakes, 10 ghost shadow demons, and 1 poison wing sulfur python. Assessment Standard 2, cross the thorny swamp in the center of the ruins and find the exit. Assessment Standard 3, do not enter the restricted areas of the ruins, otherwise you will bear the consequences. There is no time limit for this assessment, but candidates can choose to withdraw at any time. After Wang Han finished speaking, he glanced at his watch. A good luck to all candidates. I declare. The assessment begins now. 50 candidates entered the entrance of the Sea Spirit Tribe ruins simultaneously, embarking on their adventure. I was among them, looking serious and preoccupied, with a more solemn expression than anyone else. Poseidon ship. Top deck. Murong Jin, dressed in an admiral's coat, held a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers, gazing at the entrance of the ruins on the island. He watched as I and the other candidates entered the ruins. General, it's time for us to return. We have no other tasks today. Let's stay here for a few more hours. Murong Jin had promised his daughter to ensure my safety. To avoid any mishaps, Murong Jin was very cautious and planned to stay at Ling Snake Island until I completed the assessment. A report. I speak. The latest intelligence. Yuguan Island has seen a large number of magical beasts. Many fishing fleets have been attacked, with over 300 fishermen dead. The casualties are increasing. The local fishermen are requesting our support. General, Yuguan Island is a strategic stronghold and the largest fishing ground in our Dragon Kingdom. Please prioritize the overall situation. Murong Jin stubbed out his cigarette, frowning, and glanced back at the entrance of the Sea Spirit Tribe ruins. He wanted to stay until I emerged, but as an admiral, he had to fulfill his duties. All troops, follow orders and proceed to Yuguan Island for support. A second-year student from Vermilion Bird Academy, Zhou Bei. A first-year student from Azure Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu. A roll call is complete, all candidates are present. After Luli finished reading the list of candidates, everyone's gaze shifted back to me. This assessment is for advancing to the 4-star rank. Most of the candidates are second or third-year students from major Beastmaster academies, all currently at the 3-star rank. I am the only anomaly, just a first-year student and a 2-star Beastmaster, who has to address the other candidates as a senior or sister. A first-year student participating in a 4-star assessment? Incredible. This guy is attempting a cross-rank assessment. I remember our White Tiger Academy's strongest genius, Fang Tianhe, failed when he attempted to jump from 2-star to 4-star. This Xiao Xingyu is quite bold to sign up. The sea's rough waves match the level of skepticism. No one believes I can complete a cross-rank assessment. Luli, a candidates, the assessment is about to begin. Next, we will distribute the torn paper maps. Wang Han, I will announce the assessment rules and standards. Assessment Standard 1, hunt 20 black crystal snakes, 10 ghost shadow demons, and 1 poison wing sulfur python. Assessment Standard 2, cross the thorny swamp in the center of the ruins and find the exit. Assessment Standard 3, do not enter the restricted areas of the ruins, otherwise you will bear the consequences. There is no time limit for this assessment, but candidates can choose to withdraw at any time. After Wang Han finished speaking, he glanced at his watch. A good luck to all candidates. I declare. The assessment begins now. 50 candidates entered the entrance of the Sea Spirit Tribe ruins simultaneously, embarking on their adventure. I was among them, looking serious and preoccupied, with a more solemn expression than anyone else. Poseidon ship. Top deck. Murong Jin, dressed in an admiral's coat, held a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers, gazing at the entrance of the ruins on the island. He watched as I and the other candidates entered the ruins. "General, it's time for us to return. We have no other tasks today. Let's stay here for a few more hours." Murong Jin had promised his daughter to ensure my safety. To avoid any mishaps, Murong Jin was very cautious and planned to stay at Ling Snake Island until I completed the assessment. "A report." "I speak. The latest intelligence. Yuguan Island has seen a large number of magical beasts. Many fishing fleets have been attacked, with over 300 fishermen dead. The casualties are increasing. The local fishermen are requesting our support. General, Yuguan Island is a strategic stronghold and the largest fishing ground in our Dragon Kingdom. Please prioritize the overall situation." Murong Jin stubbed out his cigarette, frowning, and glanced back at the entrance of the Sea Spirit Tribe ruins. He wanted to stay until I emerged, but as an admiral, he had to fulfill his duties. "All troops, follow orders and proceed to Yuguan Island for support." The naval fleet set sail again, heading towards Yuguan Island at full speed. As the fleet moved away from Ling Snake Island, a massive bed appeared above the calm sea and swiftly vanished into the depths of the island. Sea Spirit Tribe ruins. At this moment, I walked alone on a weed-covered hillside, following the map's directions towards the yellow sand waterfall area. "A Junior Xiao." I stopped in my tracks. A man approached, of average height and fair appearance, with a refined, scholarly demeanor, lacking any impurities or dirtiness in his gaze. "Who are you?" "I'm also a student from Azure Dragon Academy, currently a second-year student. My name is Xiao Qingfeng. Theoretically, Xiao Qingfeng is my senior." I took a closer look. "I remember now, I've seen you at the Azure Dragon Library." "Yeah, I often go to the Azure Dragon Library to borrow books." I didn't expect Junior Xiao to remember me. Xiao Qingfeng was humble and studious. Though his talent was not outstanding, he was considered a diligent and hard-working student by many mentors at Azure Dragon Academy and was worth nurturing. Effort cannot make up for talent but can chase after it. This is the motto of Azure Dragon Academy set by Su Ruyan. "Junior Xiao, I didn't expect you to dare to attempt a cross-rank assessment. I admire your courage and determination." "A Senior Xiao, you flatter me. Actually, this is my weakest moment." "Junior Xiao is truly humorous, ha ha ha." Meeting a fellow student from the same academy at the assessment site naturally creates a sense of camaraderie. Not just between Xiao Qingfeng and me, but other candidates were also forming groups. The assessment rules didn't specify that teamwork was prohibited, so forming teams was quite normal. Every academy would form groups due to collective pride. Xiao Qingfeng and I, both from Azure Dragon Academy, naturally hoped that both of us could pass the assessment. "Junior Xiao, wait a moment. The path you're taking leads to the yellow sand waterfall area." I nodded. Xiao Qingfeng looked puzzled. The yellow sand waterfall area is the habitat of the poison-wing sulfur python. The poison-wing sulfur python is of extraordinary level, Tier 1, and is the most challenging magical beast in the assessment. Why did you choose the hardest task right from the start? Typically, candidates choose to tackle the weakest magical beasts first and leave the strongest ones for last. I smiled slightly. As Senior Xiao, I believe the first step in the assessment isn't to choose the easiest task but to first review the entire exam and carefully analyze the questions. "Junior Xiao, I'm a bit confused. Could you explain more clearly?" I pointed to the map. "Take a closer look here." Xiao Qingfeng focused on the map and then understood. "So that's it." An inconspicuous marking on the map showed. Friendly reminder, there are a total of 15 poison-wing sulfur pythons. The assessment rules are clear, each candidate must hunt at least one poison-wing sulfur python. With only 15 such pythons in the Sea Spirit Tribe ruins and 50 candidates participating, it is evident that at least 35 candidates will be eliminated in this assessment. If you first hunt weaker magical beasts, by the time you get to the poison-wing sulfur pythons, they may have already been killed by others. "Junior Xiao, if that's the case, I'll go with you. I'll head to the yellow sand waterfall area as well." I did not refuse. Having multiple companions is not a bad thing. As we walked, I activated the beast-taming emblem and summoned the four-winged holy angel, Freya, in advance. Freya held a 7-foot-long great sword, its blade gleaming coldly. This is an S-rank magical artifact, the Xianyao sword, a gift from Principal Suruyan. Freya, swing your sword. Freya followed my command, trailing behind me, and swung her sword at the air every second, appearing as robotic and expressionless as ever. Xiao Qingfeng looked confused and couldn't help but ask, Junior Xiao, why is your beast swinging its sword at the air along the way?
What does this mean?
As Senior Xiao, have you ever heard of building up passive abilities with empty attacks? At the entrance of the Sea Spirit Tribe ruins, the two proctors could see every candidate's movements on the large screen. Wang Han rubbed his chin. This Xiao Xingyu is indeed extraordinary. His strategy is so clear, heading straight for the yellow sand waterfall area. Luli nodded in agreement. Yes, this young man may be young, but his mindset and intelligence far exceed his peers. It's no wonder the Naval Admiral values him so highly and personally escorted him to the exam. Suddenly, Luli felt a pressing need to use the restroom. Teacher Wang, I'm going to the bathroom. Eilricht, be quick. There was only one restroom on Ling Snake Island, located in the woods beside the preparation area. Luli hurried into the restroom, quickly pulling down her pants and showing a look of relief. At that moment, a shadow appeared before Luli. Seeing the shadow clearly, Luli's pupils contracted, and before she could scream, a line of blood shot from her throat. Moments later, Luli emerged from the restroom and returned to the preparation area. She continued to monitor the large screen with Wang Han, discussing the qualifications of the candidates. A swarm of bats flew up in the woods. Wang Han asked, Teacher Lu, don't you feel that it's gotten colder?
It suddenly feels so cold.
Luli smiled, really?
Teacher Wang, I think it's fine.
Teacher Lu, look. Xiao Xingyu has arrived at the yellow sand waterfall area. I want to see if he, a 2-star beast tamer, can single-handedly kill a poison-wing sulfur python. Luli stared intently at the monitor screen, where the camera zoomed in on my face, her eyes showing a trace of murderous intent. I and Xiao Qingfeng navigated through the dense forest and arrived at a cliffside. This was the yellow sand waterfall area, the habitat of the poison-wing sulfur python. In the pool beneath the waterfall, a giant python with a completely yellowish body was writhing. Junior Xiao, this is an extraordinary level, Tier 1, magical beast, the poison-wing sulfur python. These 4 candidates seem to be from White Tiger Academy. At that moment, 4 candidates were attacking the poison-wing sulfur python. Their beast-taming robes were all adorned with the pattern of the divine beast White Tiger. I could tell immediately that these 4 candidates from White Tiger Academy had agreed to hunt the poison-wing sulfur python together. As long as they killed enough pythons, each of them would have a chance to pass the assessment, which was much better than fighting alone. Damn it, the poison-wing sulfur python's armor is too thick. My Flame Fury Monkey's output is maxed out, but it still can't break its outer shield. Be careful, the poison-wing sulfur python is about to use a special attack. The python in the pool let out an angry hiss and spewed sulfuric venom from its mouth. The 4 candidates were in a sorry state, desperately fleeing with their beasts, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. The fierce battle attracted more poison-wing sulfur pythons. A gigantic python head emerged from the water. A shadow rushed out from the water curtain cave behind the waterfall. On the cliff face, a long and thick snake body wriggled rapidly. In an instant, 6 poison-wing sulfur pythons appeared simultaneously. Each python opened its large mouth, with sharp venomous fangs glinting silver. The python's tongue spat out yellow bubbles, which exploded and corroded everything around them upon contact. Xiao Qingfeng hid in the shadows, analyzing the situation seriously. I've investigated, the poison-wing sulfur python's armor is very thick. The sulfuric venom it releases can form a layer of venomous shield on its surface. So a direct assault is unwise. We must launch a surprise attack from the shadows. Junior Xiao, I have an idea. I'll attract the attention of one of the poison-wing sulfur pythons, and you can attack from behind. Junior Xiao, are you listening to me?
Where did he go?
Xiao Qingfeng, who had spent a long time analyzing and preparing a strategy, was ready to coordinate with me. But when he looked around, he found that I had disappeared. Junior Xiao, why are you acting alone? Xiao Qingfeng looked up, his panicked gaze fixed for a moment, and then he saw me standing alone in front of a poison-wing sulfur python. Seeing the tiny human in front of it, the poison-wing sulfur python's crimson eyes were filled with disdain. It even spread its wings and flew into the air, looking down on me with a haughty and arrogant posture. Xiao Qingfeng immediately summoned his beast, the Dark Moon Ghost Tiger, using his spiritual power, and rushed to support me. By attracting the hostility of the poison-wing sulfur python, I gave the other 4 candidates from White Tiger Academy a chance to rest.
Isn't that Xiao Xingyu?
It seems this kid is quite clever, knowing to come to the yellow sand waterfall first to hunt the poison-wing sulfur pythons. We are all 3-star beast tamers. Can a 2-star like him handle a poison-wing sulfur python? It's good that a fool is attracting the poison-wing sulfur python's attention for us. Let's take this chance to rest and recover our spiritual power. Facing a single poison-wing sulfur python alone, I appeared calm, with not a trace of fluctuation in my eyes. Freya stood behind me, holding the Xianyao sword, still clumsily swinging it, each swing aimed at the air in front of me, appearing as if possessed and dazed. The poison-wing sulfur python, disinterested in wasting time, opened its gaping maw and lunged at me. Its mouth was large enough to swallow a heavy truck, and my tiny body could only serve as a morsel. I summoned my spiritual power, and a wolf's howl echoed. The Hell Phantom Wolf rose from the ground, like a demon emerging from hell, its body burning with black flames.
Adakfang. Ahaul echot.
The Hell Phantom Wolf, understanding its master's will, breathed out hellfire. The flames infused into Freya's Xianyao sword. A dense, crimson-black mist enveloped the sword, emitting an eerie and mysterious aura. In front of the monitoring screen, Wang Han was stunned. That's enchantment. The demonic power of the Hell Phantom Wolf is being added to the S-class magic artifact, Xianyao sword. In the next moment, a silver light burst from my crotch. The other 4 White Tiger candidates were dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning.
Gay glowing crotch?
This guy's outrageous. Could this be the legendary physical encoding? A silver vine shot out from my crotch, rapidly expanding and stretching. In the blink of an eye, the thick, lengthy silver vine began to entangle and bind the poison-wing sulfur python's critical point, immobilizing it. The Tianhan vine, an ancient plant-type beast tamer, possessed powerful binding abilities. The poison-wing sulfur python's critical point was tightly constricted by the Tianhan vine, its eyes showing a bewildered expression, unable to tell whether it or the vine was the actual python. Freya, it's time. Upon hearing this, Freya ceased swinging at the air. At this moment, she was bathed in brilliant holy light, her 4 wings surrounded by dazzling starlight, making her glow with brilliance. The intense star power infused into the Xianyao sword. Freya bent her knees, gripping the sword handle tightly, and prepared to strike. Despite it being daytime, tiny star-like lights appeared in the sky. I released my spiritual power, my voice low and hoarse. I enchant Starfall /. Master and servant in sync, our wills resonated. Freya raised the sword high and swung it fiercely. The Xianyao sword emitted a violent hum, the metal scraping the air, forming a brilliant, solidified sword intent. The sword intent, like a crescent moon, cut through the sky, causing the pool below to boil. This strike, combining demonic and stellar powers, ignored the enemy's armor and dealt true damage. Moreover, the damage was amplified with a 10-fold critical effect. Boom tilde. The earth shook and the sword light burst forth, tearing through everything around it with a cascade of wind blades. The furious airflow blew away flowers, trees, and even split the waterfall into 2, creating a fissured sword mark in the center. Zhao Qingfeng and the other 4 White Tiger candidates stood rooted, their faces displaying nothing but shock. The head of the poison-wing sulfur python flew through the air in a parabolic arc. With a thud, the head landed at my feet, blood staining the ground. Above the pool, the headless corpse of the poison-wing sulfur python twitched continuously. Blown by the wind, it turned into sulphurous slime, mixing into the pool water. Freya exhaled a breath of murky air, sheathed the Xianyao sword, picked up the magical beast core from the ground, and handed it to me. Silence, deathly silence. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned by what had just happened. He staggered over to me, his eyes still trembling. Xiao, how did you manage to achieve a one-hit kill? That sword's damage was off the charts. I smiled and said, I told you, empty attacks can build up passives. The power of the stars can trigger a 10-fold critical hit with a small probability. Usually, no one knows how many times Freya needs to swing the sword to trigger this 10-fold critical effect, it relies on luck. However, with the eye of the demon god, I can precisely predict how many swings it will take for Freya to trigger the critical hit. That's why I instructed Freya to swing at the air all this way. Empty attacks to build up passives, all for this moment of 10-fold critical hit. At the entrance of the Sea Spirit Clan ruins, in the preparation area, Wang Han was ecstatic, slapping his thigh vigorously. The blood bar disappearance technique? A genius, a monstrous genius. A one strike, just one strike, and he killed the extraordinary body, Tier 1, Poison Wing Sulfur Python. Alu, did you see that? Xiao Xingyu is truly a monster. I've never seen such a gifted young man before. Wang Han was completely absorbed, staring at the monitoring screen, his face showing waves of shock that took a long time to dissipate. One strike, just one strike, and the Poison Wing Sulfur Python was killed.
What does that mean?
It's like having never graduated from high school and directly taking a college-level advanced math exam only to eliminate the last and most difficult problem within a minute. This kid is just too strange. It seems the online praise calling him the strongest prodigy of the new generation is not exaggerated and may even be a bit understated. Wang Han, a 4-star examiner with over 20 years of experience, had his perception of talent limits refreshed by my appearance. Wang, I need to go to the restroom. Lu, didn't you just go? Wang Han looked at Lu Li's departing figure with some confusion but didn't think much of it, continuing to watch the monitoring screen with admiration in his eyes.
In the yellow sand waterfall area, the 4 candidates from the White Tiger Academy stared at me in shock, their mouths forming an O shape. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the 4-winged holy angel Freya slay the poison-winged sulfur python with one sword. The strike was straightforward and brutally effective, without any flashy maneuvers. He single-handedly killed the poison-winged sulfur python? Tell me this isn't real. The power of that strike was off the charts. How can we players without hacks compete with a monster like the 4-winged holy angel? Compared to his beast, my beast looks like an ancient fool. Azure Dragon Academy's Xiao Xingyu really is impressive. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, I continued scanning the waterfall with the eye of the demon god, locking onto a weakened poison-winged sulfur python. Zhao, I gave Zhao Qingfeng a subtle nod. Zhao Qingfeng was momentarily stunned but then understood my intention. Among the remaining 14 poison-winged sulfur pythons, one had damaged heart veins. Though it didn't show on the surface, its armor value had significantly dropped, making it easy to deal with. Zhao Qingfeng was grateful for my help and gave me a thankful look. I didn't say much, leaping onto the Hell Phantom Wolf's back, and headed towards the next examination area. As we traveled, Freya followed behind, continuing the routine of swinging the Shen Yao sword at the air. Empty attacks to build up passives are a good habit. When I predict that the next swing will trigger a 10-fold critical hit, I would have Freya pause her swinging until the time to face the enemy arrives. In the magma cave area, deep within the cavern, the magma churned. Black serpents with crystal-like, diamond-shaped crystals embedded in their heads crawled along the heated rock walls, reflecting a cold, eerie glow. These were black crystal snakes, Tier 1 magical beasts with the fastest attack speed among serpents of the same level. Damn these long worms, their attack speed is so fast, my pattern snow leopard got bitten. The black crystal snakes are highly poisonous, everyone be careful. After all this effort, I've only killed 5 of them. I'm a bit better, I've killed 8, but I'm exhausted, even my private parts are sweating. Examination criteria: hunt 20 black crystal snakes, 10 phantom demons, and 1 poison-winged sulfur python. In theory, black crystal snakes are easier to deal with than phantom demons and poison-winged sulfur pythons due to their lower level. Most examinees naturally choose to tackle the easiest task first. Thus, among the 50 examinees participating in the test, 2/3 are now gathered here, focusing all their efforts on hunting black crystal snakes. Those with better talent have already hunted 7 or 8 black crystal snakes. The less talented ones, after much struggle, have managed to collect 3 or 4 magical beast cores. At this rate, completing the task of hunting 20 black crystal snakes is just a matter of time. That person looks familiar. It's Xiao Xingyu from Azure Dragon Academy. It's really him. He's also here to hunt black crystal snakes. Did this kid get lost before and just arrived now? Our scores are far ahead of him. Some examinees, feeling smug, thought that since I hadn't killed a single black crystal snake yet, my score must be lagging behind theirs. Little did they know, Xiao Xingyu had already completed the most challenging problem on the test and was now returning to tackle these easier ones. I rode the Hell Phantom Wolf and arrived at a rock. Freya followed closely, holding the Shen Yao sword. Before entering the cave, Freya had stopped swinging the sword because, according to the Eye of the Demon God's prediction, the next swing would trigger a 10-fold critical hit.
I activated my spiritual energy and the Hell Phantom Wolf roared, using the skill Hell Taunt. The mighty wolf's howl echoed through every nook and cranny of the cave. The rock walls were soon covered in a dense swarm of black crystal snakes. They fixed their bloodshot eyes on me, flicking their foul tongues. Even those black crystal snakes that were initially targeting other examinees turned their attention and focused on me. In an instant, a large number of black crystal snakes darted into the scalding magma and swam rapidly towards my position, their crimson eyes filled with bloodlust and fury. The Hell Phantom Wolf's roar had a taunt effect, drawing the enemy's attention and provoking these black crystal snakes' souls, causing them to swarm around me. My purpose was to group the scattered enemies together, making it easier to kill them all at once.
Freya.
Freya took a deep breath, her full chest slightly heaving. The Xianyao sword in her hands glowed with dazzling holy light. Swish! Freya swung the sword with both hands, her eyes sharp as lightning. Starlight flashed, and sword intent crisscrossed as the power of the stars accumulated and burst forth. The brilliant and magnificent sword chi formed a path like 7 stars aligned, instantly blinding everyone's eyes. Boom tilde. After the swing of the sword, a large amount of debris fell from above the cave, and the magma beneath churned and boiled. When all the examinees came to their senses, they were stunned by the scene before them. Floating in the bubbling magma were the bodies of numerous black crystal snakes. These dead black crystal snakes were decapitated, and the cut surfaces still retained the dominant power of the stars. Damn, am I hallucinating? Eins, zwei, dritter. I counted, that single sword strike actually killed 28 black crystal snakes. The examination task was to hunt 20 black crystal snakes. I simply used spiritual energy, and Freya just casually swung her sword, and 28 black crystal snake corpses appeared in the magma.
This is absurd, utterly absurd.
Xiao Xingyu, are you cheating?
Oh, Invigilator, I want to report cheating.
Other examinees, sweating profusely, had struggled for a long time and managed to kill only 7 or 8 black crystal snakes at most. Yet I had dealt so much damage that I killed an extra 8 black crystal snakes, exceeding the task requirement. A girl stood trembling in place and couldn't help but ask, how did you do it?
It's not difficult.
Just use your hands. I responded indifferently, turned, and headed to the next examination area.
What do you mean, just use your hands? That's not even human. Damn, this kid is really showing off.
There's nothing to be done, he has the talent to show off, and we can't do anything about it, Gibro. No, Dad, could you give me the extra 8 snakes you killed? For many examinees, hunting 20 black crystal snakes was a strenuous task, consuming a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength. For me, hunting 20 black crystal snakes was also tough, as it was challenging to control Freya's critical damage output and avoid killing too many. I left the magma cave and headed straight for the misty forest. Just need to hunt 10 more phantom demons. Standing at the entrance of the misty forest, I murmured softly as I looked at the dark forest shrouded in black miasma. Occasionally, eerie cries and wails echoed from the forest, with ghostly figures flitting through the trees, appearing and disappearing. Before entering the misty forest, I paused and raised my eyebrows. I distinctly felt someone was tracking me. As I entered the misty forest, I felt the presence of someone following me but continued moving forward. Suddenly, clusters of blood-red mist emerged from the darkness. The mist, shaped like giant serpents, swirled around me, intertwining and emitting mournful ghostly wails. Phantom demons were Tier 2 magical beasts with both ghost and mist attributes. I felt a weight on my feet, looked down, and saw my ankles bound by ghostly chains. Soon, I felt my whole body becoming as rigid as if it were filled with lead, with ghostly chains wrapping around my neck, arms, and waist. In the air, a large number of phantom demons lurked. Sensing the presence of a human, they grew increasingly frenzied, rushing at me to devour the insignificant human. I didn't want to waste time and summoned the Hell Phantom Wolf once again. The hellfire blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire forest. In terms of attribute resistance, hellfire was perfect for countering all ghost-type magical beasts. With just a roar, the Hell Phantom Wolf could easily dispel the ghostly chains released by the phantom demons. Chirp chirp! The electric-eared rabbit crawled out of my arms and perched on my head, looking like a cute, plump little chinchilla.
A hell triangle kill.
With an indifferent expression, I unleashed my spiritual power. The electric-eared rabbit used its abilities to continuously refresh the Hell Phantom Wolf's ultimate move. In the dark misty forest, 3 giant hellfire lotuses collided with each other. The enormous fire lotuses bloomed in the mist, accompanied by deafening explosions, and a powerful shockwave swept through, plunging everything around into chaos. The intense heat and ferocious flames turned the entire misty forest into a burning wasteland. The air crackled with the sounds of flames burning as phantom demons were engulfed in the sea of fire, leaving only magical beast cores lying on the ground. Hell Triangle Kill was back in action. The power of 3 Hellfire Lotuses exploding simultaneously was not to be underestimated. This was thanks to the electric-eared rabbit which, despite seeming like a useless beast, could refresh teammates' ultimate moves and improve my operational limits. A chirp chirp, good job. The electric-eared rabbit entered a weakened state, burrowing into my arms, and soon began to snore softly. The Hell Triangle kill had devastating power, eliminating 16 phantom demons and allowing me to once again exceed the task requirements. Next, it's time to cross the thorny swamp and find the exit to the ruins. Examination Standard 1. Hunt 20 black crystal snakes, 10 phantom demons, and 1 poison-winged sulfur python. Examination Standard 2. Cross the thorny swamp in the center of the ruins and find the exit. Examination Standard 3. Do not enter the forbidden areas of the ruins. I had completed Examination Standard 1 and followed the map's instructions to the thorny swamp. The map was damaged, with some parts unclear. This was also part of the examination. Candidates needed to infer the location of the exit based on the surrounding environment and the known parts of the map. As I proceeded, I slowed down and could clearly sense a killing intent following me closely. This must be the thorny swamp, likely the central area of the Sea Spirit clan's ruins. I stopped and looked around, finding myself in a place resembling a ceremonial plaza. The plaza was a huge circle with 12 ancient stone pillars standing around it. Each pillar was engraved with unknown totems and obscure runic symbols. The ground was covered with dark green swamp littered with the shed skins of magical beasts. These snake skins had become incredibly hard over the years, resembling the floor traps in ancient tombs. Contact with them would cause continuous bleeding and the toxins would invade the internal organs through the bloodstream. Looking around, I saw many broken steel in the swamp. These steels were proof of the existence of the Sea Spirit clan, telling the story of the once glorious civilization on this island. I had checked the related information in the library. The Sea Spirit clan was a hybrid race of humans and sea beasts. 200 years ago, the fusion of human and sea beast bloodlines created the Sea Spirit clan civilization, but it ultimately could not escape the fate of destruction. I released the celestial soul vine, wrapping it around my right wrist, and then stepped into the thorny swamp. The thorns pierced my ankles and calves, while the celestial soul vine continuously emitted silver fireflies to heal my wounds. Freya activated the holy light shield to purify the toxins on me. With these 2 magical beasts protecting me, I didn't need any special techniques. I simply walked through the thorny swamp as if it were a stroll. The exit should be in this direction. With my high intelligence, even with the map being incomplete, I could quickly infer the missing parts and find the exit based on the current environment. I soon saw the exit gate, only 50 meters away from me. As soon as I walked through this gate, it meant I would pass the assessment and become a 4-star beast master. Behind me, there was no one, indicating that the other candidates had been left far behind, highlighting the gap in talent and strength even more clearly. However, I had to stop because a figure emerged from the darkness and blocked my path. At the same time, crackle, crackle. The monitor's big screen went black, filled with static. Strange, why did the monitor suddenly lose signal? This has never happened before. Why hasn't Teacher Lu come back yet? Has a trip to the bathroom really taken this long? Wang Han hadn't yet realized the severity of the issue, thinking it was just an unexpected coincidence. Due to the signal interruption, Wang Han could not observe the movements of the candidates. At this moment, I was the closest candidate to the exit, only 50 meters away. Blocking my way was another proctor, Luli. A student Xiao Xingyu, you are very impressive. You're the first one to find the exit, and your speed is faster than I imagined. Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Lu. Whoosh! With a sharp gaze and quick reflexes, I jumped backward. A black bone spike shot into the ground like a long arrow. The location where the spike landed was where I had just been. Had I been a moment slower, this bone spike, emanating dark magic, would have pierced through my chest. I looked up and Luli appeared to be something strange. She was enveloped in pitch-black magical energy, surrounded by screeching bats, with a viscous, dark liquid oozing from the ground. Luli raised her right hand, drove her sharp claws into her collarbone, and forcibly extracted a black bone spike, which she held in her hand while advancing toward me. As Xiao Xingyu, you actually recognized my identity at a glance, which surprises me. Luli's confident ambush was dodged by me, indicating that I had been on high alert and recognized her identity at once. The beast-type monster, the Nightbat King. My expression was grave, but there was no surprise in my eyes, as if I had anticipated this sudden change.
Hiss! Luli tore away her human skin. Darkness covered everything, and in front of me appeared a half-human, half-beast monster. This monster had the body of a human female, with purple-black skin, a pale face, bat wings on its back, and an aura of fierce, murderous magical energy. From the aura, this was undoubtedly a Beast Emperor-level monster. The Nightbat King, a trusted subordinate of the Beast Master General Nidhogg and also an executor of the Star Eradication Plan. This deadbat had probably assassinated countless young, talented Beast Masters. I didn't show any panic on my face, I merely frowned and muttered to myself. Sure enough, I ran into this guy. It seems that woman's guess was not wrong. Real City, Nightlan Palace. Shangguan Lan, who was brewing tea by the fire, set down her cup and gazed out the window. Xiao Xingyu, you've given me many surprises. This time, don't disappoint me. See Spirit Tribe ruins at the exit. I was just 50 meters away from passing the assessment. But these 50 meters were more difficult to conquer than the Sahara Desert. The Nightbat King released dark magic, causing countless bats to fly out of the forest, forming a massive black net that blocked the exit gate. I had no choice but to turn and run backward. 5 minutes later. Stern tut tilde Stern. I fell to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of my mouth, mixed with remnants of internal organs. The Nightbat King retracted its bat wings and gracefully descended, walking towards me with slow, deliberate steps. I was at the edge of a cliff. Next to the stone crevice, there was a sign. See Spirit Tribe Forbidden Area, entry forbidden for candidates. This was the third rule of the 4-star assessment. Candidates must not enter the Sea Spirit Tribe's forbidden area under any circumstances. Violating this rule would result in disqualification from the assessment. The Hellfire Specter Wolf was completely limp, unable to stand, covered in wounds caused by black bone spikes, each more gruesome than the last. Freya knelt on one knee, her holy light growing dimmer, her hand gripping the Xian Yao sword trembling uncontrollably, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, staining her armor. The celestial soul vine wrapped around my arm, struggling to release silver fireflies, but the speed of wound healing was slowing down, unable to stop the gush of blood from spilling out. This was level suppression, it made no sense. The Nightbat King at the Beast Emperor level, Tier 3, was just one step away from breaking into the Beast God level, with the power to destroy the world. Without the help of the nine-tailed dragon fox and the calamity ghost python, my strength was at most that of a 4-star Beastmaster. A 4-star Beastmaster was as insignificant as an ant in front of a Beast Emperor-level monster. I tried to get up, but a sharp wind cut through the air. Stern ps tilde Stern. Severe pain spread throughout my body, cold sweat pouring from my forehead, my lips trembling and turning purple. A black bone spike, burning with dark magic, pierced through my left calf. The wound gushed blood, white bone shards sticking out, with blurred muscles twitching violently. The Nightbat King grinned, revealing a seductive smile. Xiao Xingyu, you are the most special young human I have ever seen. I can see no trace of fear or despair on your face. The Nightbat King was an executor of the Star Eradication Plan. She acted like an assassin, eliminating young geniuses from various countries. To date, the number of talented beast masters who had died at her hands was no less than 1,000, each one a rising star with both talent and effort, the future pillars of their nations. The Nightbat King could recall the scenes of assassinating those young beast masters, even down to the finest details. The fear and despair on the faces of those talented beast masters before their deaths brought her immense pleasure. This was not to say that the deceased were cowards, it was simply that the physiological fear inherent in humans could not be suppressed due to the level gap. For ordinary people, even hearing the name of a Beast Emperor-level monster would cause their souls to tremble or lead to continuous nightmares. The Nightbat King was interested in me because I was different from the young geniuses who had died at her hands. On my face, there was no trace of fear, nor was there resignation or despair. In my clear eyes, there was only calm indifference and the mature wisdom of a young man. Isn't your star eradication plan aimed at young geniuses of 5-star level and above? Even if I pass this assessment, I will only be at the 4-star level. Isn't targeting me a bit of an overreach? The Nightbat King adjusted her blood-red crown, emitting a lewd, languid laugh. Xiao Xingyu, I am very clear about your performance in Huangyan City. The decision to include you in the death list of the Star Eradication Plan was made by Lord Nidhogg. Ahihi, how could I, Xiao Xingyu, ever be worthy of being targeted by that Beastmaster commander? The Nightbat King sneered at me with a sharp chin, coldly saying, "Miserable human, it is your honor to catch the attention of Lord Nidhogg." I dragged my broken and severely injured body to stand up, looking isolated and disheveled, with blood flowing continuously from the corner of my mouth. At this point, you still cling to a sliver of survival desire. You should know, crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. The Nightbat King spoke harshly, but then softened her tone with a few additional words. However, I do appreciate you, young man. You are the only one who, even when death is imminent, shows no trace of fear on your face. That is quite terrifying. Lord Nidhogg is right, such an abomination as you should not be allowed to grow. My existence posed a massive threat to the beast race. The Nightbat King's purpose here was to eradicate the threat at its root. Dark magic surged and a fierce wind howled. The Nightbat King raised her hand, forming a long, spear-like black bone spike from the cold air. The tip of the bone spike gleamed coldly, targeting my heart. Xiao Xingyu, you are an interesting human. If it weren't for following Lord Nidhogg's orders, I would be reluctant to kill you. I really want to keep you for myself, to make you my slave. The Nightbat King released dark magic and the floating bone spear vanished from sight. My body tensed and the image of the incoming bone spike was reflected in my eyes. In that moment, my muscles tightened and I exerted strength beyond human limits to dodge to the side. Hiss! The bone spike pierced my left shoulder blade and dark magic exploded at the wound like a bomb. Although I didn't completely evade it, fortunately, I avoided a fatal hit. The bad news was that the force of the bone spike penetrating the shoulder blade dragged my whole body, causing me to fall off the cliff due to inertia. The Nightbat King's eyes flickered as she watched me fall off the cliff. She approached the edge of the cliff, looked at the mist-covered bottom, and revealed a satisfied, lewd smile. She took out a piece of beast skin paper, the death list of the star eradication plan. The Nightbat King scratched out my name with her sharp claws. A youth, the Sea Spirit Tribe's tomb is your grave as well. Rest in peace. And no, I'm afraid you won't even rest in peace after death, because your soul will become a tool for those guys to vent their anger, ahahaha. The Nightbat King spread her wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a dark mist that quickly vanished beyond the clouds. At the cliff's edge, only my tattered clothing and dried blood remained. The sign marked as Sea Spirit Tribe Forbidden Area is swayed eerily in the wind. Azure Dragon Academy. Classroom. Murong Xin frowned, accidentally pricking her finger with the pen's tip. A little sister, you're so careless. I have a band-aid here. At this time, the 4-star assessment should be over, right? Ga? Oh, you're talking about Xingyu. By now, the assessment should have ended. Let me check for you. Murong Yangshua bent down, his head close to the desk hole, dialing a number, and spoke in a low voice as if sneaking. Dad, I need to find out something. Has Xingyu's assessment ended? Murong Jin was silent for a long time. Be sure Xingyu is missing. What? Missing? You foolish boy, if Xiner is next to you, you must pretend nothing is wrong. Murong Yangshua kept his lips tightly sealed, not daring to look at his younger sister. At this moment, I was at the mercy of the Nightbat King after being thrown off the cliff. Murong Jin leaped down the cliff to search for me. However, Murong Jing had long since recognized me as his prospective son-in-law. Imperial City. Night Lan Hall. For the first time, Shangguan Qian raised her voice in front of Shangguan Lan, extremely agitated. This was also the first time mother and daughter had an argument. Mother, you valued Xiao Xingyu so much. Why didn't you include him in the star protection plan? To eliminate promising young humans before they could rise, the beast race initiated the star eradication plan. In response, Shangguan Lan established the Star Protection Plan, secretly protecting the young talents of the Dragon Kingdom with high-ranking beast masters. For example, Shangguan Qian, Yi Shuangning, Li Qingtian. These are the elite of the younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom, the future pillars of the country. They are all on the Star Protection Plan list, and the Nightbat King's attempt to assassinate them would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Seeing her daughter's agitation, Shangguan Lan remained calm. Qiener, you know that the Star Protection Plan only protects young talents of the 5-star rank. Xiao Xingyu doesn't meet the criteria. Shangguan Qian became even more agitated, continuing her outburst for the first time in front of Shangguan Lan. But you valued him so much before. He was severely injured and unconscious, yet you were willing to give him the 7-colored Qilin blood. Before he even graduated, you granted him the Emperor Soul Order and made him a candidate for the Emperor Soul. A talent you value so much would naturally be a thorn in Lord Nidhogg's side. I can even guess that the Nightbat King might target him. You couldn't have failed to predict this. Shangguan Qian was right. Shangguan Lan indeed had anticipated this, as she was the empress of the Dragon Kingdom and more strategic than anyone. Qianer, you should step down for now.
Mother. I step down.
Shangguan Qian clenched her fist, her nails digging into her palm, causing it to creak and turn pale. When Shangguan Qian reached the door of the Night Lawn Hall, she stopped. Mother, are you deliberately wanting Xiao Xingyu to die? Shangguan Lan frowned. Are you very concerned about Xiao Xingyu's life or death? He is my friend. You consider him just a friend?
Oi.
Shangguan Qian was in a daze, deeply worried about my safety. Shangguan Lan suddenly flashed in front of Shangguan Qian, grasping her chin with one hand. Her expression was dark, and her eyes emitted a cold light that instilled soul-chilling fear. Ashongvan Qian, Ivan Yu. Don't forget your identity and mission. Matters of emotions and desires are best left untouched. Tears welled up in Shangguan Qian's eyes, her lips trembling, her voice hoarse and sorrowful. A daughter understands. The young princess of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to carry a heavy story for her age. Shangguan Lan released her grip, and her gaze softened slightly. Rest assured, I didn't intend for Xiao Xingyu to die. Then you. Don't ask any more questions. Leave. Yes, mother. Shongwan Qian left the Night Lan Hall, leaving Shongwan Lan alone. Xiao Xingyu, whether you can realize the gift I gave you depends on your luck. Shangguan Lan sipped her hot tea lightly, gazing out the window at the plum blossoms, her eyes gleaming with a fox-like cunning. At the moment of the fall, the intense dizziness made me feel as if I was in the center of a whirlpool, with the world around me appearing blurred. When my consciousness returned, I opened my bloodshot eyes to find myself submerged in a pitch-black pool. When one's consciousness becomes clear, it means that all the senses are awakening, especially pain. I felt a heart-wrenching agony surge from my abdomen up to my throat. Fatilde. I spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, my pale face finally showing a bit of color, feeling somewhat better than before. I remember being forced off the cliff by that Nightbat King. Fortunately, the cliff leads to this pool. I'm fortunate to be alive and not dead. Memories from before my unconsciousness surfaced, and the Nightbat King's ugly smirk sent a shiver down my spine, igniting a flame of anger in my eyes. A gentleman's revenge is never too late.
Nightbat King, one day you will die by my hand.
I clenched my fist. Though this young man appeared gentle and refined, he was actually vengeful, immediately placing the Nightbat King on his kill list. With my current physical and magical strength, I cannot delay. I must quickly get down to business. I opened my space ring and retrieved a wooden box. This wooden box was a reward given to me by Shangguan Lan during our meeting. Except for these two parties, no one else knew what treasure was hidden in the box. I carefully opened the box and took out a yellowed, tattered map. The map was made from the hide of the Tsangming snow wolf, impervious to water and fire, and unaffected by time. This map was a treasure map. The treasure recorded on the map was the Sea Spirit Clan's most prized possession, also known as the Sea Spirit Clan's holy artifact. The Eye of the Tides. Legend has it that the Eye of the Tides possesses the mysterious power to control the ocean and is the sole inheritance of the Sea Spirit King. I scrutinized the map route, muttering to myself. I should be on the right track. The Sea Spirit King's tomb is beneath the forbidden area. I took a deep breath, gripping the treasure map, and dove headlong into the depths of the pool, swimming toward the darkness. Everything made sense. Shangguan Lan never intended to harm me. She had made it clear that accepting this gift meant accepting the risk. The so-called risk was the Nightbat King's surprise assassination. Shangguan Lan wouldn't include me in the star protection plan because this way, I had a reasonable excuse to enter the forbidden area and have a chance to search for treasure. As it turned out, I wasn't deliberately violating the assessment rules. Instead, I was forced to the edge of the cliff by the Nightbat King and, unwillingly, fell into the forbidden area. Even if this were made public, both morally and logically, the fault wouldn't be with her. Shongwan Lan, an old fox. Me, a young fox. From a certain perspective, these two are of the same kind. I don't know how much time passed before I spotted a glimmer of light in the dark pool. Splash tilde. I swam towards the light, but suddenly the force of gravity reversed and my body plummeted rapidly. Gouch, my kidneys. I landed on a hard surface, my kidneys cramping painfully, making me cry out in agony. After a while, I managed to get up, and the sight before me was astonishing. Below the pool, there was a hidden world. It was an abandoned ancient city ruin and an underwater tomb. The damp, acrid air was thick with the resentment and suffering of decayed souls. The collapsed stone pillars were engraved with Sea Spirit Clan's incantations, ancient and mysterious. The ruined buildings were barely recognizable, with only fragmented and bizarre totems remaining on the shattered walls. I looked around and then glanced at the treasure map again. I must be in the origin of the Sea Spirit Clan civilization, the Sea Soul City ruins. It's evident that there was once grandeur here. According to the map, the Sea Spirit King's tomb should be in this direction. Dragging my injured body, I ventured into the Sea Soul City ruins. Though the Sea Soul City ruins were nothing more than a complete wreck, it felt like a labyrinth from a century ago. For an average person, no matter which direction they took, they would end up going in circles until their strength was exhausted, ultimately returning to the starting point, much like encountering an endless maze. But I was no ordinary person, and I had the treasure map given by Shangguan Lan. With the map in hand, finding my way and seeking the treasure was as simple as an open-book exam. I'm getting closer to the Sea Spirit King's tomb, but it seems my consciousness began to blur again. I felt breathless, and everything around me turned pitch black. This was no good place. Countless souls of the Sea Spirit Clan slept here, and upon sensing foreign intrusion, they all awoke from their slumber. Oh, what's that sound? Is it the sound of sea currents? Damn it! I was still a step too late. Rumble. The entire Sea Soul City ruins suddenly began to tremble violently. My body swayed, and the ground beneath me cracked open with numerous fissures. Furious sea currents erupted from the cracks, and my tiny body was like a small boat sinking into the vast ocean. In the deep sea, the immense water pressure pressed against every inch of my skin like a 1,000-pound stone, making it nearly impossible to breathe. In the next moment, dark whirlpools began to appear on my left, right rear, and above. These dark whirlpools were like pairs of eyes, emanating intense hostility and anger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Formless black fogs surged out of the whirlpools. They had no physical form and, like ghosts, could pass through collapsed stone pillars or ruined buildings without obstruction. In an instant, all the black fogs rushed towards me. These black fogs were also recorded on the treasure map. They were the souls of the Sea Spirit Clan, their anger and hatred at the time of death remaining unquenched, accumulating into disaster and mutating into ghostly forms known as sea spirit beasts. Before I could even cope with my fear of the deep sea, I was attacked by my phobia of dense crowds. In the dark, deep sea, countless sea spirit beasts surged from all directions. The intense pressure made it hard to summon any will to survive. I was starting to panic, but I forced myself to stay calm. Once surrounded by these sea spirit beasts, a human's soul would be devoured completely, with no chance of survival. I summoned the last of my explosive power, moving with the agility of a flying fish as I dashed towards the depths of the darkness. Just as my strength was about to give out, I spotted not far ahead a tomb with a towering monument. This must be the Sea Spirit King's tomb. As long as I obtain the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact, the Eye of the Tide, the crisis will be resolved immediately. I quickened my pace and entered the Sea Spirit King's tomb. As I entered the tomb, I sensed a peculiar aura. This aura was faint, like the last flicker of a burning lamp, yet it was guiding me towards it. High rewards mean high risks. I desperately swam through the tomb filled with tombstones, with white, bone-like sea spirit remains scattered underfoot. Clusters of black fogs relentlessly pursued me. These sea spirit beasts were the souls of the Sea Spirit Clan, their obsessions reduced to either hatred for their enemies or the faith of guarding the Sea Spirit King's tomb. In the pitch-black, icy water, I vaguely saw a beam of light. This beam of light came from the steps at the end of the tomb. I widened my eyes, ignoring the pain from the water pressing against my pupils, and finally saw what was behind the light. It was a golden throne. The golden throne stood at the top of the steps, and its owner was the leader of the Sea Spirit Clan, the Sea Spirit King, BIA. The sacred artifact, the Eye of the Tide, must be related to this golden throne. I clung to this last hope and used all my strength to swim towards the golden throne. Just a bit more. Just a little bit more. At that moment, I hated myself, hating my arms for not being long enough. At that very moment, the tips of my right hand were less than 3 centimeters from the golden throne. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a cluster of black fog caught up with me. My body was frozen in place, unable to move a single step forward. I was entangled and immobilized by the black fogs, unable to move. This is bad. I glanced back, and the clusters of black fogs were crashing towards me, leaving no chance to avoid them. Bang bang bang! One by one, the sea spirit beasts, filled with boundless rage, crashed into my already exhausted body. The impacts did not cause external injuries but inflicted severe spiritual damage. These sea spirit beasts were ghostly entities formed from the hatred of the sea spirit clan's souls. Their attacks were not physical but spiritual. I felt the world spinning around me, my soul being mercilessly battered, my consciousness teetering on the edge of collapse. Gradually, not only was I unable to break free from the sea spirit beast's siege, but my eyes also closed as I was just 3 centimeters away from the golden throne, my fingers slowly dropping. Just as the Nightbat King said, when humans fall into the forbidden grounds of the sea spirit clan, the outcome is to be devoured by these frenzied monsters, consuming the soul entirely. My body began to sink, drifting farther from the golden throne. At the critical moment of life and death, a silver firefly flickered in the pitch-black water. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The Sky Soul Vine activated its protective mode, releasing a large amount of silver fireflies to awaken me from my unconscious state. Xiao Yin, release the souls. As I regained consciousness, I made the quickest and most accurate decision. The Sky Soul Vine, sensing its master's will, shook its slender silver vines in the water, releasing thousands of soul entities. These soul entities were crimson red, fierce and terrifying in appearance. They were the souls of the beasts that perished in the Battle of Huangyan City. The Sky Soul Vine could absorb the souls of beasts after their death, and it could also release these stored souls when needed. The sea spirit beasts that had been attacking me suddenly went berserk, abandoning their attempts to devour my soul and turning to clash with the beast souls instead. In my view, clusters of black fogs tangled with the crimson beast souls, crashing into each other and stirring the dark currents of the deep sea. From this, it seems that the destruction of the sea spirit clan was caused by the damned beasts. I seem to have guessed correctly. The sea spirit beasts' anger stemmed from their hatred towards the beast clan. The grudge of the extermination of their race was a deep-seated hatred, a pain that couldn't be forgotten even in death. This was also the fundamental reason why the originally pure-hearted sea spirit souls had mutated into the ferocious sea spirit beasts. Taking advantage of the chaos between the sea spirit beasts and the beast souls, I navigated through the turbulent dark currents and climbed back up the steps of the tomb towards the golden throne. Just a little more. I finally reached it. I stretched out my right hand, reaching the physical limit of my arm's extension. My pale fingertips finally touched the golden throne. At the moment I made contact with the golden throne, the dark depths of the sea were illuminated by blinding golden light. My consciousness was pulled into another space. I found myself in unreal shapes, watching a nostalgic documentary unfold before me. Once upon a time, Snake Island was beautiful, with pleasant weather. Humans and sea beasts intermingled their bloodlines, and the Sea Spirit Clan civilization flourished. The ruler of the Sea Spirit Clan was the Sea Spirit King, BIA, who had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a whale's tail. Under the Sea Spirit King's rule, the Sea Spirit Clan experienced a period of glorious prosperity. Until one day, a black dragon with wings descended upon Snake Island with an army of beasts. That black dragon, is it Shangguan Lan? No, it's not Shangguan Lan. It's the beast general, the dragon of despair, Nidhogg. I had never eaten pork, but I had seen pigs run. The black dragon in the footage was Nidhogg. At the dawn of the apocalypse, there were over 200 countries on Earth, 2/3 of which were destroyed under his dragon claws. Just mentioning Nidhogg made people shiver and their faces reveal despair. Next, I witnessed a genocide catastrophe unfold before me. Snake Island turned into a sea of flames, and the Sea Spirit Clan was annihilated. Nidhogg wielded his dragon claws and let out a triumphant sneer. Thus, the Sea Soul City sank into the earth, becoming an underwater ruin. The Sea Spirit King, BIA, was fatally wounded and died atop the golden throne. His and his people's anger and the regret of not avenging their deaths remained forever guarding this tomb. I opened my eyes, returning to the real world. The sea receded, and all the sea spirit beasts quieted down. They gathered around the golden throne, radiating endless sorrow. They were reminiscing about the Sea Spirit King and the former glory of the Sea Spirit Clan. I gently touched a corner of the golden throne, my gaze warm. I have heard your anger. I have heard your hatred. I have heard your stories. The once ferocious sea spirit beasts seemed to have finally found a human to vent their grievances to, and their emotions resonated with mine. They gathered around me, swirling in circles, their rage and sorrow over their race's extermination flowing endlessly. In life, they were the kind-hearted sea spirit clan. In death, they had become the twisted sea spirit beasts. All of this was thanks to the beast general Nidhogg. I surveyed the surroundings and said with a smile, "What's the point of guarding this place year after year?" The sea spirit beasts emitted eerie cries. Although their race had been destroyed, this golden throne was their last remaining faith. Fools, don't waste your efforts. The sea spirit king is dead and will not return. So what use is it to guard this empty throne? These words struck at the sea spirit beast's deep wounds. I turned around, facing all the sea spirit beasts, my gaze sharp as a sword. Oh, instead of guarding an empty throne, why not guard me? As soon as I spoke, countless sea spirit beasts froze in place, seemingly stunned. The golden throne seemed to sense my intention and began to melt. In an instant, the golden throne transformed into a golden wave, wrapping around my hand. I raised my hand, and a golden eye appeared in my palm. The pupil of this eye was a deep emerald green, like the tides rising under the moon. The Eye of the Tide, the sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit clan. A graceful smile appeared on my lips. A time, fate, and destiny. Today, the Sea Spirit clan's sacred artifact is in my hands. The Eye of the Tide retained a trace of the Sea Spirit King Bia's will. This fragment of will had become extremely weak after 100 years of sedimentation. It had been waiting for a fated person, and today it found one. I clenched the Eye of the Tide tightly, my voice as resonant as a bell. A sea spirit souls, if you are willing to guard me. I, Xiao Xingyu of the human race, vow to avenge the Sea Spirit clan and slay the dragon of despair, Nidhogg. The oath to slay dragons, the cycle of cause and effect. Once upon a time, the young Shangguan Lan had also made this vow to the world. The dragon-slaying girl eventually became an evil dragon. The outcome of the dragon-slaying boy remains unknown. I cannot see the future, I only know to live in the present. All the sea spirit beasts seem to accept me as their human master. They lowered their stance, curling up, and submitted at my feet. The old king's soul disperses, the new king ascends. Holding the Eye of the Tide, I became the new sea spirit king. At this moment, I was cast off a cliff by the Nightbat King, facing death without regard. Yet, not only did I survive, but I also obtained the Sea Spirit clan's sacred artifact, the Eye of the Tide. Meanwhile, the unaware strategist Xie Zhong and his son were celebrating wildly. Next, I will continue to pressure the Empress and find an opportunity to make you a candidate for the Emperor's soul. As long as you can join the Emperor's soul after graduation, this world will be ruled by the Xie family. Xie Zhong's ambitious and ruthless nature had long been simmering. Outside the study, a girl stood in a daze, having just overheard the conversation between father and son. Xiao Xingyu, is he really dead? Xiao Yan muttered to herself, unable to believe that the boy she had just met not long ago had already lost his life. Ah, wait. What did father and brother just say about making this world belong to the Xie family? Xiao Yan shivered, frightened and unable to think clearly. In the Sea Spirit clan's forbidden land, below the cliff, Murong Jin, riding a massive snow-white eagle, slowly descended onto the black mist-shrouded pool. Xiao Xingyu. If you hear me, give a response. You little brat, don't pretend you can't hear me. This damn place is filled with fog. I've circled around several times and still haven't moved from the spot. Murong Jin shouted as he searched, his view obscured by endless black mist, seeing no signs of anyone. Without a treasure map, anyone coming here would be like a blind person in a maze, unable to find anyone or even an exit, doomed to be trapped until death. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, clusters of black mist surged and swiftly approached Murong Jin. The Sea Spirit clan has been extinct for so many years, yet these sea spirit beasts still linger. It seems their obsession runs deep. Murong Jin knew the history of the Sea Spirit clan and was aware of the origins of these sea spirit beasts. Hundreds of sea spirit beasts launched a frenzied attack. Filled with anger and hatred, they detested any foreign invaders in their forbidden land and would kill on sight. Murong Jin summoned his spiritual energy, and the snow-white eagle emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings to spread countless ice crystals, freezing the pool with heavy snow. This eagle was Murong Jin's third summoned beast, the Snowfeather Sky Eagle King of the Beast King rank, 3rd tier, capable of controlling frost power. However, the frost power could only repel the sea spirit beasts, not cause them real harm. After all, the sea spirit beasts were essentially ghostly entities, immune to physical attacks, with only mental attacks capable of harming them. As the number of sea spirit beasts increased, Murongjin was surrounded and blocked completely. As a naval general, Murongjin had other means at his disposal. His eyes narrowed, and he summoned his spiritual power to call forth the sea god Leviathan. Once the sea god Leviathan descended, its terrifying aura alone would be enough to annihilate all the sea spirit beasts. The frozen pool shattered and the water surged. An ethereal and ancient whale's cry echoed from beneath the surface. The sea god Leviathan was about to appear.
Uncle Murong. Xingyu?
Murongjin turned around and saw a familiar figure emerging from the black mist. When the figure walked out of the mist, Murongjin's face lit up with joy.
Xingyu, it's really you.
Wonderful, you're alive. Murongjin rushed over, pulling me into a tight embrace and patting my back heavily.
Uncle Murong, you're hugging too tightly. I'm about to be choked, cough cough.
I'm just so excited. If something had really happened to you, my daughter would never forgive me, blaming me for not protecting you properly. The scene of a father-in-law and son-in-law reuniting and embracing was quite heartwarming. The sea spirit beasts around us kept gathering more and more. Murongjin shielded me behind him.
Xingyu, don't be afraid.
I'll handle these sea spirit beasts.
Uncle Murong, why do you need to deal with them?
They won't harm me. I snapped my fingers, and the previously ferocious and violent sea spirit beasts instantly calmed down, gathering around me and circling in a friendly manner, looking somewhat dazed and cute.
This is impossible.
The sea spirit beasts are embodiments of hatred, anger, and sorrow.
How could they become so docile?
Murongjin couldn't believe his eyes. The sea spirit beasts before me were even more affectionate than a 5-year-old child. I opened my palm to reveal a golden eyeball with the pupil displaying a silhouette of swirling tides.
This is the Eye of the Tides?
The sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit clan.
Incredible.
It's already miraculous that you survived the cliff fall, but to have obtained the Sea Spirit clan's sacred artifact inheritance is astonishing.
Holding the Eye of the Tides, the surrounding sea spirit beasts acted like devout followers, surrounding me and bowing in submission. Murongjin was profoundly shaken by the scene. As a naval general, Murongjin understood the history of the Sea Spirit clan better than anyone, as well as the splendor and peak of the race. He knew the value of the Eye of the Tides, a sacred artifact symbolizing the Sea Spirit clan's legacy. It possessed immense power and could greatly enhance my abilities. I looked at the Eye of the Tides in my hand, my eyes glowing with a red light. Activating the demon god's eye, the artifact's data appeared before me. Name, *Eye of the Tides. Background, sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit clan, relic of the Sea Spirit King Bea, with the power to control the ocean. Usage limitations. Can only exert its true power in the ocean or on land during rainy weather. 3 transformations. The artifact can switch between 3 forms based on the user's needs. First form, Eye of the Tides, original form. When worn, it provides a continuous supply of spiritual energy to the user, enhances combat abilities at sea, and helps in opening sea routes. Second form, Azure Dragon Abyss Golden Trident. Transforms into a golden trident with dragon patterns, capable of controlling the ocean's wrath and tides, unleashing devastating water attacks and triggering deep-sea earthquakes. Third form, Sea Spirit Emperor Clinea Dragon. Harnesses the power of all the Sea Spirit clan's deceased souls to summon a deep-sea subdragon with a Klein blue color, equivalent in power to a Beast King level summon beast, possessing the ocean curse power. Note, Limit for activating the third form. The user must reach the 6-star Beast Master level to unlock the third form. The more powerful the equipment, the more detailed the description. This Sea Spirit clan artifact is truly extraordinary. The detailed information about the Eye of the Tides dazzled me, and my smile was broader than an AK-47's trajectory. Xingyu, everything is the arrangement of fate. If it were anyone else, falling into this Sea Spirit clan's forbidden land would mean certain death. You're just a freak of nature. By sheer chance, not only did you survive, but you also obtained the Eye of the Tides. You're truly the child of fortune. Murongjin looked me up and down, his approval growing with each glance, as a father-in-law's admiration for his son-in-law increased. By the way, Xingyu, how did you find the Eye of the Tides? Murongjin was puzzled, unable to understand how I had located the Eye of the Tides in this labyrinthine forbidden area. The treasure map was a secret between Shangguan Lan and me, so I couldn't mention it in front of Murongjin. I had to give a casual answer.
Maybe it was just good luck.
I fell into the depths of the pond, accidentally got caught in an underwater whirlpool, and somehow ended up in the Sea Spirit King's tomb.
Really just luck?
Murong Jin, being an experienced naval general, sensed there was more to the story. Well, you young people all have your own secrets. As an elder, I won't pry further. I gave him a grateful look. Thank you, Uncle Murong. However, there's a question you must answer. Feel free to ask, Uncle Murong. I will tell you everything I know. Murong Jin looked around at the sea spirit beasts that were now reverently circling me. These sea spirit beasts are the spirits of the sea spirit clan, mutated into ghosts due to endless hatred and sorrow. They are ferocious and aggressive, attacking any foreign intruders indiscriminately. How did you manage to make them recognize you as their master? And how did you get them to willingly hand over the Eye of the Tides? Murong Jin's questions were pointed. According to reason, the sea spirit beast should never accept a foreigner as their new king, let alone give the Eye of the Tides to me. I made them a promise. I promised them that one day I would kill the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg, and avenge the sea spirit clan. Murong Jin's jaw nearly dropped in shock. He exclaimed, Xingyu, you're insane. You dare to make such an outrageous promise. I gave a sheepish grin and scratched my head. Killing a dragon sounds like it could be an interesting challenge. I want to give it a try. But Nidhogg is the grand commander of the beasts. His strength is on par with the Empress. In his prime, just releasing a bit of his dragon power could destroy an empire's civilization. And now you're telling me you want to slay a dragon. Doesn't that sound as absurd as the national football team making it to the World Cup 300 years ago? Murong Jin's excited reaction and rapid-fire speech clearly demonstrated how terrifying Nidhogg was. I lowered my voice. Uncle Murong, calm down, don't be so serious. Slaying a dragon is a big deal. How can I not be serious? People say what they need to, speaking to each person according to their situation. Besides, I only promised them I would slay a dragon as a way to set a big goal and build a culture to make them follow me wholeheartedly. As for what happens in the future, we'll deal with it when the time comes. Rest assured, if I do encounter Nidhogg, my first reaction will definitely be to run away. Murong Jin tapped my forehead with his finger. You're really a wicked capitalist, so young yet so skilled at making empty promises. The sea spirit beasts couldn't understand human language, so Murong Jin and I could freely plot loudly. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, I started coughing, looking pale and weak. Murong Jin took off his general's cloak and draped it over my shoulders. Xingyu, the environment here is damp and cold. Your body can't handle it. Let's head back up to the top of the cliff. Okay. Murong Jin took me up with him on the Snowfeather Skyhawk, soaring upwards. During the flight, I looked down at the increasingly blurred sea spirit clan's forbidden area, my gaze growing more resolute. I'm not just talking. When I, Xiao Xingyu, make a promise, I will definitely fulfill it. To the people of the Sea Spirit clan and to the predecessor Sea Spirit King, I will carry your sacred relic and your hopes. One day, I will slay the dragon and avenge you. The vast ocean roared with fierce winds. The waves crashing against the sea seemed to want to merge with the sky. A naval warship cut through the waves at full speed toward Snake Island. In the captain's quarters. Faster, we need to go faster. Miss, this is already the maximum speed of the Crimson Cloud. Murong Xin's face was full of worry with crimson bloodshot eyes. Upon hearing of my disappearance and fall, she had rushed recklessly to Snake Island. Murong Yangshua stayed by his sister's side, equally anxious and worried. A little sister, don't worry too much. Xingyu is a lucky person, nothing will happen to him. But if something were to... There's no if. He will be fine. He promised me that after the assessment, he would take me to the arcade and the night market. Murong Xin's head hung low as she muttered, a tear sliding down her beautiful profile, falling onto the floor before her feet, gradually leaving a stain. Murong Yangshua fell silent, not only worried about his good friend but also pained for his sister. A young master, miss, we've arrived at Snake Island. The Crimson Cloud warship slowly docked at the port on the island's east side. The Murong siblings couldn't wait to disembark and set foot on the island. As night fell, thick fog rolled in. Yellow warning lines were drawn around the Sea Spirit clan ruins. My disappearance had already lasted over 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. He's probably gone. I've heard that beneath the forbidden area, there are countless vengeful sea spirit beasts. Xiao Xingyu's soul must have been torn apart by those sea spirit beasts. In this situation, even if they find him, it will only be a corpse. With no progress in the rescue efforts, no one believed I was still alive.
Make way. Let us in.
This is a restricted area. No entry for unauthorized personnel. How dare you?
Do you know who I am?
Why young Master Murong and Miss Murong? I'm sorry for not recognizing you. The staff responsible for maintaining order at the scene were from the Naval Headquarters Criminal Investigation Team. Upon recognizing the Murong siblings, all the guards stepped aside, clearing a path. Murong Yangshua and Murong Xin hurriedly passed through the warning line and reached the edge of the cliff.
Miss, this is where Xiao Xingyu fell.
A naval officer approached with a transparent collection bag. Inside the bag was a blood-stained fragment of fabric. Murong Xin's heart clenched painfully. She could immediately recognize it as a scrap from my jacket. The relentless rain washed away the bloodstains on the ground. The residual demonic energy of the Dark Knight Bat King had not yet fully dissipated, still fermenting in the damp air. From the edge of the cliff, it was evident that 5 hours ago, I had fought a desperate battle here, bleeding profusely. A little sister. Murong Yangshua, as the elder brother, was at a loss for how to comfort his sister in this moment. The reality was stark. I was gravely injured, having fallen into the forbidden area of the Sea Spirit clan, facing the danger of countless sea spirit beasts tearing at my soul, with my fate uncertain.
Captain Chen, where is my father?
The Naval Criminal Investigation Team leader, Chen Jiang, did not dare to conceal the truth and answered honestly, "Young master, the general went down to the cliff himself to search for Xiao Xingyu's whereabouts. It has been a long time and he has not yet returned." Murong Yangshua put his arm around Murong Xin's shoulders. "A little sister, father went personally to rescue Xingyu. Don't worry, he will bring a vigorous and healthy Xingyu back to you." Murong Xin stood in the heavy rain, allowing the cold rain to pound her delicate face. The fierce wind made her already slender figure appear even more frail and weak. Beastmaster emblem activated. Murong Xin suddenly called upon her spiritual power, summoning the bone wingbat beast.
"A little sister, what are you doing?"
Murong Yangshua quickly grabbed her wrist. "Don't stop me, I need to find him." "Don't be reckless. The cliff is the forbidden area of the Sea Spirit clan.
It's dangerous."
"That's exactly why I need to go find him." Murong Xin, normally a girl with extremely stable emotions, was a recluse who saw no meaning in the world's separations and deaths. To her, whether someone died or not, the earth would continue to turn. But this girl was deeply concerned about that man. Upon learning of my uncertain fate, Murong Xin could no longer remain calm. She was nearly hysterical, tears mixing with the rain, covering her entire face. Murong Yangshua wanted to say something more, but seeing his sister's heartbroken expression, he was unable to bear it, his words dying on his lips. Given Murong Xin's current state, if it were confirmed that I was dead, she would likely choose to die with me. "Little sister, listen to me. Let's wait a bit longer. We should trust father and trust Xingyu. That guy, doesn't he always turn danger into safety?" Murong Xin had already experienced this kind of waiting agony during the battle in Yellow Smoke City. Now, with my fall into the cliff, Murong Xin's recently healed heart was being torn open once more. This girl's already battered heart could not withstand the repeated crises faced by her beloved.
"Young master, we have a new discovery."
"This is a phone we found in the bushes in the forest." Chen Jiang handed Murong Yangshua a phone. The phone's screen was shattered, and the casing was stained with a large amount of blood.
"This is Xingyu's phone."
Murong Yangshua sighed and handed the phone to his sister. Murong Xin held my phone in both hands, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. When her fingers accidentally brushed the cracked screen, the screensaver wallpaper was triggered. Murong Xin's body trembled, her heart skipped a beat, and her tear ducts seemed to be uncontrollable, tears flowing freely. The screensaver on my phone was a lady's scarf. It was the very scarf that Murong Xin had given me. At that moment, Murong Xin realized that she had never taken a selfie with me. This scarf was the only thing in my photo album related to Murong Xin. "Brother, I can't wait any longer. I need to find him." Murong Xin's voice was choked with emotion as she rushed toward the cliff's edge.
"A little sister, calm down."
Murong Yangshua tightly grasped Murong Xin's hand. As her brother, this was the only thing he could do. A gust of wind surged, and the snow feather sky eagle soared from the bottom of the cliff, shooting into the sky. All eyes were on this flying beast. The general is back. There's someone else with the general. It's Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu is still alive? This kid really is lucky. He fell into the forbidden area of the Sea Spirit clan and still managed to survive. The snow feather sky eagle slowly descended and folded its wings. Murong Jin helped me down from the snow feather sky eagle's back to the ground. Before I could steady myself, I was enveloped in a hug. Six Jin, why are you here? I stood there dazed, looking down at the girl in my arms. Murong Xin clung tightly to my waist, her face resting on my chest, listening to my familiar heartbeat. Murong Jin and his son Murong Yangshua stood aside, both wearing satisfied smiles. Sorry for making you worry. I could feel Murong Xin's emotions at that moment. I lifted my hand and gently stroked her little head. I'm just glad you're okay. Six Jin, your father and brother are here too. Why don't you let me go for now? No, I won't let go. Murong Xin clung to me like a koala, unwilling to release her grip. My eyes were filled with affection as I held the girl's delicate body tightly. At that moment, I even thought about names for a second child. The rain grew heavier, and lightning roiled in the sky like a blue dragon. It was destined not to be an ordinary night. The news that Xiao Xingyu is not dead is spread nationwide over the internet. That night, some were rejoicing while others were dismayed. The rejoicers were those who loved me. The dismayers were those who hated me. Murong Jin walked over and teased, Xiner, let go of Xingyu for now. He still needs to undergo the 4-star badge awarding ceremony. I pretended to be surprised, Uncle Murong, I fell into the forbidden area of the Sea Spirit clan. Strictly speaking, I violated the assessment rules. Did I still pass the assessment? Just now Her Majesty called. This is her decree. Xiao Xingyu from Azure Dragon Academy has passed the 4-star assessment and is hereby awarded the 4-star badge. The news of my survival spread nationwide, becoming a topic of conversation at every household's supper table. In the imperial city at the Night Lawn Palace. Shongvan Lan Smilet. Now, all public opinion was within the scope of her predictions. To be honest, I didn't actively enter the Sea Spirit clan's forbidden area. I was pursued by the Night Bats King and accidentally fell off the cliff. Logically, the public would not blame me for this. After all, anyone would understand my helplessness at that time, and it might even evoke sympathy for me. A maid approached Shangguan Lan. Your Majesty, the latest news. Xiao Xingyu has been rescued by General Murong. After examination, his injuries are not severe and there is no danger to his life. He will spend the night at the Navy headquarters Ice and Fire Island. And the Eye of the Tide? He got it. Shangguan Lan nodded with satisfaction. I send orders to let that kid rest well at the Navy headquarters tonight. Tomorrow, have him come to the Night Lawn Palace to see me. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguan Lan looked at the rain curtain outside the hall, a smile playing at the corners of her eyes. Xiao Xingyu, you truly didn't disappoint me. Just like I was when I was young. Shangguan Lan was immensely gratified, thankful that she hadn't misjudged. My talent for seizing every opportunity always reminded her of her younger self. At the Navy headquarters, Ice and Fire Island. Murong Jin hosted a grand banquet, both to wash away the bad luck from my near-death experience and to celebrate my promotion to a 4-star beast master. Xingyu, you have injuries, so you should avoid drinking. Murong Jin took the wine bottle away from in front of me, showing his consideration as a father-in-law. Xingyu, just have some tea. This is ginseng tonic tea brewed by my sister. It will help replenish your vitality. I picked up the steaming cup of tea, feeling warmth flow through me. Alright, I'll use tea as a toast. Cheers. Cheers. To celebrate your promotion to a 4-star beast master. At the table, Murong Xin sat beside me, staring intently at me. Six Jin, why are you staring at me? Just eat something. I'm not hungry. Murong Xin was still shaken, unable to shake off the fear and anxiety from waiting by the cliff's edge, not knowing if I was alive or dead. She couldn't let go. So, she kept her eyes fixed on me, unwilling to let me disappear from her view for even a second. Xingyu is fine. Look, he's as healthy as ever. Don't worry and eat properly. Yes, little sister, I'll get you some of your favorite Kung Pao chicken. The father and son took turns comforting Murong Xin, but she truly had no appetite. After experiencing such heart-wrenching pain, she couldn't swallow a single bite of food. Just when Murong Jin and his son were at a loss, I picked up a piece of Kung Pao chicken and held it up to Murong Xin's mouth. A6 Jin, open your mouth, ah. Murong Xin obediently opened her cherry-like mouth and ate the Kung Pao chicken I offered. Murong Jin and Murong Yangshua exchanged glances and smiled, both understanding each other without words. After the meal, Murong Jin lit a cigarette. Xingyu, the news from Her Majesty just came through. She wants you to rest here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Night Lawn Palace. Her Majesty wants to see you. I smiled and nodded, knowing why Shangguan Lan was eager to summon me. The system prompt sounded. A ding. Oh, congratulations, host. Successfully promoted to 4-star Beastmaster. Awarding promotion reward. Promotion reward, A Dragon Incubation Platform. A reward has been issued. Please proceed to the system warehouse to collect it. I used my mind to open the system warehouse. In the warehouse inventory, a new item appeared, named Dragon Incubation Platform. Dragon Incubation Platform, made from the blood of a pure-blooded female dragon's placenta, placing a dragon egg on it can accelerate the growth and hatching of the dragon egg. I couldn't hide my delight and thought to myself, this treasure is excellent. It can accelerate the hatching of dragon eggs. The day I become the Dragon Kingdom's top dragon master is just around the corner. 3 months ago, I obtained a dragon egg. Due to the extremely demanding requirements for hatching the dragon egg, progress had been stalled. Now that I have the Dragon Incubation Platform, I can finally put the dragon egg hatching on the agenda. With the Dragon Incubation Platform in hand, and with Lulu able to use the power of pure-blooded dragons to nurture it. I can't wait for the moment the dragon egg hatches. Why has the blind box culture become such a trend today? Because humans cannot resist the allure of the unknown. Before the dragon egg hatches, no one knows what kind of dragon is inside. Perhaps it could be a frost giant dragon that can freeze everything. Or perhaps a Brahma flame dragon that burns the universe. Or maybe a chaos dragon that devours the heavens and earth. Cultivating this dragon egg is like opening a blind box, and I'm eagerly anticipating what kind of dragon baby it will produce. General Murong, urgent news. A Navy soldier burst into the room, his expression alarmed. What's the matter? An underwater earthquake occurred near Yuguan Island, accompanied by an underwater volcanic eruption. Murong Jin, upon hearing this, lost his drunken haze, and his slightly tipsy face returned to its usual seriousness. How long until the tsunami arrives? According to big data calculations, a level 6 tsunami will reach Yuguan Island in at most 10 minutes. Tsunamis are the most common natural disasters at sea with a total of 6 levels. When the risk level of a tsunami reaches level 6, it means it can destroy an entire island. Yuguan Island is the most crucial strategic stronghold in the Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters and also the largest fishing port supplying fish to the mainland. Murong Jin put on his windbreaker and lit a cigarette. I send orders to all soldiers on duty tonight to follow me to Yuguan Island, organize the local fishermen for evacuation, and avoid the tsunami disaster. Yes, General. I suddenly stood up. Uncle Murong, I'm going too. A foolish kid, what are you going to do? Stay at headquarters and rest to recover from your injuries. Sure, Xiner, take good care of Xingyu. I calmly analyzed the situation. A level 6 tsunami can easily engulf Yuguan Island and sink the entire island to the seabed. Even if we organize the fishermen's evacuation, the island will be rendered useless once it sinks. That's a strategic stronghold in our Dragon Kingdom's waters. Isn't it a shame to just watch it be destroyed? Murong Jin sighed helplessly, this is unavoidable. In the face of natural disasters, preserving human lives is already a success. As for the island, it can only be abandoned. As a naval general, Murong Jin had encountered countless similar situations and was long accustomed to them. Uncle Murong, take me to Yuguan Island. I can save the island. Murong Jin exchanged a glance with me, seeming to understand. Xingyu, you mean? I raised my hand, revealing a golden eyeball that was shimmering with golden light. With the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact, the Eye of the Tide in hand. Yuguan Island, which is the land of our human race, cannot be swallowed and submerged by the power of the sea. Murong Yangshua asked, Xingyu, what is that thing? It looks quite high-end. Don't ask. Let me impress 6 Gene first before I explain to you. On the open sea, the wind roared in fury. The underwater earthquake was imminent, and the waves surged violently, swallowing countless ships in the process. Yuguan Island was like a child abandoned in the heart of a ferocious hurricane by its mother. General Murong Jin personally led the naval fleet, arriving at Yuguan Island as quickly as possible to initiate rescue operations. Fishermen, put on your life jackets quickly and board the lifeboats in an orderly manner. Villagers, move faster, the tsunami is approaching. Follow the order. The elderly, sick, and pregnant should board first. Don't push that pregnant woman. Sometimes, natural disasters are more terrifying than even magical beasts. A level 6 tsunami triggered by the underwater earthquake was about to hit Yuguan Island. The pitch-black waves surged in waves, resembling countless cannonballs roaring. They crashed against the island's coastline as if they were toying with it before delivering a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, more and more fishing boats were torn apart by the ocean's undercurrents and sank into the deep sea. And this was just the precursor to the tsunami. Murong Jin stepped onto the island, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Everyone, don't panic. As long as you follow the order, I guarantee that everyone on the island will be safely evacuated." A naval soldier rushed up to Murong Jin with an anxious expression. "General, the situation is dire. Some fishermen refuse to board the lifeboats, no matter how much we try to persuade them." Murong Jin's face showed some helplessness. Aside to these fishermen, Yuguan Island is their home. Our people value stability and roots. Even I would have a hard time accepting it. A village chief, please persuade everyone. If they don't board the ships soon, the tsunami will arrive and the consequences will be unimaginable. General, thank you for your kindness. There's no need to persuade us further. Our ancestors lived on this island, and even if we die, we want to die with this island. The man opposing the naval forces was an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped posture. He was the village chief of Windmill Village on Yuguan Island, Li Hongye. Li Hongye was accompanied by many supporters who had lived on the island for generations. Even though the tsunami would engulf the island, they refused to leave and chose to sink with it. "A general, you don't need to worry about us. You should evacuate. We are grateful to you naval soldiers for fighting to protect Yuguan Island all these years. My son-in-law is also in the Navy. You are all great. Perhaps sinking with this island is the fate of us fishermen. Please honor our choice." Li Hongye and the fishermen were simple and earnest people. Driven by their faith and passion, they chose to stay on Yuguan Island even if it meant death. But they did not intend to drag the naval forces down with them. Instead, they urged the Navy to evacuate quickly and not worry about them. Murong Jin rushed over. "Tut tilde. A village chief, what are you doing? Get up." Li Hongye knelt on the ground, his weathered old face marked only by the scars of time and his gratitude to Murong Jin and the entire naval force. "General Murong, we have been able to live peacefully and fish only because of your care all these years. And now that the natural disaster is imminent, we know we are in danger, but we truly cannot abandon our homeland. This island is our home. Even if it sinks to the bottom of the sea, it will still be our home." Behind Li Hongye, all the fishermen knelt on the ground. Please, General Murong, honor our choice." Everyone spoke in unison, their voices filled with unwavering resolve. These fishermen were human, and like all humans, they feared death. But even in death, they wanted to die on their homeland. The choice to sink with Yuguan Island might sound stubborn, crazy, or even foolish, but it was the deeply ingrained belief of the fishermen's ancestors. In life, if you believe something is worth it, then it is worth it. At this moment, 2 young men and a young woman ran over. They were Murong's siblings and me. "Dad, why are you hesitating now? Human lives are at stake. Just knock the village chief and the fishermen unconscious and bind them to the lifeboats." Li Hongye, hearing this, coughed violently. "A cough, 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 General, your son must be a demon. Grandpali, I beg you. Please get the fishermen onto the lifeboats. If you die, I won't get to eat your family's secret grilled fish."
"You brat, you're really so attached to my secret grilled fish that you care so much about my life." Murong Yangshuo grew up at sea and Yuguan Island was like his second hometown. As a child, Murong Yangshuo often played on Yuguan Island and loved eating the secret grilled fish made by Li Hongye himself. Li Hongye had no sons, so he treated Murong Yangshuo like a grandson. "Grandpa Li. Little Shuo, don't persuade me anymore. You know my old stubborn nature. Dying on Yuguan Island would be a perfect end for me, and I would have no regrets in this life. Murong Yangshuo looked around, seeing Li Hongye and the fisherman behind him. They showed no fear of death, only relief and resignation. Sigh, alright then. Grandpa Li, drowning in seawater would be very painful. How about I give you a shot of euthanasia? By the way, when is the banquet planned? Don't worry, I'll help you arrange it. Murong Yangshuo, you're really a good person. Grandpa should thank you. Li Hongye rolled his eyes dramatically, his sarcasm apparent. Fortunately, Murong Yangshuo wasn't his actual grandson, otherwise, his filial piety would have been explosive. At this moment, I stepped forward, my handsome face seemingly etched with a line of text. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Dear villagers, you don't need to look so noble, ready to sacrifice yourselves with Yuguan Island. I guarantee that none of you will die. And this island will not be swallowed by the tsunami. Everyone looked up at the dashing young man before them. General, who is this young man? Murong Jin replied, his name is Xiao Xingyu. Then Murong Jin leaned close to Li Hongye's ear and whispered, Old man, let me tell you a secret. He's also my future son-in-law.
Son-in-law.
Li Hongye was taken aback, looking at me and then glancing at Murong Xian beside me. To be honest, this pair of handsome young man and beautiful young woman did seem to match quite well. General, it's too late, the tsunami is coming. Yuguan Island was on the verge of collapse, and no one could stand steadily. The sky was pitch black, and the sea was rising with a tsunami towering up to 100 meters. The surging waves resembled a giant mountain, rushing across the sea with unstoppable force. The foam in its wake was like countless furious beasts, baring their teeth and claws, rolling and roaring, violently crashing toward the coastline. This was a level 6 tsunami, a natural disaster capable of destroying everything. Li Hongye clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged on the spot, reciting family rules and ancestral teachings with the calmest demeanor, preparing to face the impending death.
I raised my hand and a golden eye orb floated in the air. The tidal eye, a sacred artifact of the Ocean Spirit clan. I summoned my internal spiritual energy, using it to control the tidal eye. In an instant, the tidal eye began to melt like early spring snow, transforming into a golden torrent of rage. The golden water flowed again, as if shaped and refined by invisible hands. In no time, a resplendent golden trident appeared before everyone's eyes. Holding the golden trident, I resonated perfectly with the spirit of the Ocean Spirit clan, and my body began to change. Oh wait, are you channeling the sea god or something? You've become so much more handsome. Murong Yangshuo remarked. At this moment, I had long golden hair flowing like golden waves. On my face, a golden seal appeared, an inheritance mark of the Ocean Spirit clan, adding a touch of nobility and mystery to my already handsome features. Holding the trident in one hand, I walked alone toward the sea, my imposing figure resembling that of a sea god. Murong Yangshuo clapped his hands and couldn't help but comment, from Xingyu's resolute eyes, it's clear that this guy is determined to show off tonight. Xingyu. Uncle Murong, don't worry. Seeing me walking alone towards the sea, Murong Jin was still somewhat uneasy. After all, it was my first time using the power of the tidal eye, and there was no guarantee that problems wouldn't arise midway. Murong Xian instinctively tried to follow, she couldn't bear to lose sight of me.
Axinia.
Murong Jin grabbed his daughter's hand. Dad, Xingyu might be in danger. In Murong Xian's beautiful eyes, there was only me. She cared about this man more than she cared about herself. He wields the sacred artifact of the Ocean Spirit clan. By rights, he shouldn't be harmed in the sea.
Even if there's danger, I will step in if necessary.
Murong Xian immediately quieted down, her worry easing considerably. This was the sense of security brought by a naval general. With Murong Jin around, I wouldn't be in danger. Murong Yangshuo leaned in and teased, Sis, when Xingyu turned into a golden-haired guy just now, your eyes were glued to him. Didn't expect you to be a fan of good looks too. Like all women, Murong Xian also liked handsome men. My Xingyu is more handsome than my brother. Tisk, calling him my Xingyu, how shameless. Murong Xian, you're really forgetting your brother because of looks. Once you're married, will you really not recognize me as your brother? Above the sea, the natural disaster approached. I was the only one defying the ocean. Alone, I walked deeper into the sea. Strangely, my body was unaffected by the laws of gravity. My feet remained on the surface of the water without sinking. A mortal body seemed so insignificant and fragile against such a vast natural disaster. I took a deep breath, gripping the golden trident. Spiritual energy burst forth, I roared, my golden hair flowing and my eyes flashing with lightning.
To me. Stand down.
At this moment, I commanded the entire ocean with the authority of a sea god. Holding the trident, I plunged it forcefully into the center of the sea. In an instant, golden light illuminated the night sky, and the immense power of the ocean spirit surged wildly. The magnificent golden torrent of waves, like a wild divine beast, swept across the entire ocean with a thunderous force. On the coast of Yuguan Island, everyone watched this scene in awe, their shock beyond words. Above the sky, lightning raged and golden light flashed. A general, good news, the tsunami has started to recede. According to sonar detection, the seismic waves from the ocean floor have stopped. Latest Weather Bureau intelligence indicates that the typhoon cyclone on the sea has also dissipated. Level 6 tsunami warning officially lifted. The golden light faded and clear skies emerged. The turbulent waves of the night returned to peace and tranquility. At this moment, the sea was as calm as a mirror, gently lying at the edge of the world. It was silent yet all-encompassing, embracing everything, whether the stars in the sky or the lights on the island, with tender care. On the surface of the sea stood the confident golden-haired youth, unmoved, holding the golden trident, his handsome lips slightly curving into a charming smile. His silhouette evoked the image of what one would imagine a sea god to look like. Murong Yangshua was more excited than anyone, his voice hoarse from shouting.
He is the embodiment of a deity.
He is the savior of Yuguan Island. He represents no one but himself, he is my brother-in-law Xiao Xingyu. Murong Jin commented, Shuar, your literary talent is impressive. Murong Yangshua replied, Dad, martial arts can't save the people of Dragon Kingdom. I want to abandon martial arts and pursue literature. Li Hongye stood in a daze for a long time, gazing at my back, tears streaming down his face. Yuguan Island, is it saved? Our home is truly saved. Li Hongye was deeply moved, and the fishermen behind him wept tears of joy.
Villagers, quickly kneel down.
At Li Hongye's urging, all the fishermen on Yuguan Island faced the sea with reverent expressions and performed a bowing ceremony in my honor. A sea god has manifested and blessed our island. Everyone spoke in unison, expressing their gratitude and admiration. That night, I gained a new title, Lord of the Sea God of Yuguan Island. A popular limerick even emerged. With one strike, the sea tides retreat, the sea god descends to the mortal realm. I returned to Yuguan Island to receive the gratitude and cheers of all the fishermen. The naval officers respected me solemnly, saluting in unison. The affection and respect from the people were earned through my own strength, genuine and unadulterated.
A Lord of the Sea God, thank you for your rescue.
You saved not only our lives but also our entire Yuguan Island. Li Hongye wiped his tears of excitement and made a promise on the spot. As the village chief, I have decided to erect a statue of the sea god in the central square of Yuguan Island. I shyly scratched my head, feeling awkward. A statue? Isn't that a bit excessive?
It must be done.
Starting tomorrow, construction begins. If we don't have enough funds, I'll use my pension and social security. If that's still not enough, I'll take out a loan, don't care if it's unsecured. A village chief, do you really need to take out an unsecured loan? You're quite elderly already. As the saying goes, ask not the gods for help, but rather people. The fishermen of Yuguan Island desperately need a statue of me. They are eager to worship my statue daily, praying for blessings for their ancestors and descendants, seeking protection. This is the power of faith. With just a slight effort, I have already become the pillar of faith for Yuguan Island. Murong Yangshua rushed over and put his arm around my shoulder. A good brother, that scene where you repelled the tsunami with one strike was so impressive. If I were a woman, I'd definitely be your girlfriend. I pushed Murong Yangshua away, my eyes wary. Yangshua, I consider you a big brother.
How can you think of being my girlfriend?
Absolutely not. Stay away from me, I fear 6 Jin might misunderstand. Murong Yangshua's gaze fell on the golden trident, full of curiosity about this extraordinary artifact.
Xingyu, what exactly is this trident?
I patiently explained. Its original form is called the Eye of the Tide, a sacred artifact of the Ocean Spirit clan. And now, it's in its second transformation, the Azure Wave Dragon Abyss, Golden Trident. In this trident form, it can control the ocean's turbulent waves and tides. Simply put, it can both cause and quell maritime disasters. Murong Yangshua gasped in amazement, "You're unbelievably lucky. If anyone else fell into the Ocean Spirit Clan's forbidden land, they'd be a goner. Only you could not only survive but also acquire the Ocean Spirit Clan's sacred artifact. Murong Jin also approached, smiling and teasing. Azure Wave Dragon Abyss, Golden Trident, good name, very imposing, but a bit too long and hard to pronounce.
I think the name is too complicated.
I'm planning to give it a new name. Let's hear it.
I thought seriously, mumbling. This Golden Trident is quite heavy and impressive.
How about... let's call it the Great Trident.
With this statement, the decision was final. The disaster crisis had been resolved, and I withdrew my spiritual energy. My golden hair gradually receded, and the Ocean Spirit Clan's markings on my face vanished. I returned to my usual appearance, and the Golden Trident transformed back into a golden stream, then reformed into a golden eyeball. This is the original form of the Eye of the Tide.
A 6 Jin, was I impressive just now?
I struck a pose in front of Murong Xinshin, trying to look cool. Murong Xinshin nodded in approval, very impressive.
In a lover's eyes, I am the most handsome in the world.
Suddenly, there was a thud.
In the blink of an eye, I fell to the ground, eyes closed, seemingly unconscious.
Murong Yangshua looked bewildered. Youth is great, he fell asleep right away.
Xingyu isn't asleep, he's unconscious.
Murong Jin came over to check my breath and pulse.
As expected, due to exhaustion of spiritual energy and a collapse of consciousness, Xingyu has fainted.
Murong Yangshua showed confusion. Dad, Xingyu was fine just a moment ago.
How did he suddenly faint?
The second form of the Eye of the Tide, the Azure Wave Dragon Abyss, Golden Trident, absorbs the host's spiritual energy.
Although Xingyu recently passed the 4-star Beast Tamer assessment, his spiritual energy reserves are not sufficient to control this Ocean Spirit Clan sacred artifact at will.
When Xingyu repelled the tsunami and quelled the disaster, his spiritual energy was drained instantly, causing him to faint.
Murong Jin revealed the truth, and worry was evident on the faces of Murong's siblings.
But don't worry too much.
The Eye of the Tide has now returned to its original form. In its original form, the Eye of the Tide will gradually restore the host's spiritual energy, but it requires some time.
Murong Xinshin knelt on the ground, allowing the muddy beach to dirty her long socks, just so that the unconscious me could rest my head on her lap for comfort.
Dad, how long will Xingyu be unconscious? I'm not sure.
He should wake up after a good night's sleep. Then let's return to the naval headquarters. I just want to put Xingyu in bed and let him rest well. Believing Murong Jin's words, Murong Xinshin slowly stood up and picked me up, carrying me in her arms. A little sister, you look delicate, but you're quite strong. No wonder you used to hit me so hard when we were young.
In the dim morning light, the calm sea resembled a massive sapphire, serene and deep. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, making the sea shimmer with golden light as if countless treasures were hidden beneath its surface. I regained consciousness, opened my heavy eyelids, and forced my chaotic mind into action. Memories of before the fainting surged back. Last night, I used the Azure Wave Dragon Abyss, Golden Trident only once and was immediately drained of energy and fainted. And only by reaching the 6-star Beast Tamer rank can one unlock the Eye of the Tide's third form, Summon Beast Sea Soul Emperor, Kleinia Dragon. It seems I must quickly enhance my spiritual energy reserves to fully master this Ocean Spirit Clan artifact. I clenched my fist, holding the Eye of the Tide in my palm. After a night's rest, my stamina was restored, and the Eye of the Tide had helped refill my spiritual energy pool. My injuries. I looked down and found myself wrapped in bandages. On the bedside table were various medicine jars, bloody towels, and a basin of water. Someone treated all my wounds. Yesterday, I had been attacked by the Dark Knight Bat King, leaving deep injuries on my shoulder and chest. Now, all these wounds had been treated, bandaged, and even the pain had been completely alleviated. A 6 Jin, so it was you. My gaze locked onto the bedside with a tender, affectionate look in my eyes. A white-haired girl had been resting beside the bed all night, taking care of me. She was the one who treated my wounds. She also cleaned the blood and dust from my body with a towel, bit by bit. This neat and warm nightwear I was wearing was also put on by her. Having cared for me all night, Murong Xinshin was exhausted and only just fell asleep as dawn broke. I smiled, raised my hand, and gently placed it on Murong Xinshin's upright, delicate nose. Murong Xinshin, sleeping soundly at the bedside, looked like a well-behaved kitten, cute and endearing.
Xingyu, you're awake.
Seeing me clearly, Murong Xinshin's sleepiness vanished. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with joy and delight. A6 Jean, thank you for taking care of me all night. I opened my arms and embraced the girl. Murong Xinshin seemed a bit flustered and gently pushed me away.
Xingyu, you have injuries on your chest. I'm worried they might tear again. It's okay, I've already healed. The celestial vine is in my pants. When I regain consciousness, the celestial vine senses my spiritual energy and automatically releases silver fireflies to heal my wounds. Warm sunlight streamed in through the window as we embraced, enjoying this moment of tenderness. A6 Jean, did you help me change clothes last night?
Yes.
And did you also change my underwear? Not the underwear. My brother helped with that. He said since you're not married to me yet, he didn't want me to help with that.
What else did your brother say?
Murong Xinshin thought for a moment and truthfully said, my brother said he envies you. He also said I'd be very happy after marriage, but I don't understand what that means.
Gah, well, not understanding is a good thing.
It means my 6 Jean is pure. Since you're awake, I'll go tell Dad and my brother and prepare breakfast for you. Murong Xinshin was about to get up and leave when I pulled her back to the bed. Murong Xinshin's face turned crimson and she couldn't meet my intense gaze. A6 Jean, we've kissed before in the cinema, right?
Yes.
I want to do it again. Not refusing meant giving tacit approval. I cupped Murong Xinshin's flushed cheeks in my hands and kissed her luscious lips. A passionate kiss, bound to last a lifetime. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted us. I regained my composure, reluctantly releasing the beautiful girl from my embrace. We looked at each other, both showing sweet and bashful smiles. This is the beauty of being in love. It must be my brother outside. I'll go answer the door. A6 Jean, tidy up your clothes before opening the door. I accidentally unhooked your chest strap earlier.
Sorry.
Was it intentional or just accidental? Maybe, it was intentionally accidental. Seeing my awkward scratching of the head, Murong Xinshin burst into a smile.
It's okay.
I'm not upset with you. Her smile was enchanting, worth more than gold. Murong Xinshin looked speechless and even seemed to want to call the police.
Xingyu, you're awake.
How are your injuries? Seeing my rosy and shiny complexion, Murong Yangshua was pleased. Thanks to your sister. She took care of me all night and my injuries are all healed. I flexed my muscles to show I was back to my usual energetic self. A little sister, why are your lips a bit swollen? Murong Yangshua noticed something was off and saw that Murong Xinshin's lips were slightly swollen, obviously from being kissed.
Oh, I see.
Murong Yangshua is quite the ladies' man, having had enough girlfriends to form a soccer team.
From the reactions of Murong Xinshin and me, he's certain that the two of us just shared a passionate kiss, the kind that involves tongues. Next was breakfast time. I changed clothes and went to the cafeteria at the naval headquarters. Murong Jean handed me a steaming tea egg. Xingyu, your wounds are just starting to heal. Make sure to get plenty of protein. Thank you, Uncle Murong. As I was about to peel the egg myself, a pair of delicate hands snatched it away. Murong Xinshin's action was natural, as if she were already my wife. Peeling the egg might seem ordinary, but it's a sign of a wife's care for her husband. TSK, I said, little sister, it's just peeling an egg. Xingyu can do it himself. I suspect you're showing off your affection in front of Dad and me. Murong Xinshin didn't reply, but her usual cold expression was replaced with a smile, clearly enjoying the process of peeling the egg for me. Murong Jean observed his daughter with a mixture of satisfaction and concern. Since being with me, Murong Xinshin has changed significantly. She's no longer so reclusive and aloof, and she talks more in front of her father and brother. This was something Murong Jean had never dared to hope for. He knew this change in his daughter was all because of me. Murong Jin's fondness for me was natural, a father-in-law's fondness for his son-in-law. At the same time, Murong Jean also felt a sense of crisis, given my youth and already evident talents. He knew that I would likely attract many admirers in the future. After breakfast, Murong Jean patted my shoulder. Xingyu, let's have a private chat. I followed Murong Jean to the beach. The calm sea was dotted with countless naval warships, impressive in their scale. From deep within the ocean came occasional heavy thuds. This was the submarine fleet conducting torpedo firing drills. Uncle Murong, let me handle it. As a qualified son-in-law, I proactively offered to light Murong Jin's cigarette. Murong Jean had only one arm. The empty sleeve told a story of past times. Xingyu, you know, she's my only daughter. I also know that you and Xinshin are in love. I'm very happy. At least she has someone besides me and Shuar who cares for her. I observed Murong Jin's weary eyes and seemed to understand something. Uncle Murong, don't worry. I will always protect Xinshin and ensure she's never harmed. You're quite popular with women. I'm worried. Out of the vast sea of women, I only need one scoop. My eyes only have room for 6 Jin, there's no space for anything else. My words elicited a hearty laugh from Murong Jin. Ha ha ha, that's all I need to hear. Murong Jin put his arm around my shoulder, and we both gazed at the Azure Sea. Kid, after you graduate, come to the naval headquarters. One day, this position of mine as an admiral will be yours.
That might not be appropriate. As a son-in-law, replacing my father-in-law's position sounds a bit rebellious. Don't forget, you're the man who controls the celestial vine. I believe the title of Sea God Xiao Xingyu will one day make the whole world tremble. At noon, students finish classes, office workers take their lunch breaks, and the entire nation enters lunchtime. After lunch, the name Xiao Xingyu becomes a topic of conversation among people nationwide.
Check the trending topics, Xiao Xingyu is back.
A Hylon news agency has another bombshell. Xiao Xingyu single-handedly repelled a level 6 tsunami last night, quelled the natural disaster, and saved Yuguan Island. I also heard that Yuguan Island is planning to build a statue of Xiao Xingyu. That news must be fake. A mortal could repel a tsunami? I heard this kid's luck is through the roof. He found an opportunity in the Sea Spirit clan's forbidden land and obtained their heirloom artifact, the Tie-Dye. 10 minutes later, the trending topics refreshed again. Good heavens, another bombshell. Just now, the official announcement from the Royal Academy website, Xiao Xingyu has been appointed as the Black Commissioner of the Royal Academy.
Damn, this is outrageous.
It's even more incredible than that genius freak Lin Beixian from back in the day. Incredible, Xiao Xingyu has broken the record set by Zero King Lin Beixian and has become the youngest Black Commissioner in the history of the Royal Academy. The internet was ablaze with news about me. This journey through the 4-star assessment had made my name resonate across the land.
Let's go to Azure Dragon Academy's entrance.
Maybe we'll run into Xiao Xingyu and get an autograph. Stop dreaming. I heard Xiao Xingyu didn't go directly back to Azure Dragon Academy but was summoned by the Empress and went to the Royal Palace's Night Lawn Hall. It's no surprise that a genius like Xiao Xingyu would attract the Empress's attention.
She's probably going to reward him too.
Real Palace, Night Lawn Hall. I walked into the hall wearing a 4-star Beast Master robe, standing tall and walking with ease. Inside the hall, a group of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom, including the strategist Xie Zhong, stood. As I walked among them, my youthful aura felt out of place amidst their air of authority and corruption. As Xiao Xingyu of Azure Dragon Academy, greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Shangguan Lan raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke in a gentle tone. You're still recovering from your injuries and haven't fully regained your strength.
Someone offer a seat.
The entire court was shocked. A kid under 20 years old, receiving a seat granted by the Empress in the Night Lawn Hall. It's worth noting that Xie Zhong, the chief strategist, who is second only to the Empress, could only stand whenever he came to the Night Lawn Hall. Only I had the privilege to sit in the Night Lawn Hall. Empress Shangguan Lan sat on the throne. This throne, adorned with a dragon totem, symbolized the highest authority in the Dragon Kingdom. Under Empress Shangguan Lan's arrangement, an extra chair was placed beside the steps below the throne. This was a position specifically arranged for me. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, I felt awkward. Your Majesty, everyone else is standing while I am seated. Isn't this inappropriate? You're injured. Standing would be too exhausting. Zit. This was the Empress's command, so I could only comply. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting me a seat. I sat down with difficulty, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The sensation was akin to sitting beside the podium during school lectures, feeling highly awkward. After a class, I would be bombarded with the teacher's spittle. Inside the hall, all the officials were looking at me, their shock lingering. In Xie Zhong's eyes, besides shock, there was a trace of cold, venomous hatred. In the power structure of the Dragon Kingdom, Shangguan Lan was the top and Xie Zhong was the second in command. But now, a young boy had received a privilege that even Xie Zhong had not. The grant of a seat was a matter of great significance. This is also a sign of upheaval in the Dragon Kingdom's royal power structure, which will undoubtedly be recorded in history by future generations. After I took my seat, several charming maids approached with fruits and tea treats.
Miss, that's enough, I can't finish all this, thank you, thank you.
The maids, following Empress Shangguanlan's orders, attended to me, refilling tea and water. With my left hand holding a royal osmanthus cake and my right hand holding Qinglan plum tea, I enjoyed the royal delicacies, which are usually hard to come by even for Xiao. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to announce something. This has already spread online and now we're just going through the formalities. I declare that, starting today, Xiao Xingyu is officially appointed as the Black Commissioner of the Royal Academy. The ministers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Xiao could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Does Chief Strategist Xie have any objections? Your Majesty, although Xiao Xingyu is extraordinarily talented, he is still young. Appointing him as the Black Commissioner of the Royal Academy may be inappropriate. I shot Xiao a disdainful glance and thought to myself, "Heh, you old man, you don't like seeing me promoted, do you?" Shangguanlan raised her hand and sipped her tea. Meng Chongguang, the head of the Royal Academy, stepped forward and stood beside Xiao. A chief strategist Xie, you may not be aware that the Disaster 379 air burst bomb was successfully developed with Xiao Xingyu's assistance. This revelation stunned everyone in the hall. The Disaster 379 air burst bomb project of the Royal Academy has been stagnant for a long time, hasn't it? Yes, that's right. I heard that in the past 2 or 3 years, the project had 9 failed attempts. Xiao Xingyu actually has such great abilities. The Empress's judgment is impeccable. Young talent is truly impressive. Xiao maintained a facade of calmness, but internally he was in turmoil. Hearing the admiration and praise from those around him, jealousy burned in his eyes. In Xiaozhong's plan, his son, Xiaowen, was supposed to enjoy all the praise and honor. It's only been 2 or 3 months since the Supernova Tournament ended. The gap between me and Xiaowen had already become a chasm. This was extremely displeasing to Xiaozhong, who valued face above all else. For a moment, Xiaozhong and I happened to make eye contact. Our gazes clashed, igniting the deep-seated resentment. My lips moved. "Damn little brat, how dare you humiliate me like this?" Xiaozhong clenched his fists in anger. He could read my lips. "I enjoy how you dislike me but can't do anything about it." This was my exact lip reading, nearly causing the deep-minded Xiaozhong to lose his composure. As the highest-ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom and a 10-star beast master, Xiaozhong was usually treated with great respect. But today, he was put down by a child and had to endure silently, unable to show any hatred toward me in front of the Empress. Meng Chongguang, on the other hand, looked proud, as I was a part of his Royal Academy. Your Majesty, there's one thing I took the liberty to do. Please don't blame me. I speak. Because Xiao Xingyu played a crucial role in the Disaster 379 air burst bomb project, I took the liberty to rename the project to Tianyu 379 air burst bomb. Shangguanlan smiled and nodded. Since Xiao Xingyu is the greatest contributor to this project, the name change is approved. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Chongguang was even happier than when he received honors himself. He stole a couple of glances at me like a mischievous old child. Xiao Xingyu. A present. I stood up and faced Shangguanlan. I heard that you obtained a treasure in the forbidden area of the Sea Spirit clan. Bring it out so the ministers can have a look.
Yes.
Xiao Xingyu raised his right hand, using spiritual power to manifest a golden eye orb in his palm. In an instant, the hall was filled with the scent of the sea. The golden eye orb floated in midair, surrounded by swirling golden waves. This is the Sea Spirit clan's sacred artifact, the Tide Eye? The color, the aura, and the indescribable sense of mystery make it a truly artistic treasure. No wonder Sir Xiao was able to repel a level 6 tsunami. If I were a fisherman from Yuguan Island, I'd sincerely honor him as the sea god. Don't be fooled by Sir Xiao's young age, his future is limitless. The ministers in the hall, whose greatest skill was to adapt to the situation, quickly saw that I was the Empress's favorite, enjoying immense favor. So, these fickle characters immediately started flattering me, even calling me Sir Xiao. Hearing everyone refer to me as Sir Xiao, I felt a bit shy but still wanted to hear it a few more times. In contrast, Xiaozhong looked green with envy. The people around him who used to only flatter him were now all busy praising me, using every superlative they could think of to bombard Sir Xiao with compliments. Shangguanlan was pleased with the minister's reactions, it was all part of her plan. I was the little fox and she was the old fox. Every move she made was for her own benefit. Everyone, I have one more announcement. From now on, we will make an exception and include Xiao Xingyu in the Star Protection Plan. The minister's reactions were uniform. Unexpected yet reasonable. It was unexpected because the Star Protection Plan originally only protected young talents of 5-star rank or higher, while I had just passed the 4-star assessment. It was reasonable because this young man had not only acquired the Tide Eye but also held the position of Black Commissioner of the Royal Academy. Such an exceptional talent deserved an exception. Hearing this, Xiao struggled to maintain his composure. Your Majesty, I believe my son Xiao should also be included in the Star Protection Plan. Seeing this, a wicked smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Xiao, oh Xiao, I see your weakness. I hadn't activated the demon god's eye, yet Xiaozhong's weakness was already glaringly obvious. This man was too concerned with his pride. Shangguan Lan paused for a moment and asked with a smile, "Has your son made any contributions to the Royal Academy?" Gah. Has your son been recognized by the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact? Has your son ever had the courage to participate in cross-rank assessments? Has your son ever used his life to defend a city? Has your son ever won a championship in the supernova competition? Shangguan Lan's consecutive questions were like a series of lethal blows, instantly depleting Xiaozhong's health bar. Master Xia, I hope you understand that the exception made for Xiao Xingyu is because he is deserving. This old fox was using me not only to reprimand, the one who overshadows the master, but also to tighten her bond with me. The sparks from her calculations were evident. Shangguan Lan, you really are a 1,000-year-old fox refined to perfection. Seeing through everything, I felt a heightened sense of vigilance towards this stunning woman. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. Shangguan Lan should be admired from afar, not approached casually. At this moment, it was undoubtedly my shining moment. Xiaozhong's face darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Xiao Xingyu must be eliminated. Before, Xiaozhong wanted to remove me to clear the way for his son, Xiao. Now, Xiaozhong wanted to eliminate me simply for his own sake. Because he had realized that this young man was obstructing his path. A newly promoted 4-star Beast Master could evoke a sense of crisis in a 10-star Beast Master. This was what set me apart. My terror was not just in strength but also in the unseen talents that always made powerful figures wary. Everything that needed to be discussed today has been concluded. I'm a bit tired now, everyone please leave. Shangguan Lan had finished her performance and no longer needed these clueless spectators. Xiaozhong wanted to say something, but seeing Shangguan Lan's impatient demeanor, he decided against it, bowing and exiting the Night Lawn Hall with a dejected look, just like the others. Xiao Xingyu, stay behind. Ga? Okay. Shangguan Lan instructed everyone to leave and dismissed the maidservants. For Xiaozhong, this was another heavy blow. The once crowded Night Lawn Hall was now eerily empty, with only Shangguan Lan and me remaining. And now that it's just the two of us, don't be too formal. Sit and chat with me. Shangguan Lan personally brewed tea. The tea she brewed was only for Princess Shangguan Qian and me. Xiao Xingyu, do you know why I gave you a seat? I picked up my teacup and smiled knowingly. To reprimand Xiaozhong. You're quite smart. Your Majesty flatters me. Actually, this is my weakest moment. Still whining even though I praised you. You're so smart, why don't you take this throne? I'll give it to you. Go ahead, sit. Shangguan Lan stood up and pointed to the throne behind her. I broke into a cold sweat, my smile awkward. Your Majesty, please don't tease me. I was wrong, all right. Shangguan Lan might have been testing whether I had ambitions. I felt somewhat guilty since one of my goals was to replace Shangguan Lan and ascend the throne of the Dragon Kingdom. To alleviate my unease, I quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty, you summoned me this time, probably not just to reprimand Xiaozhong, right? Correct. Reprimanding Xiaozhong was just a side effect. I summoned you to fulfill a promise. I was confused. What promise? Master Xiao, have you forgotten so quickly after your recent promotion? Your Majesty, please don't point it out. I really did forget. I was sweating profusely. Shangguan Lan's sarcastic tone was more terrifying than the sea waves of Yuguan Island. I promised you that if you passed the 4-star assessment within this semester, I would reward you with a Qilin beast. I was taken aback, then snapped my fingers as I remembered. Yes, now I recall, you did make that promise. Shang Guanlan looked at me with a mournful expression. You can forget such an important matter. Do you still want the reward?
Yes, I want it.
Which beast master could resist the allure of a Qilin beast? My eyes sparkled with excitement and saliva nearly dripped from my mouth. Shang Guanlan slightly used her spiritual power and swift footsteps were heard from outside the hall. Soon, a black Qilin beast charged into the hall, kneeling at Shang Guanlan's skirts and rubbing its head against her calf. This was the second time I had seen this Qilin beast. Activating my demon god's eye, the data panel appeared. Name, Thunder Jade Qilin. Level, fully mature first stage. Bloodline, pure Qilin bloodline, mythical quality. Talent 1, Thunder Sensation, in thunderstorm weather, all attributes, attack, defense, agility, are tripled. Talent 2, Thunder Mark, after marking an enemy with lightning, you can instantly move to the enemy's rear. Talent 3, not activated, activation condition, breakthrough to transcendent body bloodstorm thunder, converts own blood into red lightning, causing confusion to the enemy. Talent 4, not activated, activation condition, breakthrough to transcendent body thunder purification, uses heavenly thunder to cleanse oneself and allies, removing negative effects like burning, poisoning, slowing, etc. Attributes, Thunder Element, Healing Element. Loyalty, 30, reminder, low value, difficult to tame. Skills. Thunderclap, roars to the sky, summoning 18 bolts of heavenly thunder to cause area explosion damage to enemies. Number of thunderbolts increases with strength. Lightning Chains, swings its tail to shoot out lightning chains, trapping a single enemy unit. Awakened skills, not activated. Evolution Path, Thunder Jade Qilin Thunder Fury Qilin Beast Thunderstorm Qilin King Purple Cloud Thunder Qilin Emperor. Habits and preferences, enjoys rain, grinding teeth. This was the reward Shang Guanlan had prepared for me. As long as I advanced to a 4-star Beast Master before the end of the semester, I would receive this reward. Now that I had achieved it, Shang Guanlan kept her promise and immediately fulfilled it. Xiao Xingyu, from now on, this Thunder Jade Qilin is yours. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. During this 4-star assessment journey, I triggered a chain reaction and made a huge profit. Not only did I successfully advance to 4-star, but I also obtained the tie-dye and now received the Thunder Jade Qilin as a reward from the Empress, truly a triple win. I was excited and eager, reaching out to touch the Thunder Jade Qilin. However, the Qilin beast was not receptive. Its eyes were filled with wariness and even hostility towards me. Shang Guanlan gently stroked the Thunder Jade Qilin's head and reminded, you should know that Qilin-type beasts have a noble bloodline and are difficult to tame. Do you have the patience for this? I smiled confidently. 3 days. No, 1 day. I only need 1 day to make it bow to me and sign a blood contract. So confident? I'll give you 1 day then. 1 day later, if the Thunder Jade Qilin is still unwilling to sign the blood contract with you, don't blame me for taking back this reward. I was stunned. Gahem, could we make it 2 days instead? Xiao Xingyu, I still prefer the confident attitude you had just now. Don't back down. Once the big talk is made, it's like water spilled on the ground, it's hard to take back. I had only 1 day to tame the Thunder Jade Qilin, otherwise Shang Guanlan would reclaim it. 1 day it is. I like challenges. Given the situation, I had no choice but to motivate myself. Taming a proud and noble-blooded Thunder Jade Qilin within 1 day was an intriguing challenge for me. Shang Guanlan revealed a refined smile. At this time tomorrow, still in this night-long hall, I look forward to seeing your results. Don't disappoint me. Your Majesty, when have I ever disappointed you since we first met? Shang Guanlan appeared lost in thought, recalling how she started paying attention to this young man during the Supernova competition, and she had indeed never been disappointed. Talent, intelligence, determination, courage, and loyalty to the country, Xiao Xingyu possessed nearly all the traits Shang Guanlan admired most. Of course, Shang Guanlan did not completely trust me. After all, the more intelligent someone is, the harder it is to control. Shang Guanlan was unsure if I would remain loyal after becoming successful. Given Shang Guanlan's calculations, she must have some subtle reservations about me. But I wasn't easily deceived. I could sense that Shang Guanlan didn't fully trust me yet. The relationship between the old fox and the young fox was still in a delicate stage of mutual probing. Eyes, gestures, even the tone and phrasing of each sentence were under subtle scrutiny from both sides. Please leave for now. I'll be waiting here for you tomorrow. Yes. I looked at the Thunder Jade Qilin and said with a grin, "Hey, Qilin, come here and follow me home." The Thunder Jade Qilin held its head high and chest out, looking down on me with disdain and ignoring my invitation. This was a trait of the pure-blooded Qilin lineage. They are only close to the Shangguan family's bloodline and have no affection for other humans. This is similar to how pure-blooded phoenixes are only close to the Yi family. Shangguan Lan gently patted the back of the Thunder Jade Qilin, speaking earnestly. "I won't force you to sign a blood contract with this young man. You only need to stay by his side for 1 day. After 1 day, if you still refuse to acknowledge him as your master, you can return to me." Although the Thunder Jade Qilin was unwilling, it had to obey since it was Shangguan Lan's order. Next, the Thunder Jade Qilin stepped forward with a proud stride and came to stand before me. The Thunder Jade Qilin was in its fully mature form, about the size of a horse on the plains. Compared to other wild and rough beasts, it wasn't huge but was perfectly suited for riding. I locked eyes with the Thunder Jade Qilin, my eyes shining with excitement. A pure-blooded Qilin truly is impressive. The overall shape of the Thunder Jade Qilin was similar to a typical Qilin: dragon head, deer body, ox tail, and horse hooves. The difference was that a deep blue diamond-shaped algae jade was embedded in its forehead. Its scales resembled tree-like lightning patterns, both majestic and solemn. Upon closer inspection, one could also see swirling ink painting patterns around its body, with intermittent flickers of electric sparks. The Thunder Jade Qilin was hailed as the gentleman of the Qilin clan. Every movement of the Thunder Jade Qilin showcased elegance and grace, and no beast master could resist its charm. Shangguan Lan added, originally, this Thunder Jade Qilin was meant to be a birthday gift for Qin'er. But she has no interest in thunder-type beasts, perhaps due to childhood trauma. Your Majesty, thank you for granting me this pureblood Qilin beast. I will definitely nurture it with utmost care. Don't make any grand claims just yet. If you cannot sign the blood contract within a day, this beast will no longer belong to you. Having finished our discussion, I bowed and prepared to leave with the Thunder Jade Qilin. Xiao Xingyu, a quick reminder. I turned around, attentively listening. Once you step out of this hall, you might encounter some troubles. But you'll need to adapt slowly, as this will be your new norm. I was puzzled. Troubles? What troubles? Carrying my confusion, I stepped out of the hall. Oh wow, so many people. I was startled. The doorway was crowded with people. These individuals were dressed in luxurious attire, exuding the stench of wealth, and were high-ranking officials I had encountered earlier in the court. Ahihi, Lord Xiao, you're out.
Have you eaten yet?
Lu has prepared a modest feast. Please grace us with your presence, Lord Xiao. The Thunder Jade Qilin? The Empress actually bestowed it upon you? You must be a significant figure by her side. Lord Xiao, I am Chanja from the Finance Department. It's an honor to finally meet you. I hope we can be friends. I was surrounded by these officials, who vied to flatter and curry favor with me, their obsequiousness quite ugly to behold. I'm starting to understand what Shangguan Lan meant by trouble. I felt a bitter resignation. Being granted the Empress's seat, I was naturally the target of all these sycophantic ministers. When Xie Zhong was appointed as the 10-star beast master and became the top strategist of the Dragon Kingdom, he also experienced such treatment. But that was in the past. Now, the most favored and beloved minister by the Empress was the newly prominent Lord Xiao. Some even wanted to make me their son-in-law. A Lord Xiao, my daughter, Lua Wanqing, is of a similar age to you. Would you like to meet her? No need. Just meet her. She is as beautiful as a flower and has a good figure. I don't like women, all right. I was exasperated and spoke out of turn. Just as I was feeling trapped, a clear, cold female voice rang out. Outside the Night Lawn Hall, as high-ranking ministers of the Dragon Kingdom, how can you behave in such a manner? A princess. I looked aside, relieved and grateful. Everyone leave. The crowd dared not defy the princess and scurried away with their tails between their legs. Princess Shangguan Qian timely appeared, saving me from the predicament. A princess, thank you. There's no need to be so formal between friends. We exchanged a smile, one that signified a lasting friendship. Whether this pure friendship will deteriorate or cross boundaries remains uncertain. Thunder Jade Qilin? Princess Shangguan Qian approached and gently stroked the Thunder Jade Qilin's head. The Thunder Jade Qilin, fond of the Shangguan family's bloodline, closed its eyes in contentment and even made a soft, pleasing sound to Princess Shangguan Qian. Don't mention it. Your mother gave me this beast and insisted I tame it within a day, making it willingly sign a blood contract with me. If I fail, I'll have to return this beast to your mother.
Princess Shangguanqian's eyes twinkled as she raised an eyebrow. A pureblood Qilin beast, which is close only to our Shangguan lineage, is as difficult to tame as climbing to the heavens.
So, what's your plan?
My demon I could see the Thunder Jade Qilin's habits and preferences. The beast had simple preferences, rain and grinding its teeth. For rain, it needed thunderstorm rain. For grinding its teeth, it required a hard thunder-type mineral. Princess, do you know where I can find thunder-type minerals?
The harder, the better.
I hardened as Shangguanqian looked at me with a reproachful expression. Whose choice of words is that?
It sounds quite crude.
I corrected myself. May I ask where I can find hardened thunder-type minerals? At that moment, a few of the Empress's maidservants passed by and overheard me, stifling their laughter. Princess Shangguanqian covered her forehead. There are times when I really want to pretend I don't know you. Being your friend is quite embarrassing. Princess Shangguanqian, being a royal, was concerned with her image and turned to leave. I hurried after her, noticing my awkward gait. Princess, don't go. I'm unfamiliar with the palace, I don't even know where the restroom is, and my bladder is about to burst.
Besides, we're friends, you should help me out.
The Thunder Jade Qilin followed reluctantly behind me. It didn't like me, but out of obligation to Shangguan Land's order, it would stay with me for this day. But that's all it would do. A blood contract?
That was out of the question.
It wouldn't even let me pat its head.
Princess, please help me. I'm not going to help.
Miss Shangguan, the most beautiful girl in the universe, if you ignore me again, I'll be upset. Under my relentless pleading, Princess Shangguanqian's heart softened.
I'll help, but what's in it for me?
Princess Shangguanqian turned around, crossing her arms and waiting for my answer with expectant eyes. I was stumped, scratching my head in indecision. Princess Shangguanqian was a royal, accustomed to luxury and lacking nothing. After thinking for a while, a sudden idea struck me. Princess, have you ever attended the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair in the Commoners' celebrations? Princess Shangguanqian looked surprised and intrigued. You mean the Lantern Fair held during the New Year to worship the fire god Zhurong? I smiled and nodded. Princess Shangguanqian bit her lip, her face showing a hint of anticipation, with a touch of regret and loneliness in her eyes. To be honest, every New Year, I'm always at Night Lawn Palace. My mother and I just sit by the stove, brewing tea, chatting aimlessly. Now that I think about it, it's quite dull. Princess Shangguanqian glanced at me, her expression slightly embarrassed. Hey, are you making fun of me for being a princess who has never attended the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair, as if I've never seen the world before? I wasn't making fun of you. I gave her a bright smile and proposed, Princess, how about I take you to the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair this year? Princess Shangguanqian's heart raced, and the fleeting thrill was incredibly intense. That might be unrealistic. Shangguanqian regained her composure and shook her head with a wry smile. Every New Year, my mother always insists I stay at Night Lawn Palace to keep her company. I haven't had the chance to leave the palace. I confidently patted my chest and assured her, don't worry, I can persuade your mother. No, I mean the Empress. Princess Shangguanqian suddenly felt a sense of longing and anticipation, subconsciously imagining us attending the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair together. She had never been to the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair, so her imagined scenes were vague, with only the clear image of walking beside me. If you can really persuade my mother.
Wait.
Princess Shangguanqian paused, a realization dawning on her. Princess, what's wrong? Attending the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair, it's not just the two of us, right?
Will she be going too? Who's she?
The one who gave you the scarf. Princess Shangguanqian didn't know Murong Xin, only that a girl had given me a scarf. You mean 6 Jean? Of course she'll be going.
The three of us together.
Princess Shangguanqian tried to stay calm, but the dim light in her eyes betrayed her emotions. Princess, how do you feel about the promise I made to you? The Fire God Festival Lantern Fair is a lot of fun, I can tell you.
Xiao Xingyu.
Princess Shangguanqian interrupted me.
Yes?
Thank you for inviting me to the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair, but I'll still choose to stay at Night Lawn Palace with my mother during the New Year.
I've gotten used to it.
As I often say, the princess is a really wonderful person.
Princess Shangguanqian was sensitive and understood that the girl who gave me the scarf held an irreplaceable position in my heart. Princess Shangguanqian really wanted to attend the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair, very much so. But she restrained her desire, not wanting to be a third wheel between me and the girl. It's hard to imagine that the most esteemed princess of the Dragon Kingdom, with her status, could use 100 methods to claim me, but she chose not to. In the face of her emotions, Princess Shangguanqian chose to be humble and suppress her own desires. "A princess, why did your mood suddenly drop? The Fire God Festival Lantern Fair is really fun. Would you reconsider?" Princess Shangguanqian forced a graceful smile with her dimples showing. "We're friends, and helping you is just out of friendship, not for any benefit. I was only joking earlier." "Princess, you might have been joking, but I wasn't. I'm serious about wanting to take you to the Fire God Festival Lantern Fair." Princess Shangguanqian stared into my sincere, earnest face, her thoughts a tangled mess. "Are you big fool, you Denzeman? If I agree, 6 Jean will definitely be unhappy." "It's strange though. What kind of parents would give their daughter such an odd name as 6 Jean?" Murong Xin was Murong Jin's daughter, and Princess Shangguanqian naturally knew her. But with me calling her 6 Jean, Princess Shangguanqian couldn't connect the nickname to the white-haired beauty Murong Xin. "Come with me. I'll take you to find the Thunder-type minerals." "Where to?" "A mineral treasure bureau. Stern. The Mineral Treasure Bureau is the largest mineral reserve department in the Dragon Kingdom, located in the southwest corner of the Imperial City. In the context of a global apocalypse, not only animals and plants mutate but also the minerals buried underground. Some seemingly insignificant minerals undergo wild mutations, and combined with intense geological activities caused by natural disasters, they can unintentionally transform into highly valuable new types of minerals. These new minerals have different attributes, extremely high hardness, and can be used to create magical artifacts or as evolution materials for spirit beasts. "Princess, wait a moment. You wanted high-hardness thunder-type minerals, didn't you? Just follow me. Before we go to the Mineral Treasure Bureau, could I use the restroom first? I feel like my prostate is about to explode." Seeing me desperately holding it in, Princess Shangguanqian couldn't help but chuckle. "The restroom is at the end of this path, turn right." "No, wait, I mean turn right and then left." "Xiao Xingyu, you're going to the women's restroom." "Inside the women's restroom asterisk." "Ah, there's a pervert." "No, wait, this person looks familiar." "Lord Xiao?" "Oh my, it really is Lord Xiao, he's so handsome." "Lord Xiao, can we take a photo together?" I was holding my belt, flustered and flailing. No, you've got it wrong. I'm not Xiao Xingyu, I really am not Xiao Xingyu." Outside the restroom, Princess Shangguanqian had her hands on her hips and a smirk in her eyes, remarking, "Never seen before and never to be seen again, truly a genius among geniuses." The twilight's afterglow, like a soft symphony, played across the earth, covering everything with a thin golden veil as delicate as a cicada's wing. Imperial City Mineral Treasure Bureau asterisk. In the lobby, a middle-aged man with a large belly was sitting on a mahogany chair, holding a cup of hot tea. This man, named Luo Tiannan, was the director of the Mineral Treasure Bureau. Although he was not a spirit beast master, his position afforded him a high status. In other words, it would not be an exaggeration to call Luo Tiannan the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. In front of Luo Tiannan sat a young man with a delicate and feminine appearance. "Mr. Xie, what can I do for you?" "Director Luo, I heard that the extraction team from the Mineral Treasure Bureau recently found a jade coffin thunderstone in the Fenghuang Valley." Yes, that's right. The jade coffin thunderstone is extremely rare. Most of it has been used for magical artifact research and has been transported to the headquarters of the Shenyuan Technology Group. Xia Weiyan smiled faintly. "Given Director Luo's nature, you probably didn't hand over all of it and kept a portion for yourself." Luo Tiannan lowered his voice. "Mr. Xie, to be honest, I secretly kept a piece." Xia Weiyan understood immediately and got straight to the point. "Then I won't beat around the bush. I need that piece of jade coffin thunderstone." The jade coffin thunderstone was something Xia Weiyan was determined to obtain. However, he was unaware that I was on my way. Mr. Xie, don't mind me asking, what do you need the jade coffin thunderstone for?" "Recently, my father gave me a thunder-type spirit beast. The jade coffin thunderstone would be just the right material for its evolution." Xia Weiyan's sole obsession was to surpass me. By this morning, the news of the Empress summoning me had spread throughout the imperial city. Xia Weiyan, learning that I was enjoying the honor of being granted a seat by the Empress at Night Lawn Palace, felt his jealousy and resentment burning like wildfire. At this moment, Xia Weiyan only wanted to obtain the Jade Coffin Thunderstone, evolve his spirit beast, and then participate in the 4-star assessment to catch up with me, aiming to put me under his feet. Gah, so Mr. Xie needs the Jade Coffin Thunderstone for the evolution of his spirit beast. Director Luo, with my father's name, will you give me the Jade Coffin Thunderstone or not? Xia Weiyan, impatient, directly invoked the name of a Xie Zhong. Luo Tiannan's eye showed a hint of trepidation. He knew well how ruthless Xie Zhong was. Xie Zhong had reached his current status by stepping over countless corpses. To avoid offending Xie Zhong, Luo Tiannan had no choice but to agree. Mr. Xie, please wait a moment. I'll get the Jade Coffin Thunderstone for you. Luo Tiannan went to a back room and soon returned with a black box. Opening the box revealed a piece of crystal-clear jade. The jade was lake blue, with special internal patterns that were visually stunning. The surface of the jade glowed with faint electric sparks, emanating a sacred and solemn aura, as if it could cleanse a tainted soul. Mr. Xie, this is the Jade Coffin Thunderstone extracted from 1382 meters underground in Fenghuang Valley. Look at its color and texture, isn't it a gem among jade stones? The Jade Coffin Thunderstone was the top of the line in underground minerals. Its hardness surpassed over 3,000 industrial minerals, impervious to water and fire, immune to oxidation, and even harder than the bones of beast gods. Greed and delight were evident on Xia Weiyan's face as he eagerly anticipated the Jade Coffin Thunderstone. With the Jade Coffin Thunderstone, my Thunder Roar beast will complete its evolution. Xiao Xingyu, you didn't die even when you fell into the forbidden land of the Sea Spirit Clan. You really have a strong fate. Why do you get the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred artifact inheritance? Why do you get the Empress's favor? Why are you so close to the princess? Why am I, Xia Weiyan, inferior to you? At this moment, Xia Weiyan's facial expression was completely out of control. His young face was marred by deep lines of anger. The muscles around his nose twitched like worms. The man had succumbed to madness, his mind clouded by the flames of jealousy. Mr. Xie, Mr. Xie. Luo Tiannan called out several times before pulling Xia Weiyan back to reality. Mr. Xie, are you okay? You looked unwell just now. Should I call a doctor for you? Xia Weiyan forced himself to regain composure. Director Luo, I will take the Jade Coffin Thunderstone. To express my gratitude, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. The Xie family will assist you. Xia Weiyan reached out to take the black box containing the Jade Coffin Thunderstone from Luo Tiannan. Luo Tiannan tightly gripped a corner of the black box, his face showing clear reluctance. Mr. Xie, this Jade Coffin Thunderstone is extremely rare. I only have this one piece. Luo Tiannan was loath to part with the Jade Coffin Thunderstone. He had already planned to use unconventional methods to secretly transport the stone to the ghost market for a high-priced auction and make a substantial profit. Luo Tiannan had frequently engaged in such dealings. Shangguan Lan was an old fox who was aware but never exposed it, turning a blind eye as a form of tacit approval. After all, occasionally letting subordinates taste sweet rewards and earn some extra money could help win their loyalty and solidify the power structure of the imperial city. Seeing the Jade Coffin Thunderstone about to be taken by Xia Weiyan, Luo Tiannan felt a pang of regret. As Luo Tiannan hesitated to release the box, Xia Weiyan's face darkened and his voice turned cold. Director Luo, don't forget, without the protection of our Xie family, would you have been able to hold the position of Director of the Mineral Treasure Bureau for so long? Yes, Mr. Xie is absolutely right. Luo is grateful for Master Xie's care over the years. Luo Tiannan had indeed been taken care of by Xie Zhong, but it was merely an exchange of interests, with no real affection involved. Luo Tiannan was well aware that should any disputes over interests arise, the Xie family would become his enemy. Given the choice, he would rather avoid aligning with such a wolves and tigers as the Xie family.
Let go.
I said let go. Enraged, Xia Weiyan intended to forcibly seize the black box from Luo Tiannan's hands. A report. Director Luo, Her Highness the Princess and Lord Xiao have arrived for a visit. The unexpected interruption thwarted Xia Weiyan's plans. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Weiyan was distracted, Luo Tiannan quickly hid the black box.
Her Highness the Princess, and who else?
Lord Xiao.
Which Lord Xiao?
Lord Xiao Xingyu from the Black Department of the Imperial Academy. To be honest, Luo Tiannan had a unique talent for changing expressions, akin to the Sichuan opera face-changing art. Just moments ago, Luo Tiannan's face had been twisted in agony and fury while facing Xia Weiyan. But upon hearing my name, his expression changed dramatically, with excitement and joy shining in his eyes.
Quickly invite Lord Xiao in.
Prepare tea, the best tea, the one I usually save for special occasions. Director Luo, there's also Her Highness the Princess outside.
Go, Her Highness the Princess, please invite her as well.
Shangguanqian could never have imagined that one day, as the Princess of the Dragon Kingdom, she would become merely a by-the-way guest in Luo Tiannan's eyes. We entered the hall together. Director Luo Tiannan of the Mineral Treasure Bureau, greetings to Her Highness the Princess and Lord Xiao. Luo Tiannan adjusted his clothing, bowed deeply, and his demeanor was incredibly obsequious.
Qianer, what a coincidence.
Xia Weiyan, who had admired Shangguanqian since childhood, tried to display an elegant demeanor, flashing a smile. Shangguanqian showed no interest in Xia Weiyan and didn't even acknowledge him. Director Luo, I didn't expect you to have other guests here.
Her Highness the Princess, Mr. Xie has come to reminisce with me.
Luo Tiannan made no mention of the Jade Coffin Thunderstone.
Xia Weiyan's gaze bypassed Shangguanqian and landed on me, a fire of anger burning in his chest. If looks could kill, I would have been slain 800 times by now. Lord Xiao, please take a seat.
This is my treasured Dahong Pao tea, which I have preserved for many years. Please have a taste.
If you like it, I'll send some gift boxes of the tea to your residence.
I sat down, crossed my legs, and took a gentle sip of the hot tea.
It's quite good.
Luo Tiannan sat beside me, his chubby face filled with smiles.
I'm glad you like it, Lord Xiao.
Lord Xiao's visit to our bureau truly brings great honor to us. Since I get along so well with Lord Xiao, would it be possible for us to take a photo together?
Lord Xiao, my daughter Luo Wanqing is truly a beautiful lady. How about arranging a meeting between you two?
You young people have a lot in common. Besides, a fortune teller once said that my daughter has a husband-boosting physique. I suddenly realized that Director Luo Tiannan was the official who had tried to introduce his daughter to me as a potential wife when we were at the Nightfall Palace entrance. However, I only acknowledge one father-in-law, Admiral Murongjin. Director Luo, thank you for your kind offer, but while we can be friends, I must decline the offer to become your son-in-law. As a newcomer to the officialdom, I still rejected others in a somewhat tactful manner. In a few days, when I become more impatient, my rejection will become more forceful, with just a single word, scram, being enough. Shangguanqian quietly reminded me, let's get to the point. I cleared my throat and got straight to the subject. Director Luo, I heard from the princess that the Mineral Treasure Bureau has a large number of gemstones. Do you have any extremely hard thunder attribute ores? Luo Tiannan was momentarily taken aback and glanced at the black box in his hands.
Yes. Of course.
Lord Xiao, it's a coincidence that you're here.
Take a look at this ore and see if it meets your approval.
Luo Tiannan presented the black box with both hands. Seeing the Jade Coffin Thunderstone inside, my eyes lit up with delight. A Jade Coffin Thunderstone, a great find. Lord Xiao truly has a discerning eye. You recognize the Jade Coffin Thunderstone at a glance.
This is the only one I have left, and it's very valuable.
I activated my Demon God's Eye and scanned the Jade Coffin Thunderstone. This hardness is perfect for making a chew toy for the Thunderstorm Kirin. Luo Tiannan, a veteran in the officialdom, could immediately tell how much I valued the Jade Coffin Thunderstone.
Lord Xiao, since you need it, I'll give it to you.
Luo Tiannan was willing to part with the last remaining Jade Coffin Thunderstone at the expense of himself just to gain a favor from Lord Xiao.
Xia Weiyan, standing by, was stunned and paralyzed with shock.
Director Luo, I was the first to show interest in this Jade Coffin Thunderstone. Sorry, Mr. Xie, I've decided to give the Jade Coffin Thunderstone to Lord Xiao.
Luo Tiannan, you.
Xia Weiyan was so furious he could barely speak. This wasn't just about who received the Jade Coffin Thunderstone, it was about whose side was being taken. In this choice, Luo Tiannan had opted to distance himself from the Xie family and align with the new elite of the Imperial City, me.
Director Luo, thank you very much.
A Lord Xiao need not be polite. It is an honor for me to help you. The remaining Jade Coffin Thunderstone was indeed Luo Tiannan's prized possession. Even when Xia Weiyan had used his father's name to pressure Luo Tiannan into giving up the Jade Coffin Thunderstone, Luo Tiannan still hesitated. However, with a single request from me, he willingly presented it without any hesitation. This reflects my current status in the Imperial City. Although I am young and inexperienced, with the support of the Empress Shangguan Lan, Luo Tiannan naturally wished to be on good terms with me and willingly gave up the Jade Coffin Thunderstone. Xia Weiyan, unable to control his emotions, reached out towards the Jade Coffin Thunderstone. Xia Weiyan, are you so desperate that you're trying to snatch it? I smiled slightly, my hands quick, and the Jade Coffin Thunderstone was swiftly stored in my spatial ring. Xia Weiyan's anger was palpable and he snarled, Xiao Xingyu, do you know that opposing me is the same as opposing the entire Xia family? I don't have the time to go against every Tom, Dick, and Harry. All I know is that this Jade Coffin Thunderstone was given to me by Director Luo. Who are you calling Tom, Dick, and Harry? Xia Weiyan's face turned red with anger. Faced with me, he couldn't fight or curse me out. The sense of humiliation filled his entire chest. Mr. Xia, don't be angry. I have other types of thunder attribute ores in my collection. You can choose from those if you'd like. Luo Tiannan stepped forward, trying to mediate. Xia Weiyan gritted his teeth and glared at Luo Tiannan. Other types of thunder attribute ores? Can their quality match even a tenth of the Jade Coffin Thunderstone? Haha, Luo Tiannan, you old fool, you'll regret your decision today. At this point, Xia Weiyan would only stay to be humiliated by me and be scorned by Shangguan Qian. Suppressing his anger, Xia Weiyan turned and left the Mineral Treasure Bureau. After leaving the hall, Xia Weiyan glanced back. Xiao Xingyu, I won't let you be so arrogant for long. I will make sure to kill you. Xia Weiyan was engulfed in murderous intent. His hatred for me had reached the point of either you die or I do. After Xia Weiyan left, I turned to Luo Tiannan and asked curiously, Director Luo, was it worth it to offend Xia Weiyan and the entire Xia family for me? Luo Tiannan glanced at Shangguan Qian. Shangguan Qian smiled warmly. Director Luo, today I am here not as the Dragon Kingdom princess but as a friend. Feel free to speak your mind. Hearing this, Luo Tiannan relaxed and first bowed respectfully to Shangguan Qian, then looked at me with sincere eyes. Lord Xiao, I've spent my life in the Mineral Treasure Bureau and have seen all kinds of people. I consider my judgment to be quite good, and I've never been mistaken about people. Though I have had some dealings with the Xia family, it's purely based on interests. Associating with the Xia family is like walking on thin ice, one wrong step and it's all over. I can see that Lord Xiao is not an ordinary person and handles affairs with integrity. If I had to choose a side, I would choose to stand with Lord Xiao. I smiled and nodded. Thank you for your recognition, Director Luo. Though I, Xiao Xingyu, may not have much ability, I will not disappoint your trust. Lord Xiao, I, Luo Tiannan, guarantee that no matter what changes occur in the Imperial City, I will always stand by your side. Smart people speak to smart people. In our mutual gaze, both Luo Tiannan and I saw what each other wanted. That was enough. Shangguan Qian joked, Director Luo, it seems you had quite a lot to say about the current top military strategist of the Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Xie Zhong. Luo Tiannan smiled bitterly. Your Highness, you just said that today you're here as Lord Zhao's friend, not as the Dragon Kingdom princess. Naturally, I felt bolder and spoke my mind. To ease the atmosphere, we engaged in some casual conversation. Lord Xiao, my daughter is truly beautiful. Would you like me to introduce you to her? Thank you for the kind offer, Director Luo, but that won't be necessary. It's a pity I'm a man. If I were a woman, I'd personally. Director Luo, please keep your words respectful. After the small talk, it was already late. Luo Tiannan wanted to host a dinner for me, but I declined. When Shangguan Qian and I left the Mineral Treasure Bureau, the bright moon had already risen. The gentle moonlight bathed the Imperial City, giving it a less solemn and more picturesque quality. The night view of the Imperial City is truly unique to the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Xiao, if you like it, feel free to visit often in the future. My face turned red. A cough, princess, don't tease me. I feel quite embarrassed with you calling me Lord Xiao, so could you call me that a few more times? Go away. The two of us strolled down the ancient path of the Imperial City, eventually reaching the city gate. Princess, let's stop here. Please stay. Shangguanqian halted. Xiao Xingyu Luo Tian Nan is not a simple person. Do you know why he would rather offend the Xie family to please you? Without hesitation, I replied, he wants to jump ship. Shangguanqian narrowed her eyes.
A what ship?
The Xie family's pirate ship. Within the imperial city, besides Luo Tian Nan, there are many officials coerced and bribed by Xie Zhong. My appearance has given these people a glimmer of hope. Luo Tian Nan, as Shangguanqian said, is not an ordinary person. Since Empress Shangguanlan values me so much, it means she is suppressing Xie Zhong. Xie Zhong and the Xie family are like the remnants of an old era, a pirate ship that is on the verge of sinking. Everyone on that ship has two choices. 1. Stay on the ship, help Xie Zhong patch it up, and try to repair it. 2. Jump ship decisively and board my future warship. This choice is a one-time opportunity, involving everyone's future, even determining life and death. Luo Tian Nan's willingness to take a gamble isn't due to absolute trust in me, but because he is certain that the Xie family's ship will sink sooner or later. After a moment of silence, Shangguanqian brushed a strand of hair from her temple and kindly reminded, the Xie family's ship isn't so easy to sink. Aren't you afraid of getting caught up in it? An emperor orders a minister to die, and the minister must comply. Since your mother the empress insists on selecting me and making me a piece on the chessboard against the Xie family, I can only accept. There's no use in being afraid. Shangguanqian suddenly felt a chill. My wisdom exceeded her expectations. As Xiao Xingyu, I find it hard to believe you're just a 19-year-old who came from a small county. A princess, the wind is strong at night. You should go back and be careful not to catch a cold. I waved goodbye, leaving only a lonely and thin silhouette behind. You're not a pawn. I paused. My mother told me you're not just a pawn in her hands, you're a sword. I looked up and smiled lightly. What's the difference? There is definitely a difference. My mother sees you differently from anyone else. Sometimes I even think your character is more like her child than mine. An old fox and a young fox are both foxes, so they naturally resemble each other. The heart-to-heart talk ended there. Shangguanqian watched my figure disappear into the moonlit distance. In Longyin City, in the forest on the outskirts. I returned from the imperial city, and at home, Xiao Ruoxue had already prepared dinner and called several times urging me to come home. But now I have an urgent task to attend to, finding a way to sign a blood contract with the Thunder Jade Kirin. By the small river in the woods, the Thunder Jade Kirin was lying on a large rock, holding a piece of lake blue jade in its mouth. This jade was the Jade Casket Thunderstone I had obtained from the Mineral Treasure Bureau. One of the Thunder Jade Kirin's hobbies is grinding its teeth. The hardness of the Jade Casket Thunderstone exceeds that of the skulls of beast gods, and the Thunder Jade Kirin was enjoying the grinding process immensely. Brother Kirin, do you still like the grinding stone I gave you? The Thunder Jade Kirin, being highly intelligent, displayed expressions similar to those of humans. The look it had now seemed to say, don't think that just because of a Jade Casket Thunderstone, I'll sign a blood contract with you. I activated the demon eye and checked the Thunder Jade Kirin's loyalty. Loyalty at 40. The Thunder Jade Kirin's loyalty increased from 30 to 40 with just one Jade Casket Thunderstone. To sign a blood contract, the minimum loyalty requirement for a beast is 60. I placed my hands on my hips, circling around the Thunder Jade Kirin while pondering. Only 20 more points in loyalty. It seems the only way to make progress is to use its second hobby as leverage. The Thunder Jade Kirin has two major hobbies, grinding its teeth and enjoying the rain. Additionally, it requires a specific environment for rain, it must be a thunderstorm. With the year-end approaching, snowfall is frequent, but rain is rare, and thunderstorms are even more uncommon. I looked up at the clear night sky, lost in thought. No matter what, I must sign the blood contract tonight. Otherwise, I will have to return the Thunder Jade Kirin to Shangguanlan as agreed tomorrow. I squatted on the ground, thinking for a long time until suddenly inspiration struck. I have a plan. I came up with an idea and activated my spiritual power. The Thunder Jade Kirin was completely uninterested in me, focusing solely on gnawing the Jade Casket Thunderstone and grinding its teeth. It didn't exactly dislike me, but it had no affection for me either. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the moon. The once serene night sky seemed to be shrouded by a massive black cloth. A lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Boom tilde. Thunder rumbled, like 1,000 horses galloping, as a torrential rain poured down on the woods. The Thunder Jade Kirin loved thunderstorms. It became extremely excited. It temporarily set aside the jade casket thunderstone and ran freely by the small river, lifting its large, majestic head and enjoying the stormy weather. Between its scales, the faint electrical sparks grew more intense, creating a semi-spherical lightning storm around its body. I stood a short distance away with my arms crossed over my chest. Watching the thunder jade Kirin frolic in the rain, a gentle and contented smile appeared on my face. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a red dress emerged from behind a tree and stood beside me. The woman had long, elegant legs, a shapely rear, and a full bust. Her stunning figure, combined with a bewitching yet cool face, made her extraordinarily beautiful. Especially the hint of primal wildness in her brows, which could captivate any man's soul.
Bashasha, thank you.
Helping the master is part of my duty. Medusa slightly bowed and saluted me. It's worth mentioning that the space ring, which was originally on my left middle finger, had somehow appeared on my right middle finger. This wasn't the real world. This is a mirror world created by Medusa. During the battle at Huangyan City, the beast god level beast, the Naga goddess, was slain by me. Medusa devoured the Naga goddess's beast core. Now, Medusa has mastered the same mirror power as the Naga goddess. With my level of spiritual power, it is indeed impossible to command Medusa in combat. However, getting Medusa to create a mirror space is a piece of cake. In the mirror space, Medusa can freely modify the rules, such as the weather rules. With just a thought, Medusa can make the weather in the mirror space continuously stormy. The thunder jade Kirin didn't even notice when it was pulled into the mirror space. All it knew was the joy of the rain, its smile nearly stretching across its face. In contrast, neither Medusa nor I had a single drop of rainwater on us, our clothes remained dry. Raindrops falling from the sky would be deflected by an invisible force as soon as they came near us. The disaster beast Medusa declared, "Still the same, in the mirror world, I am the law." Ashasha, I must say, every flower, grass, and tree in this mirror world is just like in the real world. The only difference is the mirrored inversion. Normally, I would use my right hand to support myself while peeing. I tried it just now, and I actually got used to using my left hand.
How fascinating.
Medusa twitched her lips. A master, your train of thought is quite peculiar.
As everyone knows.
Boom tilde. A bolt of golden lightning descended from the sky, striking right next to me. I was startled and quickly hugged Medusa. A master, don't be afraid. Everything in the mirror world, such as lightning, flames, and tsunamis, won't cause you any harm.
You scared me to death.
I thought I might be struck by lightning. A master, your hand has been resting on my thigh.
What does that mean?
I looked down and found my hand resting on Medusa's round, snowy white and straight thigh. I was startled just now, and I didn't know where to put my hands. My apologies. To be honest, Shasha, your legs are really white and very elastic. I was reluctant to let go. A master, if you want to touch my legs, you can just say so. No need to make excuses about being afraid of lightning.
Ashasha, you're truly straightforward like a snake, and I like you just the way you are.
Medusa couldn't refuse. After all, we had signed a blood contract, and I had saved her life. No matter what I did, she wouldn't be repelled. An hour passed. I walked over to the Thunder Jade Kirin. Brother Kirin, are you done playing? The Thunder Jade Kirin was still enjoying the rain, not yet satisfied.
Igave Medusa aglangse.
Snap tilde. Medusa snapped her fingers. The rain stopped and the wind ceased. The night sky cleared up, with stars and the moon casting a gentle glow. The smile on the Thunder Jade Kirin's face instantly froze. Snap tilde. Medusa snapped her fingers again. In an instant, the thunder roared like a wild beast and the torrential rain rushed through the depths of the forest like swift arrows. Snap tilde. Snap tilde. Snap tilde. Medusa continued snapping her fingers. The weather alternated rapidly between clear skies and torrential rain, flashing on and off. The Thunder Jade Kirin looked up at the sky, completely baffled. The Kirin, whose brain CPU seemed to be overheating, had never seen such a bizarre weather change. I made a stop gesture with my hand. The weather ceased changing and remained stormy. I walked across the puddles and stood in front of the Thunder Jade Kirin. Assign the blood contract with me, and you can enjoy the pleasure of the stormy rain anytime. The Thunder Jade Kirin was in a dilemma, its bright eyes flashing with hesitation. I forget it if you don't want to sign. The lightning disappeared and the storm stopped. I turned to leave without looking back. The Thunder Jade Kirin stared at my retreating figure, seemingly deep in thought. I strode forward, muttering to myself. A1 tilde. A2 tilde.
A3.
In an instant, the Thunder Jade Kirin came running and stood in front of me. At this moment, the Kirin's once arrogant expression had vanished, replaced by a gentle demeanor. It sat down, its eyes clear, and with a slight expression, indicated that it was willing to sign the blood contract. The noble Thunder Jade Kirin could not resist the pleasure of enjoying rain anytime and anywhere. I gave a wicked smile. What if you have the noble Kirin bloodline?
Got you.
No time to waste, delays could bring changes. I bit my finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall on the Thunder Jade Kirin's forehead. The blood seeped into the Kirin's skin, and we both closed our eyes simultaneously. With the assistance of my spiritual power, a resonance was established between our souls. Soon, a pentagram totem appeared on the Kirin's forehead. The Beast Master emblem on my right wrist glowed with a dazzling blue light like electric currents. A contract successful. I opened my eyes overjoyed. The Thunder Jade Kirin in front of me had officially become my beast. At this moment, I made history. I was the only Beast Master in Dragon Kingdom who, without the surname Shangguan, had contracted a pureblood Kirin. Previously, only the bloodline of the Shangguan family could perfectly match with the pureblood Kirin bloodline. It has been proven that a Beast Master with enough talent can ignore bloodline restrictions. I raised my hand and patted the Thunder Jade Kirin's head. With the bond of the blood contract, the Kirin had become much more docile. It was willing to let me pat its head, but its loyalty was just barely sufficient. Loyalty 68. This is the data just refreshed by my demon eye. Kirin-type beasts are naturally dominant and hard to control. I'm not in a hurry. Developing a rapport with the Thunder Jade Kirin will require one battle after another in the future. I head home for dinner. Medusa dismantled the mirror space, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into my Beast Master emblem as if she had never appeared. I was starving and just wanted to get back to the by-hygiene mansion as soon as possible to eat the meals my sister cooked. On the way home, I rode the Thunder Jade Kirin, speeding like lightning and becoming the center of attention.
What's that?
A huge electric rat just flashed by. It's not an electric rat, I saw clearly, it's a Kirin. A Kirin? Incredible. Kirin-type beasts can only be contracted and controlled by the Empress and Princess, right? Who's that guy? Can't see clearly. Could he be the Empress's illegitimate son? Upon arriving at the doorstep, I leaped off the Thunder Jade Kirin's back and the first thing I did was vomit. Ugh. Kirin, your speed is too fast.
Ugh.
The Thunder Jade Kirin's top running speed was comparable to lightning streaking across the sky. In the capital, at the Xia residence. At the dining table, the atmosphere was tense. Xiao Yan didn't dare move her chopsticks, though her stomach was growling. Xia Zhong and Xia Weian, father and son, were both silent. Today was a day of unspoken sorrow for the Xia family. Xia Zhong had been subtly criticized by the Empress, Shangguan Lan, at the Night Lawn Palace. Xia Weian had been crushed and humiliated by me at the Mining Bureau. Xiao Yan had recently suffered from hormonal imbalances and menstrual irregularities. None of the three in this family had their wishes fulfilled. Seeing her father and brother looking so grim, Xiao Yan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Xiao Yan coquettishly said, "Father, brother, I'm so hungry." Xia Zhong spoke up, "Eat." Xiao Yan began to move her chopsticks but then withdrew them. Because neither Xia Zhong nor Xia Weian had touched their food yet. Gurgle. Xiao Yan's stomach started to growl. Xia Weian snapped out of his daze, picked up a piece of meat and put it into Xiao Yan's bowl, then looked at Xia Zhong. Father, I've made a decision." Xia Zhong looked up. What decision?" Xiao Xingyu must be removed, he cannot be left alive." The hatred and anger in Xia Weian's eyes gradually dissipated, leaving behind a chilling calm. He even admitted to himself the fact that his talent was not as great as mine. When a villain is no longer swayed by hatred and anger and regains his rationality, that is the most dangerous. Father, after serious thought, the Empress pushing Xiao Xingyu out is a direct attack on us, aiming to suppress our Xia family. If we allow Xiao Xingyu to be rampant, one day we will regret not killing him while he was still weak. Xia Zhong raised his glass. You've analyzed it well after calming down. Xia Weian also raised his glass, and the father and son drank together. Father, this person absolutely cannot be left alive, but I haven't figured out how to eliminate him yet.
It's just a pity. If I could get the Jade Casket Thunderstone, my Thunder Soul Beast would be able to evolve. With my current strength, I can't kill him. Xiao Wen shook his head and smiled. Who says we have to do the killing ourselves? Father, you mean letting someone else do the killing? Xia Zhong, confident, finished his drink in one gulp. I already have a plan for who will wield the knife, and that's the Yun family. The Yun family? The one that manages the royal beast garden? The father and son exchanged glances, and everything was understood without words. Anyway, you don't need to be too involved in dealing with Xiao Xingyu. Your current task is to quickly improve your strength, pass the 4-star assessment, and participate in the upcoming Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament in half a month. As long as you achieve good results in the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament, our Xia family's prestige will not decline. Xia Weian's blood boiled as he began to envision the future. But father, without the Jade Casket Thunderstone, my Thunder Soul Beast cannot evolve. I'm afraid I might. Don't worry, this purple quasar crystal contains lightning power even purer than the Jade Casket Thunderstone. Xia Zhong took out a box containing a sparkling purple gem. Father, where did this come from? Could it be from the Rakshasa? Don't mention that name and don't ask more. Just do as I say. Yes, father. Xia Weian carefully took the purple quasar crystal from the box, handling it with great care and affection. With this gem, his beast would evolve overnight, greatly increasing its power. By the way, father, Xiao Xingyu will definitely participate in the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament in half a month. Xia Zhong smiled with hidden malice. Xiao Xingyu? To participate in the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament? He does have the strength to join. But he probably won't have the chance to participate. Xia Weian instantly understood. Father, I understand. In Xia Zhong's plan, I would be eliminated before the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament even began. Let's eat. Okay. The father and son clinked glasses and chatted cheerfully. Yener, eat more. Yes, little sister, eat more. Look how much father cares about you, knowing you're still growing. You should thank him. Xiao Yan lowered her head, looking at the cold rice and dishes in her bowl, her hands trembling. Thank you, father. Thank you, brother. She suddenly felt a bit scared of her father, scared of her brother, scared of this family. But she couldn't escape. Because she bore the Xia surname, the blood of the Xia family flowing within her. The next day. Night Long Palace. I returned to the familiar place. The Thunder Jade Kirin sat beside me, its eyes clear and its demeanor obedient. Shangguan Lan clapped her hands in approval, her eyes filled with admiration. Very good, truly impressive. Xiao Xingyu, I didn't expect you to sign a blood contract with the Thunder Jade Kirin within a day. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Actually, I'm the least skilled, I'll just keep quiet. Shangguan Lan took a book from the bookshelf. This is a book on training purebred Kirin-type beasts, written by me personally. It should be helpful to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. In truth, I sneered at the book as I possessed the eye of the demon god, which allowed me to see through all data. In fact, I was even more adept at training purebred Kirin-type beasts than Shangguan Lan. Xiao Xingyu, let's discuss something serious. Do you know what's happening in half a month? I thought for a moment. The Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament? The Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament, also known as the annual Northern Hemisphere Genius Competition, is the only major event for the four remaining civilized nations in the Northern Hemisphere since the global apocalypse. These nations are Dragon Kingdom, Shama, Sakura Kingdom, and Li Kingdom. They rarely interact and have maintained a don't meddle in each other's affairs attitude for years. However, they secretly compete and test each other's limits. The reason for the lack of outright war is simply the absence of a suitable opportunity. With global resources scarce and land suitable for human habitation even more limited, conflicts among the four nations are inevitable once interests are at stake. Currently, the only intersection among these four nations is the annual Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament. On the tournament stage, the talents from each nation display their skills, making for a thrilling competition. As a first-year student at Azure Dragon Academy, I wouldn't normally be involved in the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament this early. The tournament's entry requirements are strict. Competitors must be at the 4-star rank, not exceeding 4 stars, and under the age of 21.
Simply put, only young 4-star Beastmasters are eligible to compete. Normally, a first-year student would be at the 2-star or 3-star level. To qualify for the 4-star assessment, one would need to wait until the second year. I am an exception. As a first-year student, I've qualified for the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament by passing the 4-star assessment. Your Majesty, you mentioned earlier that Azure Dragon Academy has 1 spot. I remember that each nation sends 3 participants to the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament.
What about the other 2 spots?
The other 2 spots go to White Tiger Academy and Vermilion Bird Academy. Each year, the 3 representatives from Dragon Kingdom are selected from the 4 major Beastmaster Academies. In recent years, Black Tortoise Academy has been in a period of decline with less talented students, resulting in missed selection opportunities. Xiao Xingyu, to gain qualification for the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, you first need to participate in the internal selection of Azure Dragon Academy. You've just advanced to the 4-star rank, and your competitors will be second-year students with more combat experience than you. Are you feeling pressured? I shook my head, my expression calm. Pressure? Since I started my journey, I haven't even known how to write the word pressure. Prepare well. The selection will start in 3 days. Yes, Your Majesty. As I was about to leave, Shangguanlan called me back. Do you know how our Dragon Kingdom delegation has performed in the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament over the past 3 years? I stopped, turned around, and faced Shangguanlan.
I've seen the news.
In the past 3 years, we've ranked second each time, with Shama Empire taking first place.
Xiao Xingyu, can you win first place for our Dragon Kingdom?
I guarantee it. I raised my right fist to my chest and bowed slightly. The theme of the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is Friendship First, Competition Second. But each country knows that the true nature of the martial arts tournament is a testing. A 4-star rank is not particularly high, but it has a special characteristic. Once a Beastmaster reaches the 4-star rank, the beasts they cultivate can generally reach their complete form, Tier 3. This means the beast's physical functions are fully matured but have not yet broken into the transcendent form. When a beast reaches the transcendent form, the competition is about bloodline quality and innate attributes. While the beast is still in its complete form, the differences in bloodline quality are less apparent, allowing the Beastmaster's skills and adaptability on the stage to be tested, making it fairer. This is also why the competition requirement is set at 4-star Beastmaster. After all, the competition is meant to determine the Beastmaster's talent level, not merely compare the beast's bloodline quality. At noon, I left Night Rain Palace and immediately spotted Princess Shangguanqian.
Princess, what are you doing here?
Xiao Xingyu, you're truly exceptional. What kind of spell did you use on the Thunder Jade Kirin to make it willingly sign a blood contract with you? I patted the Thunder Jade Kirin's head and smiled. It's just a blood contract. Is it that difficult? I thought having hands would be enough.
TSK, show off.
Shangguanqian hit the nail on the head, perfectly summarizing my image. The two of us walked side by side on the ancient road of the Imperial City, just as usual. I don't visit the Imperial City often. After finishing my business, Shangguanqian personally escorted me out of the city. Along the way, we chatted freely. So, my mother really wants you to participate in the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Shangguanqian guessed correctly. After all, I had just advanced to 4 stars and was under 21 years old, perfectly meeting the tournament's requirements. Princess, Dragon Kingdom has never lacked geniuses. Why have we been unable to outdo the Shama Empire in the past 3 years? Shangguanqian sighed. Although I don't want to dampen our morale and boost others, to be honest, Shama Empire's geniuses are indeed exceptionally talented. There are many monstrous prodigies like you. The term genius is never absolute but relative. Currently, among the younger generation, the Shama Empire's geniuses are superior to those of the other 3 nations, which is why they have won the championship for 3 consecutive years. Are the young geniuses of the Shama Empire really as strong as you say? Your mother said I must bring back the first place. It seems my mother has high expectations for you. I also hope you can achieve it and bring honor to our Dragon Kingdom. I'll make it happen. If it were anyone else saying they would win first place for Dragon Kingdom, Shangguanqian wouldn't believe it. But I am different. Shangguanqian has seen many miracles happen because of me. With 3 days left before the internal selection at Azure Dragon Academy, I spent the evening alone in the bathroom on the 2nd floor. In the bathtub, I poured in the magical firefly flower nectar transported from the Royal Science Academy.
Xiao Yin, time for a bath.
I summoned the heavenly soul vine and let it soak in the bathtub. The nectar of the magical firefly flowers contains potent toxins. But for the heavenly soul vine, it's like a milk bath for humans. The silver vines unfurled, glowing with silver fireflies, looking quite content. With plenty of magical firefly flower nectar, little silver's growth rate will surely be fast. Next, it's time to accelerate the dragon egg's incubation. I opened the system storage, retrieving the dragon egg and the dragon incubation platform. The incubation platform looked like a glowing pedestal with a base adorned with gilded dragon patterns, emitting an aura of dragon power. I carefully placed the dragon egg in the center of the incubation platform. Instantly, a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of the dragon egg. In the living room on the first floor, where Xiao Ruoxue was watching TV with Yi Shimeng, she suddenly raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of intrigue. The dragon incubation platform? Where did Xiao Yu get this from? My little brother is becoming more and more mysterious, making it hard for me to see through him. Yi Shimeng was engrossed in the TV and didn't notice Xiao Ruoxue's change. On Xiao Ruoxue's delicate white neck, a patch of platinum dragon scales grew, only to disappear moments later. The next noon, at the entrance of Taiku La Hot Pot restaurant on the back street of Azure Dragon Academy.
Xingyu, aren't you here yet?
Is your phone broken? All I hear on my end is static, not a single word is clear. Murong Yangshua was speaking with me, his hands in his pockets. Murong Xinxin stood beside him. The siblings, with their naturally white hair and striking appearance, were a real-life representation of the aristocratic siblings from the novel.
Xingyu, can you speak more clearly?
I really can't hear you. Murong Yangshua frowned, poking at his ears. The static noise from the phone made his eardrums itch. Whoosh! A streak of blue lightning darted through the bustling intersection, too fast for the speed cameras on the road to capture. A gust of wind howled past, and the blue lightning stopped in front of the Murong siblings. Murong Yangshua focused his gaze and saw a majestic and powerful Kirin-type beast. A splendid jade gem was embedded in its forehead, with a faint current of electricity moving within it. This was my newly contracted beast, the Thunder Jade Kirin. At that moment, I was leaning against a roadside utility pole, sweating profusely, clutching my chest and dry heaving. Murong Xinxin rushed over, helping me up with a worried look in her eyes.
Baloo Jean, don't worry, I'm fine.
Just a bit dizzy. It's just a side effect of overspeeding with the Thunder Jade Kirin. Nothing serious. Murong Yangshua attempted to touch the Thunder Jade Kirin's head. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The Thunder Jade Kirin glared at Murong Yangshua angrily, electric currents crackling all over its body. Murong Yangshua quickly jumped back but still couldn't escape getting a mild shock that made him stiffen up. Seriously, Xingyu, your new beast is so fierce. It won't let anyone touch it. My whole arm went numb. This was a characteristic of pureblood Kirin-type beasts. Apart from their master, no one else was allowed to touch them. Murong Xinxin raised her hand and touched the Thunder Jade Kirin's nose. Strangely, the Thunder Jade Kirin didn't release any electric current and allowed Murong Xinxin to pet it. Murong Yangshua looked at the Thunder Jade Kirin with a resentful expression. You let a woman touch it but not me?
What's with that? It's not fair.
I explained, the Kirin has a proud nature. Apart from me as its master, no one else can touch it.
Then why can my sister?
Because Six Jean is not just anyone. I am the Kirin's master, and she is the Kirin's lady. As I clarified things for Murong Yangshua, I put my arm around Murong Xinxin's shoulder.
Showing off affection, huh?
Forcing me to eat dog food, right? Making me stuffed so I can't compete with you two at Hot Pot later? Murong Yangshua looked a bit disgruntled, pouting and tilting his head as he acted spoiled in front of his sister and brother-in-law. This afternoon, there were no classes at Azure Dragon Academy. So, for lunch, the three of us had planned to eat hot pot together without worrying about time, allowing us to enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Brother Yangshua, don't be angry.
Let's go inside.
I've booked a private room. Xingyu, aren't you going to put the Thunder Jade Kirin into the beast emblem before we go in? Typically, when not in combat, beast masters store their beasts in their beast emblems. After all, beasts are not pets. Most beasts are large and robust, making it inconvenient to bring them into public places. Although the Thunder Jade Kirin isn't a large beast, its size is comparable to that of an adult horse, so bringing it into the hot pot restaurant would be quite inappropriate. Plus, a single sneeze from the Kirin might even disrupt the restaurant's electrical system. Brother Yangshua, the Kirin doesn't like being put into the beast emblem, so let it wait for us outside.
Alright, let's go in. I'm starving. Oh, wait a minute.
I took a sign from my backpack and hung it around the Thunder Jade Kirin's neck. Murong Yangshua took a closer look and couldn't help but laugh. $5 for a photo, $20 for a group shot. Do not touch, any consequences are at your own risk.
You really are a business genius.
The three of us entered the restaurant. The Thunder Jade Kirin waited alone at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, with the sign around its neck prominently displayed, including a payment QR code. It was lunchtime and the street was bustling with people.
Look, it's a Kirin-type beast.
Oh wow, it's really a Kirin.
So cool.
That's a royal beast, you rarely see one. It's a real eye-opener.
Never seen this before.
Only $5 for a photo. Scan the code to pay.
I'm getting a picture for my phone wallpaper. Mom, I want a photo with it.
I'll pay the $20 for you. Facing the crowd's curiosity, photos, and children wanting to take pictures, the Thunder Jade Kirin kept its noble head held high as if to say, "Look at these humans who've never seen anything like this before." A clueless onlooker, not seeing the notice, tried to touch the Thunder Jade Kirin while taking a photo. Boom tilde. That was the sound of the thunderous explosion. Which kind-hearted person can call an ambulance for me? On the second floor of the hot pot restaurant, in the private room.
Jean, you eat and I'll help you cook?
I spoil my girlfriend, bustling around, helping her cook meat, prepare dipping sauces, and even wiping oil stains from the corner of her mouth. When Murong Xinshin's juice was finished, I immediately poured her more.
Xingyu, you can't go on like this.
When you're married, won't you end up as a total slave to your wife? Let me teach you how to establish a man's position in the family. Murong Yangshua was just making a playful remark when he felt his sister's death glare.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Murong Yangshua adopted a surrendering pose. After we had eaten and drank to our fill, I brought up the topic of the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament.
A what?
You're going to participate in the Four Nations Martial Arts Tournament?
Surprised.
It is a bit surprising. After all, participants in past years were all second-year students from the Beast Master Academy. We're only first-year students.
Xingyu, you really are a prodigy.
Upon learning that I was going to participate in the tournament, Murong Xinshin lowered her head, and no one could tell what she was thinking. This girl is quite straightforward in her thoughts. She's determined to work hard and catch up with me as quickly as possible. If the gap between us widens, there will be fewer opportunities for us to fight side by side in the future. As I chatted excitedly with Murong Yangshua, Murong Xinshin quietly took out her phone and filled out the application form for the 3-star assessment online. She didn't have the same extraordinary talent for cross-tier assessments as I did, so she could only steadily pursue her beloved man step by step. This is Murong Xinshin's love for me, pure, clumsy, and simple. Her love is the most genuine kind.
Xingyu, look at the hot search news.
The White Tiger Academy selection is over, and the results are out. Luo Wanqing from White Tiger Academy's second year has won first place and secured one of the 3 spots in the martial arts tournament. Today was the day of White Tiger Academy's internal selection. The Suzaku Academy selection is tomorrow, and Azure Dragon Academy's selection is the day after. Luo Wanqing, that name sounds so familiar.
Oh, I remember now.
She's the daughter of Luo Tianan, the director of the Mining Bureau. Although I haven't met Luo Wanqing, Luo Tianan has been obsessively trying to marry his daughter to me. There are photos of Luo Wanqing online.
Let me take a look. Wow, she's so beautiful.
Seeing Luo Wanqing's photo, Murong Yangshua was visibly smitten. Brother Yangshua, why is your face so red?
Xingyu, do you know what love at first sight is? I feel that way about Miss Luo.
Murong Yangshua was staring at Luo Wanqing's photo with genuine admiration. Brother, this is the 183rd girl you've fallen for at first sight. Murong Xinshin, who usually remains silent, delivers a critical blow with her words. Murong Yangshua, looking embarrassed, defended himself. Don't talk nonsense. Your brother is very loyal, I'm not fickle.
Loyal?
If one day you become a monk, it wouldn't be because you've seen through the worldly distractions but because you've taken a liking to the nuns in the monastery. Murong Xinshin struck again with a sharp comment. I couldn't help but laugh. After finishing the hot pot, Murong Xinshin and I went to the arcade to play claw machines. At that moment, I heard someone discussing behind me. A quick look at the news hot search. There's a big event. Xia Weian, a first-year student from Suzaku Academy, has just passed the 4-star assessment. I narrowed my eyes, took out my phone, and checked the news. That guy really passed the 4-star assessment. But with his talent and strength, it's impossible to complete a cross-tier assessment in such a short time. Unless... My mind raced, understanding the principle of there's nothing surprising in this world. Beast masters who seek to become stronger sometimes follow the righteous path for their whole lives, while others stray into dark paths. Beast masters who take the dark path use any means to enhance their strength, delving into potions that can significantly boost their power in a short period. Such potions are not available on the market and only circulate within the dark beast master community. I'm not certain if Xia Weian used such a potion, but I'm sure there's something fishy about his sudden increase in strength overnight. Moreover, I can guess that Xia Weian is eager to complete the 4-star assessment at this time to participate in the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. In the Imperial City. At the Xia Mansion. To celebrate Xia Weian's successful completion of the 4-star assessment, a few of his friends came to offer their congratulations. Brother Xian, congratulations. To pass the 4-star assessment in just your first year, your talent is truly remarkable. Brother Yun, you flatter me. I just got lucky. Come, let's have a drink. Alright, let's drink up and not stop until we're drunk. The person toasting and drinking with Xia Weian was a young man with an ordinary appearance and build. His only distinguishing feature was his large ears, which gave him a somewhat simple-minded look. Despite his appearance, his background was far from ordinary. He was Yunyu, the son of Yunjin. Yunjin was the head caretaker of the Royal Beast Garden, which housed many high bloodline and exceptionally talented beasts. These beasts were awarded by the Empress to individuals who had contributed to the country. Normally, these beasts resided in the Royal Beast Garden, and Yunjin was in charge of managing this garden. Yunyu, being Yunjin's only son, was greatly favored. However, being spoiled from a young age had its drawbacks. He was unable to see through people's intentions and could easily be used by those with ulterior motives. After a few rounds of drinks, Yunyu, slightly tipsy, draped his arm around Xia Weian's shoulder and began to sing loudly. Even in death, love. Xia Weian gritted his teeth, finding the singing irritating but still forced a smile. Brother Yun, let's talk about something else before you continue singing. Feel free to ask, Brother Xian. The day after tomorrow is the internal selection at your Azure Dragon Academy. Are you participating? Of course I am. As long as I get selected, I can represent the Dragon Kingdom in the martial arts tournament and bring glory to my country. Yunyu, besides being Yunjin's son, was also a second-year student at Azure Dragon Academy, currently at a 4-star rank. He had talent and worked hard, so his father, Yunjin, had instructed him to participate in Azure Dragon Academy's internal assessment. Brother Yun, I heard that Xiao Xingyu from the first year at Azure Dragon Academy will also be participating in the internal selection. Xiao Xingyu? Oh, I just realized, he's like me, though only a first-year student, he's also passed the 4-star assessment. Yunyu was my senior in the same academy, but we had no personal interactions. Our relationship was one of strangers rather than anything else. Brother Yun, Xiao Xingyu is not an ordinary person. If you encounter him in the selection and happen to lose. Yunyu waved his hand dismissively, showing a bold demeanor. If I lose, I lose. Losing means he is more qualified to participate in the martial arts tournament. As long as it brings glory to the country, that's what matters. This showed that Yunyu and Xia Weian were not cut from the same cloth. He was not inherently malicious. Xia Weian paused for a moment before pulling out his trump card. Take a look at this photo. Xia Weian handed his phone to Yunyu. The photo on the phone was a candid shot of me and Murong Xinshin on a date. In the photo, we were holding hands and the affection in our eyes was apparent. Xinshin, isn't she supposed to be single? How did this? Brother Yun, I always thought only someone like you could match the daughter of a naval general, but it seems your woman has been taken by Xiao Xingyu. To avoid unnecessary trouble, my relationship with Murong Xinshin was kept very low-key and never publicly announced. However, no matter how low-key, it could only guard against virtuous people and not against scheming villains. Seeing the photo, Yunyu felt a pang of discomfort. Murong Xinshin was the one he admired, and now she was someone else's girlfriend. Brother Yun, if you lose to Xiao Xingyu in the internal selection, Miss Murong will drift further away from you. Yunyu clenched his fists, which did not escape Xia Weian's notice. A sinister smile appeared on Xia Weian's lips. I have a treasure here that can ensure your victory over Xiao Xingyu. Let me think about it. Alright, thanks, Brother Xian. Yunyu hesitated but ultimately accepted Xia Weian's treasure. As night fell and the banquet ended, only Xia Weian remained in the room filled with the scent of alcohol. His phone rang. Has everything been taken care of? Don't worry, father. It's done. Yunyu is quite loyal but too foolish to be my friend. We'll use him as planned. I was on my way to school today with an extra companion beside me. Meng, remember to behave well at Azure Dragon Academy later, okay? I got it, big brother. Yi Shimeng had passed the entrance exam, and today was her first day at Azure Dragon Academy. She was extremely excited. The brother and sister arrived at the entrance of Azure Dragon Academy and stopped. Yi Shimeng looked up at the golden plaque at the entrance. Oh wow, such a grand academy. Big sister, you wouldn't believe it, but I, Yi Shimeng, am here at Azure Dragon Academy too. The big sister Yi Shimeng referred to was not Xiao Ruoxue but her real sister, Yi Shuangning. Because of Yi Shimeng, the fateful gears between Yi Shuangning and me would also start to turn, all part of the wheel of karma. Class 1 to 3. Morning reading class. Chun Qinian announced loudly, let's warmly welcome our new student, Yi Shimeng. Everyone turned to the classroom door. A young girl walked in, her features delicate like a painting, especially her slightly plump little lips with a curve that revealed a kind of adorable innocence.
A loli.
An exceptional loli. So cute. My heart, it's over, I've fallen in love. Yi Shimeng smiled slightly, hello everyone, I'm the new student Yi Shimeng. Please take care of me. Every boy in the class was captivated by Yi Shimeng. Her face looked like a meticulously carved doll, sparking men's protective instincts. Her figure appeared slender and delicate, but the right places were well endowed. While Azure Dragon Academy had no shortage of beautiful and sophisticated girls, exceptional lolas were rare. Yi Shimeng's appearance quickly caused a sensation throughout the school. After all, she was the second daughter of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families, and the younger sister of the talented Yi Shuangning. At this moment, I walked into the classroom carrying my backpack and stood beside Yi Shimeng. Chun Qinian said, Yi Shimeng, since you're close to Xiao Xingyu and he doesn't have a desk partner, why don't you sit together? From this day on, class 1 to 3 had 2 kings. The major king was me, and the minor king was Yi Shimeng. In the near future, the brother and sister duo would be known as the class 1 to 3 aces. Next, let's start the class. Pay attention to the class discipline. Don't focus on the new student, listen carefully. Despite Chun Qinian's repeated admonishments, some boys couldn't help but glance back. Yi Shimeng sat next to me and suddenly whispered. Big brother, when's lunch? It's morning reading class now. Didn't you just eat a bag of small steamed buns on the way here? But you said that during class, we could sneakily eat self-heating hot pot, and I've got it all prepared. Yi Shimeng unzipped her backpack. Oh wow. The backpack is full of snacks, and the only book inside is the self-heating hot pot instruction manual. And your pencil case has no pens or rulers, just chopsticks and forks? Yi Shimeng, you're quite the character. I felt overwhelmed and suddenly regretted bringing Yi Shimeng to Azure Dragon Academy. However, Yi Shimeng's subsequent life at the academy proved to me that with enough talent, there was no need to work hard. The class bell rang. Yi Shimeng seemed to have a social butterfly personality. With her sunny and lively demeanor, she quickly bonded with the female classmates. Moreover, Yi Shimeng generously shared her snacks with everyone, naturally winning the favor of the whole class. Seeing that Yi Shimeng had already blended into the class, I had nothing else to do, so I took out my phone to browse the news. A hot search notification popped up. The internal selection competition of Vermilion Bird Academy has concluded, with freshman Xia Weian winning the top spot. This news exploded across the internet. Xia Weian was the first freshman from Dragon Country to successfully qualify as one of the 3 top contenders for the martial arts tournament. I rested my elbow on the desk, gently stroking my chin as I fell into deep thought. Xia Weian just passed the 4-star assessment yesterday. And today, he won the Vermilion Bird Academy internal selection competition. The rapid increase in strength within such a short period indeed hides some secrets. In chess, every move is planned with 100 steps in mind. I kept a cautious eye on the unusual developments with Xiao Xingyu. As of now, 2 of the 3 spots for the Dragon Country delegation to the Martial Arts Tournament were already filled. 1. Vermilion Bird Academy, freshman Xiao Xingyu. 2. White Tiger Academy, sophomore Luo Wanqing. The last spot would be decided in tomorrow's Azure Dragon Academy internal selection competition. Meanwhile, at Azure Dragon Academy Class 2S, Yi Shuangning sat quietly at her desk, studying diligently as she prepared for the 6-star assessment. During the break, the surrounding noise did not affect Yi Shuangning's calm demeanor. However, upon hearing her sister's name, a ripple of emotion disturbed Yi Shuangning's otherwise placid face. Did you hear? A new student has transferred to Class 1-3. I think her name is Yi Shimeng, the second daughter of the Yi family. I heard rumors that she has been suffering from beast phobia since childhood. How did she get into Azure Dragon Academy? Right, Yi Shimeng is Shuangning's sister, isn't she? Several female classmates clustered around Yi Shuangning. Shuangning, you never mentioned that your sister was coming to Azure Dragon Academy. Has your sister's beast phobia been cured? Isn't it widely regarded as an incurable disease? Shuangning, judging by your reaction, it seems you don't know about this. Yi Shuangning seemed to have been kept in the dark. After school in the afternoon, I accompanied Yi Shimeng to meet her sister. Just then, I suddenly have a bad premonition. In an instant, a sharp phoenix cry erupted behind me. I reacted quickly, channeling my spiritual energy, activating the Beast Master's emblem, and summoned the 4-winged holy angel, Freya. The holy light shield activated, protecting me from the phoenix flame's assault. After the explosion, I was thrown into the air, tracing a chaotic arc. My Chinese was as elegant as ever. At a crucial moment, the celestial vine, in its protective instinct, wrapped around my waist, stabilizing me and preventing me from hitting the ground, thus avoiding further injury. Awoo! The Hellhound appeared, spewing Hellfire Lotus. The clash of Phoenix Flame and Hellfire filled the narrow alley with a furious wave of fire. Due to the massive level difference, the Hellhound rolled on the ground, blood seeping from its mouth. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In just one round of combat, I was forced to summon 3 beasts, yet still found myself at a disadvantage. The newcomer meant no good. An aloof and cold young woman stepped into the alley, her beautiful face seeming to be immersed in frost. Above her, a phoenix burning with violet flame circled. I activated my demon eye, red light flickering in my gaze. Beast King Stage 1, Purebred Phoenix, Violet Ghost Phoenix King. The Violet Ghost Phoenix King was renowned, the most famous beast at Azure Dragon Academy. Everyone in the academy knew it well, and its master was the prodigious young woman, Yi Shuangning. A big sister, big brother, please stop fighting. Yi Shimeng clenched her fists and shouted loudly. The tense atmosphere did not ease. I caught my breath and looked ahead. This woman is Yi Shimeng's sister, Yi Shuangning. I had seen Yi Shuangning's photos. After all, she was the most popular belle at Azure Dragon Academy, with her posters plastered everywhere in the academy. This was the first meeting between Xiao Xingyu and Yi Shuangning, but these 2 names had been linked for a long time. During the national examinations, Xiao Xingyu's talent was compared to Yi Shuangning's. Truly a prodigious talent, only a year or 2 older than me, yet already a 5-star Beastmaster. My attention focused on the Violet Ghost Phoenix King. Beast King Stage 1. Although this woman is currently a 5-star, her true power is likely at 6 stars. Typically, the level of a Beastmaster's beasts indicates their own strength. A Beastmaster who can raise a Beast King Stage 1 beast is already at the 6-star level. I could roughly deduce that Yi Shuangning's strength was only slightly weaker than Shangguan Qian's. The gap in talent between them was minimal, one excelling at cultivating pure-blooded Kirin, the other at pure-blooded Phoenix. A dark Fang, you've suffered. I felt pity for the Hellhound. At this moment, the Hellhound bore the burn marks from the violet flames. The violet flames came from the Violet Ghost Phoenix King's innate fire, Zy Tianhua. Zy Tianhua is an SSS-level beast energy, the fire of the starry origin. It is formed by the combined starlight of the 7 stars, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang, concentrating their powers into a divine fire. This fire possesses devastating destructive power, increasing its harm under the starry sky. Are you the one who abducted my sister? Yi Xuanning approached, her beautiful eyes full of vigilance and hostility. From Yi Xuangning's perspective, she did not know the full story and only knew that her sister had been missing for so long and was taken by the man before her. Senior, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. I can explain. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and took my first serious look at Yi Xuanning. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her skin was as white as jade, delicate as silk, like a splash of morning glow. Her slender eyebrows resembled distant mountains, curving like the moon, and her slight frown added a touch of sadness. Her figure was graceful, like drifting willow catkins, light and elegant. Yi Xuanning and her sister Yi Shimeng had completely different styles. The elder sister was a cool and aloof type of beauty. The younger sister was a cute and lovable lowly. A big sister, please don't hurt my brother. Yi Shimeng rushed over, tightly hugging Yi Xuangning's arm with tears in her eyes. You call him brother? He's been very kind to me. I was stubborn and ran away from home, and he took me in. Yi Xuanning looked at her sister, confirming that she had no injuries, and sighed in relief. This meant I hadn't bullied Yi Shimeng. Senior, we can discuss this calmly. Xiao Xingyu, I ask you, why did you abduct my sister for several months? What is your purpose? To help her with her illness. Yi Shimeng quickly interjected, Big sister, my brother cured my fear of magical beasts, so I could enter Azure Dragon Academy and be with you. Yi Xuangning's eyes clearly showed surprise, and her cold face grew doubtful. You see, magical beast phobia is an extremely severe psychological disorder, also known as the incurable cancer, in the Beastmaster world. Once afflicted, you do not die or suffer, and you seem normal to others. But you will never become a true Beastmaster. The Yi family had kept Yi Shimeng locked up at home for years, using extreme isolation to protect her because of this condition. Shimeng, your fear of magical beasts has really been cured? Of course, otherwise, would Azure Dragon Academy accept me? Despite her words, Yi Xuanning remained somewhat skeptical. To prove her recovery, the three of them went to a forest on the outskirts. Here, there were some low-level magical beasts. Under Yi Xuangning's watchful eyes, Yi Shimeng summoned the Golden Feather Phoenix and defeated an initial stage, Stage 1, Dark Blood Beast. This was enough to prove that Yi Shimeng had overcome her fear of magical beasts. A big sister, do you believe it now? My brother really cured my illness. Yi Xuanning fell silent and after a moment looked up, the hostility in her eyes fading. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. That's it for an apology? Senior, this apology caught me off guard. I was somewhat disoriented. I had thought that someone as exceptional as Yi Xuanning, even if she realized her mistake, would be too proud to admit it and maintain her stubbornness. However, the reality was the opposite. Yi Xuangning's personality was straightforward. If she was wrong, she admitted it and apologized without any pretense. Yi Xuanning channeled her spiritual energy to extinguish the ZY Tianhua on the Hellhound. Her gaze fell on my arm. Due to the earlier fight, my arm was bleeding and the wound was deep. Your injury? I'm sorry. Senior, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's just clear things up, I'm fine. Yi Xuanning suddenly raised her delicate, fair arm and leaned against a rough tree trunk, pulling and dragging with force. Rip. Under the intense friction, Yi Xuanning's arm was severely scratched, with blood streaming down. Senior, what are you doing? Yi Xuanning's logic was simple. She had injured me, and now by harming her own arm, she considered it a form of compensation. At this moment, both of their arms were bleeding. In an instant, the two different types of blood seemed to resonate inexplicably across the air. Yi Xuanning felt a wave of dizziness. My consciousness also became hazy. Both of them began to experience hallucinations. In front of Yi Xuanning appeared a mysterious man. The man had platinum-colored long hair, with two irregular dragon horns protruding from the dense mane. Yi Xuanning couldn't see the man's face clearly, only that his arms were covered in dragon scales. In my vision, I saw a blazing phoenix flame. A woman was in the midst of the flames, wearing a phoenix crown, surrounded by countless crimson phoenix feathers. These phoenix feathers were as sharp as nails that could lock onto human souls. Platinum-colored dragon? A crimson-feathered phoenix? Both of them spoke in unison, "Who are you?" As they saw these different images simultaneously, they felt an inexplicable sense of destiny. If it had to be described in words, it was a mix of love and hate, intertwined with grudges and enmity, along with a faint hint of regret and sorrow. Logically speaking, such complex emotions should not appear between two people meeting for the first time. This kind of feeling requires the accumulation of time, historical development, and dramatic stories to build up. They did not continue discussing the topic and chose to bury it in their hearts, seeking answers at a later time. As Xiao Xingyu, thank you for curing my sister's fear of magical beasts. You are a benefactor to the Yi family. Yi Xuanning slightly bowed to express her gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, I had helped the Yi family, and Yi Xuanning's attitude towards me had improved significantly. Senior, you're injured too. Let me help heal you. I channeled my spiritual energy, and the Tianhun vine gently swayed, releasing a large amount of silver fireflies. As the fireflies were applied to the wound on Yi Xuanning's arm, the blurred flesh rapidly healed, the fair skin regrew, and in the end, not even a scar was visible. A portion of the silver fireflies entered my body, and my arm's injury also healed at a visible speed. Yi Xuanning's eyes flashed with surprise. This is the Tianhun vine, an ancient plant-type beast master with the quality of the divine bloodline. A senior has a keen eye. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Yi Xuanning and I had officially met. We weren't particularly close friends, just a senior-junior relationship. Yi Xuanning didn't have much affection for me, she was simply grateful for curing Yi Shiming's fear of magical beasts. Though I appreciate beautiful women, I am already involved with Murong Xinxin, so I only admired Yi Xuanning for her talent and character. This lukewarm senior-junior relationship, however, was bound together by historical ties, with both still unaware of the full picture. Xiao Xingyu, to show my gratitude, please accept this card. Yi Xuanning didn't like to owe favors and preferred to repay them immediately. I took a bank card from Yi Xuanning's hand. This bank card was unique, with the Yi family group logo on the front and a phoenix feather totem on the back. The Yi family's phoenix gold card? Senior, no, this is too valuable. The Yi family is one of the 4 major Beastmaster families. The Yi family group controls 80% of the Beastmaster stores in the Dragon Kingdom. When a Beastmaster's rank exceeds 5 stars, to purchase higher-tier evolution materials or Beastmaster nutritional solutions, one has no choice but to go to the Yi family group's stores. This Phoenix Gold card I held was a limited edition gold card issued by the Yi family group, with fewer than 20 in the entire country. It was also the highest specification gold card issued by the Yi family group. Holding this card allowed one to make any desired purchases for free at any of the Yi family's Beastmaster stores. As I said, this gift was too precious, and I felt embarrassed to accept it. Xiao Xingyu, don't refuse. Compared to curing my sister's fear of magical beasts, this token of appreciation from the Yi family is far from enough to repay the favor. If you ever need help in the future, you can contact me. I'm here to assist you anytime. I scratched my head, feeling a bit shy, and put the Phoenix Gold card into my pocket. Alright then, thank you, Senior Yi. Yi Shiming suddenly said, Sister, I think you and brother are quite a match. Yi Xuanning immediately pinched Yi Shiming's ear. Sister, it hurts. You little brat, you know it hurts? Grandpa has been so worried about you after you ran away from home. The sister scolding the younger one seemed cold, but it was actually filled with deep affection and concern. One could see from Yi Xuanning's quick decision to give the Phoenix Gold card as a token of gratitude that the Yi family wasn't a cold-blooded family and valued familial warmth. The entire Yi family doted on Yi Shiming. Xiao Xingyu, thank you for taking care of my sister these days. She has a mischievous personality. Has she caused you any trouble? If she has as her sister, I apologize here. I smiled awkwardly and felt at a loss. As Senior Yi, you don't need to worry. Meng is very well behaved and hasn't caused me any trouble. I was somewhat unprepared. Yi Xuanning's personality was completely different from what I had imagined. Based on news reports and rumors on the Azure Dragon Academy forum, I thought Yi Xuanning was an arrogant and conceited genius girl with a haughty demeanor and a spoiled personality. Today, I realized that besides having an ice-cold face, Yi Xuanning was actually generous, elegant, dignified, and empathetic. This woman, if she were in a martial arts novel, would probably be the beloved senior sister type of the male protagonist. The sky suddenly darkened, and the sunlight lost its warmth. Pure white snowflakes gently fell from the sky like beautiful silver butterflies dancing. A cold wind blew. Yi Xuanning shivered, her lips turning pale. I noticed the details and activated the demon god's eye. The purple weeping fire of the purple ghost Phoenix King comes from the celestial river stars. Although its essence is a scorching flame, it carries a chill from deep within the universe. These chills cannot dissipate and will follow the blood bond, directly penetrating the Beastmaster's body. A Senior Ye's condition of extreme cold should stem from this. I've got another job to do, helping her sister heal, and now, I need to help the elder sister as well. But I didn't mention it right away. I'll wait until I've developed a finished medicine before bringing it up with Yi Shuangning. Yi Shimeng wrapped her arms around Yi Shuangning's arm, rubbing her little face against her sister's shoulder to show affection. Sister, I need to tell you something. Brother is participating in the internal selection match at Azure Dragon Academy tomorrow. Let's sit in the audience and cheer for him. Yi Shuangning looked at me. I heard about it. You just passed the 4-star assessment and survived the Sea Spirit Clan's forbidden area. Mengmeng's taste is indeed good, recognizing you as a genius. Senior Yi, you flatter me. Actually, this is when I was at my weakest. Yi Shuangning patted Yi Shimeng's twin tails. I have other matters tomorrow, so I won't be able to attend the match in person. Yi Shuangning usually kept to herself and rarely appeared in public. Sister, if it's not an urgent matter, can't you take some time off and come with me to cheer for brother? Please. Under Yi Shimeng's relentless pleading, Yi Shuangning finally agreed. Alright then, I'll join you tomorrow to watch Xiao Xingyu's match. Yi Shuangning was also curious and wanted to see the renowned genius in action for herself. In the afternoon, Azure Dragon Academy Library. To prepare for tomorrow's selection match, Yunyu came alone to the second floor of the library to look up information. I remember that complete collection of water attribute combat techniques was on shelf 14. Why can't I find it now? Yunyu searched through the shelves but couldn't find the material he wanted. At that moment, a voice came from beside him. The library curator just rearranged the shelves yesterday. The complete collection of water attribute combat techniques is now on shelf 19, third row. Yunyu turned to see a handsome young man. You look familiar. Are you? Hello, senior. I'm Xiao Xingyu. So it's you. Yunyu's feelings were mixed. Xia Weian had shown him pictures of me on a date with Murong Xinxin. Every time he thought about it, Yunyu's heart ached. For years, Yunyu had harbored a secret crush on Murong Xinxin but had never dared to confess. Now that he knew the person he admired was already taken, he couldn't help but feel endless sorrow and regret, even a bit of unwillingness. Yunyu was momentarily stunned. I waved my hand in front of him. Senior, do you have something on your mind? No, nothing. Hello, Xiao Xingyu. I'm Yunyu from Class S second year. Senior Yun, you're also from Class S second year? What a coincidence. I know a senior from Class S as well, her name is Yi Shuangning. Yunyu was taken aback. You actually know Yi Shuangning? I do know her, having just met Yi Shuangning a few hours ago during lunch. Following my directions, Yunyu found the complete collection of water attribute combat techniques. Xiao Xingyu, thank you very much. Senior Yun, no need to be polite. We are all Azure Dragon Academy students, so it's natural for us to help each other. My sunny smile brought a pleasant mood to Yunyu. At that moment, Yunyu began to seriously evaluate the young man before him. Xiao Xingyu is quite a dashing figure, much more handsome than I am. No wonder Xiano likes him. Moreover, Xiao Xingyu is exceptionally talented. In just the first year, he has passed the 4-star assessment, obtained the Sea Spirit Clan's sacred relic inheritance, and is the youngest black enforcer in the history of the Imperial Academy. By comparison, what am I? Yunyu looked at me, introspected, and couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. Senior Yun, are you also participating in the internal selection match at Azure Dragon Academy tomorrow? Yes, Xiao Xingyu, are you? I am too. When it comes to the selection match, Yunyu and I are competitors. A friendship first, competition second. I extended my hand with a smile still beaming. Yunyu, affected by my smile, also smiled and shook my hand. Indeed, friendship first, competition second. No matter who wins, it's a victory for the country. We got along well, chatting while browsing through the materials. The afternoon passed quickly. As dusk fell, Yunyu and I left the library together, continuing our conversation. Wine is too little when meeting a kindred spirit, and words are too much when minds don't align. Yunyu liked my personality, and we quickly became friends through our interactions. Xiao Xingyu, thanks for helping me find the complete collection of water attribute combat techniques today. How about I treat you to a meal? Thank you for the offer, Senior Yun, but I have an appointment. My girlfriend is here to pick me up. I looked into the distance and waved excitedly.
A6 Jin.
Yunyu looked up, his heart racing. Murong Xinshin walked towards us in the setting sun, her slender, graceful figure and flawless face as beautiful as a fairy emerging from a painting. As the wind blew, fallen leaves fluttered, and her white hair danced in the breeze. Yunyu's heart fluttered. No matter how many times he had seen Murong Xinshin, he was always captivated as if it were the first time. At this moment, Murong Xinshin headed straight towards me, tiptoed, and gently wrapped a scarf around my neck. This is a scarf I knitted myself. It's my first attempt, so the stitching might be a bit rough.
Is it comfortable to wear?
Comfortable and warm.
You knitted it yourself?
I didn't expect you to be so skilled. The scarf Murong Xinshin had previously given me was a women's design. Now that winter was approaching and the weather was getting colder, Murong Xinshin had spent half a month knitting this men's scarf for the man she loved. Yunyu, not being emotionally naive, could see the mutual affection in our gazes. The love between us was like rain overflowing in a midsummer pond.
A Senior Yun, see you tomorrow.
A Xiao Xingyu, see you tomorrow. I took Murong Xinshin's hand and walked away. As Yunyu stood there in a daze, a figure flashed by. It was a slender, elegant young man leaning against the library's bulletin board.
Xiao Weian, the son of Xie Zhong.
Brother Yun, aren't you angry to see the girl you love being taken away by someone else? Xiao Weian had come from Vermilion Bird Academy to Azure Dragon Academy specifically to further provoke Yunyu, deepening his resentment towards me, to ensure that tomorrow's plan would go smoothly. Yunyu lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, lost in thought. Xiao Weian approached, placing his long, pale hand on Yunyu's left shoulder. Brother Yun, trust me. As long as you take the medicine I gave you, you'll easily defeat Xiao Xingyu tomorrow. Women are creatures who love strength.
Only by being stronger than Xiao Xingyu can you win her back.
Yunyu suddenly relaxed his fists, his frown easing.
Asiendi, I appreciate your kindness.
But I've thought it through. Since I love Xiner, I should respect her choice. Xiao Weian's expression darkened.
Yunyu, do you know what you're saying?
I know exactly what I'm saying. Xiao Xingyu is very outstanding, and it's clear that Xiner loves him very much. All I can do is not interfere.
As long as she is happy, that's enough for me.
Yunyu took out the medicine box from his pocket and returned it to Xiao Weian.
You.
Undeniably, Yunyu is a rare example of a pure-hearted lover.
Asiendi, I have other matters to attend to.
I'll be leaving first. Yunyu left Azure Dragon Academy, planning to drown his sorrows at a bar. Xiao Weian watched Yunyu's departing figure and sneered coldly. Useless fool, too afraid to even fight for the woman he loves. Trash like you deserve to be a tool for my Xie family's schemes. After venting his frustration, Xiao Weian made a phone call. Yunyu has given up on using the special drug. Proceed with Plan B. At this moment, Yunyu was still immersed in his personal sorrow, unaware that his closest junior brother was about to deliver a vicious betrayal. Azure Dragon Academy's back door at a spicy hot pot shop. Murong Xinshin and I sat by the window, enjoying the hot and spicy hot pot. Murong Xinshin showed no signs of being a spoiled young lady. She could enjoy a 5-star meal or a bowl of 6 yuan hot pot. As long as she was by my side, she could eat tree bark if needed.
A6 Jin, eat slowly.
I noticed some oil stains on Murong Xinshin's lips and quickly took a tissue to wipe them off, my eyes full of affection. Suddenly, I felt a wave of coldness descend upon Longyin City. This chill lasted for a while, giving me goosebumps, and my demon god's eye activated automatically. A presence of a dark beast master. If the demon beast clan is the first enemy of beast masters, then dark beast masters are the second. In Long Kingdom, Dark Beast Masters are an outlaw profession, and the Dark Beast Masters Guild is an evil organization that everyone wants to eradicate. My demon god's eye detected a faint, elusive black mist. This was the kind of aura that only Dark Beast Masters would emit. Xiner, you eat first. I need to step outside to make a call. I walked out of the shop and dialed a number. This number was the first entry in my contacts. Hello Tilde. My voice was cautious as this was my first time calling this number.
Xiao Xingyu, right?
Sir, I have urgent news to report.
Speak.
I just sensed the presence of a dark beast master. The man on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment before asking, are you sure? This is not a trivial matter.
I'm sure.
Stay in touch. I will come to Longyin City to see you.
Sir, I will wait for you.
At this moment, my identity is a member of the Emperor's Soul Organization. The Besurg he mentioned is the leader of the Emperor's Soul Organization, the Dark Knight Priest. At the intersection with traffic lights, a mysterious woman stood. She wore a purple floral dress and held a shabby red umbrella. Beneath her feet, black ink seemed to ripple as if spilled all over the ground. The brim of her umbrella obscured the upper half of her face, and Yunyu could only vaguely see a pair of crimson lips in his blurred vision. The corners of her lips were stretched into a wild, sinister grin. In Yunyu's days, the eerie woman suddenly closed the distance. Squeak, squeak. A small, delicate mouse perched on the woman's shoulder, its fur a blood-red color, with a tail emitting black mist and a third eye on its forehead. Before Yunyu could react, he felt a sharp pain. A bite mark from the mouse was left on his neck. The rain grew heavier, and Yunyu's vision gradually became unfocused. The woman approached Yunyu, whispered in his ear, and then stuffed a pill into his hand. Standing in the torrential rain, Yunyu's body was as stiff as a machine, mumbling incessantly. Take the drug before the match tomorrow, kill Xiao Xingyu, kill Xiao Xingyu. In the dead of night, Yunyu walked through the streets, repeating this phrase like a wind-up toy, relentless and unyielding. The woman arrived at a phone booth by the roadside and made a call. Young master, everything is taken care of. Enjoy the show tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work, Ghost Umbrella. It is my duty to relieve the worries of the president and young master. Don't leave any traces behind or you know the consequences. Rest assured, young master. Our Rakshasa sect is meticulous in our work and will not make any mistakes. After hanging up the phone, the woman, holding her umbrella, quickly disappeared into the depths of the rainy night as if she had never been there. In the imperial city Xia Mansion. Xia Weian soaked in the bathtub, placing his phone on the windowsill, gazing out at the rain. Xiao Xingyu, tomorrow will be your day of disgrace. Xia Weian's smile was more crazed than tonight's storm. The next day, the stadium at Azure Dragon Academy was packed to capacity, with a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. In 10 minutes. Although I have just been promoted to a 4-star Beastmaster and my experience is not as rich as that of senior students, I am widely recognized as the cheat code prince. 2/3 of the faculty and students in the audience, as well as most media reporters, believe that I will win and secure the last spot in the 4 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. In one corner of the audience, a pair of white-haired siblings were seated. Murong Yangshua, munching on sunflower seeds, casually remarked, "By the way, little sister, with my understanding of Xingyu, do you think he might take this chance to ask you for a reward?" Murong Xinshin, playing the innocent and naive role, nodded. Murong Yangshua, his curiosity piqued, pressed further, "What did Xingyu ask for?" "He said if he wins the selection match, he wants me to wear Balenciaga stockings and go on a date with him." Murong Yangshua's eyes nearly popped out. "A Balenciaga? Black stockings? You wearing them? Did you agree?" "Murong Yangshua covered his head with both hands, expressing his shock. The most beautiful moment for a woman is when her attire and personality create a contrast. A woman who works in nightclubs and wears revealing outfits won't make men feel intrigued or special and might even lead to aesthetic fatigue. Murong Xinshin, who is usually aloof and appears stiff, is fundamentally a traditional girl who dresses simply and conservatively. If such a pure and sacred girl is willing to wear sexy black stockings for a date with me, then my happiness is beyond anyone's imagination. A little sister, you've fallen. For love, you're willing to wear stockings, which is not your style. I'm not used to wearing such things, but as long as Xingyu likes it, I'll wear them for him. Murong Xinshin is the simplest girl in the world. Her love for me is pure, like the snow lotus of Mount Tianshan. Murong Yangshua twitched his mouth. I envy your love. I wonder wen my lovebird will come my way. Murong Yangshua's phone wallpaper had already been changed to a poster of Luo Wanqing. This second-year senior from White Tiger Academy is the 184th girl Murong Yangshua has fallen for. The Murong siblings, thanks to their eye-catching looks, became a focal point in the audience. In another corner of the audience, there was another striking sight. Yi Xuanning and Yi Shimeng were seated together. These sisters, from the prominent Yi family, had their own distinct appeal. The elder sister was the cool, aloof type, while the younger sister was a cute, lowly-like character. How could they not attract attention? A sister, the match is about to start. Let's pull up the support banner. Meng, there's no need for such a big display. A sister, you promised me that you'd cheer for Guga together. Unable to refuse her younger sister, Yi Xuanning had no choice but to stand up and help Yi Shimeng with the large banner. The banner displayed a bold, encouraging phrase. Looking across the Dragon Kingdom, who doesn't offer a cigarette to brother you? Yi Xuanning, holding one end of the banner, felt the awkwardness of social death for the first time in her life. Did I see that right? Yi Xuanning is actually in the audience? In my memory, Yi Xuanning never participates in such public events. She's here to cheer for Xiao Xingyu. Oh wow, Xiao Xingyu has such a big presence, the top beauty of Azure Dragon Academy is here as his cheerleader. This guy is really lucky, having both Murong Xinqin and Yi Xuanning. Kids make choices, adults want both school beauties. The rumors grew more outrageous, with some saying I was juggling both Murong Xinqin and Yi Xuanning. I never pay attention to public opinion or gossip. I didn't even care about the selection match itself. The Dark Beast Master's aura from yesterday has now disappeared. I activated the Demon God's Eye, extending my perception across the entire Azure Dragon Academy. I was sitting in the waiting room for the match, dressed and ready to go on stage. Suddenly, a hand pushed open the door of the lounge. A man with a sinister and seductive appearance walked in. Axi Wei-an? What are you doing here? Xiao Xingyu, the internal selection match at Azure Dragon Academy is open to the public. Even the cafeteria staff can attend the event, so it's reasonable for me to come and watch, right? I had a vague sense of what was going on. From Xia Weian's smile, it was clear that he was up to something behind the scenes. The internal selection match at Azure Dragon Academy is about to start. Please, all participants, proceed to the arena preparation area as soon as possible. Important things must be repeated 3 times. Please, all participants. In the lounge. I changed into my competition uniform, my gaze cold, briefly sweeping over Xia Weian's arrogant face. Xia Weian, it's fine if you have a grudge against me. But if you do something inappropriate or even violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom because of your obsession. Even if your father, Xia Zhong, comes, he won't be able to protect you. These words were clearly aimed at Xia Weian. Although I hadn't yet figured out the source of the Dark Beast Master's aura I sensed yesterday, I had a strong premonition that this matter was closely related to the Xia family. That's the intuition of being a member of the Emperor's soul. Xiao Xingyu, the match is about to begin. Are you still in the mood to chat with me? Yes, the match is about to start. I need to head to the preparation area. As I passed by Xia Weian, I smiled and said, by the way, the princess will be watching my match today and cheering for me. Xia Weian's previously sunny face instantly turned stormy. Princess Shangguanqian of the Dragon Kingdom was the object of Xia Weian's admiration since childhood, without exception. Among the younger generation, Shangguanqian ranks in the top 3 in terms of appearance, figure, and talent throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Additionally, her background, her mother is the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, Empress Shangguanlan, makes her even more coveted. Everything about Shangguanqian satisfies the insatiable desires of the Xia family. When Xia Weian was 6, Xia Zhong continually brainwashed him to ensure he would marry Shangguanqian when he grew up. This obsession, deepened by the years, had turned into an almost pathological infatuation. Yet, no matter how much Xia Weian tried to win Shangguanqian's favor, even if he demeaned himself, she would never give him a proper glance. My presence delivered another heavy blow to Xia Weian. Shangguanqian's close relationship with me was an unattainable longing for Xia Weian. Now, I was just participating in an internal selection match at Azure Dragon Academy, and Shangguanqian, as the exalted princess of the Dragon Kingdom, was actually here to watch and cheer for me. The boiling jealousy surged in Xia Weian's chest, to the point where he was about to grind his teeth. Is that the sound of a rat gnawing its teeth? Oh, it turns out it's young Master Xia grinding his teeth. A young Master Xia, I actually don't want the princess to come and watch. I'm afraid my dear 6 Gold might misunderstand. But the princess insisted on coming and I couldn't stop her. She just likes to stick around me. Can you believe it? After saying this, I gave a gentle smile, turned around with my hands clasped behind my back, and left the lounge to head to the preparation area. Xia Weian stared at my back, his eyes filled with malice. Xiao Xingyu, enjoy your arrogance while you can. I'll see how long you can keep it up. The moment the selection match ends will mark the beginning of your tragic life. On the judges' platform sat Su Ruyan, the head of Azure Dragon Academy, along with several senior leaders from the academy. And next, let us welcome our special guest, Princess Shangguanqian of the Dragon Kingdom. The floating big screen above the arena zoomed in on a close-up of Shangguanqian's face. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. For ordinary people, it might be a lifetime opportunity to catch a glimpse of Shangguanqian. The host held the microphone to Shangguanqian's mouth. "Princess, you rarely attend events in person. What made you break the habit today? Was it a sudden whim?" Shangguanqian's gaze settled on me. "I'm not here on a whim. I came to cheer for my friend Xiao Xingyu." As soon as the words left her lips, the audience roared again. Many turned to ship me with Shangguanqian. Some stood by my original pairing with Murong Xinxin. Others supported the idea of a relationship between me and senior student Yi Shuangning. It's undeniable that these three women are the dream lovers of countless men, and now they all have an inseparable connection with me. In a corner of the audience, Murong Yangshua whispered, "Oh little sister, you'd better keep an eye on Xingyu. This guy is quite a catch, and many women have their sights set on him." Murong Xinxin appeared indifferent. "It's fine, I trust Xingyu. He's not like you, he's not fickle." Murong Xinxin, you really are my little sister. I shouldn't have bothered warning you." Murong Yangshua was deeply frustrated. His well-intentioned advice to his sister ended up being unnecessary. At that moment, Su Ruyan announced, "The match is about to begin. Let's reveal the draw results. A first round, first match, Yunyu vs Wang Chao. A first round, second match, Xiao Xingyu vs Lin Huihui." The host continued, "Enough with the small talk, let's start the first match." Yunyu stepped onto the arena. To the spectators, he seemed unremarkable. But his gaze was somewhat vacant, as if controlled by some unseen force. I noticed this too and locked my gaze on Yunyu, frowning. As senior Yunyu seems a bit strange today, not at all like the person I saw in the library yesterday. The referee blew the whistle and the match began. The match was intense, with both Yunyu and Wang Chao showcasing their strengths. After 18 rounds, Yunyu, using more precise control of his spiritual power, exploited Wang Chao's flaws and secured the victory. A first round, first match, the winner is Yunyu. The audience erupted in cheers. At this point, I still hadn't detected anything wrong with Yunyu. Could it be that I'm being overly suspicious? I couldn't afford to relax. I had a strong premonition that I might have inadvertently fallen into a trap set by the Xie family. After Yunyu won the first match, he returned directly to the waiting room, his expression blank. A first round, second match is about to start. Xiao Xingyu vs Lin Huihui. I stepped onto the arena and, without hesitation, summoned the hellish Netherwolf. The audience chanted in unison, "Hellfire Lotus. We want to see the Hellfire Lotus. We want to see the Hellfire Lotus," covering the entire live screen. In the waiting room, Yunyu could see the footage of me fighting on the arena through the TV broadcast. His lips moved slightly, repeatedly uttering, "Take the drug, kill me." Then, Yunyu pulled a red pill from his pocket, swallowed it in one gulp, and his eyes glowed with a crimson light. 10 seconds later. A match over. A winner, me. A second round match, me versus Yunyu. Both contestants, please take a short break. The match will begin in 5 minutes. A single move with the Hellfire Lotus ended the fight in 10 seconds. Xiao Xingyu advanced to the second round, where he would face Yunyu in a decisive match. The winner would secure the last spot to represent the Dragon Kingdom in the martial arts tournament. Xia Weian, with his hands in his pockets, took a seat in the corner of the audience. Watching Xiao Xingyu on the arena, Xia Weian's smile turned maniacal. "Before you die, you'll experience the taste of disgrace." In a corner unnoticed by most, a flock of crows flew over. The crows landed on the rooftop of the Azure Dragon Academy's teaching building, and a man clad in a black trench coat appeared. The man was tall and possessed a face so strikingly handsome it seemed otherworldly. His age was indiscernible, and around his pupils, cursed symbols in the shape of hooks floated. His mid-length black hair fluttered in the wind, and the crows perched on his shoulders flapped their wings, their eyes still bleeding. This person was the leader of the Imperial Soul, the Black Miasma Priest. Raven. He was that Mr. I had referred to. Next, Yunyu and I summoned our beasts simultaneously. Yunyu called forth a water-type beast, the Raging Wave War Lion. It was a colossal beast, towering as high as a 3-story building. Its massive lion head exuded an aura of dominance, with its mane resembling the surging waves of the ocean. Behind me, a gate to the underworld opened, revealing a giant wolf engulfed in black flames. The referee blew the whistle and the match officially began. A senior Yunyu, my apologies. I didn't want to waste much time on this fight and chose to take the initiative. The hellish nether wolf sensed my spiritual power and suddenly erupted, spewing a jet of black flames directly at the raging wave war lion's face. The host, gripping the microphone tightly, provided an enthusiastic commentary.
Xiao Xingyu chose to go on the offensive first, which is quite rare.
A hellish roar is the hellish nether wolf's signature move. Once it hits the target, it can trigger a series of smooth combos, potentially ending the match instantly. This scene left the audience in awe. The raging wave war lion's speed has reached the point where it's barely discernible.
This is the first time I've seen hellish roar miss its target. This match is getting interesting.
The battle soon reached a fever pitch, with both beasts engaging in fierce combat. After 30 rounds of intense fighting, no victor was determined. The arena was shrouded in swirling smoke, with rapid water currents clashing with hellfire, creating a spectacle that was both magnificent and perilous. The hellish nether wolf was known for its speed, with every move as swift as lightning. Yet, despite being a heavy defense-type beast, the raging wave war lion displayed agility on par with the hellish nether wolf. Each time the hellish nether wolf's claws neared, the raging wave war lion managed to evade with extreme precision. The battle grew more intense, with neither side gaining an advantage, and the situation became unclear. I activated the Eye of the Demon God, observing every movement of the raging wave war lion. This beast itself is fine, but its data has inexplicably increased significantly. Both its speed and reaction time far exceed its physical limits.
It seems necessary to test it thoroughly.
Without hesitation, I channeled my spiritual power. The hellish nether wolf gathered energy in place and spewed forth a hellfire lotus. As the smoke dissipated, the raging wave war lion stood unscathed at the edge of the arena.
Heavens, earth, the raging wave war lion actually dodged the hellfire lotus.
Yi Shuangning, also a second-year student in Class S, knew Yunyu well. She was fully aware of the raging wave war lion's strength limits. Based on its current performance, the raging wave war lion seemed to be cheating, defying logical assessment. On the arena, even my Eye of the Demon God couldn't detect any abnormalities within the raging wave war lion.
Why has this beast suddenly become stronger?
A senior Yunyu's expression seems off. My attention shifted from the raging wave war lion to Yunyu.
If the beast was fine, then the problem must lie with the beast tamer.
My eyes gleamed with an imperceptible red light as I locked onto Yunyu. Yunyu's face was expressionless, like a puppet being controlled. I widened my eyes, enhancing my vision. The Eye of the Demon God penetrated Yunyu's skin and flesh, revealing his heart.
A black mist.
I clearly saw that around Yunyu's hot, beating heart, a layer of black mist was coiling. In the corner of the audience, Xiao Xingyu lowered his hat's brim, his mouth curling into a frenzied grin.
Xiao Xingyu, this is the moment of your disgrace.
I will personally witness your fall from grace and become a figure of public scorn.
A heart enveloped in black mist. What has Senior Yunyu gone through?
Does this have something to do with the dark beast tamer aura I sensed yesterday? Countless questions surged in my mind, with seemingly countless connections between all the known information. In my peripheral vision, I noticed Xiao Xingyu sitting in the corner of the audience. At this moment, I vaguely sensed a massive dark web hovering above me. The host continued to analyze the situation. After dozens of rounds of combat, both sides have nearly exhausted their spiritual power. The next round will witness the final clash. In this last round, what kind of spectacular showdown will we see?
This time, it's Yunyu who takes the first move for the final strike.
Yunyu raised his head, channeling all his spiritual power. The raging wave war lion stood tall and proud, its eyes filled with a fierce expression, letting out a roar full of wild power. Streams of rapid water surged upwards, gradually turning as dark as ink. 18 spiraling black water flows appeared on the arena, like sharp spears with a chilling, eerie glow. The audience could no longer remain calm and all stood up. The host was stunned, his voice trembling with shock. To the audience on-site and viewers watching the live stream, an inexplicable scene has appeared on the arena.
A black water sky spear, this is a technique only water-type transcendent beasts can learn.
However, the raging wave war lion is only at the complete body level, 3rd tier, not yet having broken through to the transcendent beast level.
This is absolutely absurd.
A flurry of discussions erupted.
It's impossible.
Yunyu's beast can actually learn techniques across tiers.
Is Yunyu cheating?
This move is impressive. I even feel Yunyu's real strength could reach that of a half-star beast tamer. The black water sky spear is undoubtedly a technique for transcendent water beasts. Its power is overwhelming, and if the full damage is achieved, it could even deal a devastating blow to the opponent. Yunyu frantically channeled the remaining spiritual power in his body. The 18 black water streams on the arena swelled even more, becoming sharper and longer. At the same time, black blood trickled from the corner of Yunyu's mouth. I kept the Eye of the Demon God activated, focusing all my attention on Yunyu.
This is bad. Senior Yunyu, stop.
Stop, you mustn't channel any more spiritual power. I shouted loudly, trying to awaken Yunyu, who was in a frenzied state. However, Yunyu couldn't hear any external sounds. His only obsession was to kill me. From the perspective of the Eye of the Demon God, I could clearly see the black mist surrounding Yunyu's heart. Every bit of spiritual power Yunyu channeled intensified the black mist around his heart, causing his heartbeat to accelerate.
Thump, thump, thump.
Yunyu's heartbeat had exceeded the limits of what the human body could endure.
This is terrible.
At this rate, Senior Yunyu will undoubtedly die. I desperately shouted, I request a pause in the match. Winning or losing the match is trivial compared to a life at stake. However, at this critical moment, the referee had no reason to suddenly call off the match. After all, apart from me, no one could see Yunyu's heart, so no one knew that Yunyu was about to die. In the audience, Xiao Wei's smile grew more intense, his eyes filled with fanaticism and anticipation. Brother Yun, aren't we good brothers? If you use your worthless life to help me remove my greatest concern, it'll be worth it. On the anniversary of your death, I'll burn incense for you. Thank you in advance, my dear brother, ha ha ha. At this point, the match could not be halted and everything was beyond redemption. Yunyu exhausted all the spiritual power in his body and let out a final roar. The raging wave war lion howled to the sky, and the 18 black water sky spears changed direction simultaneously, thrusting toward the hellish nether wolf. The surging black water flowed across the entire arena, Yunyu's final act in the match. I was forced to release my spiritual power. A thick, powerful flame armor formed around the hellish nether wolf. Solar armor, the hellish nether wolf's most powerful defensive technique. The 18 black water sky spears struck from all directions, hitting the solar armor. With intermittent explosions, thick black smoke billowed out. Fragments of the beast's fur and limbs flew in all directions like sharp arrows, even scattering into the audience. Amid the continuous muffled sounds, there were piercing shrieks and mournful wails. The earth seemed to tremble and scorching flames spread everywhere. The host pinched his nose and coughed violently. A cough, the final round of clashes has triggered a series of explosions. The arena is shrouded in thick smoke, we are currently unable to observe the outcome of the match. As the smoke clears, the figure standing firm in the arena is
Xiao Xingyu.
The outcome is clear, I have won the match. On the arena, I stand still, drenched in blood. The blood comes from the raging wave war lion and Yunyu.
This situation is off.
On the judging panel, Suruyan's expression darkened. With a thud, Yunyu fell to his knees. The raging wave war lion lay beside him, already unconscious, with blood flowing profusely. The broadcast screen zoomed in on Yunyu's face. Yunyu's face was deathly pale, his expression as vacant as a marionette's. Gug. Yunyu opened his cracked mouth, trying to say something, but his throat felt as if it was glued shut, unable to utter a single coherent word. My Eye of the Demon God locked onto Yunyu's heart once more. At this moment, Yunyu's heart had surpassed its limit, its heartbeat creating flickering afterimages.
This is bad.
I had no time to summon the celestial soul vine or save Yunyu's life.
Boom.
That was the sound of a heart exploding, a muffled thud.
Bang.
That was the sound of a human body exploding, a thunderous roar. In that instant, the previously noisy and bustling audience fell into a deathly silence. This internal selection match at Azure Dragon Academy had resulted in a death. Yunyu was dead. The death of a beast tamer meant the destruction of the blood contract, and the beast would also die. The raging wave war lion struggled to rise but lacked the strength, slowly closing its eyes as its convulsing body gradually lost warmth. In the audience, someone broke the silence.
Someone has been killed.
Azure Dragon Academy's prodigy, Xiao Xingyu, has killed second-year senior Yunyu on the spot. This Xiao Xingyu is so ruthless. It was just a selection match, and he actually resorted to killing his senior to win. A death on the arena was a grave matter. Public opinion quickly surged, sweeping across the nation. The topic of Xiao Xingyu killing someone instantly topped the hot search rankings across major media outlets. Although I did not kill anyone, what people see is me killing Yunyu. Yunyu's body was even removed, the best way to erase evidence. Xiao stood up, smiling as he left the audience. Xiao Xingyu, Yunyu was the sole heir of the Yun family. Prepare to face their wrath. However, before you die, you'll also endure the public's condemnation and be branded as a murderer. This is the consequence of going against my Xia family. On the arena, everything changed in the blink of an eye. But the transformation from a match arena to a crime scene was an unforeseen and unprecedented twist. Location, Azure Dragon Academy Arena. The arena floor is soaked with blood, and remnants of human organs are faintly visible. I stand in the center of the arena, my clothes drenched in blood, with a small piece of flesh stuck to my face. The moment Yunyu's body exploded, I was at the center of the explosion and was naturally splattered with blood.
Xiao Xingyu has killed someone.
I saw it too, Yunyu died at his hands. It's true that beast tamers rely on talent, but character is the most fundamental quality of a beast tamer.
In my opinion, Xiao Xingyu is unworthy of being a beast tamer.
The audience is filled with voices condemning me. Yishimo, hearing these slanders against me, is trembling with anger.
Shut your mouths, stop talking nonsense, my brother did not kill anyone.
The eyes of the public are sharp.
Xiao Xingyu is a murderer.
Yishimo is not just a pretty face with a big chest, she argues with reason. Ridiculous. You rumor-mongers, think carefully. The hellish Netherwolf's last move, the Yenyang armor, is a defensive skill. Even if it's a defensive skill, the Yenyang armor has a rebound damage attribute.
Yes, Yunyu's death was caused by the rebound damage from Yenyang armor.
And no matter how you explain it, only Xiao Xingyu and Yunyu were on the arena.
That's right, Yunyu is dead. Who else could have killed him except Xiao Xingyu?
This case is so straightforward. The deceased Yunyu is confirmed, and the killer Xiao Xingyu is confirmed.
Even without Detective Conan, my grandma could solve this case easily.
Faced with the tsunami of rumors and slander, Yishimo is powerless to refute. A sister, Yunyu wasn't killed by my brother.
Say something.
Yishuangning, calmer than Yishimo, grabs her sister's arm and lowers her voice.
Mimi, don't rush.
This matter is likely more complicated than it appears. Perhaps someone is setting up a trap behind the scenes. Yishuangning is not only powerful but also much smarter than average. She sees the bigger picture and vaguely suspects this is a plot against me.
Little sister, we can't act impulsively now.
Xingyu seems to be deliberately framed, and the one behind this has a deep background.
Brother, I can't tolerate these people insulting Xingyu.
Calm down. These agitators in the audience might also be actors arranged by the real mastermind.
But...
no boots. You must stay calm or you'll play right into the hands of the real mastermind. Murong Yangshua usually has a careless and playboy image. But those who truly know him understand that he is not a mere playboy. Princess Shangguanqian of the Dragon Kingdom also witnessed the entire event. Her furrowed brow tightened, and she thought to herself, as expected, my mother's prediction was correct. Shangguanqian's eyes revealed worry as she gazed at me standing in the center of the arena.
This time, how will you break the deadlock?
I hope you perform another miracle. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. The situation is spiraling out of control, and the news of a death at Azure Dragon Academy has spread nationwide. Public opinion is strikingly uniform, with the entire internet lambasting me, accusing me of having great talent but lacking the fundamental morals and conscience of a beast tamer. Imperial Investigation Division, clear the area. Azure Dragon Academy is surrounded by a group of people in royal uniforms. The crowd is dispersed, and a young man with a golden badge at his waist arrives at the arena, holding an investigation order. Galore D from the Imperial Investigation Division is here?
This has escalated.
Yunyu is the son of Yunjin.
Given that status, this case won't be minor.
The chief inspector of the Imperial Investigation Division is personally involved.
Xiao Xingyu is in serious trouble now.
I turn around and make eye contact with the young man. Chief Inspector Di Jiangchen of the Imperial Investigation Division, tasked with the investigation.
Who is Xiao Xingyu?
I am. Lord Xiao, as you know, our Imperial Investigation Division handles matters with strict impartiality, and we may have offended you. Di Jiangchen knows I am a black judge from the Imperial Academy and a close associate of the Empress. However, the Imperial Investigation Division, akin to the ancient Supreme Court, adheres strictly to the law. Even if the Empress herself were involved, they would thoroughly investigate without leniency. Xiao Xingyu, you are suspected of intentionally killing Yunyu, a senior at Azure Dragon Academy. Please come with us for the investigation. A pair of handcuffs is brought out by Di Jiangchen's subordinates.
Wait.
At this critical moment, Su Rian steps forward. As the head of Azure Dragon Academy, with such a major incident happening within the academy, she's struggling to maintain her position but dares to stand up for me. Lord Di, there is no evidence proving that Xiao Xingyu killed Yunyu. Xiao Xingyu is one of us from Azure Dragon Academy. I will not allow you to take him away without clarity. I look back at the judge's table and make eye contact with Su Rian. When did my relationship with Dean Su become so close? Yunyu died in Azure Dragon Academy. Even if she, as the dean, is struggling to protect herself, she still wants to help me? I can't understand Su Rian's motives for helping me, and she doesn't know my true identity either.
Dean Su, I've made it very clear.
Xiao Xingyu is suspected of intentional murder. We're taking him back for investigation only. If he's innocent, the Imperial Investigation Division will naturally return him to you unharmed. But if evidence is found that proves Xiao Xingyu is the culprit, then don't blame us for handling the case strictly. Su Rian's expression turns cold and her tone becomes harsh. I'll say it again. I do not permit anyone to take Xiao Xingyu off Azure Dragon Academy's grounds. At this moment, Su Rian exudes an aura far beyond that of a 7-star beast master. Dean, thank you for standing up for me. Don't worry, I'll go with Lord Di. Xiao Xingyu, you're usually so smart. How did you become so foolish today? I say this, and Su Rian bites her lip, feeling helpless. Just as the staff from the Imperial Investigation Division is about to put the handcuffs on me, Princess Shangguanqian approaches. Alot Dienstag. Chief Inspector Di Jiangchen greets Princess Shangguan. You all head back to the Imperial Investigation Division. I'm going to the Night Lawn Palace.
Shall we go together?
Yes, we'll go together. Then let's proceed. Shangguanqian walks over to me. My shoulders are a bit sore. Please help me with a shoulder massage on the way. I cast a grateful glance at Princess Shangguan. With my hands now occupied giving her a shoulder massage, who would dare to put handcuffs on me? This way, my departure is dignified and respectful. After I was taken away by the Imperial Investigation Division, the excitement was just beginning and major forces began to move in the shadows. Murong Xinshin dialed the phone number of Admiral Murong Jin. Dad, Xingyu has been taken away by the Imperial Investigation Division. Yi Xuanning sent a text message to her grandfather, Yi Zhenan. Grandfather, I hope this letter finds you well. Our benefactor, who is the one who healed Meng Meng, has been taken away by the Imperial Investigation Division for investigation. Su Rian sent a message via carrier pigeon. Xiaoyu has been framed. The mastermind behind it is unknown. Please send someone to rescue him. For my sake, influential figures both within and outside the Dragon Kingdom had to step in. I was escorted by the detectives of the Imperial Investigation Division, heading towards the Imperial City. Suddenly, a crow landed on the treetop and steadily perched on my shoulder. My eyes lit up as I noticed the crow discreetly feeding something into its beak while no one was looking around. The crow spread its wings and flew off, disappearing behind the eaves. Soon, the crow arrived in the outskirts forest. Deep in the forest, a handsome man in a black trench coat stood by the river. He was the leader of the Imperial Soul Organization, the Black Knight High Priest Raven. The crow landed on his hand, holding a blood-stained shard of a jade pendant. This shard of jade was a remnant from Yunyu after his explosive death. I had picked it up from the corner of the arena as soon as I could. Raven carefully examined the shard, noticing that the blood-stained part emitted a faint blue glow. A blue glow. It's the lost heart pill from the Rakshasa sect. Raven's deep eyes sparkled with insight. Xiao Xingyu, find a way to buy some time. I will get you out as soon as possible. Raven whispered this into the crow's ear. The crow took off again, heading towards the Imperial City. In the Imperial City Night Lawn Palace. A sudden flurry of footsteps approached the palace. In no time, a middle-aged man strode into the Night Lawn Palace. With a crisp thud, the middle-aged man fell to his knees, overwhelmed with grief. Though he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his hair had turned white overnight and deep tear streaks marred his rough skin. This man was Yunyu's father, the head steward of the royal garden, Yunjin. Princess Shangguan Lan's brows furrowed tightly. Steward Yun, what are you doing? Yunjin was dressed in plain white clothing with a white ribbon on his head, holding a black and white portrait of his son Yunyu.
I have only one request today. I hope that the murderer, Xiao Xingyu, will pay with his life for my son.
The Yun family had always struggled, with no descendants thriving for generations, and Yunjin's line had remained unbroken. Now that Yunyu had died, it meant the Yun family was left without an heir. A maid named Xing Shui, who was beside Shangguan Lan, glared fiercely.
How dare you? This is the Night Lan Palace. Your appearance brings nothing but misfortune here.
Get out.
Xing Shui stepped back.
Yes, Your Majesty. Xing Shui, the most trusted maid of Princess Shangguan Lan, appeared plain and ordinary, but no one knew the true extent of her terrifying strength. Steward Yun, please rise and speak slowly. If Your Majesty does not seek justice for my Yun family, I will die kneeling here in the Night Lan Palace. Yunjin's attitude had already offended the emperor's dignity. But this was what a father should do. As a father, Yunjin could not accept the death of his only son, Yunyu. His only obsession was to avenge his son, to bring peace to his son's soul. Yunjin knelt on the ground, his eyes red and his voice filled with endless grief and anger.
Your Majesty, you know, he was my only son. Today, my Yun family is extinguished, completely extinguished. And no matter what, even if it costs my own life, I will make Xiao Xingyu pay for my son's life.
When a person fears nothing, nothing can threaten them.